Nice job, Cassidy Bremer. Well, all right, just like the old pavilion that we showed in, we will have our steers on this side, heifers on this side, and yes, you are witnessing history. This is the first of, I'm sure, many years to come in a much brighter, much more comfortable pavilion. Let us know what you think. We'll certainly be looking for feedback all show long, but we're going to be ready to go. Ring help in that big, nice staging area out there. You won't hear me screaming at you, telling you one exhibitor, one family person only. That will be a breath of fresh air. So once again, I'll talk about the judges here in a second, but let the games begin.
Yes, first of all, good morning. Definitely a nice way to get us started. Very impressive heifer here that leads in. Talk about one with the right kind of volume and density and robustness that we like. And boy, she puts a pretty little head and neck on the front side of that skeleton. Still very loose and very flexible, very comfortable. Awesome way to start the show today.
Your first class on the breeding heifer side done, and that was an Aberdeen percentage breeding heifer. Single entry won by Riley Wyrick. Next up, single entry Black Hereford breeding heifer by Ella Schwaba.
Well, I'll echo Brandon's sentiments. Good morning and happy to be here. Really nice single entry in the heifer ring, deep bodied. She's bold, she's soft and long and smooth in her muscle pattern. I really like how long hip she is, big footed, has a really, really nice hind wheel. Like to see her back out here a little bit later.
Your champion Black Hereford breeding heifer going to Ella Schlaball. Next up, Charlotte percentage breeding heifers.
got a nice heifer to start this next division, and we'll get her some buddies in here. But we're a long-sided, big square hip one, very, very attractive in her look and smooth there, top of her neck and her shoulder. Hard to read her structure. She's a little nervous out here. You might want to call her a little tighter at times, but we'll see what she looks like with a few more friends out here. But nice heifer here to get this spot rolling.
All right, first class in the Charolais percentage breeding heifers. First place, single entry going to Aubrey Wallace. Class 4, Charolais percentage breeding heifers coming in. And then over on the steer side, our first class of the day out of the Simmental division.
That's how you turn Brad off.
That's how you turn Brad off.
Okay. How do you turn us on?
You turn you guys off on, no, not on this one, on this one.
Yeah, now we're turning it on. So I just
Yeah, you
work
can just
on
turn your mics off. Green,
Yeah.
green is on, and no light is on. So you're green and live. So you don't really have to turn yours. So you don't really have to turn yours. But Brad would be straight up, so he's off.
Good morning, everybody. Tuned in here to the Iowa Beef Expo. Chad Hocamp with Tim Loudon here, getting ready for our heifer show. We get started. We've had a couple classes going in there, and we're into our second class of percentage Charolais breeding heifers. Had a single entry by Aubrey Wallace here just a second ago. So, Tim, we're here at the new facility. What are you thinking?
Oh my goodness gracious! What a I love our old pavilion, just the nostalgia of it. But what a phenomenal facility this is! This is so cool, so neat to be in on the very first Iowa Beef Expo showing in here. This is really really cool. So
It is neat. I know when we walked into we're in the Jacobson pavilion over here, and just the lighting and the clearness and the comfort level is good.
To be at the Iowa Beef Expo, and something that we've obviously looked very much forward to. I'm excited, and I'll be honest with you, nervous too. Very enjoyable to be here and to be in this position and be your show judge today. And we're going to try to take our time, but we're going to try to continue to kind of maximize the time too. Again, like I said, just very, very fortunate to be here. Fortunate to be alongside of a good friend, Dylan Lemonager, and good friends, Ferris and Brandon over there as well. So looking forward to a fun day. We'll take our time, like I said, whenever needed. I think to me, again, just kind of getting the ring put together and figuring out where we're going to be, and we may do it a little different if we do this first class and whether we set it back up, just to give the cattle a bit more comfortable. But getting past that into this first class of Simmental steers, I think kind of a clear-cut class winner. He's the combination of what is the look and the calf that ends up in third. He's got
So
the
I'll-
muscularity of the steer that ends up in second. He does it the best in terms of his feet. Crest relative to the calf that's right in behind him. We're just breaking him down alone, but that's a good body, real good moving steer. I like that calf for a fat. I think that's a nice steer to stand in second. The steer in third, he's got bigger pieces than the calf right ahead of him. He's a little longer necked. He's a little neater looking from the profile. He's a shot better in terms of his ankle and the way that he goes to the surface. Get in behind him, he's the flattest in terms of his rib, consequently the narrowest in his back. And then whenever I get into his twist, he's a little shallow and just flatter in his quarter. Just want to see more to him. If that calf feeds and gets fat and does the right things, then I think he gets real good, beautiful from the side. I like his feet and legs. Made that pair between 2 and 3 pretty close. Red calf comes next. He's moderate, he's thick, he's dense in terms of his makeup. He's a little wide set in his shoulder blade, and the same thing about his hock. Whenever I get in behind him, I don't think his ankle and his foot matches the chub up high, but I do think that that's a powerful calf. Just needs to move a shade easier for me out here. Young lady's a good steer too. He's maybe not just as peeled down as tight as some of these other cattle right ahead of him from a standpoint of just getting him clipped in, particularly that up over his hip, but it makes him look just a shade round. He's not just perfect on his feet, but I like that calf's length of body. I like his rib cage, and he looks like a good feeding steer. If his chest, his neck, and his crest stays together, his structure stays together up front, most specifically a good kind of a calf in terms of rib and feature. Red calf will close, and that steer obviously isn't blessed with the hair coat of those cattle right ahead of him, but he's a good calf in terms of his muscularity, probably one of the better built ones in terms of his feet and legs and his joints. A little longer bodied, a little flatter in his rib and more tubular about his design, but still a nice calf to close. Congratulations.
Just like anything, Tim, here in the first of this show, we kind of get our bearings here figured out of where we need to be and kind of what's going on and get a good feel. And I know a lot of you guys talked about Miles Tonius over there and Dylan Lemonager, be the two on your steer side, doing a good job. Miles is just really good on the mic, same as the guys on this side as well.
We're moving into this. We were talking about the facilities a little bit ago. Again, congratulations to everybody that put this together. I'm going to go ahead and give a start off. We'll do it several times during the day. Not paid advertising by any stretch, but thank you to Vermeer and the folks in Pella and Vermeer to make this available for these young people to come down here to this Jacobson facility. What an honor and what a great event and venue to do in here. Chad and I were just talking. Chad told me, he said, we got 91 classes today on the heifer side, so our two fellows need to keep rolling today. So we'll try to keep you updated as we go along, just tell you what we see and go from there. Our lead judge would be Mr. Brandon Callis, I think, on our side today. So here's our judges with Charlet Composites.
The heifer show side, the first time we get to make any sorts of decisions today, and what a close decision it is amongst these top pair of cattle. They're both extremely high quality. They're being shown well, very well presented. And Brandon and I have talked, and we think it's close because both these cattle bring so much good to the table, and both of us recognize how hard it is to raise cattle of any sort of quality in this business. Both of us like this one here to win, and we agreed on that because we think she's the one that makes the cow. She's stouter, she's bolder in her rib shape. She's probably better here in her center body and flank, ever so slightly in the one right behind her. For both of us, when you get in front of the cattle and you get behind the cattle, she's pried apart, wider underneath, she's stouter in her hip, she's more impressive when you get in behind her. And then two, when you ask her to lead, she's more relaxed in her top line, very flexible when she goes, and for us, that's probably what sets her apart. This one here in second, when she hit the ring, both of us, and we were laughing about it afterwards, we're like, well, there she is. Really soft hair, really highly presented. Her neck shoots so high on the top side of her shoulder. She's so attractive. She's long and smooth in her muscle pattern. When you get down on the cattle, she's really big-footed. She's big-boned. She's flexible. Relative to the one in front of her, does she get up in her loin just a little bit when she goes? Yes. Brandon pointed out maybe she's just a hair shorter in her hip, and I'd agree with that. And she, too, is just a little flatter and less impressive than the one when you get in behind her, but that's a really nice one that you love this look from her right here. She's shallow-chested. She's deep-bodied. She's really good-looking. Two very, very high-quality calves that I'd be very proud to campaign if I was those young people. That's nothing to take away from these two that come in 3 and 4. Highly presented yellow heifer that comes next. She's really, really well put together. She's sound structured, she's got some body, she's got some look. She just runs out a little bit of horsepower relative to those ones right in front of her, but that's one I'd keep hauling the feed bucket to, and I think we're going to like her a lot more here in 30 to 60 days. Same could be said for this one that rounds out the class. She's got some flexibility, she's got some rib shape, she's got some balance when you
Folks, that was Ferris Simon giving you reasons on that real good class of composite heifers. And, Tim, that's where they get a spot to go ahead and make a decision. And with
let's catch you up on the placings.
Going to like some power, and that's kind of where they landed in there. And these two kind of get working together, trying to figure out where they're at.
Exactly. I think they're going to, like you said here when we were watching them, that was their first decision. Two high quality individuals on top, half sisters actually, both in God We Trust. Um, but made a little different. There's a little different things to look at with those two heifers. One was a little stouter and chuffier made, and one was a little elegant and a little longer made. So it was kind of interesting to listen to him. And I think Ferris, I think he described him incredibly well. So we're getting into our last class of Charolais percentage females, composite Charolais heifers. There was three classes. Aubrey Wallace won the first class. Addison Sweeney won the second class with a In God We Trust. Got two more kind of yellowy ones out here for this one, and then we'll pick your champion composite Charolais.
Yeah, these two out here, we got an outsider and an outlier. So a little more traditional Charolais sires versus the Club Calf side. Nice pair of heifers out here in this class.
These are really nice. Yeah, kind of built just alike. Look really nice heifers out here. I'm just looking through some of these. There's a few names in here. We're just obviously on their first page on our program looking through it here. Man, your kids have been out for a while, and of course you still sell a lot of them and work with a lot of families as we do too. But Tyler's on his second year of being out of he's still in the junior program, but being in Stillwater, and man, oh man, the names change fast. Kids are in.
They do, and I tell you, the thing they do is the kids actually change looks in a year's time and try to keep track of them. So
yeah, we've seen them. We know they grow up fast, but it's amazing how much they can change in a year.
Yeah. We got a nice look here. You guys can see on the screen.
We're going to go ahead and kind of try to continue talking once in a while over this. Send Chad and I a text if it's too muffled and you can't understand us. We won't talk over these guys all the time, but we're figuring it out as we go along here too. So we'll let these two play out. Great ring shots we're watching on TV with you folks as well. And it's really cool. It's cool to watch this. Awesome job by the folks setting this up. Great views, great advantages to look at these ring shots around here.
Got another nice pair of them here, and we're going to use this solid gold one here up front to win this class. Again, probably has the advantage in just sheer hip and width dimension. She's the bigger-footed one of the pair. And although she's not perfect, I still think she sets down probably more comfortable out here as well, even though she's fighting a halter touch. I'd turn her in maybe in terms of the point of her shoulder and blend that in ever so slightly. But again, a powerful female that's got some length and got enough flexibility to her. Skunk-tailed one here. Again, love just the maternal rib cage and body design of this one. She opens up good in her heart and forerib, continues that progression of width and substance all the way throughout. She doesn't have the heaviness of structure that throws her balance off just a touch. She's wanting to fight things today and maybe looks just a little tighter structured there as well. But again, good pair of cattle here within this class.
Sure fun to listen to Brandon. Sure talk them things. He is so thorough, so accurate. Just absolutely one of the best that you could ask for out here. So this rounds up our classes for our composites. We'll bring the other two back out here for our champion of this division. If you could hear Brad over talk, Scout Log, Southeast Iowa girl. Yep. Family has done really well up here at this show, a lot of shows.
So coming back for our champion percentage female, we'll have Aubrey Wallace was single entry in first class. Addison Sweeney was in the second class, and Scott will come back in for this as class 3 and as our class 3 winner. Our seconds will be out of the second class will be Logan Tipkin and then Kyle Verwerk coming back in this one. And if I screw up these names, if grandmas and grandpas and mamas and dads are listening, I go ahead and pre-apologize. I am very, very sorry, but I'm going to try my best.
Hey, just like you'd expect as you get these back out here, these 3 class winners, I know it was single entry there, but boy, it's a stout division.
They're pretty good, aren't they?
Boy, they're way good. Presentation, like you'd expect at the Iowa Beef Expo. They're sure dialed in, looking the part. So get them out. I'm just trying to get the flow, too, of the ring here. Everything's new for our showmen, so they're not sure where to go, but you can see them pull right in here. Would actually have them a little bit out of order.
They're very out of order.
The one in the middle would actually be one out of third class, but I'm sure those guys keep that straight in their mind. But
those guys know what they're doing. It's you and I that I'm worried about,
yeah.
Chad.
Because as you see on your screen, Addison Sweeney out of our second class is making a loop there. She's in the second class. Scout Locke will actually won the third class right smack there in the middle. So, yep. We'll get her going. Them guys are debating and figuring out where they want to go, what they want to do. We'll have them talking here for you here a little bit. We'll see who. I tell you, it'd be Ferris from California. Done a good job, and he would sold several steers that have shown in Iowa and done successful and shown all across the country. Great cattle breeder, great mind. So they're going to debating. Yep, look like they're having. Well, here's Ferris.
See what I'm saying? Yep. So they need to come back in, and not for me. Well, for
Very competitive division on the heifer show side of the ring, and I'll briefly discuss the cattle real quick, and then we'll go out and pick you a champion reserve. Heifer that wins the first class, bull-bodied, she's long, she's stout, she's attractive when we get off to the side. Unfortunately, I think she gives up probably a little bit of these extras relative to the ones in here behind her, and for us, that's probably where these decisions need to be made. The one here that wins the last class, she's deep, she's bold, she's stout, as Brandon said. Maybe want to tuck her in a little bit better there in her shoulder. For me, we can smooth her up in a little bit in her heart, and we're struggling to tell, how she uses her pastern, but this look right here from the side we really, really appreciate, and that's a really high-quality one that I think can give you a lot of interesting breeding options down the road, and I think should make a whale of a cow. Speaking of ones that we like for cows, that's kind of why we use this one here out of the second class to win that particular lineup. She's bold, she's soft, she's stout. When you get in behind her, I think she's the structure advantage when you get out here relative to the other one. She's relaxed and smooth when she gets around the ring, a lot of flexibility. She is dynamic up through her front end as the one that stands in front of her or the one that was second behind her. No, I do not think so, but I think it's adequate. With that said, she's going to be your champion, and we'll wheel the second place around here. And young man down here at the end, if you want to bring your second place calf in. We talked about her earlier. She's big-footed. She's flexible down low. I like how attractive she is up through her front end, and Brandon agrees. She's long and smooth, and maybe she gives up a pinch of power to the one that's right in front of her, but we like this pair together. She'll be your reserve.
Well, there you go. Got our first division that's got some numbers in it. come out of the second class, they're going to keep that pair together, which I think makes pretty good sense.
And
Chad.
you bet. Both in I would trust, but both maternal-looking good females. We had a March heifer that wins. Congratulations to Addison Sweeney. Good way to start out her today. Like you said, it's tougher division. I know we
Well,
had
for
the,
certain, a good class here.
the Black Hereford and the Percentage Aberdeen that we did talk about,
Yeah.
but that's good. Now we're going to get into the white ones. Get a little purebred Charolais. This division to be good here in Iowa.
Oh, I think it'd be
How
real
many
good.
National Junior Show winners have we had from Iowa in the Charolais division?
Goodness gracious. Well, just the ones that have done. I mean, win the Heifers show, but do really good. You know, Boyer and Core group. They've had several. The Talak family. You know,
Talak's had, yeah. Sarah
out of-
Sullivan wins
Sarah
Louisville
Sullivan,
with the Charolais this year.
I'm going to draw a blank, but the Stalkup family down at Prescott. They've had a good run of junior nationals and stuff
did.
with the bulls and cow-calf pairs and that kind of stuff. On
Pryor's
the
had a really good one here a couple years
Pryor's
ago.
had a couple
They did
good ones,
that
yeah.
one,
So some really nice Charolais and Charolais composites have come out of there.
So we got a Tyson Moore. Got an Outer Banks heifer.
Behind him, he's bulky and stout. He's not as blessed with the hair of either one of those cattle on either side of him, but just breaking him down. He's wide, he's stout, he's comfy. He's not as neat at his crest.
As we go.
Little July baby, little bitty July baby.
And the bottom side of his neck, right out of his jawline, we can clean him up. Just a shame if you're going to nitpick on him, but I like his frame size, I like his squareness, and in here, he looks like the lighter weight calf in these top four, but the boy still packs a lot of punch. It's a good calf. You go ahead and be second. This one's got more spread. I mean, probably, and honestly, would it be going to be?
You know, we'll get a lot today waiting for the microphone to slow us up a little bit, but boy, it's sure nice to be able to see quality on both sides.
Oh, for goodness, yes, for sure. Those steer guys just looking across the street over here, they got thrown into the fire fast. They start right into that Simmental division, and them things are stout and wolfy looking rascals over there. So they didn't get a chance to ease into it and kind of get their eyes adjusted to the Iowa cold. They got blasted right with it right off the get-go. So that's good. That's good for them. We have a phenomenal viewpoint this year. Last year was fun. We were way up high and
There we go, Brandon.
Got a single entry to kick off the Char show here. A nice little heifer, summer-born heifer here. Again, good-headed here. Got some depth and some smoothness to her. I think for her age and for her size, there's still an ample amount of muscle and width to that particular female there. And boy, she can stop and really shoots her neck off the top of her blades like you like her to. Maybe get a little extra set to her hind leg. Maybe that's her just being more awkward out here in the ring here as well. But again, nice way to start the Char show.
Let me catch you up over on the heifer side. Your champion, Charolais Percentage Breeding Heifer.
We already filled you in there on your champion here. We're going to bring us a May and a June here in our next class of two head.
Yeah, let me tape it. I'll fix it.
So we got, it should be, yeah, there you go. We have Easton Moore again. We've got Gateway Big Game Hunter and Outer Banks is what we have for the shoe Charolais here in this May and June, as we talked about.
We were talking about the good coming out. I said Stalkups. Michaela Hauk would be that other one, or she's part of the Stalkup crew. Comes out of that Prescott area. So yeah, nice set of Charolais. Looking forward to getting into this division of them.
One thing about it, there's nowhere to there's not an easy division. I think as you look at it in Iowa, I mean, no matter what you have, you got to bring your A game. You got to bring some high quality stuff to want to be able to compete at this level.
They've all gotten so good over the last years, the last 5-10 years. There's always been good cattle, but I mean every division, every breed has got somebody that's in it.
They do.
I mean, and they put the time in, and let's come down to it. It doesn't matter whether you bounce a ball or tumble or wrestle. These kids get into it, and they get immersed into it. And I mean, if you're going to spend the money to go any more, the purchasing of the livestock is the cheap part. And I know people are going to go, really? What are they bringing, that kind of stuff? But it costs a lot of money to go on the road.
It
And
does.
You know what it's like, and
Yep.
I definitely know what it's like with chasing T-Bone and Tyler around and that type of stuff and going to these things. But so if you're going to do it, you want to put your best foot forward and make it as good as possible.
You got to. And all those things you talk about, but the big thing it always still takes is it takes effort, sacrifice, and dedication to clear yourself at this level too.
And that's just to get here, and then to win, you got to have a fair bit of luck.
You do. You do. You have a lot of. There's a lot of variables that you have to take care of it. The old adage is, you go ahead and make your own luck, but you still got to have a little bit of old lady there to help you.
You're exactly right.
Yep.
I laugh at some of these guys. We've talked about it, and I tell some of the guys that help us, they get really fine-tuned into this and this and this, and I understand that. And you want them looking good all the time and get them right and get them ready and that kind of stuff. But you really get out of the first look is 30 feet at 30 seconds. It's just you got to you got to have luck even to get through the first round. You got to have good quality to get through the first round, and then get them fine-tuned and get them lined up after that. But
Oh yeah, I've always told our kids or any other kids I did. I said you never go to a show wanting to do big things. You just want to get your show and win the class.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that's like you say, it does take that first couple steps to be able to sort out and hit the judges really hard.
Yeah. Winning your class now is a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Yeah, big deal.
Yeah, it's tough.
If you're flipping back and forth, if you're on the heifer side, they're picking the champion Simmental steer. I mean, them are woofy. There's a couple banners in between us, but we're just shooting across the screen there. Them look nice. They look really nice over there.
Yep. I haven't. On the other side, has Dylan talked over there, or has it been Miles every time?
I can't tell you. Every
I'm about
time
to watch on
every,
there.
every time I've looked up, it's been Miles.
It's been Miles, yeah. Miles such a gifted speaker, but we've got two talented talkers on this side. I know they've been taking their turns and talking about them and debating and I know these two guys know each other well. If Brandon's going to invite Ferris to be his associate, but boy, I tell you what, after 2 days of judging at this quality, they're going to know each other really well in terms of what one likes or doesn't like.
They're gonna the question marks will be out. Yeah, that'll be for sure. Well, we've had a chance after last year we came up here. I had a chance to talk to Dan Harker and Copeland last year. They were our evaluators last year on the heifer deal, and talking to both of them over the summer at junior nationals and running into them and different events. They both still, especially Copeland, still just talks about the experience and how cool it was and the quality of the cattle. Yeah. And I'm assuming, I'm being my guess, I haven't paid all that close attention over there. I'm assuming Callis has been here before. I know he's been here at our state fair.
Yeah, Brandon did the steers here at Iowa Beef Expo
That's
probably
right.
about 5, 6 years ago.
5, 6.
Yeah,
Yep, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about
Tim,
that.
we talked about that before. The years go by pretty quick.
Oh.
We could ask him, but I know it's been a handful of years.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, now that you say that, I do remember that. Yep.
Yeah. I know we had a young man that showed here. I was just thinking about that. He was a young fella, and he's already graduated high school. So
For sure, yeah.
Those years do blend in and get it going. So.
We'll get out here and select your champion in reserve. Again, my compliments to each one of these kids.
All right, we got a place in Ferris. Going to talk them. We'll listen to Ferris.
Over here in the heifer ring, have a pair of cattle that both have some attributes, but this one that wins does so because she's got a lot of quality. We were just talking when the young man's got her set up here and she's wanting to cooperate on the side. She's one that's really fun to look at. She's smooth and long-muscled. She's deep-bodied. I really like how attractive she is up to her front end. She's good-chested. Could we correct the way she uses her rear wheel just a little bit? Sure. But I don't know if the one right in here behind her fixes that problem. The one behind her, we appreciate her for her performance. She's got a high weight per day of age. She's got big feet. She's got big bones. I appreciate how high her neck comes out of her shoulder, and she's still laid back in her blade. Probably just gives up some of those extras relative to the one in front of her. Could clean her up in her chest just a little bit. But two very nice cattle, and we'll keep on moving.
One in Class 2 in the purebred Charolais was Easton Moore with a June 18th daughter of Outer Banks.
We got out there. You just tell there we got Iowa County strong. Iowa County always well represented here.
There you
There's a
go.
lot of power
Very
here,
good.
and different counties have got strength. And I know we bring a lot of good cattle from everywhere, but that's a county too. Very very proud of what they bring all the time. So
For sure. Ooh, look at here. I think we just turned her up just a little bit coming in here.
what is that? Was that one a force of nature?
Yep. Michaela Hauk
On the
David.
March 25th.
and a David Swanton coming in with a March 11th helmet.
One thing I would think you folks at home would sure appreciate with this show ring here, boy, I think that camera angle is really well. I think you ought to be able to see them things really good on screen.
Oh my, I mean,
we're watching here live, pick our head up, and we look back down the screen in front of us, and you can see them right there as you see Brandon coming up around and getting a look, and Ferris going around the outside and studying this pair of heifers. And I think by design this year they talked about, with try to get comfortable with this ring size. They said they've tried to keep the classes a little bit smaller this round. I know we have lots of classes to get through, but I think by design they try to keep these classes just a little smaller.
yeah, I think that's nice. I think that's a good way if you have time and it's a natural break for that. I don't want to make breaks to make breaks, so make classes, but if you can do that, they've got this set up. I was afraid. I had no idea how it was going to be set up till I walked in this morning. I thought, man, if they use that whole ring,
Be a lot of walking to get there.
a lot of walking.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot of room to cover. But I see on the other end, it looks like they have the.
It's like it's a trade show.
It was
sire.
some trade show, and they had I was listening to Jakey yesterday, Kent Jakey. It's a genetic, what do they call it? The pathway,
alleyway, yeah.
something. So I see J.S. Steenhook's got a deal. I think 605 is down there.
I think
Corey
605, and
Messerschmidt.
I can see from here a celebrity.
Like they walked in here as they pull in. Heifer here at the front of our line. Again, just a little bit of a difference in just quality and look and in presence about her. I like her soundness. I like her flexibility. Really a good neck, neat chested one there. Still one that's progression of width and depth still fits her in there. No, she's not the stoutest. She's not the heaviest muscle, but she's also a little on the thin and skinny side there as well in a growth pattern. But still, boy, her outline, her look, I think that one can be a nice one here as we continue to feed and develop that one on down the road. Heifer here in second. Again, love her good practical pieces, deep in her heart and her forerib. Love their center body she has. She too is very flexible, very useful in terms of her skeleton and structure. Just not the same kind of look and presence and design we find in that one that's going to lead off this class. But a good pair of cattle here.
That Class 8, our third class of purebred Charolais heifers, Michaela Hauk. South Central Southern Iowa young lady wins that one. David with a Force of Nature, and David Swanton with a March 11th heifer outsider was second in that class. We're coming in with our fourth and final class of Charolais heifers. Appears we'll have three heifers in this class. Maybe not. I just see two coming in, but there might be
January,
no.
2 Januaries and February. Yep, we got
Yeah,
our
there we
third
go.
one.
Yep, they're all here. Yep. 2 Januaries and a February. So Hannah Fishwild, Avery Sweeney, and Cindy Teat.
Avery brings a dang nice one here in this class here.
I mean, right? An
Wonder
outlier.
that would be Addison. Could be Addison's sister, I would imagine, or not.
Could be.
We got a family in there or not?
Couldn't tell you.
Same last name. I couldn't tell you either, but boy, it's a quality heifer. As we got that trio, and this will bring our last class of a Charolais breeding heifer. So we get through this class, we'll get through another champion. about these white ones, boy. I tell you what, you're going to learn in a hurry, Tim, on your hair care. I mean,
Yeah.
keeping these things brilliant white. There's nothing cooler than a bright white one.
There's nothing cooler and nothing harder to do.
Oh, it's
my
hard
God.
to do.
I just can't even imagine trying.
Yeah. I know we messed in the Charlets a little bit and showed a Charlet or two, but I'm telling you, these guys, my hat's off to them. They're they're interesting to feed. And, yep.
I had my run in with multicolors. We had shorthorns there for years and years. Tyler never showed a shorthorn, or not very many, but we Karen and I raised them when we first got married, and we showed them around the country and stuff. And we end up with a white one or about all white one once in a while. I'm not gonna lie to you, we tried. We worked really hard, but we didn't do it like these Charlet kids did. Man, they work their butts off. Get
They
these things
do.
white.
They do. And I mean, it pays off what it does.
This is going to be a nice lineup of Charlet females when they get back out here for this. It's been a good show so far. We're going through this, but when they get back out here for this champion Charlet deal now, I mean, there's 2 or 3 of these things that are way good.
They're gonna look good.
I'm not going to predict in this class which one's going to come out of here. I got a pretty good idea, I think, but they're all 3 nice heifers. They've all got some really good things about it.
We don't want to do the judging for them.
No,
too,
I'm not saying a
looks
word.
like-
They're nice heifers. That's why I didn't say. I'm not saying who. I'm just saying there's some nice ones out here.
Yep. Yeah, you can see them two talking. They're having a good time, right? They're laughing and smiling and carrying on. That's always great to see.
Yeah.
You know, and as serious as we get in this, it's still supposed to be fun. It's a fun
yeah,
event.
yeah.
It's still enjoyable, and this is time to showcase the work and effort they've done at this point.
I do give them credit. These they got a long way to go, but we've hired them for 2 days, so they're it's not like they got to catch a flight this afternoon. They're here tomorrow too, so they're giving these kids plenty of time, and they're studying these cattle, giving everyone the opportunities, get them set up.
Yep.
Give them credit. They are studying through them and looking at them really well here.
I would say Brandon's pretty savvy, a veteran show judge. I'd say he probably knows how to pace himself a little bit to know when it's his turn to get the microphone here in a little bit.
Yep.
And kind of split them things up. As he whips them back around, and he'll be about ready to give you some reasons here in a second. I think without saying, I think we did get her heifer right, though. I think we did. That's the one that kind of.
Yeah, I found that one.
I thought she just stuck out like a sore thumb in that group.
Yeah,
She
they
looks
went ahead
nice.
and pulled her. We found her. We did good on that one.
Over here in the heifer show, really easy class winner. This one's fun to look at, beautifully presented. I always like to think one of my most humbling experiences fitting cattle ever was fitting on purebred Charlets, so I can really appreciate and respect the quality of presentation on this one. She's nice. She wins easy. We can talk about her more at a later point in time. For us, the decision becomes between 2 and 3. Both these cattle have some attributes that we appreciate. For us, the one here in second probably has just a pinch more quality. She's a little more flexible in the way she uses her rear skeleton. She too soft-bodied. She's angular up through her front end. And it's mostly because the way she uses that hind leg is what slots her in a second now. Is she giving up quite a bit of performance to the one right in behind her? Yes. Does she give up a pinch of muscle, the one right in behind her? Yes, and that's where this one here that rounds out the class has some advantages. She's bull-bodied. She's really deep. She's stout when you get in behind her. We'd like to just pick her up in her pin set a little bit, make her more comfortable in the way she uses her rear wheel, but really appreciate the body, appreciate the power there in her rib shape.
Alrighty. Well, we got that one right. Avery Sweeney with a outlier. A January heifer was champion.
Yep, we're bringing our 3 class winners. We got the 2 brothers, Tyson and Easton, first 2 class winners of Charlets.
Michaela Hauk won the third.
Let me
complete
address,
class
if
number
you're
8.
following online,
But-
hey, Chad and
But
Noel, Chad and Noel, listen up. You might want to say this online, too. If people are following the Showman app on their phones or computers at home, we're updating it. It's updating, but you won't see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. It just rearranges the names of the kids in order after the class. So you might tell the people that. And if you're obviously in the audience and following, now you know. But there won't be any numerical placing beside them. It just rearranges the name.
Here in this breed drive, again, a good set of cattle. I'll be brief and quick. These first 2 class winners, again, good cattle. I think cattle have got some future and some promise and some upside. I like the shape of this one. Again, redesigned her hind leg ever so slightly. This one out of that second class. Boy, when she learns to be a show heifer and wants to settle in and settle down, I think you can get a really good look out of that one at times. Just trying to figure out what she does on her structure is a little more complicated today to really keep her in the mix here. But boy, I do think one that's got a bright future. Bigger, more extended heifer that comes out of this next class. Again, I think she's one, the longer she's around, she gets bred, she gets there at a later date, that one really starts to shine and look good. I like her greenness, I like her juvenileness. A little tall for a guy like me, but still one I think that's built the right way. It's got the right kind of feet and legs. I think one that's built for the long haul. And obviously the one Ferris talked here out at last class, one that's hard not to like today, especially that kind of durability, that kind of just substance all the way through. No, she's not the freakiest neck. No, she's not the longest, but her proportions all read extremely good. They all fit together well. Doesn't hurt that she's presented very, very nicely. She's going to be our champion here in this division. Going to use Class 3 here to be reserved. But let's give all the trial exhibitors a nice round.
Get 2 high qualities out here for our champion, high percentage.
Oh boy, what a good class, and 2 quality.
Yeah, it looks like Avery Sweeney. That's a good heifer. Goes ahead, wins that division.
That's a way good one. Yeah, that's a really good one. A January outlier, Boyer bred female, looks really good. And then Michaela Hauk, Southern Iowa young lady, would be reserved with a Force of Nature heifer. Came out of Class 8 or the third class of Charolais females.
We're going to get us some Chianina heifers coming in now, Tim.
There'll be some heat in there. We'll have
some presentation.
And one of the, at one point in time, and I still think it's true, the largest key register breeder in the United States was an Iowegian.
Yep.
Which would be Sarah Sullivan.
Oh, yeah, right.
Her and her dad and her parents. And
yeah, they had one. I think San Antonio, they had Supreme Heifer in the Continentals was a Sullivan bred.
Yep, so Sarah's done. She has moved on. I think she's retired. I think Oklahoma City was her last junior show hurrah anyway. So,
you know, we're talking about Sarah. They talk about the Caitlin Clarks of being the GOAT of the girls' women's basketball, and we talk about Patrick Mahomes being the new GOAT. You know, there's no doubt that the record that she put together will never be touched for a long time, ever. I mean, her whole career was like, every year was like a banner.
Oh, my God, yeah. And they, John loves them. He loves that good livestock. And, and Sarah was active in it and did it. And nice young lady. And
it's just impressive.
Yeah, it's impressive the run that they had.
Last year she was here, we talked about how phenomenal that group of heifers they brought out here, too.
They were good, weren't they?
They were good.
They were good.
And, boys, you guys can tell right there, we get in this key division, no offense to the rest of them, but we bring in some presentation right off the get-go.
Yeah, get ready.
We got some Iowa.
Here we go. So, and the thing about the key division is you start looking at it, and it's really cool. So you have a Man Among Boys, MAB. You have a Here I Am, HIA. Then you turn around and you have a 24 carat and a Conley No Limit.
2 Angus sires and
two Club Calf sires. Yeah, so it's good. Class of Mays. That's the one thing about the key thing is that there's two divisions in that thing. That's the ones that come through the clubbies and the one come more on the breeding side of it. And they're all good. They all bring some really, really, really good things to the table. That's not a kick one way or a push one way or the other. That's just the way it works, for sure.
Your champion shorthorn steer is now being slayed.
As he put those in motion, yeah, just good set of heifers.
We got a
I
few
don't know
more
if
bigger classes
three-
coming up here,
Well,
Chad.
yeah, next class I just peeked there. We got 9 head there.
Please put your hands together for our shorthorn steer exhibitors. Not a bunch of them, but
Little white
all
snips
these
heifer.
good. Again, Dylan and I didn't take very long to kind of.
You know, man amongst boys sometimes does. You know, you'll see quite a few of them white snipped ones like that.
Yep.
One of those that it's enjoyable.
You can kind of see a little. Here I am in that second one.
Probably spitting a little bit more hair than this boy probably wants him to at this particular point in the game, but that's going to happen getting into mid-February and on later. But boy, that calf has still got just an immense amount of quality. Got awesome shape to his foot, incredible in terms of his joints.
You know, one thing would be nice. We can't read prefixes a little bit, but knowing where some of them cattle come from, I guess, a little bit.
We can talk about him all day long, but a real good calf to win the shorthorns, no doubt. Young man's got your chance right here. Congrats to him.
As they got him a champion shorthorn steer on the other side.
Yep.
You know, that division's gotten tougher, too, just speaking across here.
Yeah, that
The
shorthorn steer
steers,
thing, yeah.
It got really, I don't want to say weak, but it was weak.
Yeah, there for quite a while. Back when I worked at the association 25, 30 years ago, they were it. That was, well, he was a Nebraskan that ended up in Texas. You probably remember George Allschwede, AHL.
Name why I do, yep.
George was grew up in Nebraska, and he ended up in Texas as a county agent, and he had a bull you probably remember, Double Stuff.
Yep.
AHL Double Stuff. And them rascals won everything in that steer deal.
They did, and they were like supreme of the show.
I
Like
mean,
a
win
champion
it all.
overall. Yeah, they were.
Win it
Yeah,
all.
right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember vividly. I know we're talking about the heifers, but you're talking about that. But year I judged at Oklahoma State, Gerald Callahan did the steers at Denver, and I remember him going that day, and he used a shorthorn steer to win that
Yep.
day. And I
I
remember
bet
that
it was
like
a
one of
I bet it was a double stuff.
Well, that was probably pre that. Yeah, that was probably old enough there. That would be
Well,
before that. But that was kind of that trend that set them things started in motion.
well,
to win
it wasn't. It had been about that time because you're a couple years behind me.
Right, yep.
You'd have been at Stillwater, and I wouldn't have been quite at working for Doc Hunsley at that point in time. But it'd have been close. It'd have been in that era.
Could have been.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't speak so quick. I don't know that for sure. So.
Well, no Caba. Caba Ranch in Rogan, Colorado. They made a lot of them really nice shorthorns and shorthorn heifers. Nick Stanky, Indiana, had a Caba Rose T90. That female, she made great ones all the time. Man, she was good ones.
You know, we get out here, we're talking and kind of get a little sidetracked, but these guys here, there's a lot of debate going on in this top end of this class. These four look good.
Yeah, these cattle are good. Yeah.
They're debating and trying to make sure they got to get every class right.
Well, and I've said that, and I say that when I do some judging, and I know you do that as well too. Is there's quality in every size and shape.
Right.
There's good big ones, good little ones, good long ones, good short ones. You just have to start putting your emphasis where you want to, and you can be nitpicky when they're good. It's easy to be nitpicky.
And they want to get their theme. They want to get their standard set so they can follow that as we go on here today. But we're going to get some pull and goes, starting at fourth. We get down to the 2. Let's see where we get to. Trying to watch what Brandon's got to do here.
So Brad Hook was our announcer today, does a wonderful job, huge supporter of our juniors in Iowa for multi-species with his son, with his pigs and stuff. But it was on, what was that on? Cattleman's Connection? What was it? Where's it online at? Showman's app. Is that where it's at online? Where they give the deal? We're looking around. We're trying to find people that help. Where they give the results, if you're looking online, do you remember? Showman's app? I think that's
And you guys probably know, but he said it doesn't do the place. And here we got Ferris.
Over here in the heifer show side, two extremely high quality individuals here, and then Brandon and I were talking, and this is where one of the two primary decisions that need to be made, and I think it's close. I think there's trade-offs in the cattle, so let's break them down and dig into it a little bit. The one we're going to use to win the class is extremely big-bodied. She's bold-ribbed, And I think where we really like her better is the way she uses her lower joints. She has a very attractive set and used to her hind legs. She strikes the ground with a lot more cushion. She's long and she's level hipped. And actually, when you get in front of the cattle, she is the wider chested one that's pulled apart underneath. Now, can we tuck her chest up in her just a little bit? Sure. Can we blend her in a little bit better there in her forerib? I wouldn't disagree. And I'd even say the one right in here behind her might have just a little bit more bone, maybe a shade more foot, and maybe could get a little more impressive when you get in behind her. And we like her at this look right here. This one, relative to one right in front of her, wants to stab the ground just a little bit in the way she uses her hind leg. She gets a little bit more masculine maybe about her eye sockets and her head, but certainly a very high quality, highly presented heifer, and it's close, and those are both two that I would like to feed on back home. Another decision comes down here between 3 and 4, and they're cattle that are very different in their type and kind. We elected to go with the one that is more functional in the use of her skeleton. She's big-footed. She's more flexible, as we said. She's longer and smoother in her muscle pattern. But she is giving up some performance relative to the one right in here behind her. A lot to like about this one that rounds out the class. She's stout. She's powerful. She's really bold in her body cavity. She too is high neck. Just need to correct the way she uses her rear wheels just a little bit, but certainly one that has a lot of positives that she brings to this class.
Well, we got done with our first class of keys.
Over on the
key
steer
heifers.
side.
So I got Allison Wallace for champion, or not
Yep.
champion, but
With a
class
tw-
winner. Class winner. Sorry.
24 carat.
Yep, 24 carat. Kale Plug
Plug, I think
Plug?
it is, yeah.
with a no limit was second. So
Here's a big class. We got 9 head in this class here.
this is going to test their water just a little bit on here.
I would imagine this would be very tough. We're in the April, this would be your April heifers, a Kenny to show. Should be 9 total as we get them all in the ring here.
Just kind of looking down through here as we kind of go. Here's a Sam. There's a something about Mary out here.
Hey, we got a Huda man.
New.
Well, if you're going to have a Huda man, you gotta sure want to have one of those. Yeah, that semen costs a little bit. I mean,
Oh, that does. Yeah,
you
yeah.
are intentional trying to make them things.
Yeah, you didn't happen into that. So I got a Sully, How Great Thou Art, a Monopoly, a Here I Am, Good as It Gets. So, yeah, we got just a little bit of everything kind of out here in this one as far as the sire range and see what's out there.
You step right in behind him. He's a moderate calf, and so he's got some chunk about his body. Like the shape of his rib real well. He's not the neatest right there at the top. Of
Well, we do. This is kind of nice having these sires here, but we got some variation of sires in here, don't we?
Oh, this class is nothing the same.
Right.
And there's
Because we
I can
start
tell.
out with something about Mary.
Yep.
Gives a little different look. So a Simmental. Do you know New California? I don't know him. Grizzle Bull? I don't know what he is.
Off the stand, he can be beat black and white.
Good as it gets. That was a nice heifer.
Right up higher out of his shoulder. Real pretty in terms of his look from the profile. And honestly, that calf comes with some shape.
So would that be, would imagine that'd be a lady killer. That'd be RJ. So that would be good as it gets on that broker Harrietta.
Probably.
Would be the
Could
lady killer.
Could be.
Yeah. We got RJ right to the right of you, paying attention. No, it'd be. We'll figure it out as we go. She's a nice heifer. I'd say there'll be some debate as they get down here through this class.
Yeah, this one is going to take a little more time here. There's some nice heifers in this class, and there's one thing about it. If you have a color preference, you could make that work here. We've got a few different colors out here,
Sure do.
which is all good, which is pretty cool, which is cool to look.
And we do have variation.
Yeah.
First place, Carson Witscher. Second to Kenley Fukin, and third to Calvin Schuenberg.
So you guys can see Ferris right there studying his lesson. Brandon should be coming right here to the screen in front of you right now.
Yep.
As he works his way back around, they're going to get the front look view, and then we'll put them things in motion. And I would, like I said there just a bit, we'll have some debate on that. I would think they would debate themselves just a little bit here on this one. Boy, Nighthead fits really well in that class, I think. And as far as ring
It's a nice
size,
number. Yeah,
it
it's a
is.
nice
We're trying to
number,
get
yeah.
this ring size figured out. A couple of them guys ask. I think the surface is holding up pretty well. Looked like maybe on the steer side, one gets takeoff running. It might have a little bit of slide to them, but boy, they're sure-footed and moving well. You can see their feet. I think it's a good surface.
Yeah, and it should stay that way. In the old pavilion, it was always nice in the beginning. The first half hour was pretty soft and squishy in that sand and kind of
And she
dirty.
got rod hard.
Then it got really hard after that.
Yep.
what I announced before. If you want to see online your current update placement,
Here, I'm going to let you list on here.
the IJBBA.com website. The IowaJuniorBeefBreeds.com website. Scroll down to where it said, to the very first tab. It's yellow, and it says show program, I believe, or what did it say? And just click on that, and there you'll see the classes. And once again, there will not be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It will just, as that class has been placed, it will place the names in the order they were placed in the ring. So anyway, go to the IJBBA website and click on the show programs tab. And is that what it says now? Is that the exact tab? View show. Go back. Yeah. View showmanship. Yeah. The show programs tab. Yep.
There you go. I hope you heard that. If not, we'll try to keep you updated as we go along. Hang on, Little Red.
Sounds to me that if you get to the Junior Beef Breeds, if you want to follow along and want to have a program,
You can go there
obviously
and
if
find
you're
it.
savvy enough to find us on liveauctions.tv and watch the class, you can kind of see a little bit.
So Dakota DeVore here, he comes around. He's got the first one was in this class at the end of April. He's got something about Mary, and she's a nice. I mean, just I'm not saying she went. I'm just saying she's a really nice heifer. So it's like
Good
I don't know
animal.
I don't know if he thought he might come to the key division to get out of the foundation semis. It might be a little less,
Make you
little less
wonder a
water
little
in
bit,
this
yeah.
in this division, but I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. There's a lot of nice
Yeah.
heifers in this class.
You know, that's just a diversity where you can, you have those cows that you can take and mate them a lot of different ways.
So as a cow breeder and a guy that raises a bunch of them, and you've got different kinds, and raise some steers and show heifers and that kind of stuff. I always kind of background. I always consider myself more of a purist, traditionalist. Purebreds are purebreds, and you kind of go with that. Everything else is crossbred. I guess I'll speak for myself. I'm asking you so do you kind of like that? You like to be able to make the foundation semis and the Lokis and maintainers and commercial composite red Anguses and such?
Yeah, I've always been one where I just like good stuff, and I like my breeds to have some similarities, but still have some difference on the breed stuff. But I just enjoy making the different stuff and challenge. We've always made Chianina cross cattle. They're probably the easiest to make because of the percentage is so low. You could do it on one cross. But a lot of these have got, Simmental base. You can tell with some of the white in there, popped up there, coming back. They complement one another.
Yeah.
I think the Keys, Maine, Simmentals, Angus all just kind of work together. So
That's kind of where we're at a little bit too. Those are kind of the ones we mess around with as well. And I know you've got a semi bull that's doing really, really well. I just haven't. Them high semis anymore are getting so good, so good. I mean, I know we're in the key division here, but I still like to have a little semi in the bottom of the cows.
Oh, cow side, yeah.
Put a little more power, a little more oomph in them. It seems like to me. This one's out of ring shot, but here's a nice. Here I am, right here in front of us. That's a nice heifer that Kate Olson has. She's got some wolf.
there'll be some of them. That's a terminal sire. Everybody knows him winning all the steer shows, but
right.
You see that a little bit on the bottom side of some cows showing up of transmitting. I mean, there'll be a few of those cows that will work. I think you might have to go through a few more to get to them, but I think you will see some of them
Well,
on
I
the
think
bottom
this,
side.
Again, I'm not just she just is right here. She'd pay off of your camera view right now. That's where she's at. She's right down here in front of
Yep.
Chad and I. But man, she's a nice heifer. There's a nice
Good
one.
heifer.
There's a
Well presented.
cream heifer right in front of her. That's a nice one. That's a Monopoly. That's a nice heifer.
Yep.
And then a Sully, which I don't know what that is.
We do have a couple how greats. That bull really come on the screen. Probably a little more on the other side. How great thou art!
Oh yeah,
For
absolutely.
our first rookie bull project. He's really showed up to kind of surprised to see him in the heifer side like we have seen him. I knew it wasn't going to take long to have a lot of debate in this class. So I get him set up for the side though, Timmy.
Oh my, I know, yeah.
They're going to have, just even pull it right there to the middle of the class is going to be a challenge. There's going to be some really good heifers right smack dab in the middle.
Again, there's some different, especially in this, like you were talking about with the lower percentage and the key thing. There is definitely some variation, some pluses and minuses out here as far as, not minuses, pluses. Again, smaller, bigger, more feminine, stouter made. I mean, there's some really nice heifers in here. And in all honesty, there's 9 of them out here, and if you're a judge, or if you're at home watching, or if you're even ringside here watching, and you're big in my first and second, class winners have to look alike, you're going to have a heck of a time out here because I don't think there's 2 out here that really look
right.
really look alike, honestly.
Oh, they do. I think some of that you talk about looking alike though. We've bred them things so similar for so many years that we kind of get them figured out how to make those things to make them look like we want them. Because we haven't really shifted too much. So we've got a couple starting to make a few pulls there.
First, we announced Mr. Miles Tenius, and with him today is Dylan
Lemonager.
out of Illinois there. He is married to his wife, Katie, has a daughter, Bailey.
Still down to 6 heifers still out there to kind of go in contention. Your DeVore boy is still left in there. That look like Bryn Kinsel up there second. That's about good as it gets, Lady Killer. Young lady comes back out of here. Got the red heifer still in there.
Let's give both of our steer side judges a big round of applause, please.
Now is the red one the Huda Man? Would that be her, the Lynch? Would you know that young lady at all?
I do not know her.
Trying to figure that one out.
Oh, look at its prefix. So you want to know where it came
Yeah,
from,
that's
right?
what I seen that,
so,
yeah,
so,
right.
so I guess if you own the bull, you probably still got some semen.
I was going to say, he probably made a few of those eggs, though, didn't they?
So if you're watching, if you don't have a program, it's a D Sol. So it'd be a Danny Sullivan prefix on that one. So I imagine if there's anybody's got some Huda Man semen left, that'd probably be him.
Young man in the black hat, an old friend of mine, judged nearly every major show in America.
As we got
That's Minko, Oklahoma. That's Mr. Brandon Cowles, no stranger to the Iowa Beef Expo or Iowa State Fair. He's got his wife Kelly and kids Brayton, Kylie, and Camry back home. He is an instructor there at Redlands Community College, and his family raises show calves and Simmental cattle, and it's always good to see my old friend Mr. Brandon Cowles. Along with him, hailing out of the state of California, the Voice of Shoot Side podcast. If you listen to him, that'll sound a little familiar to you. That's Mr. Ferris Simon, along here with his wife Natalie. They got one little girl back home named Josie, and back home is Kathy's Valley, California. Ferris has heard there of show cattle that he raises and has his own annual sale at. Also is the owner and operator of multiple businesses there in California. Once again, 2 guys that are no stranger to the show ring, and let's give them a big, warm Iowa Beef Expo welcome. Mr. Brandon Cowles, Mr. Ferris Simon.
So they get this 9. Like I said, they get them paired down to these final 3. Them 3 are nice. Them 3 out there are
really
nice.
good.
Yeah.
I think really good. Got that something about Mary and the good as it gets in the Here I Am heifer.
Yep.
And Here I Am is very maternal. She's long. You can see her there, a little white on her flank, right down in there. Very good heifer. You know, even though we have a lead judge, it looks like they're very, you know, very respectful to one another as far as trying to come up with, you know, talking it through to make sure you get it right. Because you know you got to make sure every class is right because you know it could affect a division and you know a lot of times the key has won this show or been definitely a top 5 type candidate as well, and this could sure be in here in these Aprils. I know we got more key heifers to go, and not saying the one who wins this class going to win your key show, but you never know.
But you have to, as judging though, and you've done that, is you have to be confident that the one that you're looking at now in every class, because you never know what's coming next. Now you should be confident that there'll be more coming. We're at the Beef Expo and that kind of Iowa Beef Expo. There'll be good ones in about every class, all day, every breed.
Right.
But I know when I've judged and when I'm judging, and I'm sure you are too, you have to be able to study this class. This might be your champion.
You never know.
So you have to make sure. And it's just not always quite that easy. It's like you don't really take a class off and go, I just blow through this one. It doesn't matter.
Right.
I've done that
matter.
before, and it's
Yeah.
bit me in the butt a kind of a time or two. Because then it gets close. It's like, ooh, I mean, I'm going to have to use one of these or use that one.
Right.
And
Yeah.
it was
Sometimes
always
you don't
good
have
and
it.
that kind of stuff. But I
Yeah.
mean,
You see it in the little show. That kind of goes with my theory. Have you heard the KISS theory?
I'm assuming
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah,
That's kind of I tell myself that every day when we go out there. It's
And
like keep
don't-
it simple.
yeah,
don't overthink it.
Yeah, don't overthink it.
Judge what's in front of you. Get the best one up and go from there. You know, this is there's not a right or wrong in these three. It's just getting your
No,
type you
it's
want.
good. Yep,
You know,
exactly.
they're just wanting to say their preference. Of
Now,
what
I
they're
will
after.
say one
So
thing. We'll see.
rubber's
We'll
going to meet the road here.
So I was going to say, we'll kind of see what they want to do. Here's our reason. So we'll see what Cal
You're something about Mary Heifer.
It's an intriguing class, and if you want to swap a lot within this, I wouldn't get a big argument. I think what Ferris and I probably will struggle with today, we both are big fans of stout cattle. We're both big fans of dimensional cattle, and we want them to be athletes as well. And so this class kind of comes to that point where you've got to give some concession on stoutness. You've got to give some concession on structure. And to me, and that's where this one lands. Just when we walk these three, she's just the most comfortable. No, she's not perfect. Yes, we could do something different maybe with her angle. She wants to fight and kick just a little bit up front, and she's not perfect at the surface. But boy, her symmetry, her balance, her smoothness just starts to grab you the longer they're out here. Sets down the most comfortable of the trio as she goes. My big concern with her is when I get behind her on top of her, for me personally, I like to open that one up just a shade. This one here we're going to run in second. I really want to get into and like this one because in terms of just chest width, body dimension, and true muscle and true hip, I love this one. And to be as stout as she truly is, she's so feminine-headed and maternal about her head and neck and the way it sits in there. She's a little small at the ground, and she just wants to lumber around here. She never gets comfortable, just doesn't sit down as comfortable as I want her to on her rear two, loses her spine just a little bit the longer she's out here. Maybe when that one learns to get in the game just a little more and cooperate, maybe we get a different view of her. Today, she just looks a little cumbersome out here. This one's a hard one as well because there's lots of trade-offs between these two. She's stronger back. I still like just her initial presence when she comes out here and gives it to you. I want to change her hind leg and her foot for me personally to just her jaw shape and muzzle. I like to make just a little stouter and broader for me personally there as well. But that's still a very, very nice heifer you can nitpick on. You can float those three a lot of different ways, but we do think those are the best three in the class. Longer out here, the more this one kind of shows up in terms of just her cowiness, her moderate frame, her body shape, her width, and then still probably with, in relation to the rest of that class, to me her proportions read just a little better in how in this crew, but still good kind of cattle. The red one maybe has as much upside as anything in terms of future as we continue to develop these on. She's jet neck, she's long side. White star-headed one here that comes next. It's got some hip and some shape to her. Her boldness is still pretty good for that size and maturity. Again, want to see her differently at the ground, just a little sharper on her feet and her pasterns, a little coarser and rounder. This red heifer, she does an awesome job showing because when she gets this one from the side, I love just the look of her neck. I like how she is in her spine and out through her hip there on the standstill. It's when we get her into motion that we can start to pick on her. Just a little different there in her hind leg construction in terms of her hock and her pastern. Want to make her quite a bit more stable, maybe blend her into her shoulder, but she does a nice job with that one. The pair we close with here, again, a pair that muscle's not a problem. They both got width, they both got substance. Maybe just a little more terminal looking, if you will, in terms of just the shoulder there and this one's knee. I want to lay back on her. The spotted up one here, it's got some cool pieces in terms of just hip density and body density. Just want to change her shoulder and knee there as well, make her a little more feminine there as she gets and goes throughout life. But again, awesome class, nice trio there up top.
Well, as we finished up the second class of keys, again, nine in that class. They took their time on that one, which is good. There's nothing wrong with that. So it appears that I apologize if I don't have it exactly right, but I think I'm good. So Dakota DeVore, Something About Mary, was a class winner on that. Bryn Kinsel, as good as it gets. RJ Lady Killer female was second. And third was Caden Olson with a Here I Am was third. We'll give you the rundown. Again, if you want to go to see the results, you go to ijbba.com. Careful, Chadley. Jeez, that's a big step. You've got longer legs than I got. Go to ijbba.com, scroll down to the yellow box, and you can get the class results there. As they get done with the class, the first will be on top, second will be second, third will be third, so you can follow along there. They'll give you the full breakdown. So, again, a great class. Them three top ones were way good, Chad. They were some gives and takes, obviously, but, I mean, they get nitpicky on their reasons, but they need to because they have to.
You got to break them down.
Got to break them down.
Got to let you know what you're thinking.
And they get that good.
And them
It's
three
the
were
little things.
Yeah.
So we got another good class here of about 6 head out
and
here
the thing
for
you
this
can find
class.
out though, but they've followed they've stayed true to what they've been picking in the Charlets and talk about power, and they've got their structure.
Yep.
And what you'd expect from them.
Yep. So far, yeah, that's.
So there's a class of March Chianina heifers.
Yep.
Yep.
Then we got.
Looks like I got us one senior yearling. What do we got? We got a 24 karat, a Primo, Have It All Me, which would be Main Anjou, Lover Boy, Primo, Big Oak.
Again, a lot of variety. A lot of variety within this thing.
So they bring us a Scimitar. As we go ahead and put those in motion. It's like Paige Martin to be leading us off.
There's no doubt in terms of spread of muscle, in terms of top shape and butt, whenever you get in behind him, that he's as broad as any of them we've had come through. So
We got 3 Sully bred ones in this class.
Yeah, yep. Yep.
Yep.
Then as we continue to go, we continue to try to let him get confident, let him get more comfortable out here. We realize that the calf's front end just needs to be built, reassembled better. We got to give him a bigger rear foot, let him power off of a better ankle. But a good calf in terms of his power, his product, and just the muscularity.
Well, I tell you what, we just had a Primo, Sully bred Primo that just walked by. And that Primo, man, I tell you, that sucker works good on some of these key cows.
He does. And
oh,
I mean,
my
still
God.
some of the best Angus are still Primos.
Oh, my
I
God.
mean, we all kind of give him a hard time there for a while because he makes so many of them. But the best ones, and he can make them good.
He can. He really can. I'm not saying this one wins. I'm just making the comments
That's a
this
good
week.
heifer, though.
That's
She's
a
well
nice
presented.
heifer. That's a quality female.
The center of his hip, he's the narrowest as you take him to the base of his skeleton. But boy, that thing is broad built from the profile, beautiful in terms of his feet and legs, and things present very well. It's hard to put a calf like that third. You got to step in behind him and realize why we did.
Got another nice class 6 out here to work with. They're coming through. Here's Miss Jenny. There she's Miss Jenny. Very good. She's got her.
Oh, we've got the Vermeer story. Yes. Oh, we can get through on those. Yep. We know those guys personally will be good.
And then our platinum stake sponsors for IJBBA.
Platinum stake sponsors. Very good.
Very good.
Yep. And
Hey,
our
we
supporters.
asked you, now Vermeer did help us out with that a little bit on sponsorship.
Vermeer did. They definitely made this possible for the Beef Expo and for the juniors to be over here. So we are extremely grateful for their sponsorship and support.
Very good.
This is nice over here. We love it.
Yeah. Nobody's freezing today or chattering teeth, so we love it.
No, it's all good. So Chad and I were talking about this. This is a great first time for this. Obviously, last year we were up in the pavilion, which is awesome. The nostalgia of that is really, really, really cool. It's very nice. Vermeer helped do this, and so. But we think some of the news maybe worn off. They kind of were holding this for the horse people, it seemed like. So this is kind of the first time. Judging contest was in here, right?
A year ago.
This
year and last year.
Oh, was last year as well,
last year
too?
was my
Okay.
first time I was in here when we were in here.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Didn't know that.
It worked
So-
out really well. I thought when I first come in here after I'd been here for a while and been to the fair and never come over here this end, I was like, this is cool.
Yeah, I've
This
been
is
here a couple
nice.
times.
And this thing has a really good makeup area where you get the kids in there. Plenty of
Yep.
space to the back here. It's inside. It's out of
Yep.
the weather. I think that's as huge of addition.
Yeah, that's all good.
This ring is actually bigger than over at the pavilion. If anybody heard Brad's commentary, that it's 40 feet, so the width is the same, but it's about 15 feet longer in the actual show ring space. So that is bigger, but the biggest win, I would say, for our kids, our families, their teams, our supporters, is this back space of them all be able to be there together, and then be able on these sides and have this. Yes,
Yeah.
comfort of the seats, spectators.
Yeah.
Right, that's really who pays the bills most days. So, yeah, you gotta love that.
So has there been any? To me, it wouldn't care. Has been any blowback? Now it's a jaunt for some of the tent people. Some of the guys are up by the youth inn and kind of up that way on the end of the pig barn. I'm assuming there's some up there. I got here at about 10 till I
Yeah, I'm
kind of
sure
came
they'll probably
screeching.
jockey
Is
for
there a
position
is there a
next round.
jaunt down through here then? Is there any?
There is. So it is a distance. However, if you look at this, how many tents are now outside of this? I mean, this Jacobson building here. Both of these sides are, and today we closed these streets off, so you've been able to go back and forth on these streets on either side, on the north side and the south side. Today they're closed off. I mean, they're full of tents. Plus, we have cattle, and so they're closed for them.
Yeah,
also.
which
But
makes sense.
It's also a long jaunt from the hog barn
Oh,
on the
absolutely.
east side all the way up to the pavilion as well.
Well,
so no matter where you go, you're going to have a jaunt.
And if you were in the southwest corner of the tie-out barn, or what I call it, or
Hey,
the
we're gonna
tie-out,
have,
it's a
Ferris-
long way to go.
Ferris
So
will hit
here we
ball
go
here.
again. Thanks, Jenny.
See you guys, but yeah, you can kind of just do that.
Logical place to start over here in the heifer show. One that wins this class quite handily. Big-footed, big-boned, gets out and goes real good. She has a nice balance look from the side and an ample amount of power. And like we said, one that's a pretty logical place to start, and we can discuss her more when we bring them back out here for the drive. A little more decisions after we get into that, and the one that we land on here in second, we do so because she is the next one is most practical and good in her kind. She's bull-bodied, she's she's bull-bodied, and I think she's more flexible off both ends of her skeleton relative to the one right and behind her. Is she giving up a little bit of the extras and maybe a little bit of depth of belly relative to the one in front of her and behind her? I would say yes, and that's where the one in third really excels the one that is in second. If we just judge these cattle on the standstill and we didn't ask them to move, I think we can move this one up one spot in this class. She's really good looking. She's flat-shouldered. She's really feminine about her neck. She's deep-bodied and has a lot of look of quality. When we ask this heifer to move, she wants to get up in her back, wants to get up a little more upright off of both ends in the way she goes, and that's how we got her landed here in third. Really nice cattle here in four, and one that has a lot of practical attributes. She's bold. She's deep-bodied. She's surprisingly powerful when you get in behind her, especially when you look at how feminine and attractive she is about her jaw and her face. Just need to stouten this one up at the ground, make her a little more flexible in the way she uses her rear wheel, and we can bump her up a little bit at spot. Here in the bottom, these two cattle both have some quality. This one that comes next is stout. You get in behind her, she is powerful. You get over on top of her, she's really impressive. She's bold, she's got some bone. Would love to redesign the way this one uses her rear skeleton, jerk her down her flank ever so slightly, but if you like power, here she is. A lot of practicality with the black and white one that we're going to finish the class with. She's soft, she's flexible. She probably uses her hind leg better than the one right in front of her. We're just giving up a little too much of the extras to move her up, but certainly one that we think will make a heck of a cow.
Well, another real good class over here, and again, quality all the way through. Not a bad calf in this particular class. It just, again, unfortunate kind of for the young ladies here from third down that they fell into a buzzsaw here with a good pair of stout ones. Those are still
Another nice class of key heifers. The guys just got done with. We're having some mic stuff here, so sorry I don't have all the placings yet. We'll get it here in a minute, but we're bringing in a class of January and February's. 5 head in this key division. Looks like it'll be 3 Febs, 2 Januaries. A couple more Sully, J. Saul heifers. A Prime Time. Prime Time's done a nice job. Another Primo onset. That'd be the bull out of out of Ohio. He's a Hoodaman's son. There's another Primo and a 24 carat. So these ones are a little more Angus kind of oriented. There's a Prime Time in here that would be a Kendall Bremer bull. I'm assuming that's the way it is. So again, 5 in this one. We're getting ready. We got one more class. We'll have a senior yearling bankroll daughter coming in here in a minute to do. So if anybody's got any questions or comments, most everybody knows how to get a hold of between Chad and I. So I've gotten 2 or 3 texts of sounds good and all that kind of stuff. If there's something you want to know or want to hear, just let us know. We've got Jenny Studer stopped by and gave us a list of sponsors and the Vermeer, how they made this possible to be down here in this Jacobson building. So it's all good. The ring is awesome, and it sounds really, really good. So I think go back. I think it was that Primo heifer. I think won that class, Chad. That's why
she looked good.
Yeah, that's a nice heifer. That one's really nice.
Heifer.
And there's I don't know.
Now we're into January and February. So this is a good class heifers too.
There's another Primo in here. I don't know. I should get my iPad.
Are we good at talking about hot topics?
Yeah.
We talked about. I think I laughed a little bit ago because years ago we used to come to this show. You have very few people that would maybe start calving at Beef Expo. Hey, I got to go home. We're starting to calve.
Yeah.
We're starting to calve. Now, heck, everybody's breeding when they're at the expo.
So what hot topic would you like to bring up about that, Chad?
How come we don't have many of these older heifers?
I don't know, Chad.
I don't see any Novembers or Decembers being showed here today.
I don't know, Chad.
How's this add up?
How does that add up?
Not very good.
It's cold, It's cold. Maybe trying to do that. Yeah, it's. I told Karen, and a lot of people know. Karen and I said, I've got a list of hot topics that Chad and I could talk about. She says, keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, we talk about that, and I sat on that. Cattlemen's Congress last spring. We did talked about show ethics and talked about birth dates and some of that. It's rampant out of control. So I mean,
oh my God,
not afraid to touch base with it. And that's what somebody said. It's like you almost get where you just don't believe any birth dates when somebody tells you one. It's kind of hate to see, but it's just part of it.
And you've had a lot of cattle and been in it a long time, and I have too. They all eventually catch up. They all eventually, we've just put so much emphasis on these early shows,
Yeah.
And I'm not pointing fingers at anything. That Ohio thing, those guys, our niece lives in Ohio, and that doesn't have anything to do with it, but, those people out there will have 2 sets of cattle. They got the baby calf jackpot deal.
Right, for show.
Early deal.
Yeah.
And then they'll have another set of big cattle.
September, October. Yeah.
Oh, and it's just like, it's kind of like the pig thing. They almost have to have 2 or 3 different sets of cattle, but it's like, I don't like them that well to have that many. I don't have enough money to have that. But yeah,
So you're not quite ready for the Texas Major Show, folks, that have five state fair ones for each one of the majors?
No, not at all.
Hey, this is an awesome class of
This
heifers
is the
here.
best class of
This
heifers
is
we've
depth.
had.
I mean, the one that's going to be fifth place heifer is going to be damn nice.
I mean, this one is. There's another primo that just walked by that I think is dang nice.
Yeah, we get two.
There's two primos.
Same prefix again too. You
Yeah.
talked about your
Bet they.
Canadian breeder.
I should
of the
have my. I should go get
decade.
my iPad and pull it up. I bet they're related to heifers somehow or another, don't you?
Sometimes you look at their names, you could put it together. They might be different.
These ones might be.
Addison Bruggeman, she's no stranger to having success here at these shows.
Let's put a little gray in old Callus's beard out here on this one. This one's might take him a minute. There's only 5 head, but these.
That guy's such a cool customer. I did hardly imagine he'd ever have enough stress to make him gray.
You never know.
He seemed so composed the whole time.
He does. Yeah, he's inflappable.
You know, we need. I wonder if Braden is listening. If he could if he would let us know if he's got any frazzled moments as dad that he would want to share with us at some point. Because I've never seen him nothing but ultimate composure.
You know, a lot of times he's probably kind of like the duck on the water. You know, he's above the water. He's pretty calm and cool. I would imagine. I don't know. Our show barn got a little frazzled every once in a while. It seemed like, but
it would see, yeah. And as they hit, and taking some more just more showing and different stuff, you get a few more things going on. Hey, we didn't talk about too in Ferris. Had you ever listened to his Shoot Side podcast?
Not gonna lie, no, I have not.
Oh, I'm telling you, if you get a chance, I think he's the best as far as a podcaster.
Really?
I mean, he is so. His questions are spot on.
Yep.
He leaves it really well about the guests. I think he's really good. It's fun to see it. I don't think he's been doing as many here lately.
Yep.
I think he kind of quit doing it, but I thought he was awesome on that.
Yep.
I thought he was real good. He had the one, and I still go back and listen to it there where he had talked about he had Rick Fry on there talking about breeding stuff
Yep.
and there, and I thought that was very sincere and genuine and true, and it was good.
Yep. I'm into podcasts. I listen to a lot of them. I just not sorted off one or another, and I listen to some conspiracy theory stuff. I kind of enjoy those, but
Yeah, I'm not probably as big a podcast guy to listen to too much.
I hate riding in a tractor. I hate driving a tractor. I'd be a horrible row cropper. So I put my earbuds in and I listen to podcasts when I have to make hay or put up hay or
Gotcha.
rake or shit like that. So
Now, what are those things?
what's that?
Them buds.
I don't know. It's something I do. I got a shitty radio.
No hearing aid?
Yeah, kind of like a hearing aid. Yeah, I'm practicing for older age. I'm already old. I'm just practicing for older age.
Yeah.
I got a shitty radio. I got a shitty radio in my
Tractor. I got you. A lot of debate. They're going to come through and start placing some of these, like we talked about before. I mean, that 1 in 5th is going to be a really, really nice effort.
Whatever's going to be 5th in here is going to be. That's going to piss some people off at their county fair, I bet, because there'll be a pretty good one.
Yeah, that is amazing, though, when you come up here. There's probably a Supreme Heifer at a county fair. That's
gonna
probably
be
going to be
fifth,
4th or
sixth,
5th in this
fifth,
class.
fifth,
Yeah,
sixth, pretty
right.
easy.
You're going to see that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Yep.
Joel, I can feel for you, buddy. That is a nice heifer, and we wish you the best of luck. It just that's just tough sledding right here. I think they're working their way down. They might have their down to 3.
Looks like it.
Wonder if they'll rewalk them 3 or
24
that's where
carat coming in next of Colton's. Oh, there's that one. Primo.
Yep, he's got them placed. Yep.
I think by far and away probably the deepest class we've had so far as quality from one end to the other. And the way it shakes out is kind of neat for us at least as far as flexibility and power still goes to the one that's going to win this class. Just one that's built more athletic in every way in terms of her shoulder angle and her knee posture and the way it sets into her. Definitely the usage of her hind leg, and it's bigger and better. Just a nice kind of a heifer that's square and opened up. There's times she gives you the right look. There's times she's a touch plainer. You could clean her up there. From there back, though, I think she's unmatched in this class. If we didn't have to walk them, the one you're going to draw into is this one here. You're at the chutes getting this one ready. You've got one coming to go at the show, and I wouldn't argue with you one bit. Good head and neck, big swoopy belly in that one, and still probably has enough power to her. It's just for us, as you study her angles, you study her at the ground, it don't all fit together as well. A little steep-shouldered, a little tighter there in the way she hits the surface. She just never does get a gear and go comfortable. She's just a little ouchy out here as she goes. And that's what can make it a toss-up here with the one here in third. I think, too, she handles herself pretty adequately well in terms of her structure and looseness, and she's very, very broody. You've done a nice job getting her together. Again, there's still some quality here. A touch plainer as you look at her all the way through, though. Just wow pieces we find in those other two cattle ahead of her. Stout, punchy one here we're going to send next in fourth. Almost to the point, though, she's almost too opened up in that shoulder and chest. Just want to blend that into her, maybe make her just a little more feminine about her head and neck. But, boy, a big barrel, big body one that's still got enough probably length of stride to her. Black and white one here, neat to look at, nicely presented there as well. Just needs to be a little sounder for us off of her rear leg. She runs into problems in this class in terms of volume as well, not quite as soft as her contemporaries here. Very, very nice class of cattle.
We could have just went and selected our reserve and not made any more comments, but just for the sake of the kids and the families.
They talked about Tim. That's a good class in there.
That was a great class. Yeah, they said that. You and I said that when it came in. That was the best class we've had of the day, and they even said that when they came in. We got one single entry left in here. Senior yearling, a bankroll. That'd be a Sicily, I'm assuming bankroll. Don't you think?
I guess it could be different, but I'm assuming bankroll.
So yeah, if we say something like that and you guys know different at home, that's fine. We're not trying to be. We're just kind of going off of what we think anyway. So it might be different.
They'll probably get through that. We're going to have a really good set of heifers coming in here for this champion, the key division. Them things are going to look good.
This is going to be a great lineup for this champion key. This is going to be really, really good.
Should be way good.
Really good body. I thought we talked him good in that class.
Well, as soon as they get in, I'm sure they'll talk this single entry.
So we should have 5 keys coming out. I've got Allison Wallace with a 24-carat wins the first class of keys. Dakota DeVore with a Sam with a Something About Mary wins the second class. TJ Goike wins the third class with a Primo. I think I've got Bailey McCullough, right? Didn't she win this fourth class? Yep. Dawn Set, right? Yep. Dawn Set won the class 4. And then Evan Alt wins this single entry in the senior yearling division.
Heifer's wanting to act up by herself a little bit.
Obviously, he's going to have to come with more rear body and flank. He was probably the shallowest in that particular class, but breaking down genuine base width, muscularity, bone and foot size relative to look, and soundness.
As they go, he's going to let her. He's going to go ahead and talk her in the champion lineup. He just sent her out trying to save some time and be efficient here to keep moving.
They'll give that young man his due and credit when he comes back in there in this championship lineup.
Still have to talk them all anyway.
Yeah, they'll talk about them.
So we should be bringing our class winners back in for champion Kitty and a heifer here at the 24 Iowa Beef Expo Heifer Show.
Very, very excited to continue on through the day. My compliments to these kids. Young lady out of class 3's got your
So while we're doing that, let's.
Who you want to talk about? Let's talk about Vermeer.
Talk about Vermeer real quick.
You want to read her off?
Go ahead. You got it. You go ahead and do it. Here comes our class winners.
We talked about the Vermeer story. One man heard a need, and that's how it started. 75 years later and counting, founder Gary Vermeer's innovative Legacy, find a better way for equipment, team, dealers, and customers to build a better world. From the industry's first wagon hoist to a pioneering round baler, Vermeer inventions to help farmers get their work done quickly and efficiently. Vermeer Farm Equipment is built on traditional high standards, so it delivers the reliable service you expect from one of the nation's leading manufacturers of agricultural equipment, and each machine is backed by comprehensive service support. We got Timmy trying to give some direction. There we go. There we go.
Brandon, is that all right? Put the seconds behind you.
As we get them seconds out there, we're talking about Vermeer. And Vermeer. I mean, we can't say enough how we appreciate them giving us a chance to be in this facility. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be over here in the warm, comfy seats to watch the show.
No.
The lighting.
They stepped up, and this is a great facility, and they're great. Of course, Pella, Iowa, there's a couple guys pretty high up in there that are big cattle guys, and they're super good. I'm laughing out here. We're looking at this stuff. So I can't see the third one, but I see some spokesmen out here that got their deal. There's one guy down here in a cowboy hat. It's got a microphone up there. It's my equipment can be challenged, but my dealer support is what makes the difference. That'd be my buddy Chad Holcamp sitting right here. He's a Vermeer man. He does it. And the one I really get the laugh out of is
a few people
is old Jeff Boddicker. I've known JB. I used to help him with his very first sales when he was selling steers 30 years ago in the sale barn up there. He says, I love my cows and Amy, my Vermeer baler, and a few other people. The only thing he didn't have on there is Duke. I know he loves Duke. We're Duke. I mean, Duke's got to be on there somewhere. But having said that, though, that's really cool. I mean, if you know, I don't know who the few other people are. I would think you and I might be in that. I don't know.
About that.
It depends on the day.
I don't want to ask.
I don't want to
get the answer I'm looking for.
Yeah. Okay. If you know JB, if you don't want to know the answer, don't ask the question.
Yeah.
But again, in all honesty, we get out here. Here's a pan of the view of these champion key females.
It's a good division.
I mean, what a division, dude.
I mean, well presented.
We got a lot of cattle to get through before we get to tomorrow afternoon for the Supreme. But I would almost bet that our champion in this division will be
a contender.
I don't know if they make the top 5, but you're going to know
right in there.
You're going to know they're
right
there. I guarantee you that.
Hey, the bar's high, so we're going to have to step it up from this level. So we got to. Yeah, this will be good.
This is all good.
You know, be curious what they do with, every one of these is very, very similar to the one right behind them.
Oh, dude, yeah. This is a great lineup out here. The judges are face-to-face chitty-chatting, and a lot of head shaking, a lot of head nodding going on out there.
I hope you guys can appreciate just the camera angle there where you're just right down on top of them. You can really see them real well. And they've got a lot of debate because there's, going to have a lot of presence.
Well, I think there's 4 or 5. I mean, all 5 class winners legitimately good, but 4 out of the 5 for sure.
4, I think, are definitely not taking away from the one of them out there, but I mean, you could debate them, and I'm sure they'll say that, but you could debate them as far as winning the show.
Yep.
Presentation, my goodness. I mean, them things are thrown together.
Yeah.
You know, we take it for granted as they keep rolling in here just how all of them look so well, but you know how many man hours and effort and talent it takes to get them things all thrown together like they do? Well, spectacular.
I mean, I know you're a hand, and your boys are, and T-Bone and his little crew down there at Stillwater, they're pretty handy at doing some of this kind of stuff. But man, back in the day, we used to take a string of 6 or 8, and about 3 of us, and we put them together and show them. But we didn't have this much hair and all that kind of stuff, you know.
Back in the day, you'd round the world them things. Wouldn't even think nothing of it. Yeah. Now, if you ain't got a belly guy, a top guy, and 4 leg guys, you're
you're not even. And then
you're not
some
even going to be
tail
contented.
And, tail. There's usually 5, 6 of them working on them.
Yep.
And I'm glad. I never was worth a damn at it to begin with, but I'm glad I have graduated out of that.
Yeah, I've graduated.
Transportation and finance. That's what I'm in charge of.
Hey, those are 2 important things.
They're very important. Unfortunately, they're getting harder and harder all the time, it feels like.
That would be a lot of debate, like you'd say. sometimes you look at you guys can't see it there. You see them guys talking, but we've got the Pulse folks trying to get a picture and trying to guess which one the winner is. And I think Tess has just went through and just took pictures of all 4 or 5 of them just in case, so she's got whichever one does win.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So she's got
You know,
the right one.
sometimes it kind of makes sense. You can kind of narrow it down and figure where you're at. So.
Looking across the ring, we got the little mini Hereford steers coming in. Our little buddy, old Hendrix Wilson, he had a run with that.
Oh, my
With
goodness.
that,
Time champion. He's undefeated.
14, 15, 16,
I don't know, but
whatever.
but what do you like, 5 or 6 time national champion, 6 or 7?
Oh, yeah.
I
And
forget
then,
where it was,
he won some jackpots with
The
his radio.
Bumblebee.
The Bumblebee, the Bee Strikes.
Yeah.
The Bumblebee.
All right.
Here we go. Here comes our guys.
Well, when I signed up, I guess I didn't sign up for this. I got asked to do this, so I knew we were going to work hard out here, and it's no surprise with the quality of stock we have out here and the close decisions and the discussing that we've been having. It's been really fun. I'm going to briefly discuss the cattle, let you know kind of what we're thinking and what we see in them. And but what an outstanding lineup. Heifer that wins the first class. I was telling Brandon, this one's deceivingly stout for how good looking she is from the side. When she comes in and she's sound structured and high necked and good looking, you kind of like, oh yeah, that's really good looking breeding heifer. And then I'm surprised when I get in behind her how stout she is. She's big, wide pin. She's got some punch. Sure, we'd like to tuck her up in her chest every so slightly and kind of maybe make her blend in her heart just a little bit better than what she does. But in terms of width and structure with the quality look from the side, that one brings a lot to the table, and we appreciate her. One that wins the second class is really balanced and attractive from the side. Earlier we were talking, I almost wonder if we changed the size or the kind of show halter on this one's head, if we don't like her up there in her jaw and her face just a little bit better than what she is. But big-bodied, she's got some bone. We'd like to maybe make her a little more flexible out of her rear skeleton and maybe open her up relative to the one right in front of her, but certainly a high-quality, well-balanced, well-presented animal that's been fun to evaluate. This one here that wins the third class, when we get her stopped and parked, we really, really like her. Young man's doing a great job here on the stick. She's, too, is highly presented, big bone, big-footed. She's deep-bodied, and when we ask her to lead, she does so in a very flexible and attractive pattern, and she should. Relative to some of these other ones in here, is she the most powerful and the stoutest one in the world? No, but she blends together really, really smooth in a really feminine, long-muscled, and attractive pattern. Young lady here with the green shirt, this one is so bold. She's powerful. She's stout. She's got a nice balanced look from the side. When we ask her to get out and go, she does so in a really eye-appealing fashion. She's soft at the ground. She's soft in all of the lower joints. When we kind of break this one down, say, hey, where do we don't like her, where do we not, or where do we need her to be better? We could clean her up right there in her throat latch, a little bit in her chest, but when we get her parked and her head yanked up like we got her right here, you don't really mind it too bad. And I still would call that one really, really eye-appealing, high quality, and good balance. Didn't get a chance to talk this one out of the last class because we're waiting on our counterparts in the other ring, and we sure do love listening to Miles. He's killer on the mic, but this one's bull-bodied. She's stout. She's high-necked. Maybe gives up a little bit of the smoothness in some of them ones right in front of her, but certainly one that has some breeding attributes. It's a power. We're going to use this one lady with the green shirt to be your champion. Congratulations.
There we go. Coming out of class 4, that would be, I think.
Bailey
that's
McCollum with that onset, I believe.
That
Yep.
was the one that won that one. That was a
Good
tough
heifer.
class.
It
Remember that
was.
class? That was a really tough class.
I think as she come back, looked like she had a Bremer ear tag in her. Seen Kendall kind of hanging around here on the outside. And then Addison Bruggeman comes in here that was second in that class.
And that one ain't too shabby either. Don't
No,
know
I
what they're
thought that
going
was
to
a really
use.
good
I don't know
heifer.
what they're going to use
Yeah.
here, but yeah.
That's the one she walked around the corner and you sure liked. Here we go.
We wheel our second place calf out of the class 4 in, and Brandon talked that class on how attractive and beautiful this one is to look at when she's standing still from the side. She's so elegant, she's so smooth, she's feminine about her neck and head, she's deep-bodied. We'd like to make her more relaxed in her angles and give her a little more flex out of her rear wheel. We kind of talked about which one we'd like to make a cow and which kind of fits us for kind, and that's going to be the one out of your class 1. She'll be a reserve.
Very nice. Went down to the baby.
Over here in the steering side.
I have.
Calf
Allison Wallace with a 24 carats, what I have. Is that what you think? Be a little May, baby?
Yeah, I would say so. Oh, let's get us into some Hereford heifers. High roller May. So we split the Herefords and the poles, our horns and the poles in Iowa.
Looks like it. Yep.
Yep.
I think we still do that up here, don't we? Because we have, don't we have
so.
two
I know
divisions?
sometimes they do there, but yep.
I think we have two. There's two divisions, so yeah, we got a couple in this one.
You bet. As we get rolling through, I don't know, what are we on starting class 15. We still give us a couple classes to go yet before the day's over.
Yeah, we got a few to work through.
Yep.
Boy, this is a breed too that the Herefords, polled and horned.
Either way, yeah.
I started off. That was my very first show heifers were Herefords back in the day, and kind of got a little bit of a soft spot. I haven't had a Hereford in our place. T-Bone never ever showed one, but man, them good ones of this breed are
phenomenal. I mean, their top end is
Wolfy.
incredible. You know,
Their
for the longest
top end
time,
is good.
you used to talk like the poles were a little stouter than the horns, but or vice versa.
Vice versa,
different
yeah,
years. But
yeah.
man, I tell you what, the ones I've been seeing here lately, them horns have been really good.
It's crazy now, though. You'll see the Fleshmate sisters. One wins the horn show, and one wins the polled show.
Right,
you know,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
there's been a lot of good Herefords come through this part of the world too. Again, Talaks have had one, but Paulson's crew, his
right.
little his family,
That was
Kinnick and those guys.
That was a couple years ago.
They've shown some really really good Hereford cattle.
That they did. And I really like that Hereford heifer. That one, was she like third or fourth at the state fair last year?
Yeah.
And I thought that thing looked incredible at our state
that's
fair.
a good beast.
That was a good animal.
Yeah,
I thought she was. They had her spot on.
Well,
Anderson family.
if it got to a better home, they maybe could have had her maybe tuned in just a little tighter, but
yeah, as I say, it looked
being
like
a
she
smart
was-
out.
she-
I mean, those guys.
There was not nothing left, but real good there.
They had her ready. They had her good job.
You know, the Herefords are led by good. They're led by good folks. Jack does a good job, and Bedwell, and
Amy Cowan. She's the junior advisor. She's the junior lady.
Yep.
She does a good job. She's an Iowegian.
Didn't she just win best of beef breeds?
Best of the barn, best of the veal and Sully's as the junior advisor. Yep.
Yeah.
Her and Bailey Clanton. Bailey Clanton's
She
she's
does a
her
good job
sister.
on
Yep.
doing that too. Yep. And I know there's debate whether or not they have, but between them and the Angus. But I know entry-wise, due to double entry, they claim themselves to be the largest national junior show. Big numbers.
They have big numbers. They have a bunch of them.
Big numbers.
Bunch of them. Speaking of which, man, that junior thing's coming around. Here comes Callis.
Nice way to start off our whole Hereford show. We're going to leave these two like they stand here, and just so much more in terms of sheer dimension and just robustness of the heifer we're going to lead off with. Extra length and look that she has there as well. Again, big shape out of her rear skeleton. Still one that sets down on her foot when she's not fighting the system, and that's what makes it hard. Maybe she's a little shorter hip, maybe she's a little more vertical, maybe in terms of her shoulder, but just hard to tail out here totally because she's wanting to fight the system. Same thing can be said for this one here. Boy, a really neat youthful look about her. I like her length that she has as well, and I think better days are ahead of this one. Just today probably gives up too much in terms of just sheer power and substance. She too, I like to just make more relaxed today in terms of her structure and the way she handles things, but nice pair to get the Horn Hereford Heifer show started.
Boy, just a really good lineup of miniature Hereford steers here in this particular class. The young man's steer that leads off is he's just really good in terms of a lot of things that we're looking for. He's got that extra feature. He's got that extra foot.
Finished up our first class of horned Herefords. Carter Schroeder was champion with an upstream UPS sensation daughter. McKenna Rogers was second with a high roller daughter. Coming in, we got 5 in this second class of horned Herefords.
We jump right in here to the marches.
And then we have a class of 5 Februaries and then another senior year in November. So we'll have 4 classes of horns, horned Hereford cattle.
Look like there's a few more poles and horns here today.
Yeah, looks like it, right. Yep. Yep. Then we get into the limmies and limb flexes.
You bet. Trying to look ahead a little bit to get you not been in trouble, but should have a good stout division in there. Nice set, real good class here again of 5 of them here in your Hereford division.
So as they were going through here, they gave us a list of Platinum Stakes Club members, people that have supported and donated to the IJBBA. We'll just kind of talk off a few of them as we go. So it's we'll just bring them through as we go. But 212 livestock products. Abel Bachenstein Stite Power Washing, Agrivision, Air Solutions of Iowa Incorporated, Badger Farms and Trucking, Blueprint Cattle Company, Boyer and Core Show Cattle, Brimmer Show Cattle, Bruce and Deanna Jones, Bruce Supplies and Construction. We'll bring you some of these folks that have helped sponsored and helped supported the youth of Iowa in this cattle deal as we go throughout the day. Again, Chad will give you the rundown, give you a kind of an update, kind of who our judges are on this heifer side as they get ready to walk these Herefords.
Yeah, we go. A lot of you folks would know Brandon Callis from Minco, Oklahoma. I was trying to see where he had. I know he's at Redlands Community College. Was he an A&M guy, Brandon? I believe he was. I think he was at Texas A&M. I knew he grew up in Texas. He does a good job. He makes some show steers, likes the Simmental cattle. Yep. Job. He's doesn't travel with Redlands, but he coached them guys for a long time. I think he still helps them down there, but Spencer Scott to be the judging team coach with Macy Gretzka helps his associate helps down there. They had a good run. They did really well down there.
Spencer's a nice young man. Of course, Macy of Iowa ties, and with her dad and her uncle and aunts and uncles,
grandpa and grandma,
and aunts and uncles still in Iowa, and her dad down in Texas. Mom and dad are in Texas, but super nice young lady. I know she was helping Parker at Oklahoma State last year, and Tyler took that class with him, and super nice young lady, super good.
Yep.
Was really good to Tyler, and Tyler enjoyed it.
She'd have been on Parker's first national champion team.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where she come over there, did really well, won lots of honors for school side too, and fit in really well. Yep. And I'm sure Jeff and Brandon would say, I'm sure they're probably glad to have her down there helping Spencer. He does a good job.
Yep. Yeah, several Iowa kids with ties to your Oklahoma State Cowboys, Chad. You were a trendsetter. There's several of the Iowa State's or Iowa young kids down there now. They've got some time there. So
quite a few, and we try to still stay focused up here talking about our Cyclones at Iowa State, but it's it's good. And you got Miles talking over there. Miles is a Western Illinois. He'd be a Mark Hogue disciple.
Yep.
He was on there.
Speaking on that, I mean, Mark is obviously very well renowned and really high quality evaluator, does a great job. But I truly think one of the nicest men I've ever met, had the opportunity to listen to and work with, is his dad. I think Dan is absolutely salt of the earth dude.
Icon. Yeah. And we hope we can make his, he had him up for that saddle and sirloin last year, when Gerald got in, which actually how everything worked out, it probably was a blessing.
Kind of a blessing.
That God put it in the order that he did do, but there's Dan Hogue is just absolutely an industry icon. Needs to be in that to get his portrait up there at some point. But he's strong. He did judge this thing several different times here at the Beef Expo. It's neat. I thought one of the neat experiences. It's been a few years ago too when Mark and Dan did this together.
Yep.
The first together groups I think we did of kind of going into the co-judge, but the lives that he's effective is real. Was just real good.
One of the cool experiences I had when I was quite a bit younger, Doc Hunsley and Harlan Ritchie. Those guys had a Type and Kind conference up at Michigan State, and I thought it was absolutely cool as it can be. Dan Hogue was there at it,
right,
but not speaking. He attended. He was a participant like I was. He sat there and watched it and took it in. And I mean, he didn't contribute. He listened, and I mean, the dude knew much or more than. Not taking anything away from Harlan and Dr. Ritchie and
they've been
Dr.
good, yep.
But I mean, he did that, and they had a judging contest, and as we went through the days and that kind of stuff, and we get into it, and I was second in that all week long 4 or 5 days judging contest. I got beat by Dan. he beat
ready
me.
to have his A game on,
and he tricked me. It was like I'll never forget. It was a class of Simmental bulls. And we were doing not what you're supposed to do, but we were chitty-chat about him on ringside, and he tricked me into switching my top pair, and he did it the opposite way, and sure enough, he was right. So that's what he beat me by, was a pair switch that he talked me into. So, wow, great guy. Dan Hogue is just a super, super good dude, man. Touched a lot of kids over the years.
Oh, my goodness, and just the district shows and
multi-species.
Multi-species.
It's not like he's not like he's just a cow guy. I mean, it's
you consider him kind of a cow guy for as many he's done, but he's actually a hog guy.
He's more of a pig guy,
he's
right?
A pig guy,
really?
yeah,
Yep.
by breeding of nature.
Yep.
And Mark messed around the goat side. I think he got a few goes with Cooper Bounds over there. Does a good job.
Yep.
It's kind of off topic there, but just and the same as Miles Tony, as we kind of started the conversation. I mean, he's multi-species. Brandon Callis, a multi-species. He's judged a lot of major goat shows.
We just did a big goat. I'm going to get it wrong. San Angelo?
Yeah, San Antonio's going on now.
San Angelo, maybe.
He's done a lot of the. He done a lot of the major ones, and I think he's done Houston and some of those. But yeah, very talented. You do have crossover and just in terms of structure and body and some things. I think goats probably carry over to cattle as close as any. But I tell you, I'm still a cow guy, and I want a cow guy out here judging our cow shows. Somebody that's actually breeding them, making them, and calving them, and going
we
through all
talked
the
about the kind of get
things.
into it, the I don't know, not controversial, but topics and that kind of stuff. I don't know if there's a rule about that. There's not going to be a rule about it, but I am almost one you might need to have.
This is my first time ever having an associate out here, and I really do like it out here for moments just like this where you can bounce things off of someone else that you really respect and make sure you got your head screwed on right. Because if you guys want to jumble these cattle around and see different things in them and place your priorities different than Brandon and I did, you're more than welcome to, because I think all these cattle have good to them, and all these cattle have things we'd like to fix about them. The young man here that's going to lead off the class does so because we feel like this is the practical way to start. She's flexible in her skeleton. She's got some length. She's got some look and balance and quality from the side. She's long and smooth in her muscle pattern, and she's certainly later in her maturity pattern, the one right in behind her. Just kind of seems like the place that we kept coming back to as the logical place to begin the class. We kept breaking the cattle down and thinking about it and working them. The one that's going to be here in second is the one that we feel is the most practical and ideal in her skeleton relative to the ones right in behind her. Now, would we like to stretch her out everywhere, maybe lean her up and maybe lengthen out her maturity pattern relative to the ones on both sides of her? Absolutely. But when we talk about flexibility, squareness, and that blend of power, that's the one for us that comes next in a second. Now, really gravitate to the big pieces, this one that's here in third. I love me a high neck calf. I like how attractive she is about her neck and her jaw and her head. She's deep-bodied. She's really balanced and well-presented. For us, we really need to lay this one back further in the angle of her shoulder, set her back in her knee. But when we get her stopped and looking like this, there's so much to like about that animal, and we really like her quality look and hard-to-make pieces. And 4. Now the 1 and 4 is big-footed. She's good structured. I would argue that she might be the most flexible out of the maybe in the entire lineup. We like her performance. We like her rib shape. We need to jerk her down in her center body, maybe flatten her out the top side of her neck, and just relax her and kind of collect her in her spine when she goes. But one that we think you get a calf in her, and maybe this time next year you're going to like her a whole lot more, and maybe move her up a time or a spot or two in this class. Like her feet, like her bone, like her flexibility. One here that rounds out the class, like her rib shape, like her look. Just need to make her a little more flexible in the way she uses her rear skeleton, but certainly a high quality one to round us out.
Just a really nice pair of main steers to kick off this breed. And the one we elected to go with, where he wins this class, is this look right here, his look of balance. And
Well, if you listen to Ferris talk that, he talked about just the difficulty of that in terms of, kind of parity or evenness in that class. And they kind of go down through there. So we should get these class Februaries. This be 17, is that correct?
Yeah, should be 17. Yep.
So we've got 5 entries in this class. 2 of the Rogers, a Lovren, Wagner, and then
Healthy, I guess.
He's a bit more opened up at the base of his shoulder. He's a bit more rigid there as you ask him to move. A calf that just needs to balance a bit better, but a high quality.
I would almost guess, I don't know, the first one's the exact same, so I don't know if she's just double entered or not. So there might be only 4 in this class.
Ferrari and Farah.
Well, I don't know. They got the same registration number and same tattoo.
I'm sure. The tattoo I guess would match up then. When can't already do that though. You could be litter mates, but not heir. But
I'm not trying to. Yeah,
I think I follow your logic.
different names. Maybe they just couldn't decide on what to name it.
Yep.
So we don't know if this one's Ferrari or Ferrara.
Yep. I tell you what, still 4 really nice heifers though. They've got they've been bringing their A game in this class.
Oh yeah, this is a really good class.
Over on the steer side of the catch-up, new division, main and 2 steers, class 14.
Got Brandon running around, Ferris on the backside as they crisscross in here. In here we've got an American Classic, Front Runner, High Roller, and Dominant. Those are some names I can recognize a little bit. TR American Classic, I always thought those cattle were really good. I know the semen on him has gotten pretty scarce, but I thought those things were way good. The High Roller bull, boy, he's got a good picture, so I know he's got to be a good bull.
So I do give them credit on this Showman app. So first in that Class 2, the Horned Herefords was Spencer Suchin?
Hey,
Sorry, Spencer. Apologize.
Spencer.
And then second was
What was
Winston
she out
Tim.
of? What do you got?
That one was a Dominant. SR Dominant
Yep.
308.
This one's dominant here in this class too.
And then second,
come right around
Winston's was Diversified. Was that one? Was the sire of that one? So. Front Runner, High Rollers, Dominant. Yep. Yep, 4 in this one.
Yep. One thing too about the Hereford exhibitors, talk about presentation, boy, some of them can be kind of wavy haired, but my God, them guys still get them smooth and dialed in.
I bet they wear out a couple rice brushes a year on some of them, don't you?
I was going to say if they're going to work their way up to the top, they would.
Oh my.
Well, we got a good crowd in here, Tim. Look around
a
here.
great crowd. Why
This
would
place,
there
for
be?
the size of this place and the comfort of these seats, and with the cold weather day we have out here, it just good to see. Again, can't say enough about the facility, and sure appreciate Vermeer to be the major sponsor to get us over here in this area.
Yeah, and good job, good job out of Mallory and her staff and her crew
yes.
running the whole expo. Of course, Jenny Studer's
She was here to talk to us a little bit.
Yep, Jenny does a lot on this junior weekend, but Mallory's been big into the Mallory Robinson. I mean, she's sort of the head, the executive. I'll probably screw up the title, executive secretary or the vice president.
Chief in charge of headaches through the week.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah, she would have a lot of fires to be putting out as she
for
goes
sure.
through it and handles it well.
And her staff, her group of minions that are helping her and that kind of stuff. And I mean that all respect.
Oh, we do.
My wife's one of them, so she's been helping Mallory this deal. But good job for them to bring it down. And this is really kind of nice for the spectators too, because they can park down here. You get up around the pavilion, the old pavilion. I mean, the tents are up and everybody's got their crews and stuff, and the trailer parking. It's just hard for the grandmas and grandpas to find a place to park, but it is sure nice down here. I parked right outside the deal. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it's come a long ways. That's
as these two guys have kind of had their meeting at the mound, so to say, and now they're going to go out there and kind of relook and confer what they're looking at, and they're going to check out the two different things, and I'm sure they'll probably start placing them. Like we talked before, this is a class you want to get right, because there could be probably one of the better heifers.
This is a pretty good class here now.
Yeah.
This is a pretty good class now. I'm telling you, this is a good class of Herefords.
Be a good judging contest class. I mean, these four would be tough.
Yeah, speaking of the judging, I mean, I've helped you and worked with you several times on judging contests and stuff. I think we need more classes like this. It's so far anymore, it feels like the judging contests are getting a little watered down, honestly. That's we have them a little programmed, to me, and this is my opinion, purely my opinion.
I'm going to give you a different opinion as we get here in just a second. When we talk about the water down.
but from the standpoint of there's usually a place to start or a place to land.
Yeah, they try to have some logic to it. That's what they talk about.
Yeah, some logic, I guess. By watered down, that's what I meant. But there's back when I had Duello there was a lot of no place to start. He just kept throwing them some bucks at you, and you just had to water through it.
Short four out and not having to put it in there. Yeah. Now, the only thing I would say on there, though, and being on the different committees for there, and we can talk about that here in a second, but for having some committees and some very, very well-respected people on some committees with you, you get some differences of opinion.
An interesting class here to study here, but I think both of us are fairly confident in the young man's heifer here to lead off this class. Just the look and presence she gives us out here still matches that with the right kind of body shape and hip and stoutness when you get in behind her, and still the length of her stride, the flexibility and usefulness of her legs, particularly her upper joints, is very, very good. If I'm going to get critical of her, I like to set her down at the ground on just a little bigger foot and make it more secure at times. Oh boy, a neat one that gives you a lot of good positives out here. He does an awesome job showing this one, and boy, just her silhouette, her comfort of her spine, the look of her neck is all very, very well and good. The depth of her body is very, very good, and still one that handles her structure, I think, adequately sound out here. We'd just like to open her up a touch more off either end, give her a touch more just base width for guys like us. These next two, you can debate and go back and forth, and Ferris is probably right on this one. You initially see her, you're like, boy, there's not enough of her, and then there's times that one cooperates, and you think, hey, that one's got a chance. I do like the way she lands in terms of her feet and legs when she decides to go. I think her posture, her skeleton, her balance and proportion all read very, very, very good. Just wish she had a more cooperative attitude, and I wish there was a little more
more of her to run with those two ahead of her, but I think that one's got a bright future in her. There's more hip probably dimension and just a little further along look to this one we're going to close with. Her boldness is good. For us, you just got to change the design of her hind leg and her rear feet. She's just a shot plainer there in her shoulder and chest, and just maybe not the look we find in those three ahead of her. That's four really nice heifers, though, in there in that class.
Young man's going to lead off this class, and opted obviously turn him around. A bigger class has allowed him to kind of draft down here, and obviously the calf wants to get out there and get to scooting, and so I appreciate that part of him for sure, man. His skeleton is built impeccable, particularly behind in the way that he sets down to the surface, but he accompanies a good build with muscularity. Whenever you get in behind him, he's got a powerful back laid in him. I love his squareness of his pin set. From his hooks back to his pins, that's the best calf that we've seen.
We got, we're into our last class of horns.
Just the shape of his full ribbon center body. He's not as neat as crest.
One senior yearling, a November legacy.
I'd give him just a footprints right at the ground, but I think that's getting pretty nitpicky.
2 a.m. baby. Look at the name. 2 a.m. baby. I love it.
Buddy, I told you earlier.
I don't believe 2 a.m. would be the prefix, would you think?
Oh, that makes sense.
Only time will tell how good he can get.
I got one that I need to name minus A below baby. We had a couple back there in that day.
I'm going back to what my name was years ago, Earless Cattle Company there in that stretch in January.
It's hard to call them Aprils.
Yeah.
Whether you're standing next to him or just studying alone, we just got to open him up in his cage and just give him a little softer look to his center body. But boy, I like that thing's built a good deal.
Kale's going to get a class winner.
But hey, that's a good feed and fat steer. He may not win the biggest show, but he's got a county fair written all over him in terms of just being opened up and square and powerful in his rib. I like that about him. He needs a shot of ankle and foot. We got to clean him up there, obviously through his chest board and the crest and right there into the lower part of his throat. Really a quality calf once he takes off and goes. We let the silver one come here at the top end of it because I like his length of body, love his profile here in terms of his depth of rib, and he still has a good shape to his body. Obviously, he's not as tricked out as those cattle right ahead of him in terms of his look, his muscularity, but boy, he's a nice build one.
Big class of main steers across the way. 8. Ferris is just waiting on them to finish up. Talk about our lone senior yearling Hereford out here for this exhibitor out here. She's got a class winner in the senior yearling, sired by Legacy, 2 a.m. baby, November baby.
Black one here probably props up and gives you a little
Yeah.
exotic look to the steer even right ahead of him. He's tucked up more in his rear rib and flank. He's the harshest in terms of the way that he sets down here in the bar. Young man's and closes. Again, a calf there that probably
Kind of tuned in the last of
Ahead of him, his joints and his
Miles
ankles
and
have to be
jump
better
to,
to move up.
Ferris.
Awesome class, real good class winner. Congratulations to them all.
Over here on the heifer ring, really nice single entry, long bodied. She's long and smooth in her muscle pattern, yet still has some power when you get in behind her. We look forward to seeing her out here with some more competition.
Class 19, first call. 19 main entry steers, first call, second call, class 18.
Ferris had some good words there for that.
All right, let me catch up over on the heifer side. Horned Hereford breeding heifers, class 17, first place. Emmett Loverin. Second to Rain Wagner. Third to Elsie Mananak. And fourth to Morgan Rogers. Final class of Horned Hereford breeding heifer, single entry. First place goes to Kale Montag. And now we will be selecting your champion in reserve, Horned Hereford breeding heifer.
Yeah. There. Yeah. Can you hear now? We're good. We're getting. We're going to be waiting just a second. I don't see Brandon out here in the center of the ring, but Ferris is sure capable. We're right down the center of the ring. Being your class wingers.
To the front of you on your screen, the back side is going to be your second places here in your Hereford division. Oh, there's Brandon. He was over there talking to, looking at some show steers. He comes around. We've got our 4 out there. So Montag, Kale should be the class winner there. Emmett Lovren is going to be right there in the Class 3 winner. Spencer, I believe, with the dominant heifer was won Class 16. And then Carter won the May heifer class, Class 15. It'll be your 4 out there competing for your Horton Hereford heifers out here in this division.
Again, I'll quickly go through these. This one that came in at first class, great way to start it off. Just an awesome look of quality, the kind of dimension we like to see in these cattle with some actual shape and some boldness to her. Really appreciate that. And then still plenty sound enough at the surface. You just free her up and loosen her there right in the middle of part of her spine and lengthen her hip. But boy, a neat heifer. Like Ferris talked about this class, just a pretty solid individual. She's got width, she's got substance. I think she's pretty practical in terms of the way she's built. She doesn't have maybe the wow pieces as heifers on either side of her, but still good kind of cattle. Really neat one here. Again, it just makes it real hard to put a big hole in this one. A good front end, awesome body. I mean, it really comes back in terms of her progression of width and substance is really ideal there. And still one that sets down pretty good. Again, just to complete the total package, you may give her just a little more foot and bone to set on for as stout as she is up high, but still a neat heifer. That single entry that came out here, again, awesome neck set. Length of body's good. Still got some shape to her. Maybe just a touch flatter there in terms of her body. Set her back in her knee relative maybe to a few other ones out here. But really a nice set of them here. 2 of them here that a little more alike in terms of our speed, in terms of shape. And then one of those just handles herself a little sounder. Young guy here out of this Class 3 will be our champion. Young man out of Class 1 will be a reserve.
Emmett Lovren with front runner. That's a good heifer, well presented. And then we come out of Class 1, which was a really good heifer there too. Carter Schroeder. Yep. UPS sensation. Yep. Them are a nice pair of heifers. Very good. Get that turned down there, but now we'll jump right over to our polled heifer. Yeah, hang on that second. We get our class of polls as we get coming in here.
Get organized back up in here. Pulled Herefords. We got class of 4 Mays, Aprils and May. I guess 1 May, 3 Aprils.
Ferris, what do you know?
There's Mr. Callis. He's up here. He comes over. He's doing a great job. Welcome to Iowa.
Like the ring. It is. You can see well too, isn't it? Lit up well. No shadows. No shadows or has shadows? No shadows. No shadows. That's what I thought. Yeah.
So you've judged them both better, or which one's better? Yep. Mr. Callis. Mr. Callis says
way better right here.
Way better in here. Yep. It's very cool.
Yep. Hey, California, how'd like this morning? Did that weather wake you up this morning coming out of the hotel?
A little.
Yes, we get ready to start over here in our polled heifer division. Had a little fun, have the judges come over here in the front of us and give us a little talking to.
Getting started into the polls. We're moving into them. The guys are moving along nicely. 10:30, doing good. Out here we've got a couple high rollers sired, got a cash flow sired, got a copper candy, 3 Aprils and a May.
Talk a little bit about Brandon, what his comments was.
Oh yeah, so we just asked Brandon, of course, Ferris has had the opportunity to judge on both rings too. Just asked him how he liked it here, and he said, which one's better, the pavilion or this one to judge in? He goes, this one. He just pointed down. And he said, immediately said, there's no shadows, easy to see. room. They say it's
Surface.
they say it's the same width, but it looks wider to me. It looks wider, but they said it's 15 or 20 feet longer. Is
Yeah.
that what they were telling us?
So basically what they're saying, because I know somebody told me right away, well, it looked like smaller rings than over there, but these are actually square footage or bigger show rings than we have at the on the other side.
And I think it looks wider too. I think, but maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm not arguing.
Well, I think
I'm
it is
just
a
saying
little bit wider.
wider.
No, I thought she said the same width.
That's what I think, but it looks wider.
You know what I think we get a little bit. Do you think that's got a little bowl shape to it over there?
Probably. I would imagine all
I
that
think it
dirt
does.
gets
Where it's kind of worked up to the sides there, and this just seems perfectly level with the. You know, we got the concrete floor underneath this one.
Yeah. Well, I give them credit. They got enough chips. They've got enough bedding or covering on the floors. There's been the cattle are walking on it good. They're not
they
slipping.
are. Yeah, now we did have a steer on the other side that got loose, running full speed ahead. Did slick just a little bit.
I think that was more had to do with him than it did the footing, though.
I think so. Yeah.
This is a good class of pulled Herefords here, Chad. This is a nice set of females.
That's an incredible look. The quality, his presence is beautiful from the side. I think that steer again. His joints are real good. If I'm nitpicking on him, I let him just ease down to the ground, just a little easier off of his.
Boys, these things get right here in front of us here. This is a good class.
Even though their joints are built good, they're probably sticking up and poking just a little harsh here off of the bark. But boy, once he settles in and his ankles lay back in him, his heel sets down, that's still the most confident steer at the surface with having the most to it.
Yeah, that's just a good setup. Another high roller, two high rollers, copper candy, cash flow.
If this calf gets fat enough and he's four-ribbed right behind his shoulder and that left hind stays just good enough.
Have you ever bred many? Have you ever calved out any Herefords? You guys breed any Herefords?
We did. The only I can tell you a good story about. I have not too much. My wife's dad, Ronnie Wellman, is 88 years old. He decided here his health is good, but he not getting around as good as he used to. He decided he wanted Herefords. So we went on a mission. We was going to say, we're going to get you some Herefords. So we went over and bought a fall pair that's awesome from Lauderman's. Sold in the Illinois State Hereford sale.
Yep.
So that is we bought a bred heifer and bought that fall pair. She's very, very nice.
Good.
That's I've always admired them, but I've never owned them. But this is the closest I've been to actually having Herefords.
So you're just getting into it. Your father-in-law's getting into it as a 88-year-old rookie.
Yep. And then what we did is I did a little checking, and we bought some Marksman semen.
Yep.
$250 a straw, just AI to them. So figured, let's get after it. What's the best bull? I said, looked to me like there's some several champions I like that I picked before that were Marksmans. I said, I want that bull.
88 years old, no need to worry about breeding up. Just dive right into it and get after it.
Yeah. He just remembered when he was younger he had them and decided he wanted them. And Kim says, hey, you go get some.
Yep.
So he's on a mission to buy.
That's good. That's all right. Well, where you sell, you got heifers and steers. I mean, again, now's that thing is, this breed steer market thing is
way good, yeah.
Really good. I mean, the other, we're talking about, so many people reverse sort for heifers. It's like, about to the point now, I just want them to come wherever how they come.
Right.
Good is good, and that steer thing is, I mean, the Lemmy steers and Hereford steers and mini Hereford steers we talked about, Wilsons, it's like there's a market for about all these things right now.
Oh, boy, if you got quality, it's good. I think we talked about that earlier today, too, because there's no easies. There's no division that's not
there's
easy. That you can, there's no easy path to get here to the finals. You got to strap them up and be ready.
Well,
here again, I mean, this is the first class of polls, but man, they got some debate here. As they walk by us, they look dang good.
They're nice.
Very good. There's a big division here in the Polled Hereford show. Oh, Judge Callis is starting to pull those things backwards. Two, one. Stella Lautner, would you know who would she belong to by chance at all? Nope. Cash Flow. I thought that one walked by. I thought that was a really good heifer.
That's a nice one, yeah.
Yeah, I thought she presented well, looked good.
Nice class over here in the heifer show, and a good place to start. Here's one that wins this class because she does so at the ground. We prefer her flexibility in her lower joints. She reaches off both ends of her skeleton better. She's a balanced, powerful package out here. Now, relative to the one right behind her, she may be a little heavier condition, a little thicker there in her throat latch. I would agree with that, and that's where the one here in second probably excels. She's a little sportier. I think she's a little fresher in her condition, and really looks good when we get her set up here on the side, and probably a little more relaxed in her spine when she does relax relative to the one right here in front of her. But for us, we'd like to stouten her up at the ground, give her a little more comfort in the way she uses her rear skeleton. But with that said, I still think she's a structure advantage over the one that we have coming here in 3. The one here in 3 is really captivating when you look at her from the side. She's deep-bodied, she's tucked up good in her chest, she's long neck and has a real good look of quality when we get her parked. So when we ask her to move, that we'd like to relax her everywhere, set her back in her shoulder a little bit, give her more flexibility and reach out of her rear skeleton. If you like power, then the one here in 4, you can move up into 3. She's stouter than the one right in front of her. She's bolder in her rib shape, and with that, she gets a little more masculine about her head. And we'd like to lay her back too, and angle to her shoulder. A really good class of heifers.
Ferris did a good job of talking those. Again, really good class winner there. DKFRO Cash Flow, Miss JDT. April 28th heifer. Really nice heifer for Stella. We're going to have five coming out here next. We're going to see a couple names, not a little name jumping, but we got Talak heifer and Schaumbachers. I know do a really nice job, showing some really good scimitars.
Over on the heifer side, placings for class 19 Colbert heifers, first class of new.
As we get those in here, 5 of these be March heifers.
Third to Leona Manternack, and fourth to Avery Harris. Once again, that was placings for class 19.
Had one come here, kind of hit the bedding a little bit, slick a little bit, but
nice job hanging on. I believe I'd have let go.
And over on the steer side, placings for class 16, Maine Andrew Steers, first place, Chloe Rogers, second to Maxwell Tubbs.
3, 4, 5.
Third to
There's our
Bob,
class.
fourth.
Got a high roller, Montgomery. I know that one. I've heard that one. Pyramid Historic, excuse me, and Express Platinum.
Boy, what an individual to start off this class.
Stagmeyer.
This orange baldy calf, it just does so many good things correctly. His skeletal quality.
yeah, they look good.
Love the way his blades set back onto his rib cage, his knees appropriate.
You know, the Rogers family here, they've had several Herefords here that done a good job. They had some nice cattle, maybe not winning every one of them, but we're right in there bringing us some quality.
And I bet that Talak heifer, didn't Jenna have a heifer from,
yeah, we got Stella be Dax Lautner's daughter. So I got a
Dax,
text
okay.
in here, yeah.
Yep, good.
Dan, I appreciate you sending that information there. That heifer sure looked good.
She looked nice.
Yeah, young lady, you can tell she was proud of her heifer. Did a good job of showing and getting her
looked
stuck
good.
and
She had it put
presented.
together nice too.
Yeah, they did a good job.
Again, one that's hard to poke hole in. We like his rib shape, we like his look and his presence. I like to maybe relax.
This is a good class, another good class of pulls. This is a really deep class of pulled Hereford heifers here as well.
Yes.
They got I guess you can see all 5 of them on the screen. They kind of got them all bunched up right there. I don't want the judges to have to walk too far, I guess. But yeah, that's a nice set of heifers.
It,
Got 4 more classes. Be 6 classes of pulled Herefords today.
Yeah, we'll keep going through. Got a lot of show left at 10:38. We're not quite even to fourth of the way through for today. Morgan there comes right behind. Right on your screen there would be Abby Talak heifer.
in the calf. The young lady does a nice job showing this calf. A really good body. Really good
Hannah would be right there in front of you there on the screen as well, and Cole would round out the class.
I thought when they came in, I thought I had my class winner pretty well picked out. I'm not so sure I do now, Chad. This thing, once you get them out here and start motoring them around here, this is a nice class of heifers.
Right. You know, they talked about that, but man, I think the surface is good. You can really still see them. It's soft enough surface to have them move good, but yet tight enough you can still see their feet without being.
Yeah, you can see when they would just walk right by us here, you can still get up on them and see their foot shape and everything else.
Yeah.
And 6 to Taylor Quake. Once again, that was placed for class 17, main Andrew steer.
We're just where we're sitting here. We're on the end gate. We're on the east end of the show ring, and we're just glancing across here. I am telling you, in this main steer class that's just walking in over there, I don't believe I want to be them judges tonight right now. Wow.
Yeah, I'd say the water got deep over there on that side.
I mean now.
I don't want anybody tuning away, but I'll tell you what, that's a good set.
Go listen to the cousins. They were partners in crime last year. We sat beside each other last year, and it was fun to chitty chat with them on that side of it. But they're across the ring from us today. But that's a whale of a class of steers over there.
Oh, it is. Well, that camera angle, you can sure see them things right across there. I just love so much about what we have here in our show here today. We've got a lot of debate here on these guys on this side, and you know, it's one of the values that we learn by showing cattle is respect, and you know, they respect each other's opinions as they go through and get them lined up to where they're comfortable. And he's starting to make a couple of those pulls on through. So we got the Rogers, Talak, and Schombacher out there. Now we're down to Abby Talak. It looks like she's going to be our class winner with the CH High Roller.
Not a good class here. Maybe as confident and easy of a class winner as we've had thus far here. One that brings a world quality to the ring in terms of just size and frame and mature height. I really love where this one is. I love the body dimension of this one. And again, it don't hurt. She's got big legs and big feet to go off of, and they still work in a very flexible manner. If you're going to pick on that heifer at all, and I think it's the game we play, she's there enough in terms of condition, but boy, you wouldn't want her any further from that in terms of just keeping her fresh enough from here on out. But boy, nice one here that lands here to find in this class. Heifer right here next in second just comes the closest to her in terms of her feet and legs and basics and fundamentals. Love her body dimension. I like her hip. Where she gets over the next two is she's so much better in the design of her hind leg and the way she here, just want to make it a little more aesthetically pleasing and more correct in the way she handles that posture. But to me, this one behind her is not really an upgrade in that sense. A stouter one probably, a bolder one probably, and still good enough looking as you study her up front. Still want to change her foot and rear leg travel, and that way she dumps out of her hip just ever so slightly. Then our darker red one here, very deep.
So go through that class of pulled Herefords. Abby Talak wins that with a high roller. Really good things they said about her. Liked her. She's a nice female. She's got a good look to her out there. Second was Cole Schonbacher with a platinum daughter. So again, come back out here. We got 4 Februaries on the pulled Hereford side. Hunter, John, Wyatt, and Avery. Got a Montgomery sired. One came out of the sale here. That's nice. That's always good to see that the young.
Hey, how do you know one's on the sale?
It says down here. It says sale heifer. Yes.
Sale
Second
heifer.
one.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Under the pedigree.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool that this one came out of the sale. That's always good to bring quality cattle for that, to come back out here for the sale, back out here for the show.
Heck yeah.
And then
Oop.
I got an
What else we got?
advanced otter.
Advanced Hoemaker.
Hoemaker, yep, there you go.
That is
And Montgomery. Again, nice job out of liveauctions.tv. Appreciate them being here with the great views, great angles on their on the cameras.
It takes an army of folks to
the
get
ladies
this
and
pulled
us are
off for
working here
those,
to.
yeah, out here. There's quite a few of them here. In around here to tune it in there.
So, again, very good.
Hey, some of that might be actually our speaking, not really the equipment's problem. We're trying to, if we sound a little distracted, we're trying to get everything tweaked in here just a little bit with the equipment side to get everything brought to everybody. But as you guys watch them go, they're coming down right here in front of us here on this far east end where we're sitting here. We got Wyatt, got him his gray cowboy hat on. Hunter's got his, maybe it's the same color, but we got 2 same cowboy hats. John in the middle, Schroeder at the back.
I didn't hear. How are entries? Do you know how the entries were up here as far as number of cattle?
I don't know where the final number are. I probably should know, but I mean, 91 classes here today, I would say that'd have to be.
That'd be quite a few.
We're not hurting for numbers.
No, we're not hurting for numbers. I figured as nice as the weather was leading up to it, today's a cold day, obviously, but it a snowstorm and a snowstorm and a cold day would cold weather usually knocks the fair skinned ones out of them.
We learned to tolerate and deal with the cold, but ain't like we necessarily look forward to it.
No, no shit, right?
Yep. Yeah, I don't see.
Margot the Magnificent. That's true. She's the.
Yeah, no.
The only thing I can see. The only thing I can see is a little child abuse. The poor little boy's got a Cincinnati Bengals sweater. Not sweater, a blanket. Tough. You got to be.
He is not a Chiefs fan down there in your neck of the woods down there?
No, because his mommy is.
His mommy is not a Chiefs fan.
His mommy's a Bengals fan. I'm
You
taking
would
it.
be
Mommy's in charge. It looks like
a
mommy.
minority in your right where you're living right down there. Yeah, because you would be very strong. Yeah,
And-
very.
He's not a huge Chiefs fan, so we could be a Bengals fan. I'm a Reds fan, also.
Yeah.
And my little one can't be a Reds fan because his dad drew the line there. So he's a Cardinals fan. So that's why he's a Bengals fan.
Okay,
It's
so
a trade-off.
That's a trade. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
give and take. Good relationship. Give and
Yeah.
take a little bit. Yeah, I understand that. He's going to be tough.
I can see being a Cardinals fan.
He might not have a real happy life.
No, I'm Cardinals.
Oh, good.
No, I'm Cardinals.
Yeah,
It might be a long time before he's happy if he's a Bagnall's fan. It might take a while for him to got something to cheer for.
Yeah, I don't know about that though. They got
bad looks from Margot. Bad looks from Margot.
The Bengals. They
Oh, they did okay. They did better. I like their white helmets. I like their white helmets. Those white helmets are
Here,
awesome.
A heifer that blends quality, power, in a true conditioned fashion. And when we ask her to lead, she does so very, very handily. Well, I'm getting all jumbled up here. One that wins quite easily. We can talk about her more later. Young man's doing a good job showing her. I think the decision for me and Brandon gets down into the remaining three because I think all those cattle have some positives, and I think they all have some places where we'd like to change them. The young man's heifer that's going to be second does so because she's the next most attractive and high quality one when we get off from the side of her. She's the most balanced one. I think she's slightly bigger hipped than the one right in behind her. And yes, we would like to adjust or improve the way she uses her hind leg, but I don't think that any of the ones right in behind her do that for us today.
As we get through there, and yeah, I lost my page on. Yeah, Wyatt Monroe on that Hoemaker. She was nice. We'll bring some heat right here in Class 22. Just the first one right there without looking and prejudging. Take a look what that one's out of.
Yellow strip. Oh, the Vermeer strip. Did we wrong? Oh, okay.
So do we keep going? Just a trio of heifers here, but boy, there is
Deadly one.
yeah, she looks pretty sporty. Got handed another thing on Vermeer, and we've been given the plug to Vermeer products, really good hay products. I know we have a Vermeer mower, rake, and baler. We run the 604 Pro baler.
Vermeer
Love
up.
it. Vermeered up. Yep. But boy, we're going to talk about we didn't talk about there, but I'm going to talk about how good they are to let us be in here, to be in this ring. Should probably say, I don't know. I suppose show circuit, online sales had to pay a little bit to get a banner like that.
Yep.
We got a lot of Sun Glow, Camp Feeds, Sullivan Supply. John Sullivan been a great supporter of everything there behind us.
We'll read right off. I got through the B's while these guys are looking at these Herefords. Some more Platinum Stakes Club members, supporters of the IJBBA. Cass County Cattlemen, Champion Show Feeds, City View Farms, Talock Family, Clinton County Cattlemen's, Cole Farms, Complete Ag Services, Empire Imagery, Eric and Kelly Totemeyer, Evans Family, Ferguson Cattle Company, and Fry Cattle are some of our great platinum sponsors, Stakes Club sponsors. We'll read through some of them again as we continue on through the day.
You bet, as we go there. How about, do we have, I'm going to just make a call out, do we have anybody on the Tommy Hawk, Hawk Livestock tuning in here live to see if this heifer out here showing?
Need something to drink or eat, right back through those doors up above there, and
Yeah.
help yourself. I'm sure they will
Got them two smiling. I think they're ready to go. We'll have to see what they say.
If you got loved ones at home or whatever, may want to see
Tune it back in.
the show today. Thank you,
Good turn in.
liveauctions.tv.
As Brad did talk about, a shout out to Live Auctions TV.
Here's what I'll tell you. Been doing it a while, not as long as a lot of you around ringside, but this is the best class of cattle that I've judged maybe ever. And if you don't think so, then probably just wanting to nitpick on the cattle, nitpick on the family, whatever it is, and I get that. We're in that time now, but if you just sat back and say, hey, you know what, I'm just going to evaluate the cattle for what they are, this is an incredibly good class. Now, I got to do my job of breaking them down because I know not every one of you is going to like the placing.
They've been
Okay,
doing
I
we've been doing
understand
about
that,
3 classes of
particularly
Herefords
as we
without
get
one class.
from second down. But
I'm
I want to
telling
tell
you
you
right now,
exactly
that
what I
sucker
see.
is
And if you
deep.
argue it,
Best
hey,
ever.
that's
Best
fine.
ever.
That's your prerogative. Doesn't matter to me one bit. So far. There's decisions to make, and in my opinion, there's various steers that resemble each other very much.
We turned Miles down, but man, that class over there was stout going in there. We kind of peeked across Tim, and he talked it that away.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to listen to this for a minute, so watch the Hereford show. I'm going to watch this a minute.
Particularly on the move, that calf just stayed stronger right in behind his blade. He's got a whale of a hip whenever you get in behind him. He's incredible at the surface.
He's stout.
His body matches his frame size well. He's got a shaded crest. I mean, if you're going to nitpick on him, right there you could. We're at a time.
Okay, Brandon and Ferris over here just talking about some stuff.
Don't matter. That's something where we can nitpick on him at the Iowa Beef Expo, but boy, outside of that, that one's dang hard to beat in this class. The red one's the same way. In terms of feet, legs, joints, and comfort, that calf's incredible. Got great big feet, incredibly big in his arm. I love the size and substance of his hind leg, his cleanliness of joints. His body's incredible. I love him whenever he stops and stands. He pulls himself together good. Right in behind his blade, I want to strengthen him just a pinch in terms of muscularity. He's not the biggest butted calf out here, but he's got plenty enough for me to read like a long-term good fat steer. Didn't see him as tucked up in his knee through his throat. I didn't see that calf as good right in behind his blade. I'd give him just a shot of center hip whenever he turns and goes right away, but impeccable calf. Thought he just still had more to him in his forerib and center body than the black and white steer that comes next. This thing's deceiving because whenever you're from the profile, you'd expect that calf to not have a whole bunch to him whenever you get in behind him. He's probably got as big and square of a rump and hip as any of them in this class.
We're kind of going, I don't know if you can hear us talking over top. We listened to Miles on that class there. That was incredible. But, these guys here, I think they're just kind of looking and appreciate the quality of this trio of heifers they've got. They'll get them a place in here. I think they're pulling them out here now. And it looks like Kiddick Paulson on that Hawk Livestock heifer going to be our class. So it's just going in there.
On the move, watch his ankles and his front end. So it's going to get
About how good those things are.
concrete. He may not do it out there at home. He may not do it in the grass.
I don't know how related this one is.
Think she's
I don't
probably
know.
related to them or not?
So go ahead and move him up.
Look at that picture on the
I really
TV.
don't know.
He's got it
Yeah.
more comparatively to them tanks that are right ahead of him. But from the profile, unbeatable.
That one's sporty, boys. That one is real sporty.
More time to spread, mass up, and mature comparatively. But a real
Yeah, we got a
Mr. Tom Hawk over there, we'll have to ask you, how's that one related? Full sib? Yeah, hang on one second.
Just with the shape more crest as you get right up on top of his neck with a really good calf. We end with a good calf as well. Pretty from the profile, presented very well. His joints have to be better. Every one of them calves can win a show somewhere. Incredible class. My compliments to them all.
Full sib to the one that won everything a couple years ago. That got that from the breeder, from the man
A really
himself.
nice bovine here that leads off this class. Talk about big body dimensional ones, she's that. Talk about pretty ones that are fresh, she's that. She's one that still, I'd call her just a shade greener and leaner out here. Just look at her muscle type and the tightness of her throat, but yet she explodes in terms of her body dimension and her stoutness. And then we allow her to walk. You can go ahead and walk her on out. You allow her to walk and still sets them down. She's comfortable in her spine. She's good in her head neck posture. Good bovine here leads off this class. These next two, I still go back and forth on them. I know I give up a little more performance and body shape, but to me, structurally, this one just hits me better. I like her hip and hind leg better. I like her shoulder angle just a little better. Yeah, she's a little smaller, not quite as good in the heart and forerib. This one we're going to leave here in third, step tip here up front. She is big-bodied. She's dimensional here, but for us, she's shorter and more restricted out of her hip. I want to change her up front and the way she comes together in her front skeleton. But you could sure switch those two just based off body dimension. Just skeletally, we thought the other one was just a little more comfortable.
That thing is badass, man. I'm telling you. Yes. What's that? Oh, is it? Gotcha.
As we get out there, sure seemed like them guys sure talked that one really well, kind of like we did. Not try to pre-sort none, but they did talk that one really well. So we got a single entry here, November heifer. Tanqueray, 2 a.m. share.
Class 22, Old Herb breeding heifers. First place, Kenny Paulson. Second, to Riley.
So single entry here, and then we have 2 September heifers before we get into champion polled Hereford heifer.
Class 23, Kennedy Martin.
Single entry won't take very long. I don't know.
Let me catch you up over on the steer side.
What, they look okay? You all right with them?
Nice single entry in the Hereford show. She's long-bodied. She's really smooth and extended in her muscle pattern. I like how she ties her neck high to the top side of her shoulder. We look forward to bringing her out here with some more here in a little bit.
I don't know how. And they all had Febreze or whatever that shit on their nose and head yesterday. They've been pretty diligent.
So we had a class winner in a single entry there in the November class. And we should have 2 Septembers coming out here. Brianna and Carly. We got another wasting time and a marksman.
Okay, over on the steer side,
Another
placing
marksman heifer.
class 15 of the main Andrew steers. First place, Colton Finley. Second to Sawyer Minor. Third, Garrett Cash. Fourth to Jack Walter. Fifth to Clara Overbrockling.
We should
Sixth
have
to
we
Brody
this class this
Riedlinger.
pair, and nice pair they are,
Seventh
but
to
1, 2, 3, 4.
Kaylin.
8 to Ryan Dow. Once again, that was placing for class 15 main Andrew steers.
Should have 6 coming back out here as soon as this class is over in our champion of our polled Herefords.
First place, Chloe Rogers. Oh, I've already done these. Sorry about that. Placing for class 18. First place, Lane Elmquist. Second, Drew Jacobson. Third, to Clara Sinclair. Fourth, to Taylor Thomas. Fifth, to Chloe Bruce. Sixth, to Brody Combs. Seventh, to Nathan Weaver. And eighth.
As I go ahead and put them two in motion, you can see them come right there in front of you. Nice pair, just, yep, going to keep her. She's trying to stop there, going to bring her right back around. having a little bit of debate there as they go, but talking about their discussion. We're going to have Brandon talk them things here in a second. We got a first and a second. Marksman Heifer's going to win.
Another nice class here. Kind of a loud marked heifer, though. Does lead off the pair. A little fresher
condition all the way through, but with that, still just a quality look and presence out here. Length of hip and length of body is tremendous in this female. Still has an incredible amount of foot and bone and substance to her there as well. You know, maybe with that extra length, you can maybe soften her out
to make it all proportion a little more correctly, but a nice heifer. Heifer here, we're going to leave here in second. Again, boldness of body is very, very good. This one will always be the easy doing kind, and we like that too. But probably out here in this setting, like to clean her up in her chest and freshen her up just a touch. Maybe change her on her rear wheels and the way she handles those. But again, good pair here to close our pole show.
S was a school teacher for years and years. A ag teacher. I know it's 6 years.
6
yeah.
years.
Yeah. It's always tough to see a great teacher like that go on, but you're still got to help a lot of youth and educate and help. So that's awesome. She does a great job. Awesome to have them and
Told
their
her she's
family.
easy to follow along. You just pull up the pulse and you can see where she's at.
She is everywhere, man. She works her little hiney off.
All
the
right,
time.
folks, here
we
we're walking
go.
them back in here.
One.
Stella Lautner coming in the first one. That should be, I don't know what happened, but we had Abby Talak should be that. Was that right there?
Oh, I bet Abby might have a steer across the street. There she is. She's over there.
Okay.
She's got a steer over in the other ring.
Does she show steers quite a bit?
I don't know. She's got one this year.
I didn't know that. I
She's
didn't
got.
realize
I think
she
she's got a
did.
couple. I think
Yep.
she's got a couple steers and a couple heifers up there, and I believe. Would that
Yep.
be a main?
Be good.
steer?
That is Wyatt Monroe. He won that. He won 21. Do you have that right? Did he win that one?
I have
Yeah.
Wyatt Monroe as a 21.
Yeah, that's a good heifer. She looks very nice.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, that
Paulson-
is a good
The
heifer.
Paulson heifer sure
Yep.
looks nice.
Yep. So if you see,
Then Montag would be the single entry heifer, second from the end, and then the other marksman heifer, Carly. I don't know how to pronounce that. We're gonna leave that alone.
yep, Abby's across the way. She's showing a
Angie
main
steer?
Angie steer. Yep.
I got
So,
you.
Yep.
There you go.
So this will be her last year, 4-H wise. Now she'd
Sure.
still be able to do junior nationals, but she's a senior, so
Yep.
I'd say she's maybe trying to do a steer.
Probably asked Dad and Mom for a steer all the time and finally gave in the last time.
But Dad's kind of a steer guy, you know. Goes back
he is.
there,
I got
back
you.
in the back
Yep.
in the day. I know his sister. I know showed some steers and stuff.
Yep.
So.
Well, it's good to see this time of day.
Sorry, we were talking over the judge there. He didn't take any time on that one. He got that figured out pretty fast. Looked
Yeah, he
like.
did. He just run right with that one.
Congratulations to Kinnick. That one's that one will be tomorrow afternoon. I bet that one's in contention somewhere.
I'd say she'll look good.
She'll get a look anyway.
I'd say she would. I sure apologize first. Didn't mean to talk over top of you.
Yeah, sorry.
Even out here with a real stout lineup, there's another one that hits both of us pretty hard. This one right here, a young man showing is going to be your reserve.
That'd be the Talac heifer.
Abby's heifer coming out of that second class of poles. Yeah, so another Belcher boy showing, helping out, pitching in.
Right.
Junior national buds.
Yep. That's a nice pair. That's a good division there.
Them are really good.
Really nice. So now we go into, looks like one in the Limplex breeding heifers.
Hey, that's a breed that, man.
One, two, three, 4 of them.
There's quite a few of those.
2024 Iowa Beef Expo champion, Paul Herford breeding female, comes out of class 22, going to Kenny Paulson.
There is some big names coming in here in the Limplex there. I see some names that sure do some good, some good. Not looking forward, but yeah, they look pretty nice.
Yeah. Klein, Steenhook, Pryor, Anderson, Holmes, Paulson. Yeah. Myers. Yeah. There'll be some
Yeah,
heat
that's
in
what I
this
thought.
deal,
Yeah. Yep. I think it should be good. We'll have looks like we're going to have April. Class Aprils. Trying to see their class breaks, so how they got them things to make sense of them. He's as smooth as Joe Burrows, man. He just, yeah, Joe Cool. Yeah, we do get some split there too. Yeah, we do have, yeah.
What spring training's got to be, 3 weeks?
As we get right here in the corner, we get a little bit of distraction as we go out here. But boy, these Limpflexes just on cue come in here and bring us some very, very nice heifers. So, got a style, a 24 karat, a primo. So 3 Angus sired on there. And if you think about Limpflexes, you know they got to be half and half. So it's not you can't be multiple breeds to be a Limpflex like the other breeds. So that's why we get into the 3 Angus sired ones, Tim, with the primo 24 karat style.
Yep. And then you come down through there and you come to the next class. That'd be a no limit, a McKinley.
Yep,
That would be
Angus.
That's an Angus.
Wolf.
Yep. I see Crown Royal.
Callahan and Callahan. Yep.
Yep. I see Crown Royal. That'd be a Lemmy Bull.
Lemmy sired bull. Yep. 24 karat be Angus again.
Gold Buckle, Heineken, and Hallis. Don't know.
Don't know
on those ones. That's more out of just going down through.
Yeah, it's hard to say what they are.
But speaking, I mean, you just kind of go
trio.
back to that, look at the, several breeds. We're in our, whatever, 4th outside of the Herefords. But just stop and look at that, just take a look at Primos.
Yeah,
right. They cross a lot of breeds.
24 karat. Yep.
Styles, obviously.
Yeah, we ain't as many styles today, but I mean, style definitely does.
The last 10 years,
oh,
how many
my goodness,
styles have been
lots
out
of
there?
oodles and oodles and oodles.
Thousands of
right.
them.
Yep.
No Limit, the Conley Bull, that No Limit Bull's
right.
done a nice job. I mean,
he done a really good job.
But geez, you really genetic pooling on a lot of those things. It gets pretty small. I mean, there's a lot of sires that have.
Yeah.
A lot of cattle sired by a handful of those bulls.
And part of that is that they said we don't have much diversity, but we make these things so elite. There's just a few bulls that could, there's a handful of bulls that can make them that special.
Yeah.
Starting in their forehead, starting in their jaw. That calf's the stoutest one naturally. About his head and then right in behind his shoulder, he's got a great big back. He's huge hip. He's incredible in terms of his skeleton. I prefer his forerib and body shape better than the calf right
It's just a good trio. This is going to take some debate on these things.
He never misses a beat in terms of his feet and legs. He's got the bulk and the density of 3. He's got the look of 2.
As you can watch them guys, I just looking across here. You can see the backup, but them guys are studying.
He's a good one. Incredibly good said, to me, he's got the stoutness, the look.
There's only 3 of these limb flexes out here, but you look at this. If you're watching online, if you're listening, but if you're watching, I mean, that's a whale of a good class of limmies right there. I don't care what color, what breed paper they have on them. That's a good lineup of cattle right there. Them are nice heifers. And we're just into our first division. These are just Aprils.
Whenever I get right in front of him, to me, his chest floor tells a story of a calf that's just naturally not as wide and opened up as if 2 steers on either side of him. But boy, he's got.
Looks like Dylan's going to be our class winner there with a 24 karat heifer.
Good enough for you, and you call that calf stout enough. Whenever you get right in behind his blade, he's got that upstanding, impressive.
I believe Skylar's second.
It's so hard to make.
Yeah.
Behind him, in front of him, that's where I got critical. Calf is awesome from the side. And
Oh,
so if you get that
yeah.
view, he can obviously win the class. The one that's third, I told Dylan, I said, boy, whenever he stops and stands there, gets his back to lay down in him, that calf might be as good as any of them. I love his feature. I prefer his length of body better than the calf right ahead of him and his frame size. I love his stoutness in the ground. I could never get that calf to move, and neither could she. And it wasn't her fault. He just getting lazy out here. He pops up in his back. He sets it down hard behind. He's just not as confident as step on either end.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the mic over here on our side to talk your heifers, but I sure thought this top pair were really nice, and I think I listened to them talk about it. Third one's sure nice, but I thought it was a good pair of cattle there. As you can see them right there on your screen, they sure look good. Congratulations to those young exhibitors. It's just impressive to be able to win your class here today, no matter how many within a class.
Really good class and very, very good trio. A lot of quality all the way through. And so it's, as a show judge, it's fun because you can get nitpicky, but as an exhibitor, it kind of sucks because you got a real good one here and you're not going to win the class here. But this one here that leads off for us, just that much better in terms of her shape. I like her shape. I like her dimension when we get right in behind on top of these cattle. But with that, she still lays into her shoulder correctly. Her front end design is still very, very attractive. Still handles her structure in a plenty adequate manner there as well. Is she as big-footed or as big bone probably as the one here in second? No, but she makes up for it with skeletal width and just the true shape to her when you get in behind her. If this one in second has got enough just to her for you, you could dang sure swap those two and you wouldn't argue with you. Lays into her shoulder incredibly smooth. I love this one's look from the side as well. Her depth and smoothness is good, and she's got the big feet that she sets down on. Just for us personally, you get her right in behind her, like to open that one up and make her stouter. And that's not a problem for this one here in third. She too, very, very stout, they're very heavy duty, big bone and still flexible. Just enough coarseness to her head and her shoulder relative to those top two is what sets her in third. Just not quite as neat looking as what her two counterparts are, but a good trio of cattle.
Division, limb flex breeding heifers, class 25, first place Dylan.
They talk those real well. That was a good class.
And over on the steer side.
Boy, another one. I mean, we bring a couple of them right in here. Bang, bang, bang. Somehow or another, we got a third one. We must have did some condensing on this class here, it looks to be like.
Let me see that one.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
I look like on my program we just got two.
The next one was in March, too, though.
Yeah, I see that, but they throw the January in there. I believe are separate, but yeah.
So I was going to say, when they combine these two classes, I'd say.
Makes sense, though. Just well do her.
3 Marches in the January, so they got to go at some point in time.
Yep. Yep. So if you're following along on your program, this should be class 26 and 27 thrown together.
Yep. Oh, sorry.
We are, and one of the things we talk about, I don't know, Corey Nichols, if you're listening, we are in the Jacobson show, the horse arena.
or what would we call this? Jacobson Arena?
Event Center or something.
Event
Jacobson
Center. I
Event
got
Center.
you. Is where we're over here, over on. We'd be on the southwest corner of the fairgrounds, kind of by the old, what I would call the old 4-H beef barn. Back in the day, but a beautiful facility, beautiful venue, I think, for having the show. We did ask Brandon Callis, who's judged multiple times up at the pavilion and in here, said pretty emphatically, really fast, that this is a lot better place as far as evaluating cattle. He said there's no shadow, just lighting is good, the surface is good, just a neat venue.
He didn't have to think about it.
He didn't. He went
just
right
said, "This
to
is
it.
it."
And if you wondered too, as far as size-wise, they said square footage-wise we're bigger than the half that we used to use at the State Fair in the pavilion.
Well, and the nice thing about it too is the real advantage is the pictures are in the back. I'm assuming somewhere because there's no photo backdrop up here, and that always ate up a bunch.
Yep.
And then the makeup area. So these kids, especially today where it's cold and just frigid outside, there's a lot of room back here between the show ring
Big area,
and
yeah.
the horse barn to bring cattle in and set them up and get ready, and you take pictures and get them out of here. Now, I'm telling you what, they put these two classes together, Chad. Man, this is another good lineup of limb flex.
Yep.
I don't care what paper says. These are just nice cattle.
Yeah, these are good cattle.
I mean, there's a couple in this thing that are pretty elite as well in this division.
Yep. Depending on how this breaks out, I'm going to say that folks are supposed to be in class 27. They're probably going to say, hey, this I'd rather be in my own class.
I want to be my own class.
I'm going to have a chance for a class winner because that pair and that, which would have been originally Holmes and Paulson, two very, very nice heifers in their own right as we look and talk about them.
While these guys are studying them again, we'll go give a few more of the Platinum Stakes Club sponsors, members for supporting the IJBBA and the whole event. Of course, Vermeer's the premier sponsor for the Jacobson building and helping us get in here, but it takes a lot of money and otherwise. So Gall Ag Services, JBH Podcast, Genuine JBH. We know Jay Bradley. He's been a huge supporter over the years. Hamilton Photography, Diane. She's involved. Harris Show Cattle, Humphrey Agri Marketing. Hump would have been the sale manager last night and the embryo and the sale last night. Iowa Junior Charolais Association, Jefferson County Cattlemen, Calvig Cattle Company, Kent Thomas, Knoxville Regional Livestock Market, Lowry Seed, Brent Lowry, McLaughlin Cattle, Monty West, the Short family, Kelly and Lacey Short, Muir Embroidery, Paulson Cattle Company, Gall Ag Services, Pryor Show Cattle, Purple Bound R&B Feeds, Purple Bound Show Feeds, and RCL Farms. That's just a handful of platinum sponsors.
It takes a lot of sponsorship for us to go, but a lot of debate here on talking about this cattle, and look like we're going to get down to that pair that would have been in this class there by itself. Be interested to see how they're going to do this. They've just got some give and take, but both these two heifers, man, high quality, well presented. 2 and 1, so it looks like Kinley Holmes is going to be our class winner. They're from Washington County. Do a good job. I see.
Premium quality cattle over here in the Limb Flex show, and we'll break these cattle down what we see in them, and I think there's some differences in type and kind. But the longer we're out here, the more Brandon and I gravitate to this one here that we're going to lead off the class with. I think if we say both these cattle are comparable or comparable, not sure how you pronounce that, but if they're about the same in the way that they use their joints, they have the same flexibility, and they both want to be a little tight in the way they use their spine, then we're going to elect to use the one that is bolder in her body shape. She's more impressive when you get in behind her. She's more pried apart when you get out in front of her. I actually prefer her head shape and her jawline a little bit better, and we just think there's just more animal here. Although we would like to stretch her out a little bit, we think there's more animal here. She's the best combination of width and structure, and she too is really fresh and attractive up through her front end. Now, I'm a sucker for presentation. The fellas in the back got this one smoked in, and when she hit the ring, I was like, wow, like that's the one. And when we get her parked like that, we really like her. She too's flexible just like the one in front of her. She's high-necked, and she's got some look. We just need to pull this one apart a little bit relative to our class winner, especially when you get off that front 3/4 angle that we had right here before we did our final placing. We'd like to open that one up, give it a little more shape, but that's being highly critical of a very, very high quality animal to be second. Real practical one here in her kind that comes 3. She's bold, she's stout, she's probably got more power than the one right in front of her. We'd like to freshen her up in her throat latch, make her a little more feminine way and about her head, but certainly a good one that's going to be a really nice cow. Bold-bodied, powerful one that rounds out the class. We really like her look when we get in behind her, like to free her up in her rear skeleton ever so slightly.
Nice.
Another really good class.
We need bigger. We still need bigger.
Incredibly good. And
Blind
it's gonna
man
be
and blind man, we
interesting
still
when
need
they come
bigger
back out.
numbers.
Lots of favorites.
To get in there as they broke them apart and talked those things and talked jaw and neck and look, boy, them two, just all I can say is two very, very high quality heifers to be first and second in that class. And congratulations to Kinley Holmes. Family does a good job and break it out there.
These two are completely different. They're kind
So we should have a trio of heifers here. Unless this is our January and we had one come in from somewhere. I got nothing. I don't know what's going on. What's our app say?
It's loading. Let me look. See here.
He's maybe not just the show calf for this particular pair in terms of wanting to settle in and just be easy for him to get presented. But boy, once he stops and parks, that calf gives you a great big fat.
Yep. So the last class was 4. There were 4 marches. They must have missed one somewhere.
Oh, I got
And then this would be a single entry January. Limb flex.
So they put her by
sired by
herself.
Crown Royal. It appears that this 528 per lay is that is what she is, and then we'll have looks like we'll have 3 senior yearlings coming up. Then Cale Pryor, Chesney Steenhook, and Cole Klein will be coming out in the next class, and then that'll finish up our limb flex division. So.
Right there in the upper part of his pin set, and that calf's super long neck, but I take his crest and jam it down in him just a shade easier right there, in behind his shoulder blade, then he slacks just a bit. But boy, I mean, presented to the nines, and I appreciate that. And
What breed are they on over there? What breed are we into? Still mains?
My class winner, but I thought he was a real good steer. Once the white-bellied one stops and parks and puts his back down in him, that calf gives you just a.
We're going to go ahead and send the single entry out, and they're going to go talk to them again. So we should have 3 here: Cal Pryor, Chesney Steenhook, and Cole Klein.
He rocks up in his spine, rotates his blade forward, doesn't set down as comfortable behind. I wish that both ends of that calf's body was just a little more comfortable and athletic as we asked him to go. Once he stopped and parked, he's an upper end steer.
We got Miles talking to the other side. Did a good job, but you know, that's one thing you have with a double ring. You share the mic and try to get that time. It's nice to see them all in one ring for folks to be able to watch both sides.
Right.
You know, you can see quality and kind.
Like to set him down easier behind. Again, a good class. My compliments to all those kids.
And it turns around, and that there's been a lot of main Anjou steers be a. Oh, now here we go. Here's
Yeah, you get in the fall.
Some senior yearlings limb
This would be
flexes
in
coming out.
November.
But and that main thing be a shout out. I'll bring my iPad in tomorrow or here after a bit. We'll talk about where the junior nationals are. I do know where some of them are. The mains and keys this year go to middle of June. Go to Springfield, Missouri.
Yeah.
They got a new
done
facility.
A lot of work down there. Yeah, they done a good job.
They got a new show ring. I think it'll be similar to this.
Yeah.
It's where the contests will be and that kind of stuff. So we're looking forward to that.
Close to Matt and Margot's back door down there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the steers are coming in over here. It looks like they're getting ready for a champion main Anjou steer. Shout out to that. Karen, my wife's, she's the Iowa Junior Main Advisor. I'll have the numbers a little bit wrong, but I think she had 155, 60 head of cattle entered up here, 130 junior exhibitors.
Wow.
Now that's steers, Maine Angus, mains,
Doesn't matter.
maintainers, full bloods.
That's way good.
So that's really, really good. So got a really strong junior program in Iowa. Got a good, strong
And I would
led
say
by
that
Lindsay Broke. Lindsay's our
main Anjous, I think, are popularity-wise, just put your foot in the water. That they are strong.
They're doing well. Yeah, they're doing nice, diverse genetic group. We're all looking for bulls like always, but got a nice one. Lindsay and Riley Barber would be Brett Barber's daughter. Matheny now is she's kind of the assistant, and Blake Nelson, you know Blake really well.
Blake does a great job.
He does a nice job. Good guy.
Yeah,
so
he does.
we have a lot of good leaders of our junior programs and our associations right now. It appears to be in really nice shape as far as the Dustin Hurlbrooks with the keys, and Heather Counts is their junior advisor. Maya Bear is the junior advisor for the Seminoles. You know, so they're doing not leaving anybody out.
I'll tell you what, not to
get
get you back off of those, but boy, this trio of heifers here,
good.
I mean, they will light you up. For somebody's going to be third in this class is going to be just okay, but it'll be good.
I mean, once these guys got started out here going, they haven't had many mental breaks.
No,
within the classes.
No,
I
right?
mean,
Yeah, everyone.
at all.
I mean, there's been something good. You said it right off the get-go. If you win your class, you've done something.
Yep.
You know, and you talk about how tough those two were before, and then all of a sudden you bring two heifers here that sure light it up too.
And this has no bearing on today, no bearing on tomorrow, no bearing on the classes, but about the easiest thing they've done, and it sure wasn't that easy, was our champion Polled Hereford. They landed on her very quickly.
Yeah, they did.
They went
matter of fact,
went right
they didn't
to
even
her.
hardly talk, and they went ahead and go there, and we'd talk.
And again, that was a good lineup
of
of Polled Hereford females. That was really nice. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of times that you had these three for your championship drive, you would be tickled to death, let alone a class.
Oh, my goodness, they'd look good. You know, the other thing we talk about different breeds, you know, you take Cal Pryor showed different multiple breeds as well. Chesney Steenhook, you know, they Seminoles and then went over to Angus, and now that, you know, ventured over to this side too.
And Klein, Colt the Klein boys, yep.
You bet. And then we get a lot of debate if they get there.
Nodak Sharpening donated 2 sets of cordless clippers to give away to 2 junior exhibitors. And the winners are Evan.
Boy, they got. Boy, you can see them working. They got debate, and they are, as they say, cussing and discussing this trio of heifers to come up with a pair.
Nodak Sharpening, who donated these 2 sets of cordless clippers. Winning was Evan Alt and Kennedy Long. Also, if you had photography entries, please come down to the announcer stand and pick those up too.
And they're going to talk those differences, but you got one with a little more look, and you got one that's just massive,
She's
massive
wolfy.
bodied.
She's a beast.
She's got a lot to her.
And the other one's kind of the
And the
combination
Klein.
of those two, right? I mean,
yeah,
she's nice.
she is. She is
a
very
nice
nice.
female.
A little more, and you could say that she'd be more moderate compared to the two in front of her, the last one, but she's plenty big enough cow too.
She's pretty big enough.
So yeah, I can say these guys are not what I always laugh about. They're not weigh them up sale-born judges. They actually evaluate them and find the best one no matter what size they're in. So let's see what they're going to do.
Very
I think
good.
they're about ready to.
Got a good trio here. Again, good enough that I don't want to place it yet. We'll just talk them, build suspense up a little bit. This one here up front, that one's nice to look at, whether she's standing or walking. Her combination of true skeletal width, true honest shape and freshness out here becomes a good factor for her. I like the way her shoulder and knee sets into her. I love the design of her hind leg. It's pretty, it's aesthetically pleasing, but yet when she uses it, it has the right kind of bend to it. She stays pretty square in terms of all those things. If you're going to pick on her anywhere at all, and I think some of it is just she's not maybe as fat and fluffy, she's a little more pronounced maybe in terms of her shoulder, and just ever so slightly you set her tail head into her. But again, her length of hip,
her body shape in terms of just the contour of it and her usefulness of her skeleton is very, very good here in this trio. This one here that stands in front of me, that's obviously the moose of the crew. That's a big, big volume, big-bellied one, and for as big volumed as she is, she still handles herself, I think, adequately well in terms of usefulness and flexibleness of her legs. She's just a touch chubby about her head, probably, just a touch chubby about her chest as you get to studying her there. Hey, buddy, come on back. We ain't placed them just yet. Hey, cowboy, bring them on back over here. But it's still one that's a little big in terms of her volume. Still one for me, though, as you get to studying her, planes up a little. And for as big as she is in terms of, for me, for mature cow size and things like that, I tone her down personally just myself. But, boy, that's a lot of cow there and still handles it adequately well. Just got to decide where you are in terms of her looks and the softness of her skeleton. The total opposite is the conversation of the one here right behind her. That one's maybe just a touch small for some folks, again. But, boy, her build is awesome. In terms of just her feet and leg usage, the design of her fits very, very well. I like how comfortable she is in her spine. I like the contour of her body. She's not overpowering in terms of muscle amongst this trio at all, but a lot of things, if you just took the other two out of here and just saw her by herself and took size out of the equation, you say, boy, pound for pound, just her build, her balance, her proportion, she fits together very, very, very well. Just got to figure out where you are size-wise. And so, again, I always like to let you into the crazy discussion in my head, and I'll just be point-blank honest. Is that one too little? Is this one too big? That's what you get to study in here and then going back and forth on the two. As I go back and forth on them, we do have a way we probably lean and probably like them that we feel makes the most kind of sense, but three awfully high-quality ones. Cowboy's going to be our champion here up at the front of our line, going to win this class. We're going to use Little Heifer here at the back to be second, Big Girl here to be third. But let's give all three a nice round of applause. Very, very challenging and good class.
Welcome to the Iowa Beef Expo.
Man, the way he talked that one was awesome. So we have Cal Pryor goes ahead and wins that class. Cody Klein was second, and then he used the big stout Steenhook heifer. He thought maybe it's a little bit much for him, but still a very, very impressive heifer. Goes up third, but boy, a nice set of them limb flexes. So we should be bringing our we should have 1, 2, 3, 4. Still should have 4 classes out here for our champion. It's going to be a heck of a good lineup. It's going to be good as we come out for champion.
I don't know what these things are going to look like as fast steers, but I'm confident my class winners and my second places that they're going to get there, and then we're going to see from there. But I'm supposed to judge them today. And with that being said, I think it's an impressive lineup. Now, there's
Straight in there, yeah.
You can get hard on them, and if you do, then it's just not your calf. You like a different calf, or you like your calf. I totally understand that. There's an impressive group of them out here, and they piece together good. I mean, there's things
As they get
you
them.
can say, hey, I want to
What do you got?
this thing's rib cage.
I'm just looking.
Oh, I got you.
I want to tie to this thing.
Get the Pryor heifer back out here. Gets our 4 class winners out there.
I want to tie to this thing's
You know, we got the single entry in between there, and that the Holmes heifer, those in that really, really tough pair, that tough class. Did you pay attention to see how I placed them 3?
No, I did
That
not.
last class?
No, I did not. I was talking to Margot.
I got you. I thought you were, but he used the Pryor heifer obviously to win a class. Then he used that moderate one of Klein's, called her big enough, and put the big one said she's plenty. You know, so I thought that was awesome. And it talks about judging them.
Evaluation.
Yeah.
She's plenty. She's good, but she probably would be plenty. Yep, I got you.
Some of these other steers are, but boy, that calf's genuine in his base, and he's good in terms of his feet. I love that about him. He's ornery to get out.
You know, I would probably say that whichever one wins this division is going to be in contention when we start putting a 5 together.
She's going to be looked at for the
I mean, because
5.
you depend on if he wants to go a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger. We're gonna have a good one out of this division.
So again, I'm not saying because I don't want to. I'm not contradicting or one way or the other, but I think there's one out here that absolutely blows a lot of wind up my skirt, and I'm not saying which one, but there's a lot. That lineup, these 4 class winners are way nice.
You bet.
Way nice.
Yeah, I'm just saying at the end of the day, whichever one they take, I think could be good.
That calf has to be a little better in the angle of his hock and the way that he sets to the surface. Style
They've got we've got some debate going on there. A lot of talking. God, I bet they're having a great time out there talking, Tim.
There's nothing funner than judging good cattle.
It
You
is.
can't make a mistake.
Right. No.
You just can't. I mean, as long as you describe them and know what you're looking at, which these guys obviously do. I'm not saying that.
Right.
I've always said that a big major show is way easier than judged than some county fairs. You know,
Yeah,
you
I would.
got to find one to fall in love with, or you fall in love with 10 of them. You know.
Right. Yeah.
Or 12 or 8 or
well, and
whatever.
And you can jump right in here and get your kind of cattle, and you should make for an awesome lineup at the end of the day.
I'm not wishing my life away. I'm not wishing for tomorrow afternoon to come because we got a long way to go yet today, and it's a lot of fun and it looks really good. But I mean, I'm already. We're only 6 breeds into it. I cannot wait till tomorrow afternoon
right,
to get these things out here. We might have to get up a little higher to get a better view for that, so we can see it.
He's just so much more practical in terms of his muscle. He's a great big back, great big hip calf, and he hits the ground with comfort. He's got just a shaded crest.
I would say that we're.
So the boys across the street are talking the Champion Maine deal, man. I tell you what, there's a lot of them rascals out there, but that is a lineup of steers.
Hey,
My
we got
goodness.
These guys here. Miles is right. He's so excited over there. He's on top of them.
Oh, he's
talking and
yeah.
explaining right there on the body.
Yeah, he's pointing it out as you go by.
Yeah.
Young lady, I'll tell you, I like your calf a lot. And I've continued to break this steer down, and I'm not sure where I poked the biggest hole into him. Now, for those of you that are on the outside of the ring getting accustomed
We're kind of watching.
your buddies over at Cold Iced Tea, you can maybe see some parts that you want to change on him. Outside of that, whenever I watch him in motion, he's the most confident and athletic in his step. And then I watch him stop and prop up, and again, nothing ever deviates in that steer. He's awesome in terms of his shape. He's got a great big hip whenever you get in behind him, and his base width is the most natural and a muscular calf with a good.
I kind of get in awe just to listen to his excitement and passion. If you get fired up with the passion, share it in there.
Yeah, sorry we haven't been giving you our play. We don't have much to say yet. Ferris is getting ready to talk about our Limb Flex and pick our champion out here. Again, what a lineup of Limb Flex females. Not huge numbers as far as the whole Limb Flex show, but my goodness, these 4 out here, class winners and the 3 seconds, they're nice. They're really nice.
The one that brings together the most in terms of look, pattern, feature, and yet still does it the very best in terms of his skeletal quality. And man, this thing's a monster whenever you're up next to him. We like this young lady in the red to be the champion Maine. Congratulations.
There you go.
All right.
Nice bank steer.
Was.
I don't know.
Good
Yeah,
lineup,
we'll find out.
though.
I'll pull up on my sheet here in a minute just to give you
They
an update.
get there. Now we should be ready for. Let's get out here and we should get Ferris talking our powerful set of Limb Flex efforts here.
Yep. Here he comes.
We're going to steal the thunder real quick over here in the heifer ring and pick us a Limb Flex champion. Really proud of this lineup that we've got out here from top to bottom, from front to back. But there is one that we keep gravitating to. The cowboy here in the back, he will be your champion. Let's wheel the second place one in here and we'll grab a reserve.
Well, I'll tell you what, Cal Pryor and Kinley Holmes with our top pair. Boy, that's a nice pair of heifers that you got to get pretty excited about.
Yep.
So now we're going to move over to some limousine heifers. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to talk over him on there. I forgot to tell our judges off.
It's like we got 2 classes, 3 head of limmies, high limmy
3
heifers.
head of lies. Yep.
So we go there, and then we'll get into
Maine and Jews. There's a lot of Maine and Jews between the highs, the
we
lows.
got a lot of divisions. We have highs, Maine Angus,
maintainers. I don't know if we have any full bloods. We do have the full blood division within the mains. I
Do
be
we
honest.
don't have? Do we have full bloods here?
There is a new. I don't know if there is. I'm looking. No, it doesn't look like it. But they did put in that division this year. There is a division
There will be
under
have that on there.
IJBBA
Yep.
for full bloods. There's
Does that
just
mean nobody brought one then?
Yeah, just
Yep.
nobody brought one. So.
Second in that particular class, just a neat one from the profile. If his frame size is good for you, and that calf has got enough punch.
So yeah, so the mains will be after the
Jackson
Lemmies.
to be a single entry.
Mayman, sired by April, sired by Jumpstart.
He's pretty hard to beat, and that's breaking him down, and that's just us not trying to be overly critical, but trying to do the very best job that we know to do. My compliments to each one of these kids. We'll take one more quick look at them. We'll get you a reserve. Dylan and I will kind of decide to talk here in just a second. But again, my compliments to all your kids. An amazing lineup of mains here at the Iowa Beef Expo. Congrats to them.
Good, nice single entry to kick this side off again. And again, love her underpinning. Boy, her feet, legs, and softness and usefulness of her joints are very, very good. You go from there up, heavy bone, dense middle, very, very free. Very useful, very smooth leg. Maybe a shot planer if you really want to get critical, but good kind of cattle here to kick this off.
That was our class winner in our first class of Lemmy Heifers, Jackson Mayman. Jumpstart daughter, a nice April, really nice high Lemmy Heifer. Looks like we're supposed to have two Lily Brooks and Dawson Book. One's a Jolly Time daughter and one's a Crown Royal daughter. Oh, I lied. We just got one.
Well, we have a scratch there.
I don't know. Got a March and a February.
Another really nice, high quality single entry, high neck, bold ribs. She's got some length of body. Really like to see this one go. She has lots of flexibility on both ends of her skeleton. Sure, we can jerk her down to her center body ever so slightly, but really nice heifer whose best days are ahead of her.
Short and sweet, to the point on a class single entry class winner. So we bring them right back out here. That just means there's this is a
52.
battle between Grand and Reserve.
I'm saying there's just two. So that was, it appears that Lila Brooks was a scratch.
Okay.
And I'm just going off our program. Yep. I don't know what the online thing says. So Dawson Book won that second class. So we have Dawson out here for champion and Jackson for our champion high Lemmy Heifer.
Yep.
Third to Harbor Monaghan, fourth to Benjamin Axmere, fifth to Riley Oglesby, and sixth to Emma Roman. Your champion and reserve main entry steers, both coming out of class 19. Your reserve to William Thorpe. Once again, champion main Anju steer 2024 Iowa Beef Expo, coming out of class 19, Carly Kinsel, reserve, same class, William Thorpe.
Here in this breed drive again, only had two single entries, but two good cattle. A little opposite maybe in what they're made. You got maybe a heavier bone, deeper, softer one here, a more extended one here that you like the shape and boldness of there. And so you can kind of pick your poison here, but probably the one that just grabs you a little harder today and fits things together just a little more completely today is the one here out of that first class. So she'll be our champion. Class 2 will be reserved, but good pair of cattle.
Catch you up over on
Jackson Mayman,
breeding heifer side.
we've been champion.
Class 26, the Limplex breeding heifers. First place, Kinley Holmes. Second to Kenny Paulson. Third, Kyle Andresen. And fourth to Lila Brooks. Class 27, single entry, Braley Cleveringa wins the single entry class. And the final class of Limplex breeding heifers. Class 28, first place to Cal Pryor, second to Cole Klein, and third to Chesney Steenhook. And your champion Limplex breeding heifer coming out of class 28 goes to Cal Pryor, reserve coming out of class 26 going to Kenley Holmes. Once again, that was your champion and reserve Limb Flex breeding heifers, Cal Pryor, Kenley Holmes.
Just a pair of steers here to start us off in the Hereford division, and one individual that's just really high quality to start off this particular breed. A steer that when you study him from the side, his neck and his cleanliness of just his balance and his symmetry, he's really balanced from his foot size to his bone. He's round in his body, and when you get behind this calf, he's the steer that comes broader out of the backside of his blade and through his hip. He's deeper in his stifle and just has more meat on the top side of his skeleton. Just a really nice individual to start this particular breed. The young lady steer that ends up second, I can appreciate this steer's body and just overall productive look. He's easy feeding. Young lady's just the steer's fighting the young lady just a bit, but again, a steer that's really sound. He's deep in his heel. He's attractive in his hind leg. Calf that just needs a bit more shape and overall meat on the top side of his skeleton to move up any farther. Really nice calf.
High quality single entry to start this division over here in the heifer side. When we get her parked like this, we really appreciate her. She's so good chested, she's good looking, explodes back into a bull body shape. She's deep and soft there in her center body. Still has some power when you get in behind her. Look forward to seeing her out here in the lineup later.
Let me catch up over on the limousine heifer side. Your two single entry classes, class 29, Jackson Maiman, class 30, Dawson Book, and your eventual champion goes to class 29, Jackson Maiman, with your 2024 purebred limousine breeding heifer champion, Dawson Book with your reserve. And over on your steer side, first class 21 of Hereford steers, first place, Casey Fink, second to Laney Har. Hey, I got a deal for you. Everybody needs to listen up. If you like free stuff, free, F-R-E-E stuff, there's a whole bunch of t-shirts right behind me. And Jenny says she wants them gone. So if you would like an Iowa Beef Expo t-shirt, there's a bunch of kid sizes right here. You can just come help yourself. Got a nice little turquoise Iowa Beef Expo on it. No charge. Thank me later.
Awesome pair of Hereford steers here, and just a real good one to win this particular drive. We don't have to break him down much. Just a good calf. He's got the parts and pieces it certainly takes, and a calf there that's probably as broad naturally, as good in his body, and as comfortable as many of them that we've seen. Just a really neat steer to win this particular class. Not much to pick on there. Good steer. The one that ends up second, he's pretty from the profile. Honestly, he's probably a little tighter chested than even the calf right ahead of him. Don't disregard the calf that ends up winning from that standpoint, but just kind of breaking him down comparatively. Once I'm breaking him down, though, even more, he's just got to be stouter everywhere, but great feet and legs and a beautiful look from the profile. Really a high-quality calf as well. My compliments to those two girls. That's a good pair of steers.
single entry class, moving into a new division of high mains. High main and Jew. Colton Happ wins the first class, class 31. Currently in the ring, class 32. Over on the Hereford side, over on the steer side, Hereford steers placings for class 22. First place, Ryland Busing. Second to Emma Davison. Class 23 and final class of purebred Hereford steers currently in the ring. Let me tell you a quick story here about how we ended up over here in this pavilion, this nice, bright, clean, warm, climate-controlled, comfortable seated pavilion, and that's due to, you see them around the ring, the Vermeer Corporation. From the first large round baler back in 1971 to today, and actually I think I can remember that first baler, Vermeer continues to pioneer and engineer high-quality hay tools for every step of the haymaking process. From mowers, rakes, tedders, balers, and bale processors and mixers, they're all supported by your local dealer and backed by Vermeer. Vermeer is the proud partner of the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo Junior Show and wishes all the exhibitors good luck and a huge thank you for Vermeer for allowing this.
Good class of high mains here, and again, these top two get you initial sort pretty quick, and both of them you'd like to change something on, and but boy, this one I think everywhere but her back feed, I think she excels and excels quickly amongst this crew. Head and neck shape are awesome. Body dimension is incredible. She's got some true punch and some true shape to her, but yet she still lays into her shoulder and comes into her neck in the right manner. Her length and range of motion is good. It's just she's not as consistent in the way she sets down those back feet. You like to just relax her ever so slightly there to really make you extremely comfortable, but didn't think there was any way to beat her everywhere else, so we allowed her to win. This one here does land a little better there, and so I'll give her that. She's still a good-looking one. It's got a nice posture about her. It's all about her hip and spine and the way she moves is what maybe throws her off for us. A little shorter hip and just a little more awkward, uncoordinated in the way in which she goes there, particularly out of her spine and her hip and the way she handles it. But, boy, still a nice one in terms of foot shape, and neck shape is good. Just want to change her, make her more ideal, more comfortable there. Really stout and bold one here that comes next. A lot of punch, a lot of stoutness and just robustness to this female. To the point, though, just gets a little coarser made, a little uncoordinated off of her rear, too, as well. Just want to make her a little more ladylike as well in terms of just her feature and her bone. Cool birthmark one that ends up closing our class. I love the squareness of this one's hip. I still think her head and neck set are good. She's just green and skinny out here amongst this crew. Just needs a little more time, but a neat heifer here to close this high-quality class with.
Over here on the steer side, I think that there's pieces in each of these steers. If you could put them all together, you'd have a really, really good one. We elected to start off with, the man of the group. He's the steer that comes the broadest out of his blade and into the squarest hip. He's the deepest in his stifle and got the most spread there at his quarter. He's a steer that has the most genuine base width. He's good in his body. I'd like to freshen him up there. Maybe the crest of his neck and maybe the base of his chin just a bit. That's a high quality individual there to lead off this particular drive. The young lady steer that comes in second, I like this one's extra bone, his extra depth of the heel. He's got an attractive hind leg about him. He's a steer that when you get him behind him, he still has to spread up high. When you get him behind him, you notice that he's the narrowest between the pair of steers. He's plainest up in the front of his front part of his skeleton. He just doesn't balance in his underline like the steer just ahead of him. The young lady steer that ends up third.
Coming in with our third class of high mains. Sorry for a little break. Got a little water. Took a little break here quick. Back into our high mains. Got 6 in this class. Marches. I will have the updated program here for you just a second. Winner of our first class of high mains was a June entry of Colton Haps. Second class winner was Owen Weisinger's heifer, Molly. She's a buck game on, BKMT, Buck Morton game on. Those are really nice cattle, shown up really well. Second was Addison Brueggemann. Was Weiss's All Me. Kyla Frederick was third with a BSC Freedom daughter. And then Bryn Thayer was fourth with a Millie Lady 80, a Simplified daughter. This class out here, class of March females, we've got a Gronk, One for All. I got a Jones in game. Got another Weiss's All Me. Got an I-80 and another in game. So nice lineup of females out here. Another really good lineup of females to look at, to have the guys evaluate and look through. Well, some differences out here in size and some shape, but nice.
Crowd cleans us out of T-shirts. Thank you, and enjoy your new free T-shirt. How about that?
Well, quality group of Hereford steers. If you would, give these kids a nice round of applause. All of them out here doing a great job. And boy, I mean, we get out of a tough division of mains, and I told Dylan, I said, man, there were some big pieces in there, and it's challenging as a show judge and just even somebody that wants to sell them and feed them and look at them every day. There's so many neat pieces of them, and breaking them down is tough because, you know, the kids work so hard at it and the families do it. So you got to get nitpicky whenever it's time, and in the mains it was time. We're not going to get real nitpicky in the Herefords. I think there's a pair of them that go together real well, and your champion is undeniably the best one and one of the good cattle, again, that we've had in terms of just his comfort level, incredibly good in terms of his spread and his body. He's got a great big look to him, and it'd be hard pressed to find one that's any better than he is in terms of quality. A real good calf, and he's going to go ahead and be your champion, and the one there out of his class in that class is going to be reserve. Good looking, needs to be stouter. Champion's out of class 2, reserve is as well. Congratulations to him.
Your 2024 Iowa Beef Expo champion and reserve champion Hereford steer, both coming out of class 22. Ryland Busing with your champion, Emma Davison with your reserve. Once again, 2024 Iowa Beef Expo champion Hereford steer, Ryland Busing, reserve, Emma Davison.
So they're walking them out here. Brandon asked for him to go another round, take another lap out here. Again, really high quality class of high main females. These 6 young exhibitors out here are making another lap to in front of the judges to take a look and see what they have out here, and I can see why these cattle are all look a lot alike. They've got a lot of similarities to them. Sound. Chad alluded to it a little bit ago, but man, these cattle are put together. The fitters and the time that these young people have put in on them, getting their hair right, making them look good. I think their condition to a whole so far, body conditions and scores have been, I think, just on point. I haven't seen any really ate up with fat. Haven't seen any super skinny. There's obviously different endpoints. There's different things they're shooting for. Some are purely jackpot mode, going to all the weekend warrior jackpot stuff. Some are going to do a few of those in county fair. Some are going to junior nationals. Some are going to junior nationals. Some are state fair. Some are national shows this fall. So anyway, it's all good. So again, you can go to IJBBA page, click down through the yellow spot down, yellow highlight app. There is a Showman app that it shows up. It gives you the show program. It does update as they go through. So like the previous class, class 32 has been placed. So you can see that Owen Weisinger won it. We are on class 33. So Hannah's the first one in, Kinley's the second one in. So as the class gets placed, they just the first one listed to be first, second, third, and fourth, and an example and on down. So it's a nice addition to that. Listen to Chad and I on the heifer side. Listen to the cousins are working the steer side again this year. So again, honor and fun to be here. It's a great facility down here in the Jacobson. When we were up the pavilion last year, we were up in the bird's nest and great view. You can see it, but right here, Chad and I are absolutely ringside up on a little elevated table. We can see the judges are right here with a cattle walk right beside us and out right in front of us. So phenomenal lineup of cattle and a great facility. I'm going to go through some more Platinum Steak Club donors for the IJBBA. We're going to go through these several times through the day because we can't do it. We know that the money makes the world go round, and it takes a lot of money and time to do this and volunteer work and people that do it. But some more sponsors on the Platinum Steaks Club is Russell Livestock, Ballinger family down at Russell, R.W. Plodson Chevrolet, of course the folks from SC Online Sales, Shala Family Farms, the Shanks family, Showtimes, the Showman app. We just talked about them. That's where the placings are being and the show program is at. Skellinger Farms, Sinclair Tractor, the Studer family, Studer Shorthorns out of Creston, Iowa. Stutzman family, big supporters south of Iowa City over there. Sullivan Supply, of course, John and Dee Dee Sullivan. Thunder Mountain LLC. Tipkin Family Farms. Again, Vermeer, huge sponsor by helping us secure this Jacobson building for this show. Wade Rogers Show Cattle, Weaver Show Cattle, and Webster Cattle Company. Again, thank you to those Platinum Steak sponsors and contributors. Those are the ones that help bring this show and help got us have the judges and the sponsorship for our event down here today. So again, beautiful facility. Give it to Mallory Robinson. Hats off to her and her supporting staff and volunteers and folks that come in. Mallory's done a great job as far as keeping the expo going. I think there's some new exciting things that have happened. Try to get some stuff condensed on some weekends and trying to make it so as many people that can show up here. Again, Jenny Studer and her staff and the crew that works on the junior IJBBA side of it. Again, one of the premier junior heifer and steer shows in the country. Very blessed and impressive with the lineup of judges we have out here. Our side, Ferris and Brandon, guys that have judged all over the country and all over the United States. I think it's pretty cool. These guys, Ferris was in Union County and Afton. Time gets away. 4 a couple years ago. Judged a jackpot, IJBBA junior jackpot show down there. Did a wonderful job. Worked well with the kids. Hats off to those guys to bring somebody from the outside in. California's a pretty good money commitment and time commitment on his part, and the IJBBA guys to bring him in. But these guys are well recognized and they're very thorough. They've done a great job. So here they go. They're going to start pulling them in and getting them placed. Hang on, little girl. She's being a champ. These guys have gotten into it. These cattle are feeling good. Must be warming up a little bit outside. Here's my partner in crime. He's back in. He's take a little break. Our little stools, we got a great seat, but the stools get a little hard after a while. Got to move around a little bit.
They do.
We're into our third class of high mains. This is a little recap of where they've been. This was a nice class.
I seen
was a
Owen in one.
nice heifer here that went.
We'd all like to have our fat steers. Great big turn and a neat sweep and shape about his lower cage. That calf just not quite as neat looking in terms of his presence.
Chicken strips and dry.
Really is
And a water.
from their back. White one's the same way. Probably is a little neater throat and a little longer neck than the calf right ahead of him. If we're going to just go ahead and call him that, at the same point, he could probably move up one spot just from his length and pattern. To me, he's got to sit down a little easier.
So this class, again, I was saying on this class, Chad, this 6 high main heifers, there's just not one that really jumps out and just grabs you and runs away with this class. But there's 6 really good, high-quality heifers out here that I think bring a lot of really good things out here. Looks like the one thing they did.
It's classes like this, decisions like this, where we got to get lined up. It's good to be out here with someone else to kind of bounce some ideas off, make sure you're getting lined up. And the longer that we're out here, the more we like this young lady's heifer that's going to start the class to win the class, just because she has the most quality, she has the most extras. Big fat paws, she's got the big sound legs when she gets going, deep body. She too is powerful from behind, and when she's not thrashing around giving this young lady a hard time, she had her set up over here. She too has a very, very high quality both inside now. When we get her going, and she wants to duck her head and run like she's doing right there, she wants to suck her neck down in between her shoulder blades a little bit. I can't tell if that's because she wants to be bossy or that's just the way she is. But outside of that, she is still better everywhere else than the gal that line up in here behind her. The one here in 2 is certainly practical and good in her kind. There's not a lot of extras in this one, but she's sound structure, she's bold, she's got some body depth, she's got some balance. She's playing her in her chest and her throat relative to the one right in front of her, gives up some power and bone relative to the one right in behind her. I think this one here in 3 might have as much upside as anything in this class. She's big-footed, she's big-boned, she's stout and impressive when you get in behind her. She too gets around the ring pretty well. I think with some condition and a calf in her here at a future point in time, this is one that might move up a spot. I think there's a lot of good in that heifer. Don't give up on her. Keep trying when you get home. Really appreciate the power in the one that comes next. I like stout cattle, and she is that, bold-bodied, real impressive when you get in behind her. And even though she is stout, she still lays her muscle pattern on her pretty long and smooth. She, too, is really good in her shoulder. We just need to make her more flexible and free in the way she goes, like to just free her up out of her hip and hind leg. We can give her some more foot size and bone relative to the one right in front of her, but I think that's one that'll be fun to go home and breed on. Certainly has some value to her. The one that comes next is smoother and softer than the one right in front of her, and we appreciate her for those things. She's flat shouldered, she's got some balance. Like to readjust the way she uses her rear skeleton to move her up any higher, but one from this spot right here, forerib, flank, chest, all that balances up good. It's a very similar kind of package here, the one that comes next. She might have a weight per day age advantage relative to the one right in front of her. She too is smooth. We'd just like to open her up a little bit, but really good quality cattle. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
Tim, I think them high mains, boy, they bring the quality to us there. Let me tell you, them things, boy, that's a good class. They was way good. So we would be 34. Curo, Pryor, Coffee, Curtin, Stratton, McCullough. Boy, this is big.
There shouldn't be any in that one at all. There shouldn't be any good ones in here, should there?
Should be some nice stuff, I'd say. It's like a driving 80, Almi, I-80, unlimited power. Live action. And then McCullough. Yep. Whose prefix is that?
Buck Morton.
Oh, Buck Morton. Gotcha. Boy, they bring him right down in there. Nice set of 6 heifers as we get down in here. Get ready to go. Little celebrity sighting with the Jason Minard here coming on the backside.
Oh my
Jason,
God,
step on
it's
up here.
Jason.
We seen him over there. We talked a bit earlier there. I seen him over there. What is that called over there, Jason? What is that? Is that the semen sire?
Yeah, they got a little genetic pathway kind of over there now this year. It works out nice that customers have been able to come and pick up their orders. We've had some sales leading up till now that just a really convenient, easy place to meet and swap out. So it's been good.
Have you had good traffic?
You know, I think it's a good building year. We've got to visit with some people. I think it'll something to grow and build on for years to come. So it's not quite the Ohio Beef Expo experience yet, but it sure be nice if it could kind of to build into something like that, and sure saves on the shipping, and it's pretty convenient.
This is the first year for something like that here at the Iowa Beef Expo, correct?
That's correct,
Yeah,
yes.
cool. Very neat.
Hey, what would you say, though, because you've been Iowa Beef Expo for as long as I can remember of coming over here. What do you think about the facility here, though? I know you're not that end, but what's your thoughts of the show ring and stuff?
I absolutely love the facility. The lighting's great. It's an awesome building. It's clean, very roomy. The makeup area and staging area is superb. I think it's a great change of venue. It's great. Love it.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. It was just spectacular. And I know we talked to Brandon Callis. He's like, oh, yeah, this is lots better. To see the cattle lighting is perfect. And
no
good to
shadows.
see.
Yeah, no shadows.
Natural lighting up there is great. It's great.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see. And
Great to be able to see and evaluate the cattle.
yep, and that's what we're after. And I would imagine that end to probably pick up as more people know about it.
I'm laughing with Jason here. I don't know how long ago was that? 6, 7, 8 years ago. I bought a breaking donkey from Jason.
Yeah, we haven't been in the breaking donkey business quite as much here these past few years, but boy, it's made for a lot of good relationships and fun stories over the years.
We have an absolute blast with that. I just showed him a picture of our donkey. He goes, she might have been exposed when we bought her. He goes, she might. He goes, I'm just letting you know. I think he called me. He goes, I think she was exposed. No guarantee she's bred or whatever. She laid down and had one, and that was her 3rd baby. So just for fun, we don't sell. I don't know. I'm collecting donkeys thanks to you. That's fun times. That's good. So that's awesome. Well, thanks for coming to the Iowa Beef Expo. Hope you had a great time. I hope it was worthwhile. Thanks, Jason.
Just as like you see, just a lot of national name faces you'll see different around here.
Well, we have a lot of national name people in Iowa, of course, and they go from there. But at the same token, this is that's a who's who, man. I tell you, if you're gonna show heifers and steers in Iowa, man, you better be ready, because there is a lot of guys want to send them in here and sell them into Iowa because they're good homes. But I like token these. Our Iowa youth will go and travel a lot of places to buy them to come compete too.
Yeah, I tell you, Iowa's got a strong influence in all the national stuff, and folks that lived here went on, did everything, and we've had a lot of national champions, Supremes and divisions, and bred here, raised here, sold, kicked out of here.
And every year, and it's not just been today.
Right. Yep.
It's not been last year. It's been several years for sure.
Oh, yeah.
The orange one's the kind of calf that I always gravitate back towards because there's not a big hole in it. There's maybe not a big wow factor.
So we're going to pick as a champion high main after this class, looks like.
Oh, yep.
That's what the paper says.
Paper should be right.
Oh, Timmy, we're going to have.
But that calf from there in the mid part of his body and back reads like a practical fact steer that's good bodied. It takes a long step. Be a nice speed one for sure. In a tough class where he's not just as tricked out as that top pair. The black one here, again, same
We
way.
get
I love his rib. To me,
trying to get them things in motion here a little bit and have them kind of go.
but that allows this calf to just bulk up and be better in his rib and balance better than the steer right in behind him. Now he needs to be neater to his crest and back there.
Look like we're going to take them around 2 times. If you guys are there at home trying to figure out where we're at, we got one not wanting to take out and lead a little bit.
I do think the white calf is quality. I love him from the side, and he's a really good built steer. He just needs time to just mature, soften up, just get a little fatter. If he does that with his frame size and his
Again, kind of like our last class. I don't think there's one that just jumps out of here that has to win, but there's one. I mean, there's several in here that could win. I mean, they're just nice
Oh, yeah,
cattle.
it's
a
tough,
good lineup
tough.
of heifers.
He just has to be stouter. Got to let him get out here and move
Yep.
just a shade easier. Again, a great class. My compliments to all the kids.
One that's got one that's just got a great look to her, and she's probably got a chance is this one of Sloan's, and she is just being not. She has
Does
not
not wanna
embraced
show.
being a show cow yet.
No.
And I'm not making fun. That happens to everybody. She's a nice heifer, and Sloan's done a nice job with not losing her cool.
Yeah, talk about one getting away. Funny story I had there at judging down in Oklahoma City. We was in the steer show, and we had some of them bigger name kids, not that you know for sure, and one kid got just drug all over the dang ring there, and he's all standing there. We was in our top 3 or 4. And I'd made that comment to them other ones. I said, boy, ain't that happened to you? And boy, a couple of them just kind of saying, looked up and said, oh, yeah, I was out here in front of everybody, got drug around. And I mean, down the line, all 4 of them were like, yep, there's a time or two I was in here, got whooped just the same.
Yeah. And if you've shown any of these things at any point in time, it's happened to all of us.
Yep. It can happen in there.
So
we got them guys right here in front of us. You can't see the screen, but they're debating and, as we say, talking about what they want to do. Brandon's shaking his head, and Ferris is nodding just the same and talking some differences. Get it set up. Crowd is gathered up around here tight. As you can see, a lot of it you're going across the steer side, but if you just reversed here and the steer guys looking at the heifer side, it's good attendance here today.
It's getting full, man. We got a great crowd. Got a great crowd.
Yep.
And why wouldn't we? It's easy.
Oh,
I really
it's
like this.
great,
They can sit right down there. They're just right on eye level with these cattle, and easy to see. It's amazing how much quieter is in here too without that aluminum.
It is a banging of that aluminum. It is. I didn't really give that thought till as soon as you said it. I said absolutely. I know exactly what you mean. And we had a calf get spooked by some kid jumping down to the step there.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody we've talked to or discussed, and we tried to ask a few questions. I mean, everybody's just absolutely in love with being down here on this end. And thanks again to Vermeer for their support and offer, and not only what they do, for this, but for their ag products that help make agriculture go.
Yeah. And I'm going to say this, and this is change is inevitable. Change isn't always good, but it's going to happen. But the moving up here, I mean, I love it up here. I mean, I think our old pavilion has got so much history.
It does.
Nostalgia to it, and it is still cool. But I mean, this is an upgrade. This is really, really neat. Great experience for these young people to come down here and to exhibit and show off their their cattle and this show ring or in this venue for sure.
Yeah, and just because just because you do have change, I don't know how to come across that, and you don't want to forget your history, where you've been, where you come from, but yet you're still, there's nothing wrong with stepping up and making improvements. And
Yep.
Our forefathers before us, they changed locations. First state fair was down there actually in West Point Lee County had the first state fair. Yeah, it's oldest county show is actually the first show west of the Mississippi.
Is that right?
Is they got it recorded. Yeah, they had the state fair there for a year or two. Then they moved to Oskaloosa.
Yep.
So making our first pulls. Going that way, and I tell you, the ones getting pulled across are still quality cattle. So we're down to 4. Corbin going to get pulled here in 4th. Young kid, just know a little bit, is 8 up by the business.
Is that right?
Oh, man, let me tell you. He may not win this class, but you're going to discourage him for wanting to come out and compete every time.
Come back and work harder.
Yep. So we've got 2 and 1.
different types and styles in here to really adjust with and figure out what you want to do. But we're both very, very comfortable starting this one that leads off. There's a lot of her just from the get-go in terms of width and density and middle, but yet still her proportions read good. When she decides to walk, the way her rear leg sets to the surface is still good. I like to watch these cattle travel from a rear three-quarter. She stays the squarest and most correct, probably from hip to hock to ground. No, she's not as ravishing, I guess you'd say, or as long and clean neck as maybe this one sets in behind her. But to me, her front end matches everything about her. It's broody, it's dense, it's smooth, and she's still very, very proportional. Handles herself quite well. Definitely the neat looking one of the classes. This one here in second gives you a killer look from the side. I like her depth. I still like her proportion in terms of the boldness of her body. The upper hip and pin on her are good. My reservation on her is when we go down low, I like to open that one up in her base as she leaves you. Maybe just ever so slightly give her just a little bigger foot to travel off of, but still one that's awesome in her look. Handles herself adequately well there. Just open her up in her base. And that's the trade-off between her and this one we set in third. There's more bone here. There's probably more foot here. Just a little more of a square base as she leaves you. But up front, she's almost just a little out in terms of her knee and her shoulder there. And because of that, she doesn't blend into her heart and forerib as correctly. She just doesn't bring it together quite as smoothly, quite as neatly as the two really that go ahead of her. But that's still a high-quality cattle that's got a lot of good to her. Big heifer here that comes next. Lots of length, lots of size to her. Really, really good in her middle. And boy, when he gets her stopped and parked, she's just as good as the ones ahead of her. It's when we ask her to go is where we find fault in her. Want to square her up on her rear feet. She wants to dig in there and be maybe just a little more upright in those pasterns. I mean, because of that, she doesn't handle her hip and her spine quite as comfortably or correctly as I'd like her to. But boy, on the standstill, she can give you a smoking good look. Another really, really extended one that comes here next. Really high-necked and long-sided. She's got a big back leg to go off of as well. Just a little more compromised maybe in terms of her heart and forerib. I like to change her knee and her shoulder angle and put that onto her body a little differently. And then the one that rounds our class out, again, heaviness of bone is good. Her actual stoutness for her size is very, very good. Just want to see a little more of her in this class. A little more length, a little more extension, just a little more elevation maybe relative to her classmates here. But awesome, awesome class. Nice one there up front to lead us off.
Boy, a wild-looking one to win this class, and he's got the presence of some of these cattle that have come through in this particular division, and he does it with the horsepower whenever you get in behind him. That is a wide-built, thick one that goes to the ground with comfort. A neat look as you get here to the profile of him, just rocket-necked and just still so square from their back. And just a neat calf there and a hard one to make to win this particular class. I kept moving the young lady up. You know, Dylan turned around and he said, I kind of like that girl's calf pretty good. You're a little hard on him. And I won't lie to you, initially I was, because he just wasn't as comfy right there in terms of his top line. He wasn't as good as you just take him right out of his hip. And I think it was just all because he wasn't relaxed. But the more he's been out here, the more I like him. He took an easier step than this calf. He's got more muscle than that other steer. I still want to give him just a stouter column of bone and a bigger foot to move him up another spot. But boy, that thing is rocket neat looking and just more comfortable and confident in terms of his step behind than what the steer is that comes next. There's pieces of this calf that I love. His upper rib cage is perfect. I love the shape of his body, the way that he travels back there in the inseam or the back side of his hip. He's square. He's good in terms of his joint standing, but his ankles don't work right on the move. And I thought relative to his chest floor, his mid-body and flank needed to be better. But that calf still stopping and standing looks like a fat steer. If he can figure out his rear feet and we can get enough depth of body and shape in his lower rib, then that calf moves up for sure. There's nothing big wrong with the orange calf that's next. In fact, there's pieces of him I like as good as anything in class. He's the best body and the most natural in terms of his center dimension. He's still square as you get in behind him, and he's a comfortable calf off of his hind leg. That steer's not as neat looking up front. He's got some crest, he's got some throat, he's a little wider and deeper in terms of his lower blade and chest. I don't see him as neat looking up front in a critical class like this or in a good class. He's got to just tie a little neater. There is big pieces of this steer, and I know that the young lady's frustrated with him. I wish that he would just settle in and just become more comfortable as his rear wheels. Does the same thing up front as he tilts.
We get out here for our champion high main female.
Good job. Good class.
We got our 4 class winners out here to compete for our high main division. Again, there might not have been one that's just really jumped out and grabbed you, and that you thought was the one that had to win. But man, there has been a nice lineup of high percentage main females out here as they get out here and start sorting them and evaluating through those cattle. So.
Over on the steer side, moved into a new division, the Keenan division, class 24. Carly Axmere.
We get caught up on this. Here comes our judge. Talk reasons for our high main champion. Champion high main was Sloan Curtin. That was a Buck Morton, Lucky Star female, sired by Unlimited Power. February 20th female. Sloan's got a nice high percentage main female there. So they're going to walk them here one more time for our reserve champion in this division within this breed. So I'm trying to flip back here. Got too many papers open here. So the first class 31, was Colton Happ. Owen Weisinger would have been the class winner of 32. Kenley Richardson was your class winner of 33, and Katie Pryor was second in class 34 behind Sloan. So that would be your 4. And Katie Pryor is going to be reserve in the high mains by a driving 80 daughter. Got a men tattoo. I'm assuming Jason had bred that one. So again, congratulations to our high main. We'll be moving into our main Angus. Next class has got 1 May in it, and then we'll have 5 Aprils, 4 Marches, 9 Februaries, and then 1 senior yearling. So a nice division of main Angus. This is a division that's getting bigger and bigger all the time. It started off a little slow. It's taken a while to figure out how to breed them, but yeah, it's a division that's getting bigger and catching on more. Really nice cattle. Main Angus have to be 3/8 to 5/8 main Anjou. The remainder is Angus. With that, no brockle heads, no white on their udder, but no white above the body, no white on the switch of the tail, no white on their heads or any other part of their bodies to make them a main Angus. So it's 3/8 to 5/8 main Anjou, with the remainder as a pedigreed Angus. They can be black and or red. Doesn't matter on that side of it. So, but yeah, starting into our main Angus division.
that's got some bone, he's got some foot, he's got some presence. He just needs some more muscle when you get right in behind him. He just needs more time on feet to man up. Calf's got a really bright future ahead of him.
Very high quality heifer to kick off our Man Angus show with. Neat presence to this one. Her head neck posture really can grab you when he gets her on the standstill. Her body shape is still good, yet she's still juvenile in it in terms of her condition. I like the shape out of her hip. Her length of stride is very, very good there as well. Again, we could nitpick on her just a shade if you go from behind, square up ever so slightly, but that's an awfully nice one here to kick off the Man Angus show.
Class winner Ty Johnson with the Garth daughter. Now I have second class, class 36 of our main Angus breeding heifers. Air Jordan daughter. We got a Style daughter, a Primo daughter, Follow Me daughter, and a Weiss's All Me daughter coming in. Again, 4 main Angus females out here. These 5 are all April daughters, main Angus females.
To Katie Pryor, third. Skylar Coffey, fourth. To Corbin Cureau, fifth. To Madison McCullough, and sixth to Sophia Stratton. And your 2024 Iowa Beef Expo champion, high percent main Anjou breeding female, goes to Sloan Curtin. And out of the same class, class 34, your reserve goes to Katie Pryor.
I just telling Tim I've got to be the worst at my job here right now. There's so many people come in the backside of us here to talk to. Just good to visit with so many different people to go through, and it's fun to see on the people's side. So we are in class 36, main Angus breeding heifers. And this is not a new division, but I still love this division. I think these cattle are so good. They're so consistent.
I said a little bit ago, I said this is one that's taken a while for it to kind of catch on, but it is getting bigger. Cattle are really, really good.
They are good. I mean, when you go to Junior Nationals and watch our national show, watch the main Angus, I mean, them things are all basically the same, just a little bit, a little more amped up one way or the other. But God, they're just good cattle.
Yeah, so again, I just was explaining to some of them who were listening. So the main Angus is 3/8 to 5/8 main Anjou.
But no white.
No white.
Tail
white, or no tail on the switch. No white on the body, no white on the head. Can have a white on the udder. But 3/8 to 5/8 main Anjou. The rest has got to be paperable, registered Angus. So it can't be just out of a black commercial cow.
Yeah.
Can't be like a Garth out of a black commercial cow. If it is, that's just a half-blood maintainer.
I got you. And do they have to be THPHA free then
yes,
too?
THPH and DS free.
Yeah.
Yes, free of all defects.
All known defects to date.
Today, yeah. Who knows when the next thing will rear its head. So. Yes. Yep. And then Katie Pryor was reserve.
Gotcha. Yep.
Catching up, high mains. I'm catching my partner up. Yep.
Yep.
Sloan out of the last class of high mains was champion. Second was Katie Pryor with a driving 80 daughter.
Yep.
And again, this class is, I said this in the mains, and this is no disrespect to our exhibitors. There's not one of these that is jumping out at them to win to me, or run up to. There's 2 and then 3 other ones. I mean, these 5 are nice. It's kind of like that
good,
main.
very
They're
good
all
heifers.
good cattle.
Good set of steers over here, and again, maybe not just to jump out and ham here, but darn sure.
Well, a lot of debate, though. That's where we get this toughness. I mean, these guys, they debate these things. They're trying to get them things figured out.
Right there at their ankle alone, this
Yeah.
calf could be second. Outside of that, he's just got everything else going for him. He's bigger back. He's shorter in terms of his spine than the calf right in behind him. He's explosive whenever you get in behind him. I still think his bend and angle up front's good. I like that calf shape, and I like his power. He just got so much more to him whenever you step right in behind him. I prefer his length of body better. His ankles have to be a little better for me to just go ahead and call him an easy class winner. And that's where we
They're going back and forth, back and forth.
just judge him on depth of heel alone. This calf could win this particular class. He's more rock back and angular about his hock and rear foot.
Well, let's see where we're at from here.
From there up and forward, there's not near as much horsepower. Now that calf's pretty from the side. He's going to take a little time to probably get there, and that calf's in the mid-14 to upper 14s probably before he gets fat and stout enough. But boy, his bone and his build is impeccable, and that'll take him a long way. So if you call him having enough, as you get up into his chest, you get into
So we
his
get
ribs,
starting to make them pull.
I just made a call that he didn't have enough for me. Wasn't just perfect there as well. Like I said, in terms of muscularity, but a good calf. This one's got it, man. He's great big top, he's great big hip, and he's a good rib kind of a calf. And I'm not saying that he's just going to go win the state fair, but boy, whenever you talk about breaking him down from a county and a district or jackpot, whatever it may be level, that steer right there has got an opportunity to always be tough. His length of body's good, his rib cage is beautiful, and I love his shape behind. Now he ain't as wild and tricked out up front as what the cattle are right ahead of him. He'll separate in the middle of his shoulder blade and come with a shape more chest. Once he stops and we drop his back and we get to the side, then that calf breathes like a good long-term feed and fat steer. Like I said, not a wild look, but a good kind of cattle, and I think he always keeps him right there in the hunt. The calf that comes next, beautiful from the side, needs to be just a
So would that be that Lydia Judy to win the class?
I believe so. Yep.
She'd be the first one out there.
I believe so. That was a nice effort. I noticed her when she came.
Getting a lot of hits up in here. Is this one exactly my speed? Probably not in terms of just stoutness and power, but I do think when you start to study all the totals in this class, she makes the most sense. Just her body shape, her flexibility amongst this group, still has some attractiveness in terms of her look. Her squareness of hip is still very good. Just for me personally, I wish we could make just more of her everywhere. More bone, a little more stoutness, but boy, she just kind of outmoves and out-skeletons the rest of this class in here. So I'm going to leave here in second. She's got some big, neat pieces to her. Heavy bone, big hip, bold centered there as well, and still got some look and attractiveness up front. A little too vertical in her knee and her shoulder. Want to change her there and rock her back better there. And maybe if we do that, we find a way to sit her in front of that one. But for me and for us, she just needs to be better in those areas. Probably the one that resembles the class winner the closest is the one we leave here in third. Again, body shape and depth is good. She's smooth made. She's got some length to her there as well. Just wants to throw her front end out a little more than you need to. She too could benefit from being a little stouter at the surface as you get to studying her, wanting to loosen her up a touch. Young lady in the yellow there does a nice job showing this one. This one's a good neck, thin neck. And again, if this one's stout enough for you, you dang sure can find a different place. For us too, though, that's where we wanted to change her, give her quite a bit more dimension from one end to the other. I do respect the fact, though, just her look, her depth, and her smoothness out here. Just want a little more cow there. And the one that closes our class, just hard to figure out where to put her. You value her cowy body. She's stout and opened up, but she's probably a little advanced in terms of her condition amongst this group. A little tighter in terms of her structure, just not as comfortable moving as what the crew is ahead of her. But interesting class of cattle.
Boys, we roll right out, roll right in here as those 36. Okay, we're going to have a little smaller class here. Unless I'm looking wrong, I just got 4 on my sheet, 5 out in front of us. But we could have addition. I can't tell you who it's going to be as far as added, subtracted, or whatever. But class on class, a mid-hybrid, Memphis Mafia, and a prime time. Timmy, I know looking at this next class, we got some size here in numbers coming out here next and in February. Maine Angus heifers that look good, but well, it's a good another good group here again. I said it earlier about the Maine Anjus and
yeah, they
So does Karen allow you to be part of the Maine Anju stuff here in Iowa? Is she in charge of the juniors, you say?
Yes, she's the den mother for the
So
for
she
the juniors.
is sole responsibility of the growth and power of the Maine Anju breed in the state of Iowa is due to
No, not so much.
Not so much?
I tell you, we are blessed. We have a great group of Maine Anju breeders and enthusiasts.
Sure you do, yeah.
in Iowa.
Yep.
I mean, and some super
Well,
old
you
lines,
think
right?
like Marty
Van
is a
Vliet,
great
Blue-
person.
Blueprint,
yeah.
Kendall, Audrey
Kendall
Brimmer.
does a good job, yeah.
They've been
synonymous
they've been
with Maine
there
Anju
for
cattle.
forever,
Ever.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about two guys, going through. We've had some success in that full blood thing. You know, Kenny and Marty are kind of giggling about it. They like it. They think it's
Sure.
kind of fun.
Yep.
Because those guys they brought some of the first ones in.
Sure they
you
did.
know, they
Yeah,
brought them
right.
down out of
Yeah, right.
Canada.
Yeah.
And I think Marty exhibited the last national champion Maine Anju bull that wasn't black.
That wasn't. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So that was in the 70s or 80s. It was a full-blood bull that was national champion, and that was the last colored bull
that actually won.
That won. You know.
So what year would that have been? That'd have been probably. God, that. Grab Marty. Bring him over here and see if you talk. Is he too busy watching? That'd be a good topic. He must be still
There's
watching
another
somebody.
family member. So Deb Core sitting right
Yeah,
there
the Core
beside
family,
him. Core
yep,
family.
right, yep.
Of course, Mark and Deb and their girls and their families are big into it. But before that, Phil
Phil and his
when
daughter
Phil
showed quite a bit,
Phil
yeah.
and his daughter showed him a lot, and
Phil, that was a big personality.
he was a big
I always
personality.
talked about that. I always enjoyed him. Officiated with him at the judging contest at Beef Expo, and I tell you.
Did
one
you ever
thing-
have to wonder where he stood?
Oh my goodness, you did not.
Yeah.
No, he was a little different than I would say Mark. Mark might be a little more politically correct type of individual,
Yeah.
but Phil was very strong with his opinion if he had her. I actually enjoyed it.
And he knew him though. It's not like
Oh, he did. He
it's
was
not
great.
like
Yeah, he was good. Yeah. Yep.
Chin around. So yeah, so
that
we have
is
a
for
really good.
Yep.
We had a great junior auction here last Saturday over at the 4-H building. Collected
then,
15,000 for our kids again. So it's
Wow,
awesome.
good.
You know, thank
Tell,
you. For,
tell me again how many junior Maine Anju members paid to show here? Membership.
I'm
Did you say
either I'm
100?
gonna basically 130. It was either like
130, right, yeah.
128, 132. Yep. And that would be steers and then the different divisions in that.
Sure.
Last year, so like at the junior national, I'm going to forget, I should have had all this written down, but turnaround Muir family had champion high Maine bred and owned. T-Bone was reserve. Kendall Brimmer family had like champion and third bred and owned maintainer, or champion and reserve, maybe bred and owned maintainer, female, and like champion or second or third maintainer in the deal. Bulls have done well. Our steers have done well. We just have a really good, again, Springfield, Missouri is when our junior national is going to be this year down in Missouri. So if you want someplace to eat.
And that is, has Brandon one of the judges for the junior nationals?
Oh,
in
yes.
Maines?
Yep. Yeah, it
is.
is.
That true?
Yep.
Did I see that right?
Yep.
I knew he's doing either Keys or Maines. I couldn't remember.
He's doing Maines this year, and he's on it. And then Foster.
Andrew?
Yes.
Angus guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Angus guy. Yep.
Andrew, I think that's a talented evaluator.
Yeah.
Great cattle breeder, does a lot of good
Is
jobs.
that Four Corners? Is that right?
No, Andrew Foster, he's at Seldom Rest.
Seldom Rest. That's it. Yeah,
Is
that's
that
it.
right?
I think that's it. I'm pretty sure. Let me know.
If that'd be, yeah.
Let me double check. I don't want to give bad intel.
To us, and especially to me, I think the decision really comes down between 2 and 3, and we can wheel that third place heifer around when we get to it. But we elected to go with the one that's got a little more look of quality up through her front end. She's trimmer in her chest and neck. She's cleaner about her navel. She's bull-bodied too. Now, does she give up some iron and some foot and some punch relative to the one right in behind her? Yes, but she's just a little more dynamic looking, and maybe the one that I would consider to be the harder one to make. Now, if this was a performance contest or eating contest, I think the 1 and 3 definitely wins. She's got the weight per day of age advantage. She's got big old feet, big sound legs. She's flexible off both ends, and I think this one is super practical and broody for a cow. Love to trim her up in her chest and throat, like to clean her up in her navel, but I really think this one is one that can excel when we get her out there in production. Two really attractive females that come next in 4 and 5, and you can kind of sort these any which way you want them. This one here is really good in her chest. She's better in her head than the one right there in front of her. I think she's bolder bodied and softer than the one right in behind her, and maybe ever so slightly more flexible out of her rear skeleton. Nothing to take away from the young man that's going to round out the class. This one's got some length of body. She's robust there in her heart, but just like to make her a little bit softer, maybe trim her up in her chest and neck relative to that one right in front of her. The one here with a few more days, I think we like quite a bit more.
Well, what a good class. And again, my compliments to each one of these kids. I say it each time. It doesn't matter just
Tim, as he talked that one there, he said he had an easy one to win. The choices between second and third, but boy, that heifer there that wins that class, she looked the part.
She's wolfy, isn't she? And not
Yeah.
a nice female. Yeah.
I get pretty fired up to watch this class come in. I think there's going to be some power in this group. Just name judging, it looks pretty dang good.
His length of hip, his build at the surface, he never deviated. I thought standing there and moving, and honestly,
Yeah, good set of heifers coming in here.
it's a big class. Because to me, he strengthens up, maybe just a shot better right behind his blade. But boy, for a calf that's got that kind of quality from the profile, he still explodes with muscle in the middle of his back. He's beautiful in the shape of his center body. He's square behind, and he hits the ground with as comfortable of a set of rear wheels and front end skeletal quality as we've had. Now, that steer there, to me, relative to the orange steer.
This is a class of Maine Angus. Holy
I tell you what, they look
moly.
good, yeah.
You go down through here, so class on class, style, end game is a Maine, end game, another style, game on, that's a Maine.
Yep.
Primo, data bank is a Maine, class on class. I mean, these dudes are, they're tough now,
Got a
man, I'm telling you.
Bremer. Yeah, we got good. Yeah, I was just asking. I know that one is, would it be New Era? Be the Baylor Bonham and Stock Martin would have sold this one on their online sale.
Okay, yep.
That one of Noonan's. I remember seeing that pedigree. Got the end game.
214 riders. I think that heifer, she came from California. They picked her up at Oklahoma City.
Oh, that's Severus?
That's Severus,
Oh,
yeah.
gotcha,
And she
yeah.
won her division, I think.
Probably.
Reserve division at Oklahoma City, I know. That's a nice heifer.
Got a Bremer
The cap.
K&A. Kraft to be the Oklahoma bred heifer. Would that be the
That'd be
Kraft cattle
the,
company in
SL
SL
and Jenna? I would say so, yep.
Because I think she sold on Divas and known as the Divas.
Oh, could be.
Paulson's
Okay.
decap. She
Oh,
won
yeah,
our
that
state
makes
fair
sense,
before.
yeah, yep.
Shoulder. He's a long him, good built calf. Whenever I stepped in behind him, I just thought that calf, he's got
Yeah, you just work your way down. This is a good lineup.
I thought the smoke steer was just a little stronger and bolder about his head. It just, again, from their back, allowed that steer to just open up.
This is going to test him here a little bit. This will slow him
Yeah, I was
down
gonna
out here a
say,
little
yeah.
bit.
Yeah, I thought that one that won the last class looked pretty exceptional, but I think there's some exceptional heifers in this lineup too.
Yeah. So back onto our judge, Lindsay. Yeah, seldom rest.
So
Is,
Lindsay is listening to us talk right now about Maine Anjou cattle.
She is. Yep, she is on there.
There you go.
Lindsay, if you want to send me some data, some information, Keeping It Real's the name of the theme for our junior national, Springfield. So we got a little fishing theme in there. I don't know if T-Bone had anything to do with that, with his love of fishing or not, but he's on the junior board with Lindsay, so it's kind of funny. So.
Gosh, every one of these that pulls out and kind of walks around and pulls up, I was like, boy, I like her, I like her, I like her. So that's not a different, that's a different prefix. I'm trying to get my prefix game on here. And them cattle do fit in here well, as we talked about too. We got our square footage is every bit the same, if not a little bigger than our regular pavilion. Keeping it real fun. Yep. June 21st to the 27th.
Single entry class 35 goes to Ty Johnson. Living in the class 36 is the main Angus breeding heifer show.
All right, we're going to put these in. This is not going to be a fast class. I can just tell you that right off the get-go here. It's going to take them a little while to debate and talk about them cattle right here. Oh, keep coming around here, honey. Got come right here in front of us as we get it going.
Can we just do can we do an in gate and an out gate?
Yeah, I don't know.
In's
maybe
mine.
So.
In.
Yeah, there'd be a new era ear tag, I believe, in that one.
Yep, Lindsay, keeping it real fun. That's our
that would
theme.
Be this, yeah, there's a Savera ear tag. I can see that. That heifer looks good. The riders you talked about.
Yep.
There we got a Bremer heifer. Donuts and Divas, and then I don't know whose that one there is. Kind of fun. We can do some of that sidetrack stuff we could look at here and kind of study.
I'd like
it's
to
nice
keep
having Cyrus here on our sheet that we can
it
kind of
is,
share a
yeah.
little bit of that stuff.
Be nice to be able for us to keep up on where they all came from and sold, so we're not picking anybody out or favoritism or whatever. It's just ones that we're kind of familiar with and have seen. And
Sure.
Or pulling out the ear tags as they come walking by, but they might go around another time or two here. This is going to take these guys a minute or two to figure this one out. You were talking about how these girls have changed, and Ava's tall, nice looking. She's gotten tall. She was a little bitty devil. We started showing and jackpotting and stuff when those guys were around, and turns out they were a little bitty and not very big. McKenna, the DeKalb young ladies, same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Watch them grow up. Get
Abe, I remember here a few years ago, she had a black and white one that's absolutely mean. He would just walk and just blow up out of there, and they kept showing him. He was really good. He kept winning all them little jackpot shows, but I remember she'd go to like 10th one before he finally didn't get away. But, I mean, her dad just throwed her out there.
Well.
But she liked it and loved it.
Got to be tough. Get after it.
One thing you do, you look around here, and what I always like to do and take in the atmosphere, you know, we look at the crowds kind of paying attention. You look over here at the end gate, people coming, I mean, them things for their place, and they're intense, man. They're focused.
Oh, yeah.
They are paying attention.
This is a lot of these kids play basketball and football and soccer and sports and that kind of stuff, and there's a lot of intensity in that and stuff, and that's but the ones that are into this is their ball game. This is their Super Bowl too, and they want to do well and put their best foot forward.
You can pick out those kids that this is it. This is what they do.
Oh God, yeah.
How they're out there. I mean, just their passion in their face, the way they operate, the way they try to show, and the way their animal looks. But
said
now
that-
we're starting a lot of debate here. They're just going through and trying to maybe get a few of these outs to narrow down. And I would bet when they get down to about four of these, I bet they'll re-walk them top four and
Yep.
then kind of go from there. But
Well, and you've done that, and you've judged, and you've come to these fairs and county fairs, and you've judged. I mean, you've judged at the highest levels, but you've also, put your time
At
in
all
at
levels.
county
Oh,
fairs
heck
and that kind
yeah,
of stuff.
right.
But how many times have you judged showmanship, and you just watch the end gate, and you can tell the kid that maybe that's not going to win that showmanship class, but the two or three that are going to be in the top two or three,
Like 2 steps in.
and 2 steps in.
Yep.
And what's your look? How do you know? Just the look in their eye.
Their confidence, the way they fit,
Yep.
how natural it is.
And
It's just a natural feel.
They got that confident look in their eye, and that's what it is. You can tell they're the ones that work with them every day.
Hey, right.
And they know them. And they know the good and the bad about their cattle. They know how to show the
And there's a difference
crappy parts
between,
out of them.
Then there's a difference between the passion of I live it to the passion I'm going to turn it on because I'm going in the contest.
Oh, God, yeah.
The ones that are trying hard, I mean, is different than somebody that's where it's at.
Yep. Well, you were close. They got down to 5. They haven't walked them yet,
Down to
but they got
5,
down
yeah.
to 5 for sure.
So if we get down to kind of the early call there.
Well, we're only 2. Is this our 3rd class of these?
Yep.
Yeah. So we're into the 3rd. We got one
We're
more.
still not even halfway into our show yet.
Yeah, no, we're not halfway through the show, but we're into this. I guess we say this about every breed, but I would say there'll be one out of this. Whoever wins this main Angus thing will have an opportunity to be in the top 5 at the tomorrow afternoon. All right, there's a good view online. They're scanning down through there.
If I think it's right. I think we've even got folks that are actually in California right now paying attention and watching to see what's going to happen in this main Angus heifer class.
Yep. I'd imagine.
I would imagine.
And again, thank you to Vermeer for the facility while we're out here and got a couple minutes while these guys
Down
are
to
evaluating
3.
them. I got down to 3. But thank you to
I think
Vermeer
we're
for
about
this
ready
again,
to-
and thank you to LiveAuctions.tv for coming and making this available, and the cameras ringside, and the young people that are running the cameras, and then turn around to the ladies behind us that are running the audio and having us here. And thanks
Yep.
for the invite back, Chad. I had a great time last year, and it's been a lot of fun. So
Yeah, it's been a good time, especially when you get the quality of this and know that we've got a captive audience paying attention here to see what Mr. Brandon's got to do with this trio of heifers. Is Ryder still out there? Is that the
Nope,
young
he
boy
got
there?
4.
No, he got 4th. Okay.
Yep, he just got Ava's left.
Yep.
Ava Noonan.
Ava, and I know Decap. I know who that girl is.
Yeah, the cap, and then
1, 2, 3.
a little bitty one.
So Ava get first. Did he just counter them right where they're at? I got
Did
you.
he?
Yep.
Good class, and again, some challenge to it. But still a lot of good quality and good cattle in here. I think this one that leads off. I think you quickly are drawn just to that kind of pin width and hip dimension, that kind of body shape. It still sends her head and neck off of her shoulder like she does. I want to change the angle of her shoulder. Personally, I tone her down just a shade in terms of her size, but just in quality and look and kind and presence amongst this class, it got hard to find one to really get around her, even though she's not perfect in a place or two. This one here we run in second. I call her the cow of the class in terms of just freshness of body, the stoutness and boldness of her from her shoulder back. I still like how she proportions out. No, she's not as pretty-headed and pretty-necked as heifers on either side of her, but I love the density of her. I want to give her more foot and bone, but she uses it, and I think in an appropriate enough manner, gets a shot plainer. That's what keeps her from winning the class. Want to make her just a little neater right there in terms of the base of her chest and her shoulder. If this one's stout enough for you, this is probably your class winner. Her length, really, really good. Got her fresh look to her.
nice fit job there as well. Good hind leg. Just for us personally, the widest part of her is up front, and she narrows as you go back. When you get her on the move, she's just a little hesitant to the move. She doesn't really step down with a lot of authority. She wants to get up on her toes just a little bit. Found some more problems with her, and so we rolled her there in the third. Ferris probably put it best, and I don't mean if he was want me to say this or not, but 3 body condition scores ago, this one I'd have loved. Just in terms of her density, her body shape, her stoutness, we just got her a little too far along too quickly in my mind. I think that's what's hindering her movement out here. She's just a little overcooked there, and she wants to get tighter as she goes. Boy, that's a dense body, stout made one that's got some quality, just needs a diet like myself. Heifer that comes here next, lots of length and look to her, and she's got some freshness to her. Just a little skinny, a little green, a little raw amongst this group. Want to see quite a bit more of her as we get to go. White flanked one here that's got a good head and neck to her. Good out through her hip, just a little awkward in the way she handles her hock, a little awkward in the way she handles her front skeleton there as well. Another stout, dimensional one that rolls around next. Just, again, could benefit from being just a little leaner and more ladylike. Another short-tailed one here that's got some smoothness and some cow feature to her, maybe just not quite enough show animal, and probably as much presence as any as the one we closed the class with, and heaviness of bone. Just want to see her hop quite a bit better, a little looser, more athletic, and more correct as she sets to the surface. But a good class, interesting trio there up top.
Tim, I would say that was a great class. I thought that was impressive. Set of heifers, top to bottom. I think Brandon did a good job of talking them. So look like we have. What do we have here next? We have a one single entry.
Yep.
Day after Christmas baby.
Senior yearling.
Yep.
Nice job. That one appears to be pretty straight up, don't it? 24, 24K.
Oh, 24K. Yep. Nice individual.
Nice heifer. Yeah.
Very nice. So then we'll come back in here. How many main Angus do we have out here for our division
I think we'll
here?
have 4, 5.
1, 2.
Ty Johnson will be in our first class.
Yep.
Will be a Ladybird Seldom Rest Garth. Judy. Era Jordan, she wins class 36 for the second class of main Angus.
Then Talax heifer.
Abby wins class
that's a good
3.
That's a good heifer there.
That's a way good effort.
Somebody said that was one of Kendall's high sellers.
Kendall's, yep. And Kendall's sale this fall was he have his sale like October-ish, I think.
Probably. Hard somewhere in there.
Somewhere in there.
Then we got the Ava
that won this last class.
Which is a Jason Minert sold heifer through Bonham and Stock Martin there in Oklahoma. She's nice. And then
so here we go. They're coming back out.
So busy to setting the stage, I forgot about to let you listen to them. So we'll be bringing them class winners back in here. This be a good lineup.
I'm not wishing my life away, but looking forward to. We got 3, 4, 5, 6 classes of maintainers. I bet there'll be a good one in there too.
Yep.
Comes there, Jordan
so
daughter.
Yep, you bet. Hey, I didn't realize that on that Judy. It just looked like her dad followed it in. That'd be Tom Judy, who grew up with me down there in West Point.
Is that right?
Yep. He was Angus guys forever.
Still down there?
No, he's. I think he lives closer to Fremont, but I'm not sure he was. But Tom doesn't actually live in our area right now.
Yep.
Yep. And then we get the Talac heifer, the Noonan heifer.
Ilg heifer.
Yep. Boy, outstanding lineup of heifers,
man,
though.
I
I
mean,
tell you what. I know Mr. Ty down there in that single entry there in that first class, but that dude could handle some competition.
Oh, I mean,
I'm telling you, that heifer is way nice. He's got her presented well, and that thing is way
she's
good.
Just a baby. I mean, she's just a May, too.
That's a good heifer.
She's got a lot of time in front of her.
That's a good home. Them folks do a good job. They're young, but they do a good job. Yeah.
A meeting on the pitcher's mound, as you say.
Yeah. Meeting at the mound.
They're
Got
talking
the hand
about it.
signals out.
I'd
not
say
trying to hide it.
There's 3 or 4. Well, all 5 of them has a place out here for
Both
sure.
of them shaking their head.
I think there's 3 that kind of come to the
Can
top.
you
of
guys
this
see
deal.
it on the screen? You're just a little bit out of your screen there.
Well, they're smiling at each other, now laughing, so that's a good sign.
It's all good, yeah. Yeah.
So there's been times that's had the opportunity to do it both ways. Here comes Brandon.
Nice, Angus Cattle here. Good enough, we'll go through it real quickly. Single entry that came in that first class. You never know where the single entries are going to stack up. Did know that we liked this one in terms of quality when she entered, and again, her look, her presence is good. She's got a good big back leg.
They're not out, but it is down to 1 bar, though.
Body shape and even the condition that she's in, I like that. Again, you could tweak her up front, just like we could probably say that about any of these here. Just want to lay them in her knee and shoulder ever so slightly, but definitely one that's in the hunt. The one that came out of that next class, again, smooth made, pretty sound, pretty athletic type cattle. Just need a little more bone and wolf and just stoutness for us personally, but still thought that one put a lot of good together in that class and deserved to be out here on the front line. One that came out of that next class, again, was a pretty logical one to find. Just her look, her presence, her body density is good. And then with that, there's still some stoutness. And when you go watch her go from behind, she travels with the right kind of squareness there from hock to ground. Again, you could modify her up front just ever so slightly when she's on the move, but good kind of cattle. Heifer that came out of the big class here, again, really, really big hipped. Really bold and dense in terms of her middle. A lot of length, a lot of look to her. Still want to change her and her knee and her shoulder just a shade. And then for me personally, again, she starts to get elevated just a touch in terms of size there compared to her age. But, boy, a big, big hip, a lot of cow there. Still got some look. And that single entry that came out of that last class, again, more moderate in size, and I don't mind that. I love the shape of her head and her neck there. Wants to be just a little off on her rear skeleton as she sets down relative to some of these other ones out here, but a good kind of cattle. We think 2 of them kind of pair up just a little better, and then amongst those 2, there's just more calf here in this one out of the third class. She's going to be our champion. Young guy with the single entry out of class 1 will be reserved.
There you go. Abby Talak comes through, and Ty Johnson is your reserve main Angus.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the comment that just being a single entry, he was really good, and that is a very nice effort, and he gets right up in there. Congratulations to them guys. Congratulations to Locks there too. That's a really good effort. We really liked her in class good.
Keeping you up, Margot? Got a little yawn going on there, sweetheart. What you need? When
we got.
There you go. Just plug it in. Whole camp. Chadley, just plug her in, bud. That's all you got to do.
Hey, there we go.
I made her screen go blank.
It's okay. I'll take care of it.
Good thing Margot's here to take it. You did make it go blank. That's your magic. Don't worry. Let Margot handle it, Chad. Don't worry about it, bud. She's got it. Thanks for taking care of us, Margot.
You know it.
No, you're on. Now you're red.
Turn it on. Plug it in and turn it on. There you go. It's green.
That's one disadvantage they have with 2 old guys that are not technically advanced. We cannot figure anything out up here.
Oh, not a goddamn thing.
No.
No, and I admit I'm
Scared
not
to
very
touch anything up here.
I'm not. Yeah, no, right now especially. I'm not very smart about this shit at all, and I admit it. So I'm trying to meander the rest of my life through with not having to be very good about it. And as old as I am, I think I can make her. I think I can limp out with having to do much of this.
Well, we have started our maintainer division. We had a class winner there, single entry. Now we get into class 41. 7 head in this class, and I would say looks like we should have a good class coming.
24 carats, a Wyatt, prime time. You know, that primetime bull of Kendall's has been doing a nice job.
Did a really good job. Yeah, he started to show up, and I mean, he won his, for that Primo son. He's got some versatility. You see him you've seen him in the low semis working and some different spots. He's pretty versatile, good bull. As we keep working right in here to, well, we got a lot of maize in the maintainer. One May in the main Angus, and then we got a whole class of maize in the maintainers.
And 9 Aprils. Have the purebreds early and the crossbreds later, it looks like.
Yeah, but we got a lot of February, so I can't really make my
There's no
make my statement comment.
No statement on this one.
Not really.
That was awesome, Margot. She just snapped her. She
made
wiggled her
it
nose
happen.
like
Bam.
bewitched, and poof, there it came back on.
Yeah.
She's amazing. Here's your paper, Margot.
Keep track.
Oh, you're fine.
Give a shout out. I had to go over there this morning and get a pen off the back, but Select Sires had a booth in the Genetic Alley, and they had some pens out. I did grab one of them today, I would say.
That's
but
good.
Select
I
Sires, I
appreciate
do
that.
get semen in my nitrogen fill from there. Tim, what are you doing here?
Well, it's a long way down there to bend over and pick that piece of paper up,
Oh,
so I
we
kicked
got
it over
there,
here to
yep.
the step. Got it. Our sponsors, so.
Oh, we do. Do we have to hit a few more of them?
I'm going to go through quick
We
while
can
they're
do-
talking about this. I'll do the
Yeah,
IJBBA
we can talk
supporters.
a little bit more about Vermeer as well.
Yep, so we could do the IJBBA supporters. We did the Platinum Stakes. Now let's do the supporters. Big Red Farms, Burns Angus, Chad and Shannon Young family, Clover Hill Cattle Company, High Stride, HW Cattle, IJBBA families, Jackpot Jewels, Jersey Freeze Couples, Johnson County Cattlemen, Kramer Lock Cattle Company, Maresk Family, Southern Iowa Cattle Classic, Story County Cattlemen, Frank's Design and Boutique, Terra Products, Kent Farms, Whispering Wind Shorthorns, and Wilson Farms. Those are IJBBA supporters.
It takes our takes sponsorship, takes a lot of good there.
I'm nervous, like I said earlier, because I want to do a good job, but I want to make sure that whenever I leave here, I did the job that Dylan and I wanted to do, and make sure that we always kept things straight.
So we get these things in.
For me, has always been that way, and I mean, there is no gravitating towards this or towards that. There's a lot of kids.
Did you realize in 1971 was the first Vermeer round baler?
Nope.
I did not know that. They got mower, rakes, tedders, balers, bale processors, and mixers. They have done a good job having a good set of a dealer network with Vermeer, and they are a proud partner in the Iowa Beef Expo 24. I hope they're proud sponsors in 25 as well.
Exactly. Sounds good. So I see your picture on the banner over there. So who's your dealer? Give your local dealer a shout out.
Wall Jasper Implement, and Bobby Chambers is my service guy who does a great job, and where I got a lot of my quote is based around Bobby Chambers.
Cool.
Does a good job.
Yep. It's good.
And we did have, and I had bought a new baler from him, the 504 Signature R. We had troubles with that one, and it did not perform to what I was hoping it would, and they backed it up and made everything right the whole time.
Awesome.
Extended
Yep.
warranty and back behind it, and then we went to the Pro baler, and it's that's a heck of a machine.
Yeah. That's good. I got several of them in my neighborhood, and guys do a lot of. I mean, they run a lot of hay through those rascals.
Yep.
There's Sean Varner. You don't see
I
Sean
see
Varner
Sean
every day.
Varner.
Sean Varner, he's a pretty big deal. He's from down in Missouri.
Yeah, way big deal.
He's judges a lot of cattle shows. Come up here, Werner. Come give us your wisdom, old brother. Don't step over that.
Hey, hey, that's all right. This crowd here, you just make it up as you go.
Heavy on the mister, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Pretty nice show so far.
Hey, what do you think? What do you think of our facility here in here?
I tell you what, it's a change. It's a little different than what we're all used to.
Yep. The change is inevitable.
You like the history of the other side better? Is that what I'm feeling?
Yeah, I think the history's a little better. I think as we view these cattle in here, some of them are a little ouchy walking on these wood chips versus the dirt. So I think there's some challenges in that a part of it.
Yep.
Gotcha.
But for the makeup area, all things. I mean, yeah, there's not yet to be a perfect scenario, but it is a nice facility. It's a nice way to look at them and evaluate them. So.
I think we're all old enough. We can all say that change is always a little difficult at times.
I think we did mention it earlier. Sometimes just the thought of change, we just like, oh man, this can't be right.
So are you a spectator event? It looks like you're dressed as a spectator.
Well, I'm a spectator. I'm not quite as important as you guys here, but just taking in the Iowa Beef Expo.
Very good.
I mean, for people who have never been here, they ought to come experience it at least one time because Iowa's where the cattle's at. I tell you what, the quality runs deep.
Yep.
It does look good. We had Bray Haven with OYE, Oklahoma Youth Expo, Cattlemen's Congress, California Youth Expo. They were here checking it out. And the first time he'd been up here to see this.
Yep.
Was talking about that. So
what do you think?
Oh yeah, he was all about it.
Yep.
He thought facility here was good and talked about just the quality. He said you could tell right away they get right after it here. He said.
Yeah. Oklahoma City and OYE and Cattlemen's Congress. We were down there. We've been there to Oklahoma City every year for that event, and they're building a big new coliseum, big new event.
Yeah, they are. Yep.
Center.
Right there, yep.
I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I would imagine they're hoping to have it open by. Will it be ready by January 25? They came a long way. They came a long way, but man,
they get right after.
They had a lot of it done. They worked every day. We were down there this year. I know that. So.
I get a kid.
Quality look and presence amongst this class, and still two cattle that are probably flexible enough, but I still think structure is what decides it. This heifer that leads off, she just lands better with more cushion and more foot and more correct there in her lower joints, or her come from there up. Her body volume still very, very good. Still has some attractiveness to her. She's not the stoutest in the world, but still has plenty within this class and still handles herself in terms of comfort of movement a little better. I love the fresher look and presence of this one we have here in second. So good-headed and good neck. I love the boldness and shape of her there as well. Just want to see her set down a little more correctly off of her rear too. Maybe even open her up in her base just a shade for us. But boy, awesome look and presence to that one. Big-bodied one here that's got some volume and some width to her. Just a little awkward and not as correct off of her rear skeleton either. A little frailer in terms of her bone. Young guy here, we swapped and moved them up a spot. I like the future of this one. If she can come along to the feed bucket and come along to her body, I think her skeleton and her outline are built in a way that there's some longevity there. Just right now, just a little far behind in terms of just her body depth and shape relative to those ahead of her. Really stout and opened up one that comes next. That's got a lot of hip and a lot of boldness to her. And you can move her up a place just for that fact there. For us, though, a little quicker, a little more conventionally made, a little coarser and rounder in terms of just her shoulder makeup and her hip, but a good kind of cattle. Really smooth-made female that comes next. Again, from her shoulder to her forerib to her hip transitions very well. It's just when we get her into motion, we find some problems with her. Gets up on her ankle and her feet, roaches up in her top just a little more, and becomes a little less attractive when you get her on the move versus the standstill. This one here has got a lot to her. That closes our class. I mean, we are power guys, and this one's got plenty of it. But it starts to hurt her movement just a little bit, a little tighter, a little more restricted there off either end. We can just tone her down in terms of her muscle, make her a shot more feminine. We like her even better. But a good class.
Had Sean Varner stop by. Good to see him. Good dude from down north of Kansas City. I'm not exactly sure what his town is, but I've known Sean a long time. He's a good dude. That was a tough class. That was a really good class of maintainers. Yeah, it was, yeah. That's been a long time ago, though.
Yeah. All right.
All right, this one's going to be tough. We got to chitty chatting there. We'll have to catch you up on 41. 42, 9 head of Aprils in here. The first one is good, and then the rest of them are still really good. This is a nice, look at this class, Chad. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Whoa.
Whoa. Oh, look at the gray baldy. Oh, I could love me a gray baldy. I got black baldy, a gray baldy. It doesn't matter. Give me a baldy.
Okay, let's go ahead and mark the time, ladies and gents. 1:27, Saturday afternoon. Chad has found his first baldy that he's in love with.
Yeah.
I knew he was going to have a baldy. I knew he was going to bring up the baldy.
He's going
to be
all about
he's going to be all about it in the semis. But he found him a gray baldy.
That's got to be a Johnson boy. Lane Johnson, Databank. I'll be dang. He's got him the hat on, got him the lid. I like it.
A gray baldy. 127.
I don't know if he's going to win or not, but I'm rooting for him.
You're in.
He is my pick with a gray baldy.
Cowboy hat and a gray baldy. You're all about it.
I bet there's a lot of people out there don't realize that I like baldies.
Well, they will. They will by the time.
There might be one or two people that.
Yeah, by the time I get done telling them about it in the Simmental thing, everybody will know that you like baldies. Well, you got a bull that's making a few pretty nice baldies, don't you?
Hey, he did a good job. Yeah. He's doing well. Yeah, change is coming.
Change is coming. Yep. I haven't.
He has been well received.
I won't know him all. He did pretty good the other day. He had some. The reason I was there, I saw Supreme Female at World Beef Expo. I believe as the change is coming. The Blakeburg, Bloomberg family was shown, I believe, right?
I think actually Blake actually showed her. Yeah, she was reserve at the Junior Nationals.
Was she?
Foundation. Yep.
Yeah, she was a nice heifer. That was a fun show. We went up there and exhibited the World Beef Expo.
That is a good show. Them guys do a nice job about that. Good facilities.
Laid back, fun facility.
Yeah.
And a big fat guy like me had some good food up there.
Had a good time.
Yep. It was fun.
Yeah, and that open show, we had Josh Elder was a judge and Travis Pembroke.
Yep.
Yep, two great cow guys that were still compatible with one another, it sounded like, when they talked to them on the mic.
I think they got along really well. Yeah,
I think they did,
I think we had Travis and the Mains on our side. I think the world of Travis Pembroke. I think he's a great human being, and he did a nice job.
Well, he does a good job bringing good cattle out. I know he's getting ready for a sale. Boy, you look at that stuff he throws on social media. Oh, my
How
God.
about that?
I mean, them little fall heifers, they look spectacular. Yep, they do some good things.
She's good barn help. I think that has a lot to do with it.
Is that what it is? Good barn help, you think?
Which is good barn help down there was as good at my barn when he's in my barn as he is out there.
So yours look like that when he is your barn help there?
Unfortunately not, no. I shouldn't say that. He does a pretty good job.
Oh, good boy. Got quite a bit of his mom in him.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Here's the McKellar family. Here's Madison. They were they were awarded the other night at our banquet. They were the Maine. We do a Maine man, Maine woman, Maine family supporter of the year.
Sure, yep.
And Chuck and Karen.
Yep.
And their kids. They were the Maine family of the year, and that doesn't have anything just to do with showing. It's being involved in a promoter
people.
and that kind of stuff.
People.
And they're nice people.
Yep.
Oh, Chucky and Karen.
Oh, we have Riley Short. I didn't see her in the name. I just seen her face. I was like, well, that's a good heifer, and figured that one out.
Again, we'll kind of sound like a little bit of a broken record in here, but my goodness, these guys have got their work cut out for them. I mean, there is a lot of gives and takes, but there's a lot of good cattle in these last 3 or 4 divisions.
Let's just talk about here just for a second. We haven't really said a whole lot there, but the job these two been doing. They've been doing a great job.
Oh, I
mean, I can follow them on every spot.
And if there's a spot where we might differ, they're very, very accurate, and they list our
Yep.
priorities, and it's just, it's refreshing on this. I mean, not refreshing, but it's still, it's
Yeah.
awesome to have.
And I hope we don't agree with on everything all the way through, just because if we did, that one female or steer would be so high nobody could afford it. But having said that, there are differences within these cattle,
Oh, my
and you don't
goodness.
have to agree with them. But these
They are
guys,
that close.
they've described them. They said this is what they like about them. And again, if you like them a little different, that's by all means. But having said that, though, I think they've done a nice job. Which we've been watching them sitting here ringside. They've got smiles on.
They're having a good time and
they
interacting.
Go to the mound and hang up. So changing the subject a little bit, coming on there. Let's take a look at them Charolais. Holy Martha. Steers I'm talking about. Across the ring, folks.
Yep.
Sorry. That one's almost a gold baldy. What'd that do for you? That'd be all right?
Gold baldy be good. I'll tell you, little Curo's black baldy, though, that she just warmed my heart as well. I could get a load of that one.
Good as it gets.
So I wonder if that one is as good as it gets. 275 West Whiskey Dreams, which would be the Whiskey Kelly.
Okay.
Which would be the one that we'd have bought her for that McLaughlin family. It'd be a litter mate to Affliction, the bull we had.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah.
Yep. It weighed just 1244 cow. And I guess Luke Norris, not to leave Luke Norris out of it. He does a good job. Looks like the short heifer looks like a Boyard heifer. She's a 1 for all. That'd be the new bull.
Yep. There's an I-80. Jones Investment, Monopoly, Mercedes-Benz. Boy, that's a bull that, that just keeps coming back up. I don't even know which one it is out here to look at. It'll be one right behind Riley.
Coming right there at the corner, yep.
Those old Mercedes-Benz cattle, there was some good function in them.
Well, he'd be the sire to Maternal Maid, right? Is it Maternal Maid of Ben's son?
He's a Ben's son, yeah. Yep.
He's good. We actually have just calved her out. I got a Mercedes-Benz Affliction. That's a first calf heifer. I absolutely positively love her.
I don't think she wanted to get away. She just didn't know what else to do. The daddy's money.
Hey, they were good cattle, too. I always like them daddy's monies. Corbin coming around to sit. What are we into? These are the Aprils. Short heifer looks good out there, I'd say.
Yeah. Next we got coming up, we got 7 Marches, 10 Februaries.
A lot of debate. I don't know if they're talking. I think they're talking a little bit on the top end and then the bottom end. Get a little log jam on this end. The young guys.
Yeah.
Trying to get him. Trying to
Kind
get him
of circle around and kind of.
Well, Buddy Lane knows I'm rooting for him, so he's got to get that gray baldy where he can look at him.
Right
He don't want to make me.
There he does. He's got him right out there for you.
Right in there. Boom.
There you go.
He's like, check me out. Now our ring help should help them to get these other 2 out here. Yeah, we're trying to.
We're trying to help the ring help out a little.
Tim's trying to give them the look, and they give us a look there, and they went forward, and then they come back in there. We'll get a few pulls. They can slide themselves forward a little bit.
She tried to hide, didn't work. Still found her.
Yeah. All right, we're going to slide these up a little bit.
This would be a long way to go, but it might not be all bad. Karen was open with showmanship yesterday, and they had it in the pavilion.
Yep.
The old pavilion up there. You know, and it might not be a bad idea to, I don't know if they have to rent it for another day, but bring it down here for the showmanship down here from the standpoint of getting these cattle in here and used to it. There's been
kind of used to this
balking
ring a
and
little bit.
get used to the chips maybe and stuff, but just an idea. I have no idea what the dynamics of that is. This is just
And have everybody used to walking this direction, know where to go, how long it's going to take from where they're at.
Yep.
And now there's 5.
Is your Baldy still out there, Chad?
She's still there. I kind of jumped on the bandwagon of the black Baldy right in front of her, so we got 2 Baldies out here, which everybody loves a Baldy.
You have 40% of the field left. You're doing good.
Yeah. We'll have to see. Yeah. So is that the McCullough girl? She's in the very front yet, right?
The red.
Oh, nope,
Yep,
she just
yep.
get pulled.
Okay.
Talker there.
That's a nice heifer. What is she?
Very good heifer. Monopoly?
Monopoly.
She got a little different look for Monopoly. She's got stoutness and muscle up high. And so we're going to put the top 4 in motion.
Yep.
Hey, now the Baldies are half the field, Tim.
You and
Man.
You and your Baldy theory, man. It comes true, man.
So we've got. So would this be that? This is that Taylor Yates right here and 434.
Get out of the heated up division and where, again, you know, there's some decisions to be made on reserve.
34.
Cap that we use.
Yep. Taylor Yates.
Probably a little harder to make than a few of those.
Riley Short.
Riley
with a
Short.
1 for all. Good as it gets. Corbin Curro. And my buddy Lane with his data bank.
Everybody's just placing there with that champion. We thought was real good. So we get into the Shars, and we've got a really good calf to win this particular class. Combining the look of what's in third with the
I've seen a lot of data banks. I don't know if I've ever seen any off-colored. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen any Baldies, number 1, but number 2, I don't know if I've seen very many off-colored ones.
Wonder what she'd be on the bottom side to get that gray Baldy.
She'd have to have a little Charlet in there, wouldn't she?
I'd have something somewhere in there. Yeah. Because you ain't going to get that back on a regular Simmental.
Well, it'd be more spotted, wouldn't it?
I mean, she could be a double half maybe.
Just the outward turn and shape of his upper body and the way that he facilitates for spread. I love his squareness again as I step right in behind him. He's a little outward in terms of the way that he sets up front. I'd like to bring his elbow and knee back together and just set that together to me just a bit smoother, reassemble the way that he's designed off of his front end. I thought that calf still had more bend, more angle from the profile. Thought his hock worked better than the calf that's right in behind him. Steers maybe just a little.
All right, they got some. They're debating here.
The white steer that ends up third, whenever he's going, the calf we can change just the shape, but just breaking him down in terms of his
Oh,
that's probably the best rib.
my heart is broke. Oh, it's shattered.
Shattered. Down you go, buddy.
To it, it's great. Got a big top and a great big hip. For me personally, toes out.
Can't argue though. Those good heifers at top 2.
He becomes more upright the way that his joint sets in him. He'll slam his hock forward on the move. Then you can just kind of becomes more evident. You can figure the way that he moves. He needs to be for us just a little bit sounder, but a really nice calf there for sure. Blonde steer that comes next, pretty from the profile, like so many of his kind.
He's a little flat and narrow behind, but a good-looking one from the profile. And then from there down, we just sort them in terms of structure and build and balance. Really good class. Again, my compliments to each one of these kids as they exit. If you would, please give them a nice round of applause. The whole class was darn sure good.
Good class in the heifer show over here with some sort and some complications, especially when we get down here 2 through 4, 2 through 5. There's a lot of discussing. There's no cussing if you know Brandon, but only discussing here 2 through 5. But nothing that we ever really disagreed upon, or the one thing we never disagreed upon is the one that we start with. From her shoulder back, I really like this one. Big paws, big sound legs. She's bold and stout in her center body. When you get in behind her, Sure, we can clean her up in her chest and her throat latch just ever so slightly, but man, high quality, beautifully presented. We got this one absolutely smoked in. Congratulations. One that comes in second does so because she's the next most high quality animal that's practical in her kind. We like her balance. We like her chest. She's probably better in her throat latch and the top of her neck and about her head than the one right here in front of her. She wants to get maybe a little shorter everywhere. Other than that, we could stouten her foot and bone up relative to the one right in front of her ever so slightly, but a very good heifer to be second. Really rooting for Baldy Fever here coming in third. I like one's marked this way. She's very beautifully presented. She's fresh haired. You could tell that the family has been working extra hard on this one back home. And when we asked this one to lead, and especially when she was kind of on the back side of this ring, she's the structure improvement over the 1 and 4. She too is deep bodied. She's smooth. She's good in her chest and long necked. She is attractive in the way she uses her hind leg relative to the one right in front of her. We didn't think so. Smoke Baldy that comes here in 4 has some future and has some value. She's stout but still long and smooth in her muscle pattern. She's good chested. She's really fresh in her condition. She too is highly presented. Relative to the one right in front of her, we'd like to give her more reach out of her rear skeleton. And really when you get on the 3/4 front angle of her, we'd like to pick her pin set up a little bit, give her a little fuller depth there in her center body and flank. But I think that'll come with time and come with the calf, but certainly one that's got a lot of future. Big-footed, nice structured one that comes next. I think she probably moves a little better out of her rear skeleton than the ones on either side of her. But, you know, relative to those, she wants to get a little coarser about her head, a little more club calf looking, if you will, just in terms of her features, but certainly one that's nice. And if you want to move her up a spot or so, I wouldn't argue with you too much. One with a lot of upside that comes next. Really appreciate how feminine and attractive this one is about her neck and her head. She ties her neck really high. I like her muscle pattern. She's smooth and really good and deep-bodied for how true in her condition that I read her in. Like to lay her back in her shoulder and knee just a little bit and give her more reach out of her rear skeleton. Stout one comes next. She's big bone, big-footed, real impressive when you get in behind her. Just like to put her together a little more smoother and neat package relative to some of the ones that come in front of her. And the one that comes behind her corrects her in those facets. She's flatter shouldered. She's more attractive in her neck and head. Just like to free her up in the way she moves. Real powerful stout one that rounds out the class. She's impressive when you get in behind her. Just kind of like the one in front of her. Maybe free her up ever so slightly, but really high quality group of cattle and a great group of young people.
Yeah, it was a good group that we worked right on through there, and some guys go and talked about them. That's a big class. It's a good division in the maintainers. Now we're into class 43, which we get in here. We get some recognizable names here right off the get-go.
Catch up over on the Charlotte steer side, placing in class 32, Charlotte steers. First place.
Shala with an Unleashed. Boy, we just got a little crossover here on this deal. Data Bank, a little white on the foot. Danny Gravel, Scout Lock. Has got a Memphis Mafia. Cash Hunsacker, Whiskey Dreams, which is a maternal maid. And Landon Tipkin, Daddy's Money. These things here would be very nice. So we got, yep. So we got
He's still got a great big turn to his body. Makes his balance a little smoother from the profile. Really neat turn to his look and his lines. His quality is good.
so you
Comfort as you get right there behind him. I like the shape of his
excuse me there. We get in there, yeah, watching Brandon jump right in there. You can see as he gets all the back of them kind of going through.
He's a little neater in his crest, just a little more setback in terms of his ankle, up bump to his front end. What is the gap right in behind him? If I'm nitpicking on him,
90. We're still 2 o'clock, and we're still halfway. Not even halfway yet on 91 classes 45. We're 2 classes away from being halfway. So, been one heck of a good show. It's just gonna take us a little while to get through all these things, but these should look nice. But this class out here right now, we got some power and we got some quality. It's kind of neat how they rotate. When one's in the back, one's in the front. When I'm talking about Ferris and Brandon, depending where they're split up at. But kind of neat how they just kind of go and don't get in each other's way, and then come back and after they look at them and confer for a little while. Hey, it's all right. Hey, we've got some interesting names here. We got Drew Jacobson. That's a steer boy, right?
Yep.
And then we got Avery Shalla, which would be a steer girl,
Yep.
who has done really well on there. And then, yeah. Although it's kind of interesting, we get a little crossover to those guys switching sides. Drew has got a tattoo at Dunk, so we got to have Ryan Dunkaloo. A little Nebraska representation on that part. Would imagine she would be presented really well. I guess Avery would probably make sense. She probably can't aged out to show steers, and she loves the show. She loves. Got one loose, if you can see it right there in your, if they got it in the screen there. Boy, right there where I could about caught it, kind of.
You could have just jumped right off there, Chadley.
Yeah, I should have.
Right after.
So we're going to get a little bit of help here for yeah, we got a little bit of heart goes out to him. I don't think this little fella's hurt at all. I just think the emotions of being out in front and center of everybody. I want to give that 360. Landon just having a tough day there. It kind of worked up, but still a good heifer. I do think our surface is really good, but boy, underneath that concrete, if we get one that gets a little bit fast, gets taken off and wants to put the reining horse feet in the ground, it kind of gets a little slide, though, doesn't it?
They kind of slide right through there, come to a slide and stop. That is for sure.
Yep.
But it sure doesn't. It doesn't appear just sitting up here that they're having a hard time or it's uncomfortable.
I don't
to
see
walk
that at all.
on.
No.
Do you?
No,
All right,
not at all. I
anyway.
haven't picked up any of that. I was going to say them once. I really do think you can see the angles really, really well.
And to me, I think it'd probably be less. It's probably more even in uniform than that the dirt, the sand on the old pavilion up there, when it gets all packed up, it's
Right.
all rutted and
It does.
it gets
it's
kind of
tough.
rolly
I think it does,
and
too.
kind of
Yep.
some gullies and gutters to walk around on.
I just never thought on the dirt those cattle just stick out, get the
Right.
pizzazz or as high quality as they are. There ain't many outs in this class. Maybe just pretty even.
Oh, again, yeah, the uniformity within some of these last really, I mean, it really started in the limb flexes. I thought that whole division was very
Oh
uniform.
my goodness, limb flexes were good.
And good. I
They
mean,
were
all
good,
above
yeah.
average. The ones that win are even really, are real
Yeah.
good. And I want to commend the mains. And, well, the keys were the same way. The key thing, the key
Keys were
division,
good, yeah.
same way. It was
Yeah.
all. They were all really pretty good cattle. And so far, the third division of these mains, the mains and the main Angus and the maintainers have been all really nice cattle as well.
They go down through. Now they go back here and break it down. I'm sure they're probably talking to their best couple. I think they want, and then also depending on what they want to start pulling here. Don't you think?
Oh, I think so.
Don't you
Yeah.
think part of their conversation.
Get them up, get them sorted up, get them whittled down to their 2, 3, 3, 4.
Yep.
You're always pretty good at evaluating that and deciding how many it's going to be. I would think half of them. I think 3 or 4 probably to look at.
Yeah, I would. Hey, you talked about it earlier. I just kind of peeked across there. Hey, them silver ones across there look pretty sporty.
I'm told you.
Are we picking a champion over there, or is that just class?
That I don't know.
Oh, it's got to be champions, isn't it? Man, there's a lot of good ones in that little lineup.
Size wallet has been turned in up here. No IDs and then 1 sticker and some cash.
Cash.
Substantial amount. So I'm guessing it was a exhibitor's because the cash has a paper clip on it. Either that or possible drug dealer. Who knows? It is up here. If you can identify it, tell us the color of it. I suggest you do that because, like I say, it's
Yeah, Brad Hook's talking about somebody had lost a checkbook-sized wallet here with some cash in it. Sometimes my Uncle Ben's on there. I wonder if that'd be mine.
Well, if you can tell what color it is, I'm going brown.
Going brown. I was going to say that too. Leather brown. That's
Leather
what I would
brown.
say,
That's
too.
how I'm going to go.
Yeah. I don't think Brad would believe either one of us. I think
We
we'd be
haven't
out.
been very far. We haven't gone very far. Trip to the restroom and gonna get a bottle of water. That's about all the further we've gone.
Now those guys are still talking. We're still discussing.
This day has gone fast. We're 6 hours in already. It
Oh, I
has
know.
gone.
Hey, we're not even half yet. You got to be class 46 to be
we're about
over
there.
half. Yeah,
We're
but
about
we're
there.
not there though.
Well, we're gonna pick up the pace.
When are we going to pick up the pace? This show ain't going to get no easier.
We have to get pissy about it.
I didn't mean to get pissy. I'm sorry. I
Oh, you're
apologize for
fine.
that.
No, they're not as deep.
I'm going to need a Snickers
You're
before
gonna-
long.
I got peanuts. I got some peanuts for you. We have a few classes of 1s and 2s. That's what I meant by pick it up. Not saying it's going to get easier.
No. Yeah, we're trying to listen to Miles just a little bit. He's picking our champion, Charlotte, on that side. Looked like a pretty good division walking into me. Ferris and Brandon are still over here talking and discussing. Have 7 calves in the ring, and they've got it all the way down to 7 yet.
Well, you're going to be in heaven. There is a pile
Scimitars.
of scimitars.
Yeah. Yep. Now we're starting to make some motion right now.
20 classes of foundations and you'll be.
Oh, 20 classes foundation and purebreds?
Yeah.
We'll hit the.
How this old girl right here, she's protesting. She don't want pulled out. She will not leave her side.
The way you got him presented. I appreciate the way that he comes out and obviously gets him shown because it's tough. He's worked hard on it. So really good group of them for sure. The one that combines the feature and body mass of one of these cattle with the look of another one and does it the very best in terms of his feet and legs.
Sure happy for our boy Landon. He kind of got away, was a little shook up there to be embarrassed in front of everybody.
Yep.
He's still out here competing and giving it a whirl.
He's giving her a whirl again.
Oh, yeah, he ain't quit. He's competing.
His heifer is making sure she looks at everything, though.
Oh, boy, she is.
And, man, once they get a little taste of that, too, that just makes you mad.
Yep. She just got her heart rate elevated as well.
Well, Charolais, I'll tell you what, look at them Charolais steers now. That is a nice lineup of Charolais steers.
They picked a champion already?
They've picked something anyway. They've left.
That's been grand. They're ready to pick a reserve, I suppose.
The guys didn't help their cause a lot. They got rid of a couple, but there's still 5 of them out here.
So we have Drew Jacobson, Avery Shalla, Scout Lock, Danny Gravel with a data bank, and Landon Tipkin. And I cannot tell body language which ones they're talking about or which ones they're looking at. I kind of put a lot of focus on my buddy Landon. I'm afraid he might. No, we got Drew Jacobson. Danny got pulled.
Yeah, we pull in that second. I talked about him, and talked about a good pair of cattle there.
Three.
Certainly thought that he was.
I'd say it's down to Avery and Landon, it looks like.
Talked about as I got right in behind him in terms of his squareness at hip.
Oh, maybe not. I thought, yep.
That calf's natural and he's genuine. I like his rib cage. I love just the shape of his body. From the profile, as he fights it more, the more downhill or the more he'll run downhill from the side. Can't just quite get his neck and just his shoulder to tie right. The calf gets just a little off in terms of his run. But man, I love the power. I love the bulk and the mass on him. Got a big soft hair coat on him. The calf's just got quality written all over him. But I don't know what to just completely get down and just general about it. But his pieces.
Now they have not made their mind up. I thought maybe they'd already had it figured out.
But he's got some more muscle in it. I've talked about muscularity and width, and that's where I like him. But I've told you, I'd change him from hooks back just a shade, tweaking just a shade, the way that his shoulder, his knee, and his neck ties. But there's big pieces of him, just a little piecey, if that makes any sense. But a quality calf. That one for me just needs to be a little stouter for how big he is, but a real good calf. And we love the blend of balance and muscularity and an immature steer. He's not as stout as this one, but boy, he's a neat-looking sucker there with a good set of feet and legs. And so we're just going to keep that quality in mind. Young man out of Class 1's reserve. Congratulations to him.
There you go.
Landon, he fought through. That is the definition of perseverance.
I just was looking up here. I like both of those heifers a lot.
Probably me 5 to 10 years ago when it jumped this class up a little different. You go to trying to buy and pick and feed these show heifers, and you start to notice some things a little differently, and to me it made a difference in this class. This heifer up here, she's skinny, she's green amongst this group, and if you want to hold that against her and roll her down, you can in this class, I guess, but for us, her quality is what prevails in this class. There's still some shape to that heifer in terms of just her hip and her actual muscle. The turn to her top is good, and she is smoking good looking there from the side. I like her hind leg better than the one we set here in second. If I'm going to do anything in that heifer for me personally, I'll open her up in her base width, particularly as she goes away from you. Just give her a little more base width there as she leaves. But a neat heifer that's got a neat presence about her. Good one to lead off our class. This one standing still you really get into because I love her depth of center. I like the wildness of her neck, and she too has some muscle and some shape. It's just a hind leg difference between those two. A little awkward in her hop posture, not quite as stout right there at the surface to make her really grab and go and plant it attractively. She's sound, she's athletic, but I just want to see it neater like we find in that class winner, but still a good kind of cattle. This heifer that we run next in third, like Ferris said, if this one raises something big down the road, we wouldn't be real surprised because there's big-time pieces here. They're hard to get them that long neck and that choke neck and that big bodied and that stout. Still has some flexibility to her, but problem with her is her rear skeleton. She gets a little wonky, a little uncoordinated in the way she handles it. She wants to lose that posture the longer she stands there. We get her on the go and watch her travel. She brings it back together. The sock-footed one here, just pretty solid and pretty basic. Again, got enough of everything, but at the same time, maybe not just a bunch of wow pieces to her. I like her substance, though. I like her heaviness of bone there. Just want to lay her into her shoulder a little neater, make her a little longer fronted there, just a little more neater everywhere probably to move her up any higher. Here's my problem heifer of the class is the one that comes next. I love her foot. I like her bone. Her squareness of hip is good. She's got some body dimension. Yeah, I like to clean her up and make her different about her underline. I like to maybe change her shoulder angle in the way she goes. She just never goes comfortable, gets tight in her spine, and hits you is just a little chubby out here as well. Really stout, opened up one here. Just one that gets a little outside of herself and her shoulder and the way it lays onto her body, a little tighter in the way she sets to the surface. And then our goal when it closes the class, again, our looseness and flexibility goes to her over the next couple. Just not enough cow there here to roll in this class at a performance this is.
The interesting class, cool pair there at the top.
All right, over on the steer side, let me catch you up from the Charolais division, class 33 Charolais steers. First place, Dylan Manning. Second to Carver Breyer. Third to Dick Weaver. Fourth, Martha Shaw. Fifth, Katie Johnson. Sixth to Adley Jastor. Seventh to Cole Reynolds. And that concludes that class 33 of the Charolais steers. Class 34, placing first place Brent Will. Second to Ryder Giroux, and third to Ellery Henderson. The 2024 Iowa Beef Expo champion Charolais steer, coming out of class 33, Mr. Dylan Manning. The reserve coming out of the first class, class number 32, going to Lincoln Fifth. Once again, champion Charolais steer Dylan Manning, reserve Lincoln Fifth.
I think is one to go, the whole meet.
They say, hey, the governor of the show, of the heifer.
There you go. Oh, yeah, right here. Is that him?
How you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, it's all good. Hey, I over here. This is better.
Let's catch you up over.
So we get out here, we get, being right here in the corner. But, man, let me tell you, folks, I don't know if they're going to come across on the screen, but, I mean, we got some high-end stuff in here that sure looks good to me. I think looks way good. There's going to be a fast class as well. I think we should have we got some contenders in this. Favorite to go ahead and win on this class here, but yeah, the 24 carat Holmes. Holmes has got a really nice heifer. The second one in there, she's a all me heifer. Addison Lehman. There, I missed that heifer coming in, but I'll tell you what, she's a prime time. That young lady always brings us really good stuff and does a good job. She was reserved at our state fair this last year. She did really well.
Albert with a May We All. Mason Rosenblum with a One for All. Ellie Neal got a Yellowstone from Dunk. She always brings us the good stuff. That thing will be showed extremely well. Ava Long's got a Baldy heifer called Sweetie. I can sure say that. She's a daddy's money. I think for some reason it's a Charlie Wilson heifer. Cal Pryor brings us a really, really nice one here with an all-me heifer. He's brought some nice stuff. He had the champion, what would that be, Limflex heifer earlier on one I thought was really, really nice. And then Wyatt Ebersol's down here got a data bank on the end here that looks really good to me as well. So they're going through, the waters are getting a little deeper, as you would say, coming in here in this group. So I'm not sure what they're on that side there. They might be over to maybe Angus steers on the steer side, but this is going to be these Februaries. It's going to be an interesting, tough class here. As we get. We're going to go ahead and put them in motion for you as they get out coming around. Like I say, a 24-carat heifer, go ahead, leads right off there. We've got a few all-me's. There'll be an all-me coming out there. Young lady's got right there, as you can see in your white. That's a all-me heifer. Then the Lehman heifer will be a prime time there in the red sweater. May we all. Class on class would be the red and white one there, right there in the middle of your screen as you're looking on. Then we get into One for All. Then we got Yellowstone, Ellie Neal. See her. The Baldy heifer is Daddy's Money, Ava Long. All Me again for the young man in the cowboy hat by the name of Cal Pryor. Coming on your screen right there right now. If we get followed around. Then Ebersol got the data bank heifer on the end. So any of you guys enjoy them pedigrees and breeds. We got new stuff and good stuff all the way around.
Sorry about that, Chad. Got to talk to one of my.
It's all good. I filled in everybody about sires.
Oh,
how
good job.
tough this class is.
That's
Gonna
another
take a
tough
while.
one.
This thing is loaded. I'm telling you.
And they're all good. I was talking to one of my girls, one of my favorites, says, and I'll get on my, probably get teary-eyed when I say this, but I get on my soapbox about this. I'm a sports fan. I love sports. I love to watch basketball, football, hockey. I like to watch it. And I don't necessarily have a favorite team, but I like to watch it. But I will say one thing, Tyler, we could not be more blessed to be in an industry like this. Jackie Schlichter from Kansas was just down here. She's one of my girls, you know. She's one of my daughters.
Sure.
I do. And there's just a lot
know
of
her
those
by
kids.
name, don't know her, but I know exactly who she is.
You know, she's shown some really nice ones and got some there. But I mean, you talk about a good family that we have. The whole show, the livestock showing industry is good cattle. Brings people together and it's fun. Whoa. I raised a few full bloods. Mine aren't quite as good as that one. That one's not a full blood, but having said that though, my full bloods aren't any smarter than that. There's another one.
We get another one get loose?
Yeah. I think I was warned about that one too. Here's Addison Lehman right in front of us. Nice young lady. Got a nice one.
Yeah, she has a primetime heifer. So, this is Cal Pryor's heifer.
Yep.
She's an all-me, showing the athleticism and.
That was when Jackie was helping. She goes, she likes to get away.
Oh, she did. Oh, she did. Okay. Yep.
She was right. Hang on, Addison.
Better crowd your. Nick Anderson, did you have something to do with that one? No. Nothing. I got you. You helped dress her. How'd she act in the shoot? She did. Sit still.
She didn't try to jump around. Easy peasy.
She looks good loose.
She's
she looks
athletic.
Good.
That's what
yes,
we
she
said.
does.
Incredibly athletic.
Yep. That's a good heifer, though.
I bet Pryor don't let go of her this time. What you bet?
I don't know. I ain't betting against that. Usually they get away once. They ain't afraid to do her again. So what we got is the Holmes. So she kind of did that one get away from her too, or do we get out of order? Boy, one thing about it, you get one get away and it gets contagious for them kids.
They smell freedom and they're ready to roll.
Yeah.
Ellie Neal, she's got a nice heifer. What is that one? Yellowstone.
That's a dunk heifer.
That'd be a dunk deal, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
dunk on the tattoo.
Yeah. Dunk. Well, that's a dunk. Didn't Dunk raise Yellowstone?
Yes, he did. Yeah, that'd be true. Yeah.
Nice young lady in spite of her mom and dad.
She is a nice young lady.
I went to school with her mom. I just
did?
give it, Not saying how old she is. I'm just saying that.
She was a lot younger than you. But
she was way younger than me, yeah. It took me a long time to get through college.
She scored up for a while.
Yeah, she scored up. It took me a long time to get through. I eventually made it.
Yeah.
I did have a lot of fun, though.
You bet.
You know, there's just not an easy place to start in this class, Chad.
Jared, how are you? Good. No, it's going to take a little bit for him to get kind of worked down here because there is a pile of these things that I think are sure top-end stuff. They debated a lot in that last class. There's going to be a lot of debation in this group here, too.
What do we got going in over that way? Are they starting on the market heifers, you think?
Must be.
That's a ways through.
I don't see, yeah.
Don't see many sheaths.
Yeah, I don't see many of those. All right, they're laughing and giggling, having a good time, but they're going to have to rubber meet the road and get somebody out of there. We got two booted away. What do you think? It's going to at least have to get down to 5 before we can probably re-walk again, I would imagine.
Steer guys are whittling her down. I think they have started
Yep.
onto the market heifer division across the street over there,
Yep.
across the ring.
Yeah, I think their pamphlet is a little thinner than ours,
I
though.
think they're going to be done before we are. They're going to get a head start on
Yeah.
supper before we do.
Talk about supper. I can tell you a good Miles Tonia story. We did a show together down by San Antonio, Texas, and we stopped at this what the natives down there called authentic Mexican place.
How'd that treat
which
you?
means nobody spoke English and we didn't speak Spanish,
So we kind of sat there and pointed, and then both of us got something to eat that was different than what we were expecting, but we were happy to get what we got. and
But
we
how
ate
was
what we
it?
did.
Was it
It was
good?
good. It was awesome. Yeah, they were really good to us. I didn't say it was bad, but it's like we could not communicate with not a soul in that place, and it was packed, but it was good. And we kind of just pointed, and they just kind of like brought us something.
Yeah. Tequila, that's universal though.
Yeah,
and
that was- that was
margarita was pretty
Yeah,
easy.
I think Corona was give me one of those, and yeah.
Something that won't kill the Iowegian and the Illinoisan, right?
Yeah, just get us back to the airport. But that was that was kind of awkward. We kind of laughed a little bit because I mean we could not. And our waitress, she was frustrated because she was trying to communicate with us, and we're just like, we have nothing. All right, we're down to 5 like we thought. Now it'd be time to put them in motion maybe. Or is he still pulling? Nah, we're down to 4.
He's still pulling down to 4.
He's scared
3.
to walk him again.
You know, sometimes does that ever go through your mind when you're judging, when you've got one that you really like and she's already bolted? Do you want to walk them as least as possible?
Yeah, probably. Depends on if
I'm
I do.
not
If I do,
saying- I'm not
I
saying
mean,
that's
really, you do. If you really do truly like one really well, you want to try to give her the best advantage and kind of let her,
Calm
do
down
what
and-
she can do.
And I am not saying
Yeah.
I'm not picking a winner. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying
No, I know you're not.
one of the ones that's still out there has a.
So we got a Lehman Long Prior.
I'll do a little snooping to see what
What are you snooping for?
the prior one is. See what its mom is. Unless you can decipher that by its name, you're pretty good at that.
I can't. No. Somebody likes a tattoo though. 8325L. That's a big tattoo.
That's
a big
that's
number.
miserable. Mine don't go that long.
I wouldn't. Yeah.
Beckett.
Yep. Is that her? What is she?
Oh, I'm looking.
Yeah, they got some debate out here going in there. I think the intercimetal of Brandon's going to like that baldy heifer. I do know that is a Charlie Wilson
it's
heifer.
Too bad it's not a. It's surprised it doesn't have a baldy face. It's a broker. It's out of a broker cow.
Oh, that's in here, the prior.
Prior one
Oh, the
is, yeah.
broker cow. Well, the broker would explain the getting away. We got that for sure.
Explain the athleticism of it.
Oh yeah, boy, I do like the brokers though. My goodness.
They make good cows, don't they?
Oh, just good cattle, good show cattle, good cattle. They produce and outproduce and.
I got that one.
All good.
That's a Irish whiskey. Goes back to a broker cow. My, them are good.
Yeah.
The daughters.
Oh yeah,
They're
right.
good.
Yeah.
We bought that bull with Al Bruner a few years ago.
Yep.
He's done a nice job for us. I get a little broker headed every once in a while.
Yeah, and that bull don't do that every single time, but he sure can make a little bit bigger head. And then, yep, Cal Pryor be a class winner. That's a really good heifer. I thought when I seen her walk in, I thought, oh boy. That's an excellent class, though. Way good. It must be Ferris's turn to talk these. It looks like he's got the microphone in his back pocket. Boy, you folks, I hope you guys appreciate just the angle of that camera right there. Boy, you ought to get a good look at them things to see them when they get down to the crunch side and see where they're at.
It's funny to look at those. Look at our two judges. They're still out there chitty chatting. They're still talking about them. I mean, this is a deep class. They talk about it, and they're still. I think they've made their minds up, but it still looks like they are comparing and discussing and comparing notes anyway.
Yep.
We got waiting on Dylan Dylan Lemonager over there on the market heifer side talking, and so happy for him. I don't know if you know Dylan at all.
No, I do
Good
not.
young kid, very passionate, and I talked to him when I heard he was doing it, and just so excited for him to get a chance to see that much good quality, that quality that you get to see here at Iowa, and to be out there and judge on that. So, but kudos to him, kudos to Miles to ask him.
Yeah, it takes somebody with a fairly steady hand and not emotional to get here. I mean, you can, I've been to a few, and the emotions kind of get a hold of you the first couple classes, and man, it's sometimes hard to slow your stomach down and slow your head down a little bit. Here we go. Here's our reasons in our class.
Over here in Heifer Ring, appreciate you guys giving us a little time to get everything sorted out over here, and a lot of high quality cattle. I mean, there's a lot of, I'd say the first 3 or 4 of them have class leading attributes, but the one that we land on is the young man here at the cowboy hat, and we really appreciate this heifer right here from this stand. She's balanced, she's attractive, she's got big feet, big sound legs, and Brandon made the comment, she was running around out here loose, like, man, we like her coming at you, going away, bucking, kicking, doing all those things, and then we like her when she's tied up too. Beautifully presented, good heifer. Now, would we like to pull this one apart more and make her stouter? Yeah, both Brandon and I raise show steers, and we'd like to give that one some more punch, absolutely. And that's where the one here in 2 corrects her. And we were arguing over, who would be faster to back the trailer up to make this one a cow. I love this one's body shape. I like her balance. I like her symmetry. She's got foot. She's got bone. You love the baldy face. For how punchy this one is, we got her really fresh up through her neck and head. She too's beautifully presented. We just would probably like to, open this one up in her pin set a little bit and maybe just give her a little more pizzazz and look relative to that one right in front of her. She probably gives up some depth of heel and foot shape and size relative to that one too. But man, that's going to be a fun one to breed on, fun one to make a cow. The one that's got super intriguing pieces is this one that comes in 3. And I'd say she corrects the 2 in front of her in terms of chest, neck attachment, and head. I really appreciate how feminine she is. She puts those ears forward like that, and we really like the way she looks. She's long and smooth in her muscle pattern. And while she is adequate in her structure, I still think she's more upright in her shoulder and set a little more forward in her knee relative to those ones right in front of her. And I don't think she's any stouter than those ones in front of her either, so we land her in 3rd. Good kind of cattle that come here in 4, and this is the kind of cattle that we've had right here 3 and 4 all day. There's nothing that you dislike about them, but they just kind of run out of some horsepower relative to some of those guns further up to the top of the line. This one's sound, she's deep-bodied, she's smooth, probably functional in the use to her rear leg, maybe make it more attractive in the set of her hock, but a very, very good heifer that's 4, and one that if I was that young man, I'd keep brushing and working on because I think her best days are to come. Bold-bodied, stout, powerful, deep one that comes here next. We wish we could correct the way she uses her rear leg particular. I'd like to make her bigger footed, bigger bone, just give her more flex off of both ends. But other than that, this is one that's got a ton of quality and a lot of things that you really appreciate and like about her. One that comes next might be a little more flexible and have more reach out of her rear wheel than the one right in front of her. She too is bold body, probably just gives up some of the extras and compared to that one, but certainly a good heifer that I think has some more future in front of her. Another stout one comes next. She's zipped in, they got her clipped and fit very, very nicely. Need to have more foot, more bone, more flexibility on her rear wheel as well. Young man with the lid comes next, got another one that's stout. She too has got some body shape and depth. I like how flat shoulder and good she is in her throat. Like to correct the way she uses her rear wheel. Probably gives up a little bit of presence relative to the one right in front of her. High-necked one comes next. She's bold-bodied, impressive when you get in behind her. Maybe make her a little more flexible right there in her hock and her pastern. And an ultra-stout, powerful red and white when it comes next. I like her bone size. Like to just correct the way she goes ever so slightly.
out single entry here. We can go ahead and start the leader on out. Big square hip, really dense in terms of her middle. I still like her head and neck carriage in terms of her look and her posture there. You know, you can lay her back and her knee and shoulder ever so slightly and loosen her just a touch. But boy, a lot of power, still got some quality to her. Nice single entry here in our Tainer show.
Oh boy, a good class of market heifers over here. And again, just quality runs deep. Not a bad one in this lineup either, and it's been good. The heifer that we start with, just breaking her down. She's got the pieces of one of the two cattle.
We get out here and get ready for our champion maintainer female. I think this will be a great lineup of females. One, two, three, 4, 5. Should have 6 class runners. Here comes Riley.
Timmy, this is a big-time lineup here, buddy.
How about
this
these?
This here is, I mean, gets you excited. I was here kind of drooling. I was talking to Bodie Sliff as they walked in here, and I thought, boy, this is good stuff.
There's 3 or 4 out here that are legit. I mean,
legit.
It don't matter what you do out here. I'm not going to say feel sorry for because
they don't feel sorry for him on that, man.
It's hard. There's only going to be 2 that win, and there's probably 4 or 5
right.
out here that are good enough. You know what I mean?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the judges, and I can see the families though. You bring one to town like here, and you're right there. And, you're gonna get sent back with a really, really good heifer.
Yeah, you've been fluffing and puffing on one for 2 weeks, thinking you got one that's in the hunt, and you get up here and you do have one that's in the hunt, and you won't be here tomorrow afternoon.
Right.
I mean, you win your class and you're headed back to the house. You know. And I'm not being mean. There's nothing. I'm not saying there's. I'm not even saying which one. I don't have a dog in the fight. I do care because it is one of my breed that I'm pretty passionate about. But it makes me feel pretty good. That was, you said a little bit ago that the mains have got some momentum.
Oh, they do. Absolutely.
But the high mains were really, really good. That main Angus of Abby's was pretty legit.
Way nice. Yeah.
That steer lineup across the way was pretty damn good. And now we get into these maintainers. I mean,
yeah, they're way nice. Yeah, it goes a lot to say. I mean, that association there has got really good leadership, got some passion, and the quality of match. The breeders have brought together some stuff that's way good.
Yeah. And I think Karen, and I'll have this wrong a little bit, but I think there was, looking through the program, and it won't be all that way, but there's like 13 or 14 juniors that have aged out that are now breeders that have cattle in this.
Oh, Yep.
Here.
Right.
Whether it's a sibling or that they've sold or something,
Sure.
So that's the cool thing about it, is that they weren't just showers and purchasers. And they purchased and then showed, don't get me wrong, but now they are actually becoming breeders.
Oh, yeah.
I think she said maybe 15. And there's probably more than that, but 15 aged out juniors that have cattle represented in
And they show whether it's a steer or a heifer deal.
And I think
that's cool.
Managed Juice still maternal, and I think there's a lot of generators in this show that maybe you might get left out, but you might have the best generator down the line.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you. There's a lot of really good ones and win shows that go on and make really good ones, but there's a lot of ones that are just really good cattle that end up making some really good ones, you know.
Right.
While the boys are talking, catch you up over on the market side now in the market heifer division, class 36. First class of market heifers, first place. Kendra Robinson, second to Brody Breed, right here, and third to Olivia Carter.
They got some debate. They got some smile going on, and
Placements in class 37, division 1 market heifers, first place. Riley Shivers, second to Brady Eastman, third to Kenley Weirson, fourth to Madison Strobing, fifth to Blaine Evans.
Again, as we got out here, they're talking about them. They got their hands are rolling. They're nodding their heads and agreeing and or disagreeing, and it's fine. But it's nice. They got two good cattlemen that are evaluating these cattle.
Debating on them. Yep.
Oh,
We got
thumbs
two
up.
thumbs up.
2 thumbs up. Here we go. Here's some reasons.
Over here at the Maintainer Show, maybe one of the more competitive lambs we've seen all day, and a bunch of quality cattle. Both Brandon and I live and breathe this stuff, so we recognize how much work has gone into not only these ones that we have out here, but also some of the ones that went back to the barn. In the essence of time, I'm going to talk through the ones that we feel like are in contention, which are these three here, right here in the middle, going from the yellow shirt back here to the cowboy here in the 5-hole, I guess that is. As we said in class, and I think I talked this class, or maybe I'm making things up, I'm not sure, but this heifer here, I love this heifer from her shoulder back. Big-footed, big bone, sound structure. She's bold when you get up on top of her. She's powerful when you get in from behind her. What concerns both of us is when you study this one, you're in her chest floor, her in her jaw, just kind of a maturity pattern about her head. That combined with her condition, you know, what's her mature size project like? How does she continue to come? You know, I'm no heifer expert in terms of feeding them. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that out here as we're judging the heifer show, but that's where our concerns lie with her. But in terms of cow, in terms of productivity, in terms of pieces that I like and like to see out there in the pasture, that one has a lot of good things for me and Brandon both. One that seems to be most intriguing to me in terms of presence and attractiveness is the one here the young man's got right here. High neck, super attractive about her face and her neck, deep body, she's balanced. She's probably the greenest in her condition out here. I'd say she's really attractive in her design. She's long and level hip. But we'd want this one to be better. We need to lay her back on her shoulder a little bit, set her back on her knee. And of the three, she's probably the longest in her toe shape. Just need to make her bigger footed at the ground, give her a little bit more iron. But one that I think here, you know, in terms of upside, this one here has a lot. We appreciate her presence, appreciate her quality. Young man with the lid here, doing a great job showing big-footed, sound-structured heifer. She's deep-bodied. Like we said earlier, when we see her moving, when we see her parked here, we like her. Is she the most powerful and the most expressive one out here? I don't think so. But nonetheless, this is the one we like. She'll be your champion, and the young lady with the yellow shirt will be your reserve.
Did you get a picture in the right order? I can always watch because you guys figure out which is going to win first. You guys pick it.
Oh, tough class. The white heifer that we start with, again, just kind of exemplifies a good look. She's powerful in terms of her hip as you get in behind her. She's the most confident behind her. Not to come maybe just getting so critical on her, but if she would just open up more and more.
Well, Cal Pryor's having him a good day again. He's brought the goods. And I know he's got him a good purebred Simmental left to come, so he'll be. What's that? Yeah, Riley Short. Yep. Yeah, the short heifer. I thought she was very nice. That's a good division. Fun.
Little mental break on some of
Miniature Herefords.
That's not going to give you much of a
mental
gotta,
break. These
you
will
gotta
be-
pick.
there's
Oh
a
my
bunch of
God,
these
how
will
many
go.
is there?
One class, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 classes.
Back and use her heel like she does stand.
7 classes. 7 classes.
The orange one's stout. Whenever you get in behind her, she's as bold as any of them. Really thick in terms of her makeup up high. Love the extra density of lower skeleton. She sets up higher in terms of her rear body and flush.
What do you got? There you go.
Her chest more. Her underpinning just needs to set in her.
All right, class 1. They're halfway point. That seems crazy. Timmy, halfway. 46. So 45 is 90, right? They've got 91 classes, so. Woo! 2:37, and we made it to a halfway point, folks. Tune in. You guys will be paying attention with us all the way. Well, we'll get here in as Mile gets rolling and rolling and rolling. So we got Reds, we got Solaires, Shorthorn pluses. Oh. Oh, I got you.
She's got some squareness to her. We'll break her down a little more as we get on through the drive, but a nice effort to get us started.
Hi, Kitty. Oh, over there, yeah. What, about 70,000?
Over on the market heifer side, placements for class 38 market heifers. First place, Taylor Jackson. Second to Tommy Grable. Third to Hunter Kupka. Fourth to Connor Tapkin. Fifth to Elena Oberbrockling. Sixth to Jolie Fisher. And seventh to Zinlin Lee. Placings for class 39 market heifers.
Yep, JB's.
First place, Erica Madden. Second to Olivia Alber. Third to Jack Ireland. Fourth to Jace Weiner. Fifth to Nora Spencer. Sixth to Delaney Peterson. Seventh to Connor Shivers. Eighth to Oakley Cow. And ninth to Landry Hansen. Now be selecting your champion, Division I market effort.
Yep. Down there. What's that one now? Long. Yeah. I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Probably do a lot of
Real nice single entry here on the breeding
A little bit.
side.
Nope.
Long body, good looking heifer.
Nope.
Young lady's doing a great job out here.
Not really, no.
Certainly a heifer that could stand some more competition. Look
I
forward
did
to
for a
seeing
little
her
while,
back
but then
out
everybody
here
wants to do
inside.
them waterways and bang around. I was like, screw that. Them things cost too much.
It's inevitable. They try when yours needs to be done.
Well, I don't mind that part, but it just, I mean, just the bouncing around and just tear
Over
shit
on the
up.
heifer side,
I just like, I don't know.
your champion maintainer breeding heifer going to Cal Pryor out of class 44. The reserve champion breeding
Right.
The reserve champion maintainer breeding heifer going to Riley Short.
Good
Once
Bailey,
again,
yeah, right.
champion
Yeah.
maintainer, Cal Pryor reserve.
Not
to
bad,
Riley
though. Right,
Short.
yeah, right.
Class
Sure.
46. Single entry miniature heifer breeding heifer going to Hadley Jastorf. Class 47. Single entry miniature Hereford breeding heifer Bristol Hay. Currently coming in the ring, class 48 miniature Hereford breeding.
Division I market heifers, real good. Let's give them a nice round of applause real quick if you could. It will liven it up just a little bit. Not bad, not bad. Good set of them. 4 of them out here that are class winners that are good. And I told Dylan I like this black heifer that won this first class because to me she looks like she only continues to get better. Now is she as broad as these other 3? No, but I like her kind for the long haul for sure. She's quality. The blonde heifer that comes there next, or the peach, great big in terms of her body. She just looks like a market heifer. I mean, she's stout in her bone and big in terms of her foot size. Got a balanced profile in terms of bone and foot relative to height and length of body. I personally wish she had more to her whenever I stepped in behind her, and I know that that's general, but in terms of her pin set and her hip and just down to the lower part of her hip, I want to bust her open and just make her a little wider there at the surface.
Not that we don't give a little credit, but boy, get a good competitive class here at the Mini Hereford Show. We got several of those. We get $4.99. What happened on our screen? Where'd our screen go? No, it would be good there. Got these little exhibitors out here. We probably got as many people watching this class would do anybody. But we got a Hunter Crease, Brady Streeter, Kelsey Sprague, Ben Muff, Remington Lewin. These are April of 23 heifer calves. The 5 of about here. Tim, the Mini Herefords are based still registration through the Hereford Association, right? They're an umbrella of the Hereford actual association and the minis. Yep, I believe that to be true. Yep. And they have 2 junior nationals, though. They are split. Yep, no, but I mean, no, they actually have 2 mini, or two mini junior nationals because they kind of branched off. Yeah. Yep, I think that's right. Yep. Yep.
Your Division I champion bargain heifer coming out of class 38. Taylor Jackson, your reserve champion coming out of the final class there.
We got a first pull.
Bargain heifer, Erica Madden. Once again, champion Division I bargain heifer Taylor Jackson, reserve Erica Madden.
So we're down to 3, down to 2. There we go. 2 and a 1.
Another good class here of minis. And the heifer that leads off, comfort of skeleton, usefulness of feet and legs is kind of why she gets there. I like her extra length of hip. Her length of stride, her angle to her shoulder and knee is probably more appropriate. And she just sits down more comfortable there on her lower joints. I love just the stoutness and the coolness of the heifer we're going to run here in second. And there's some quality about her. If she sits down better there on her lower joints, if we can tuck her in her knee ever so slightly, probably switch those two because I do love her bulk and her density. Another sound made one that comes next is looseness of spine and flexibility is all very, very good. She's just a shot plainer everywhere. I could make her stouter. I could make her better looking. But the reason she sits in third, she's just a movement or more comfortable in the way she handles herself versus heifers on either side of her. Big hip one here that's got some boldness to her. Just want to change her up front. She's a little forward in her knee and the shoulder. She, too, gets just a little tighter on her feet, but a stout kind of a heifer that's still got some good to her. Big body, broody one here that we closed with here. Just maybe not the same kind of look and femininity and presence we find in those cattle ahead of her. Really nice class, though. You can mix it up a lot of different ways, but good class of cattle.
over on the breeding side, Class 48 miniature Hereford females, first place. Hunter Crass, second to Remington Llewellyn, third to Brady Streeter, fourth to Ben Muff, and fifth to Kesley Sprague. And then Class 49 single entry, Avery Deppy wins that class.
Testing 1, 2.
I guess Avery is just coming in right now.
Really nice single entry here in the mini show. The crew in the back's got this one absolutely zeroed in. Very highly presented, bold-bodied, stout, powerful one. Moves around the ring with relative flexibility. Be happy to see her out here with some more competition before too long.
Is this better? Can you hear that? But that's it. It's like a yes or no. That's not a. Can you hear me now or what? I don't know. Hold on. Hold the phone. I asked the lady a simple question. Can you hear me? And she gives it to Margot like it's on fire. Okay, Margot, what do you think? Can you hear that now? I've had technical difficulties of making fun of Chad because his battery is going dead and mine went dead. So that's what I get for making fun of Chad. So he always gets the good stuff.
I had the exact same stuff you had. I just paid attention to watch my fuel gauge.
I guess I should have.
Karen, does he run his vehicle out of fuel too?
Me and T-Bone.
T-Bone, do you do all the time? T-Bone, text me some stories about this here.
No. He ran out of. He did say that it is true. You know, when your truck gets down on def and low on def, and that says you're going to reduce power in 12 miles.
And it doesn't lie to you?
He said, I've tested it. The other day coming back from Travis and Beth, he said, I pushed her, and he said, it's true.
It's true.
It's true.
It takes you down.
It takes you down. I think he was right by the.
So is he out there working with them guys today at Pembrooks, or where's he at today?
He came home.
He's here?
He'll be up here tonight. So he came up to the house.
I got you.
His roommate Jackson Maddox and Jackson came up. The Tarks boy.
Yep.
From Underwood over by Council Bluffs. He goes to school down there too.
Right.
And so their family's up here showing.
And
so Jackson and Braden and Tyler are all buds. So they're up here helping each other.
You bet.
So Tyler stayed at home. He's doing some chores and haying cows, and he'll be
Sure.
up here tonight. Hang around.
Yep. Very good.
Hopefully he's getting chores done. He's looking at the babies and making sure, checking up on
he'll
Dad,
get
making sure I'm doing it right, I guess.
I'm sure he will give you an A1 report. Dad, you're doing great. I appreciate what you're doing, Dad.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it'll be something like that.
Something just like that.
These two lightning came in, and both of them could stand to be just a little more relaxed on their lower rear joints especially. And so once you set that aside, there's so much more body volume, but yet still look to the one that's going to lead off. A little better in terms of her head and neck and the shape of her head. I like her length just a touch better, and still one that has some width and some stoutness to her. One we're going to run here in second. I love the depth and smoothness. Sets into her shoulder well. Depth of body and heart is very, very good, and still has some spread up top. A little more forward in her knee and her shoulder probably for me. Maybe not quite just the stoutness from behind as what the class winner is, but a good pair of cattle.
As we go here, we have a little bit of technical difficulty. We got Tim is trying to talk, and his microphone was turned off. I don't know if that was due to maybe that was a public vote, or how did they do that? A people's choice. People's choice. Turn Tim's microphone off for a while. We'll get him back going here. So we should have Addison Woods out here, class 51. Then we have one more class of 2, Taylor Woods, Hudson Walker, before we'll pick us a champion mini Hereford, and then we'll move on into our foundation Red Angus breeding heifers. Margo, I got my mic on now.
Single entry in the mini Hereford show. Really deep-bodied heifer. She's stout when you get in behind her. I think this one balances up really good, chest to flank. Looking forward to having her out here for the drive.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Over on the breeding heifer side, class 50 miniature Hereford breeding heifers, first place, Brady Streeter, second to Quintry Lee. Placings for class 51 single entry, Miss Addison Woods. Currently entering the ring, final class miniature Hereford breeding heifers, class 52.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing.
Okay, Margo. Now we are just being a pain in Margo's neck. Thank God she's such a nice lady. The Divas aren't. They're not having any problems. The Cowboys
They're
are having
not?
problems. I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I've ran my mic out of battery. Margo had to come save me.
Had to hook him up to hardwire.
The whole camp is being Mr. Wonderful. He's the favorite, and now our video screen's gone out. So
all you gotta do is pick our head up to look right out here. We kind of see it.
We're right here.
We can't miss it.
We needed us last year. So.
We're gonna go through.
Margo and her crew are doing awesome.
So what do? We got a size difference in the mini Herefords. How's that work as a judge, Tim? Do you give credit to the more moderate one in the mini Hereford show?
I'll say.
What is your take?
I don't know what my take is. I think you still have to pick the cattle. I think.
You think so?
I think you still stick with your preferences, your structure, your muscle, your whatever your thing is.
Yep.
You still do it. Just like I said,
I agree.
Good ones come in different size packages.
But you can't talk it as an advantage being the bigger, higher growth heifer.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. From here, it looks fairly easy, but I don't know.
They have really improved the structure on these mini Herefords on the top end compared to where they first come out with them things.
Well, and we've seen some of the exhibitors out here. No disrespect. They were the little bitty ones, the little
right.
people. There's some bigger kids that come out, so they're getting after them. I mean, they're getting after it. we'll see what happens. We'll see what they Brandon must have it. They must have it figured out. They're out there talking, getting ready to place them and talk about them.
I think we're just waiting a little bit for Mr. Miles to get done talking on the other side.
Yep. As a judge, I just saw that little Hereford kind of tiptoe around Brandon. Have you ever been ran over? At judging, you ever had one that
Not bad,
you?
no. The only time I would say about being about run over was a gray Brahmin.
Oh.
I went to
The one right in front of her, right in behind her shoulder blade on the most critical or
and 200 reds in one day, and they did bulls. And
I want to open her up.
Out there, my ringman told me that first out there, because I've not judged that many. He's like, you got to keep your head on a swivel. And I was about like third, fourth class a day. I was like, there's like 20 in a class, and all of a sudden just, woof. I felt the air go past me. I think brushed my shoulder. I was like, well, you talk about somebody jumpy the rest of the day. Boy, I was side to side. But as far as wiped out, I've never been wiped out. I've never been kicked real hard either.
I got kicked right in the kneecap one time. I mean.
Big Show County Fair.
County Fair.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yep, County Fair. And I mean thumped.
Oh, I got the wrong knob. Dang it.
Nice class here, and we're going to leave them like they came in here. Just a lot more volume in the heifer we're going to lead off with, and still one is very comfortable on the move. I like her spine, I like her hip, I like her look there. Again, maybe want to tweak her up front just a touch, but a good kind of heifer. I love this guy's hustle right here. This one, he can flat get it done. I like his demeanor, and I still like his calf. Loose made, long strided one here that's got some shape. They're just maybe a little shorter, not quite as long and extended as what that class winner is, but that's a nice pair of cattle. Let's give both them a nice hand.
Can you hear me now? Margot? All right, we're getting ready for our champion mini Hereford, miniature Hereford breeding heifer.
First place, Taylor Woods. Second to Hudson Walter. Now be selecting your champion miniature Hereford breeding female.
All right, we're going to bring those classes back out here and pick us a champion miniature Hereford champion. As we get ready, is a good stout set of these. I don't maybe probably have my comfort level of figuring out which one's my favorite of this group, because I think there'll be some different shapes and sizes, but we'll let Tim back here and talk about these.
Would you run out of battery, Mr. Big Shot? Conserve. So yeah, whoop, there's the one. They're frisky little devils. So we'll get out here and get out. I think, what did we say? There was 7 classes, I think, of these, wasn't there?
I think so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. Maybe there's 8. 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. Yeah, so that's quite a few of them.
You get right on top of a few of them, like this little girl out there that they've got her helping. Boy, they have got her just really, really dialed in well. That was clipped extremely good.
Yeah.
As we get up on top of that one.
Placings for the first class, Division II market heifers over on the market side. First place, Jax Pryor. Second to Kelton Craylor. Third to McKenna Burmaster. Fourth to Sydney Loverat. Fifth to Emma Norman. Sixth
Look at this little old man coming right here.
to Joey Fisher. Eighth to Bristol Hayes.
That little guy, he's a boss, boy.
Still not working.
Fourth, first class of Division II market. 1,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We must have 8 classes of miniature Herefords. 8 classes?
Yes, sir.
8 of them.
Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Moving. We're not going to talk all these cattle in detail. We'll just kind of tell you the ones we like. Young lady right here in front of us is going to be your champion, and a young lady down here in the teal shirt is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
All right, we'll get finished up with the miniature Herefords. We'll get Jay Bradley will give us the rundown on these miniature Hereford champions as they got done. Go to the polls to look for your favorite champions. Tess is running back and forth taking pictures all day, so make sure you go to the polls to see your champion breed champions there, and see your kids' names out on the World Wide Web. We're getting ready for the Foundation Red Angus. Appears to be 4 head, 3 different classes coming out here. So as soon as we get the little Herefords out of the way.
You know, when a guy just watched a little bit on social media this fall, there's quite a few that I've seen some foundations that look sure nice. I'd be curious to see what we have out here for Foundation Red Angus. But several of those that sure look the part.
Margot makes funny faces when her technology's not working. Factual.
We'll get there. With
Oh, that's
hit
way
the
better.
microphone.
Nice job, Margot. What? It is. No.
No
job,
flashing.
Margot.
We are good to go.
Margot just plugs and unplugs and replugs and plugs back in. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, we kind of rotate rotate through our crowd, and kind of different faces kind of come in and go and switch up, but I tell you, yeah.
Oh, look at here.
Red Baldy. Okay, I'm in on Red Baldy still. Yeah.
Red Baldy.
No, I'm still in. Yep. I guess it's Clay Engler, single entry class winner.
So I'm just asking. I really don't know. So Foundation Red Angus, obviously it's got to be a percentage Red Angus. Do you know the?
I assume they just half bloods.
Half blood?
Yeah,
Half
I think
anything
so.
else?
I think so, yeah.
That was my assumption as
Yeah,
well.
that's exactly, yeah. Because I know like Lemmies are different.
Oh boy, what a class of market heifers over here. And just what a class of cattle. Incredibly good. This white heifer that leads them off. I told Dylan, hey, there's a real good one in here. And he said, well, I've been being your waiter over there getting you water, so I haven't even got to look yet. And I said, well, I think you'll find her, and if you don't, then you can maybe just park her right over here, and I'll keep going. White heifer that starts. I mean, it starts in her skull and having a little pig guy in me, buddy. I like your calf because she's stout. And then from there back, it just kind of tells the story of one that's broad, incredibly wide in her rib, awesome in terms of her joints. Her feet are good. Everything just built, and it balances well. She's got a neat kind of a look to her from the profile. Give them all you want whenever you get right in behind her. Neat one there to win this particular class. This black and white one probably rocks her neck up a little higher up out of her shoulder. She's powerful whenever I get right in behind her. That heifer doesn't just take off and go as comfortable off the front side of her skeleton. I want to lay her shoulder blade back in her, give her just a little neater look to where her shoulder and knee tie, but from there back, extra powerful. Thought she went off of a more comfortable hind leg and foot than what did the orange heifer that ends up third. Standing there, I like this one as good as any of them. She's the neatest up through her throat, the longest in terms of her front end.
I know we got through there, and Brandon's going to talk her. I think maybe we'll send her out to kind of keep moving, and then we'll bring her back out here, is what I would guess. He'll get a chance. There's only 3 classes of Foundation Red Angus. Yep.
This one's a nice one, though. It's a payroll.
Very good heifer.
It's a nice heifer. I mean, it's a nice.
Payroll, that'd be that Scimitar bull of Bob Mays, that Red Baldy. I think that'd be
so.
right, yeah.
I think that would be right. She looks like she'd have a little Scimitar in her, I think, from this standpoint. So,
It's a good mix, Scimitar on Red Angus.
Yeah. Yeah, here. Are
These are a little. That one's a little sportier.
See, I would think of like the Charlet cattle would use Red Angus quite a bit. Keeps dilutes color.
Yeah.
So they'll go one more time to be able to go back to blacks. And the back one, how you like her? Paradox heifer, which he's dual registered at black and red. He's got the red carrier gene.
Red carrier.
Yep. So that thing could be. As far as that, well, she could be a half Red Angus, half Shorthorn Plus too, I suppose.
Oh yeah.
I mean, could be on there.
So that's what I've been doing. I bred some of our full bloods to Paradox.
Yep.
To try to make main Anguses and to try to make them red because Paradox is a
red carrier. Yep. Right.
That hasn't worked.
Has not worked.
That so. Pairs
What
in the
part hadn't worked?
They're still black.
Oh.
They're brown.
They're brown. Yeah,
so
that halfway don't work very good.
that half didn't work very good, and I'm just that's just the kind of the testing and stuff.
Right.
So that the recessive red is incredibly recessive. It's not it doesn't give up.
It hides it hides its head until you don't want it, then it pops up.
Yeah, it just doesn't give up. With that, I thought with the black on that stuff. So I've used some Red Angus bulls on them. And that worked out pretty good. I've used some Power Eye and some PTO of Blair Ags, and they've worked out okay. So I'm going to try to use. I found a new black red carrier bull that I got out at.
Percentage Red Angus, and we're going to leave them just like they came in and use the cream-colored heifer here. Just a little more overwhelming in terms of body depth and just that maternal look that she has, the softness to her, the heaviness of structure, and still uses her hind leg a touch better. She's not the stoutest when you get in behind her, but yet still everything fits together and goes together very comfortably. I love just the neck and head and look of this red heifer, really long spine and long out of her hip. She, too, has probably enough width when you get right in behind her, just not the same kind of softness of rib cage and boldness of body as what we find in that class winner, but a good pair of percentage reds.
That's a nice class. That was a cool class of Foundation Red Angus. We only got one more, Haley Dodge.
That'd be a single entry here.
Pandemic.
Which would be a Simmental bull.
Would be a Simmental. Look at that one.
Yep.
I know Haley's had some Red Angus cows. They've shown some Red Angus, done some Red Angus at Junior
Oh,
Nationals
yeah, I
before.
know who she. Yep, I've seen her before.
Yep. Yep, these breeds have these lower percentage ones, and trying some of that stuff coming in there. It doesn't take long for these breeders to figure that out and make some pretty good ones out of this deal. There's only 4 in this division or in this breed category. And, I mean, they've all got some good pieces parts to them.
Very good animals, yeah.
That Baldy, of course, you're fond of the Baldy, but that one was nice. That yellow one was nice.
Yep, here we go.
Really nice quality single entry over here that could stand some more competition. She's bold rib. She's powerful when you get in behind her. We get her set up right here. She's high neck. Sure, we could tuck her up on her chest ever so slightly, but a big-footed one that's got some bone. We look forward to seeing her back out here with some competition.
I think Ferris sure liked her. I said a lot of positives about her, which I totally agree with. Pretty easy to do and say.
Does make sense. So I have three class winners come back out here for our champion foundation. Next up will be our Red Angus.
Yep.
There's 3 Mays. Looks like 3 Marches, 4 Februarys, and a couple Januarys. So it looks like we got 4 classes of Red Angus coming at us here pretty quick.
Right.
Then we get into the Slayers. And a few Shorthorn pluses, a few Shorthorns.
A nice trio of heifers.
I mean, right?
Maybe, yeah. They're good cattle. They've got function to them.
may not be tricked out in Tar's presentation. We've seen some of the main NGU classes and some of them before, but I tell you, they're sound, maternal. Look like they're going to make good mama cows. And somebody's going to be a champion, breed champion at Iowa Beef Expo.
There's all three of those class winners have got merit. As far as being able to
Yep.
win this division. There's one in there I think wins pretty easy, but at the same token it's maybe not that quite that cut and dried, but there's a nice trio of heifers out here. And I give the guys credit. They're talking about it. They're conversing. They're having a little meeting.
Yep. Well, I think it's pretty debatable with them three.
I
Because
totally
you got the
agree.
good-looking red baldy there that's kind of moderate and gives up some performance, and you got kind of the in-between one and the big stout burly one on the end.
Yep.
The one in the middle kind of got the Charlotte foot to her. She looks good that way.
Yeah, she does. But it's a dark foot.
Here in our champion percentage red, little baldy we hadn't discussed yet. That was that first class winner single entry, a neat looking one. I love her presence. Still love just the natural shape and contour of her rib cage, the stoutness out of her hip, but yet it still goes onto her body in a smooth manner. Probably sets back in her knee and her shoulder as well as any of these three. Not the biggest at the ground, but still one I still think handles herself well enough in terms of agility and movement. That gold one here, she's the deep, smooth one out here amongst this lineup, but she's also the one you could probably benefit from being more pried open, more opened up off either end and give her more width. The big fall there, again, big bone, big footed there. Got some neat pieces about her. Maybe doesn't grab you as quickly in terms of just look and presence relative to some others out here. So a lot of debate and give and take here, but probably the one we both drawn to is the little baldy here out of this first class. So she'll be our champion here. One out of our final class will be reserved, but a nice set of percentage reds.
Clay Engler, a payroll. We've decided that's maybe a Simmental-based.
Never count out a baldy.
And a baldy. Imagine that. Chad's happy.
Imagine.
Chad's starting his clicker count. I would say we would have a drinking game going forward on how many times we say baldy from here on out. You take a drink, but
that'd be in trouble.
That would be trouble. We would both be in
trouble. We'd be in trouble.
Congratulations. Nice.
Yeah.
Not a huge division.
Yeah, old boy's
nice,
got he got a big smile on him. Well, Clay, he's tickled out.
He should
tickled.
be. That's a nice one. And Haley's got a nice. That one's reserves a good female as well. So.
You bet. All right, let's go to red. Hey, how far are these Red Angus? They've come a long ways, ain't they?
God, yeah, haven't they?
The best end of these Red Angus are really good stuff.
Yep. Yeah, when you get some kids, though, when they get these junior nationals have fired everybody up and get them out there.
Should have 3 in this first class.
Foundation Red Angus 2024 Iowa Beef Expo goes to Clay Engler, reserved to Haley Dodge.
Did we lose one?
Looks like it.
Cool Kitty. I like that one. Oh, there's our third one. I think that's why she was wanting to help you there, Tim. Sometimes when she says she wants to help you, just say, yep, that'd be great. Help me out. That'd be great. All right.
We get sidetracked over here. We apologize for that. But kind of what you get, you kind of lose on the screen there.
The more I looked at her, the more I liked her. And Dylan said, hey, I think we need to look at that black and white one more time because she finally settled in her top line, gives you a great big look from the profile. She's the neatest at it, and she's probably the broadest in her hip of these three in this particular lineup. She, to me, become the most refined about her arm and her hind leg and her rear foot and her ankle. It's all correlated to just a kind of a narrow head and jawline, but boy, that thing is superb.
There we're going to get you now in motion, folks. As you can see, they're letting them go.
Yep, there they go.
She's a little flighty yet, but darn sure quality calf there for sure. I do love pieces of the heifer that ends up in third, and honestly, just kind of calling her safe. She'd be a pretty neat cow. I like her rib cage. I love her joint. She's probably one of those best footed ones, or one of the better footed ones in this particular class. Standing there, the longer she is, she's a rib or two longer. She starts to unhinge right in behind her shoulder. Her chest floor doesn't set up in her.
So we get there you go. Now you can get them all in your angle to your show.
The natural foot size and coordination of that heifer, quality for sure. Black heifer gives you a really neat look.
They're going to talk about them, and then I'd say they'll be ready to roll.
Yeah, nice class, nice start to the Red Angus division for sure.
56.
Quite the balance profile of those top three, but really broad as you get right there in behind her. Oh, big legs here that's next. I love her column of bone and just her foot size. She gets more upright, don't hit her shoulder, gets too tight in her loin whenever she goes, and then she sets up too up in terms of her lower body and flank. These two down here, again, just broad build, stout, need to be a little nicer in terms of their movement. Use the muscle and rib cage of this one to beat that one. Good job.
Yeah, I think we need to put filtered mics, but mic up them two guys. Get Brandon and mic him up.
Wouldn't it be fun? Yeah.
I always thought it would be, especially if you could hear the judge or interaction with the kid and just different things. I think it'd be interesting. 2-1. All right, let's listen.
Good class of cattle to start off our Red Angus show, and the one that Brandon and I land on is this one here to my right. And we do so because she's the high quality one that's still smooth. She's smoother to her shoulder or forerib. She's more relaxed in her spine. She's long, level hip. Just really has a broody, maternal, feminine look about her, if you will. She's high necked. And I think she's squarer in her hock than the one right in behind her. Now, there's no question this one here that's in second is the big footed, big bone, high weight per day of age one. Her neck shoots so high on the top side of her neck. She's good chested. She's ultra feminine about her head. I'd like to free her up a little bit in the way she goes out of her rear skeleton, give her more comfort at the ground. I'd like to make her just a little bit softer and smoother there in her center body, a little smoother there in her heart. Now, the one that comes three, she might solve that problem relative to the one right there in front of her. She's smoother there in her forerib. She's got a balanced look from the side. Need to upgrade the way she uses her rear skeleton just a little bit, but a good heifer that certainly has some quality about her.
Class 57, be three Red Angus heifers coming in here. Red Eagle, Bigfoot, Parabellum.
I am not. The one thing I do think
6 Mile, that'd be, yeah.
I do look at these Red Angus thing, and I've studied the Red Angus thing some. We don't have any. I bred some to our full bloods. But I come back through, and when you go, I've been to Fort Worth and looked through them. I look through them in Louisville, Kansas City, just to look at sires and sire groups.
Sure.
They have the most diverse sire groups out there.
They have several that work well.
So
Yep.
like in the main, we were talking earlier. You got
Angus be like
Primo, you've got Style, 24 karat. That's a lot of them. And then in the mains, you've got we got a few of them, but they're all kind of related. You got Databank and Garth and Sons thereof and that sort of stuff. But in that Red Angus thing, man, I mean, you can go down. They'll have multiple sire groups or different sires.
Yeah, that's probably where that works well. Yeah.
Even the Simontals have kind of got themselves. It's a big breed, obviously, and don't get me wrong, but that's the.
Yeah, you still got the
foundations are 24 carats and primos,
right?
And some of that type of stuff, or they're relentless, or a broker at the time, or that kind of stuff.
Right.
In on that on those kind of cows, So it's fairly interesting.
So the big good outline one, that's a Red Eagle heifer. And then TC, would that be TC Reds? I imagine out of Wisconsin.
Would be my bet.
Be the Bigfoot.
Yep.
And I know Parabellum. I know that seam is very high on him. 6 Mile. I wonder if that would have been a Zane Ward type heifer at some point there. Hard to say. They get him whipped up there on the side. You can see him right there, steady him right along as far as your view. Yep. They're going to get them and pull them. Yep.
Oh, here he comes. Going to get him ready to go.
Solid class of Red Angus cattle, and pretty comfortable one to land on here on the front end. Just again, usefulness of structure, foot design, softness of joints, and then from there up, that one's still the class leader in terms of just body dimension, look, and presence. I could lengthen out her hip and make her a little longer and better there, but her neat kind of a heifer. Heifer going to have here in second. To me, comes close with second and third here, but she's just a little more laid back about her knee and her shoulder. I still like her body. I like her softness. She's got enough of the right kind of muscle in her there. Want to change her hind leg ever so slightly, but again, I like her reach and the comfortableness up front versus our third place heifer. Probably as dense middled as any of them in terms of proportion and big hip. She's got that as well. Just a little tighter, more upright off either end, but good trio cattle.
A real good class, and pull the white flanked or white chested heifer here first, and just thought, again, in motion, she's the one that's the most confident in her step. And then as I get in behind her, comparatively to the black and white heifer, they're just quite a bit more spread up high. She's bigger top, she's thicker ended, and then as she goes to the surface, she's more comfortable and athletic off of either end of her framework. Good cattle to win this particular class. Black and white one's certainly big in terms of her bone work, really good, and the way that they've got her dialed in, clipped in tight, and looks beautiful from the profile. I step in behind her and just ask myself, is there enough there? Comparatively to the cattle on either side of her, she's the narrowest in her upper rib and the flattest in terms of her hip. I'm not saying she doesn't have power, but relative, she's not nearly as opened up and bulky as these two cattle. I thought she hit the ground softer behind and just went off a more coordinated hind leg than the black heifer that comes here next. On the stand, this thing's unbeatable. I think they're pieces of her foot and bone relative to her height and length of body, the way that her neck comes up out of her shoulder and her broadness whenever I get in behind her. I'm the most critical of the build of her rear skeleton. As I ask her to move, she'll waddle out of her hip, set her hind legs outside of her body, and maybe it's just this surface. Maybe out there and off the halter, she doesn't do it. But out here, she gets pretty uncoordinated, particularly off of her hock and rear foot. I just wish she'd get out and just reach and go easier. If she did that, then all of a sudden, that's probably my class winner. Heifer that's next is good-bodied and sound, just needs to be a little neater looking. This one just has to be stouter all over. Good job, awesome class.
first one in the corner.
Pembroke will have some of those in there, and then I
He
saw
will.
some out at.
Hey, we got to have the sale heifer. Look at that. Young man in the first spot. He come out of the sale this week.
Yep, perfect. That's a nice heifer.
It is a nice heifer.
But yeah, them red boxes are nice. I was out at Duff's. There's some red boxes out there.
Yep.
Good bulls. I mean, these were the for his bull sale, but they're big, solid, scrapping big rascals.
Oh yeah. Oh, Pembroke. Yeah, he does have really good red Angus.
Yeah.
Yeah, them boys. They showed one.
He
Been a
was
little while
champion.
ago.
He won DK Brown. They had that bull that El Rey that was supreme at Oklahoma City, not this year, but a year ago.
Before, yep.
A big bull, 2-year-old bull. Oh, and he's a good calf. He's a real good calf.
Heck yeah. Now, would you know? I'm assuming this Madison Collison. That's probably Tim's daughter.
Would be my guess.
I would guess what I'd
That's
say.
how I would guess.
Yep. Them girls grow up so fast that you just
Oh,
kind
my
of.
goodness.
Yep.
Spectators are up here. I would say yes.
Think so. What'd you
Think
guess
so.
there? I
I'm gonna
could
say
kind of
yes.
look back there.
Are you ready
Yep.
for your wedding day, big boy? Sure. He says that
what
pretty
happens?
easy. Brigham Stewart's up. Not busy or nothing, right? Brigham Stewart's up here. He's watching ringside. Got a wedding day coming up, so it's awesome.
Yeah.
There's the Collison, young Collison girl wins this class. That one's way nice. That one's a pretty logical spot to start with this class. Looks like to me. That one's February one's pretty burly, man. That one's a good one.
Over here in the Red Angus showing the heifer side of the ring, a lot more quality cattle that we're seeing. Here's a really smooth built, bold body one that still has some power when you get in behind her. I like how fresh she is in her condition. I like her presentation. We get her set up right here. Relative to the one right behind her, she's better in her chest. She's better in her throat latch. And we just kind of have a little more balanced, smoother, eye-appealing look right here. Now, is the one in second got a little more functional flexibility there to her hock and her pastern there, perhaps. This one, too, is good looking. She's deep-bodied. Relative to the one in front of her, she's a little plainer in her chest. Wants a flat in her quarter right here in this view going away from her, but certainly a nice heifer to go second. One that comes next might be a little punchier when you get in behind her. She might be a little bit bolder ribbed, but when we ask her to lead right here in this vantage point, wants to get a little straighter in the way she goes off both ends of her skeleton. We correct those things. We might move her up one spot. Bold-bodied heifer rounds out the class. How impressive she is when you get up on top of her. She's impressive when you get in behind her. Like the fixed way she uses her rear skeleton, but one that does have a lot of quality in her own right.
Yeah, they did talk that one there, and I thought that was a really nice, very, very nice effort there to win that class. I thought she is very impressive, and they talked her that away. So we should have a nice pair of heifers to beat our last class of, what will these be, January? January Red Angus. We get them to come down in here.
Yeah, I thought that Collison heifer was pretty logical. That looked like a pretty good place to
I thought
be
she
in.
looked good.
Yeah.
I think I did a little bit of leapfrog here, kind of bring them in different order just to get them to go. Hey, it's a nice pair of heifers.
That's a nice pair of heifers there, man. I tell you what, that's again not tens and tens of numbers, but I mean really a nice set of females.
Yeah, good set of reds. They get sure impressed with these Red Angus exhibitors. Again, we talked about it before, where they bring quality out here, and we've had nice. It's going to be a really good set of
set of class winners to look at and talk about. I think they'll get. Yeah. I think we got them right there in front of you. As they get and go. Ready to put them in motion. As we can see on your screen, I guess you'd say too, again, thanks to Vermeer for being a major sponsor to get us out here in this ring. Talking to a lot of people, just really do like this facility. I know Zane Ward from Kansas was right here behind him. Brigham Stewart just talked about how neat they think this facility is and works, and we're just excited to be in here. It working well. Cattle are getting around the ring well, can see them well. Square footage wise, the ring is every bit as big as it is over there, they tell us. So I think everybody's getting a good fair shot to get them represented and doing a good job. I think this is a close placing. I think there's some give and take, but them are very similar quality heifers. It's kind of fun to watch their body language and their talk and their discussion and where they're going to come up with it. Have a little debate. Brandon's got the hands up working. Now I got a little pointing, a little both shaking up and down. As they talk about, Brandon's a natural educator as well. Not that he's trying to educate first, but no means. He's a very intelligent, capable, competent, successful cattle breeder. But they were having a lot of fun, I'm sure, just discussing and learning. They're going to go out here and place them. And then we'll have them kind of talk them when Miles done. I thought they was ready. I think Ferris said, hey, you just do what you want to do. 2-1. Yep. Family would be very, very, very important to them who gets first.
Here on the Red Angus side of things, we're going to leave these two heifers like they're standing now, and there's just more substance here. And the one that's going to lead off, just a bolder body shape, a bigger hip, and still one I think is adequate enough in terms of the way she gets and goes. She's better about her head and her throat there as well. I changed her shoulder angle probably just a touch for me. Again, set her down on her feet ever so slightly. Not enough of an improvement here probably to switch them. If you like this one's depth, if you think she's stout enough, you can switch those two because I love the thinness of her neck. I like the depth of her body. At times, I feel like she can be more consistent in terms of her rear leg placement. She, too, is a little vertical up front. Our main concern is when you get in front or behind her, though, I like to open that one up quite a bit more, particularly on her top side in terms of rib cage. But a good pair of heifers.
There you go. All right, here we are, champion. Brad's going to try to talk to you a little bit there, but I told you this is going to be a good division. We get these back out here. This looks so good.
I'm not arguing with you, man. I was with you.
Oh, I think they're ready to go. I think Ferris has got the microphone. He's
Second
good
to
to
Corbin
go.
Clark. Third to Blake Evans. Placings for Class 58 Red Angus breeding females. First place, Madison Collison. Second place to McKaylee McCartan. McCartan. Third to Colton Griffin. Fourth to Kinsley Robinette. And Class 59 champion goes to Cambry Nickel. Second to Callie Nickel.
Very high quality of Red Angus cattle out here, and for us it comes down to these two here in the middle, and you can parse them either way. The one here on my right, this is the better looking one in our opinion, probably more functional use to her skeleton off both ends of her structure. She's really lean and fresh in her condition and really attractive. The broody stout one is the one right in here behind her. She probably gets a little more upright and angle to her shoulder and her knee, but certainly one that's good and has a lot of quality in her own right. After some discussion, the one here on our right is going to be our champion, and the one here to my left will be your reserve. Congratulations.
All right, moving into our
Solaire, two Solaire heifers. So these will be these two will be your champion and reserve.
Yep. Next on line will be next up, Shorthorn Pluses. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classes of Shorthorn Pluses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classes of Shorthorns.
Yep.
Correct that. 6, 7 classes of Shorthorns. Then we get into the percentage of Scimitars. We're going to be here for a while, Chad.
Market heifers can be challenging, in my opinion, because there's just so many things, just like that last division, and where you can get hung up on and say,
We'll get one more. Gonna get a champion in here broke apart. Little size difference. What's our? Try to give you a little age break. No, I know we were. I heard that. Yeah. Badger. We have 2 marches. Have a size difference. We got 2 marches out here. Hey, we got a data bank. Would that be? It'd be a Niwaski data bank. So that thing would be maintainer / Solaire heifer.
Yep.
I'd still take this division over the maintainers. Our maintainer show is stout.
I think this
She's in the money. She's either grand or reserve.
Yeah, this would be a path of least resistance, or less resistance, not least, but less resistance.
No, less, yeah. They are a nice pair of heifers, though. They'll represent the Solaire breed very well.
This heifer's got a great turn and sweep and shape about her cage, and she opens up good behind. I like her feet and legs standing there. She's a little unorthodox moving off the either end of her body. Just like the settler and relaxer on both ends of her framework, all of a sudden that one can move up. Baldy's the same way. She's the best in her rib, the softest in her center, gets up underneath herself on the go. Got to just set her back in terms of her blade and the angle of her knee. Same thing with the painted one that closes. Good looking from the side. Just needs to be stouter and softer. Good class. Start Division 3.
Yep.
Get a couple of these out here. Got a Data Bank and a Hawkinson.
All right, Brandon, let her fly.
Got a good pair of heifers, and these are only two here within this division. So we'll talk each one of them and then pick one we like here. This one up front, obviously one, her structure, her looseness, and comfort of movement is very, very good. I think from the side, she's the one you're probably drawn into the most of the pair in terms of her shoulder and the way it lays in, and just the smoothness of her spine and the way she handles it, whether she's standing or moving. I think the thing you have to get over your mind on her is there enough dimension. You like to see her quite a bit stouter and bolder. And then the opposite discussion is this heifer here that's, man, she is opened up. She is big-hipped and thick-ended. She is incredibly dense middled, and still for that her proportions can come together when she cooperates, and she's got a decent head and neck set. I like to set her back and her shoulder and knee, though, maybe modify the way she handles her hock and her spine when she's on the move. And so there's a lot of give and take between the two, and I think it's the call of is this one built good enough with all that power? Is this one going to have enough power down the road while being the better structured one? You stand back here, and to me, that she's probably just a little neater in terms of her quality. I think she does stouten up as we get and go on throughout life. And so she's going to be our champion here today. Young guy's going to be reserved, but a good pair of cattle.
All right, congratulations to our two Solaire exhibitors. We've got started in the Shorthorn. Maddie Berg has got a really cool Fireball, black and white heifer, a little May baby, and an outsider. Be a Stex outsider will be the second one, not second placed yet, but the yellow heifer, the gold heifer in this class.
Kylie Lloyd.
Class 44, first class, Division 3. There is this class and one more after that.
2, 3.
Like Martin should have done this day.
Five plus classes total. As we get out here to
That one of Maddie's, I'll tell you what, that would be hard for that one to swallow. That one's kind of a skinny necked one.
Dim Bergs, was that a year or two ago? Didn't they have a
last year?
That plus heifer got in the top 5, didn't she? That was a good animal.
That one was a good beast.
Yeah, she was
yes,
nice.
And they should.
They have more?
Thought they had another big one this year.
Brandon, I'm a sucker for cattle with this kind of presence. One here to the right that's going to win this class. Just watching her move around the ring, high-necked, kind of like a periscope on a submarine, really fun for me. She too is really good balance, really good structured, really high-quality animal. Now, one that comes here in second, she's probably stouter when you get in behind her. She's more impressive when you get up over the top of her. She too is long-necked and ties her neck high out of the top side of her shoulder. We'd like to readjust the way she uses her wheels off both ends to compete with that one in front of her, but one that has a lot of quality in her own right.
welcome to the show. Incredible class, and each
Well, this is a good pair of pluses right here, Tim. So what do we got here? We have an end game and a no limit. So we got this is like a
Yeah, this is the end game would be the
Manian Jubal of Joneses.
Yes, yeah, Joneses. Yeah,
Yeah.
Game on is Bucks. End game is Joneses. Yeah, and them end game cattle are really good.
Way good. I like them. That's a good sire and bull. No limit. We've had quite a few Conley no limits that have showed up a lot of different breeds. So she's got to be on I'm assuming on a purebred cow of some sort.
Both of them would have to be.
Oh, they would. Yeah, right.
Because that shorter one plus deal, they've got to be at least a half blood.
Is it? I don't know.
15/16. Half blood to 7/8.
Oh, I got you.
Yep. That's what they got to be. So they'd have to be an end game and no limit back on purebreds.
Right.
That's the way I'll back up and say that's the way it used to be. I'm assuming that's the way.
Them
it
look
is.
like.
But that one that Logan's one in here, that end game, she's to be a maintainer too. I mean, she'd.
Right.
I don't know if she'd run all the way in that maintainer deal.
Yeah, but she'd
would
fit in though. She'd fit in. Yes, she would.
Yeah.
He's going to come in here thinking he's going to be in good shape, and that's a good pair.
Her length of body is probably the most appropriate out here. Moderate in her frame and thick in terms of her back, really big-ended.
And that would be the groom girl from over by, I won't have her town exactly right, Audubon, I'm thinking.
Okay, I think it is right, yep, right.
And they would be.
They've been at this for a long time. That's a familiar name.
Good pair of heifers. Both these cattle you like a great deal in a lot of different ways. It just trying to stay as consistent. You start to study them at the ground. Young guy's heifer here up front is going to lead off our class. Just so much more secure and just better right there at the surface in terms of the way she handles her feet, the consistency of that. And then from there up, that one's still plenty big bodied. She still has some squareness to her. Still good and square in her chest and her knee and the way it comes together. I like her look and her posture there from the side. I prefer the moderation of size of this one here in second. I like her shape of body and just the freshness of her quite well. Big hip there as well. Just wish she sat down on a different foot and sat down just a little more coordinated. She wants to maybe not sit down on her ankle and roll and take it not quite as secure as what this one does. But again, two very, very nice cattle here within this class.
Just as he talked about, really a nice pair. Had some differences there, but
once again on the breeding heifer side,
left him as he brought him. So end game of Logan's wins. Macy gets second, but boy, that's a nice pair. I think them things looked really good. So we got a class 63. We've got 3 head coming: Parker Martin, Claire, and
in there. So this should be class 63. Get us halfway through our Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer show.
Class 62, first place, Logan Knowles, second, shoemacing ring.
Hey, at least we warmed up solid here for today, starting single digits. Look like we're 31 outside here in Des Moines, depending on where you guys are at. But we had a little cold stretch, kind of got us there just a little bit, but should be better. It's just really good here in an environmentally climate-controlled environment here in the ring, so it makes it good. We got a blue roan coming in here, a black and white one, and then a black one.
That looks like a Schaefer. That looks like a Timmy Schaefer.
That looked like Timmy Schaefer tearing her in.
Just 3 heifers here in this class, market heifers. Come on, we lead off. Just combine some of the things, but
Yeah, one, two. I kind of don't mind them blue roans. They kind of look good. Them good-looking blue roan. They kind of stick out nice. I'm not saying she's going to win the class, but you know, color-wise, they give a good look. We have, as we get into them purebreds, I mean, they have changed them cattle enough. I've sure warmed back up to them.
Yeah.
In terms
to
of
a certain extent.
Yeah.
To a certain
Yeah, but I think they're getting a little bit more.
Again, the good ones are really good.
They are good. They got a little extra muscle and power to them, but I
muscle,
think, you know, for me, the biggest thing when them things were just nothing but silhouette cattle that didn't have enough to them, that were pretty tall, they didn't really do much for me. But they put a lot of substance back in them
Got
things.
a little more foot in them, a little more bone back in them. So yeah.
And I like the 2 pluses in the last class because they.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, them all black. They look good.
Well, what we got in here? We've got a orange sherbet.
So what is that?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you. I don't know.
Don't know.
Isn't that a commercial or a crossbred? Isn't that a clubby deal thing?
Could be, probably.
Drag Redemption and then a Primo. Imagine that, a Primo.
Primo, he's been dominant here in the show today, isn't he?
He has made some
He
nice
has
ones.
showed up all over the place.
He has
Every
made some
division,
nice ones.
spot.
That one's just a few white hairs from a baldy for you, Chadley.
She wants to be, isn't she?
The other ring's moving right along. Margot was
Where they at?
Passing on the news to us here a little bit ago that we got a rough. Oh, blue, easy blue. We got 150 head left to go on our side.
Oh, that
Chad.
was a couple classes ago. We got to be at least down to 145.
140. They're about done over there, aren't they?
That will make a big difference. That slowing up the mic does a little bit.
Margot, there you go. Margot with the
Yep.
ray of sunshine. She is just a ray of sunshine.
We're going to send Cassandra over there. If we get if Brad talks too much, we're going to have her sit by him and we'll wave him over. She can pop him one. Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Maybe not that
here.
aggressive. We'll have to do her to soft first. What did we do? I kind of watched in here. He's
We
kind
are-
of.
We're having our meeting and we're discussing.
Yep.
I would think they'd start pulling this in motion here pretty quick, I would think.
Yep.
Lonnie?
Lonnie, what do you know today? Yep. Lonnie Severs walked by. It's good to see so many good, friendly faces out here all the time. We're going to get the big black heifer out here. Primo again. Boy, she's a longer body version of most of them Primos. We got her turned on.
If you would give Division III a good round of applause. Job well done by each one of these kids. Again, high quality group of them, and I've talked about it all day long, but it's been so fun to sit in here and just be a part of it. And again, just knowing that there's so many good ones and there's so many different things that'll happen with them, and management practices, whatever it may be, and what ends up happening at the end is not what we want to sit here and cuss and discuss. We want to judge them today and what's in front of them. And Dylan's brought that back to my mindset quite a few times, because I'm like, boy, could you imagine this thing here or there in 60 days, or as we work on into the summer and late parts of the summer, early fall on some of those deals, or maybe even later. And he's like, yeah, but we're judging them today. I know you like them that good, but darn sure it's been fun to have him here. In Division III of these market heifers is elite quality once again, starting off with this first class, incredibly stout, incredibly bold, just husky built. She's wide, looks like a market heifer. And she's just a bit wider at the point of her blade. As you start to study her right in the center of the shape of her shoulder, gets just a bit off in her hip, and I'd like to see her set just a nickel easier there behind. Class 2 is an incredible specimen. Once she stops and stands and parks and gets her neck up, everything blends and balances so well. Got a great big center back and upper hip in her. Really good in terms of her base width, and she's so comfy at the ground. Everything just fits together so good. She's got enough right in behind her shoulder. Just everything balances and it matches, and she's so elite quality, fresh in her presentation, and we could talk about that one all day. One that ends up winning Class 3 again. I thought Dylan described those things good. Those were 3 quality heifers, where that one was just a little more comfortable than the other 2, and then yet still offered body mass and muscularity. And so out here, maybe not as neat-throated, neat-chested, or just as good at her crest. And we could drop her down in terms of the rear part of her body and down into her, or up into her flank, just a shade. With that being said, you've heard me talk about them. Obviously, there's one we like real good, and I hope you do as well. Class 2 is your champion in Division 3. Congratulations to her.
We're going to jump in here real quick and cut Miles off and get these 3 talked real quick. Really good place to start, and a logical place to start in this class. Maybe not 100% me and Brandon's kind, but a high-quality one nonetheless. She's sound structured. She's so smooth about her shoulder and attractive up through her front end. She's bull body. She's got some power, too, when you get in behind her. And like we said, pretty easy class winner. I think the sort for us comes between 2 and 3. I think they're cattle that both need to be adjusted in the way they use their rear skeleton. For us, the one here in second is the better looking one that ties her neck a little bit higher. She's a little sharper about her head and her throat, and just maybe a little more extra pizzazz, if you will, when you look at her here from the side. Now, the burlier one is this blue one here at the end. She too is bold bodied. She's stout when you get in behind her. Just maybe like to piece her together a little bit better relative to the ones right in front of her.
They got a pair of heifers here in our Short Run Plus. Dylan Brooks, Ella Heeland, Maternal Maid, Highland Gravel Road would be the other one.
Take long at all. Back here on this pair, again, the blue one here that leads off. Love this one's look. Again, her boldness is good. The squareness up top is nice there as well. And still one, I think, that handles herself pretty accurately there in terms of her lower joint. She gets elevated in her spine ever so slightly when she gets on the move, but still a nice kind of a heifer. I love the density of the heifer we're going to have here in second. Real broody bodied, real opened up when you study her there, and still has some width to her. She, too, you like to relax in her spine. Maybe tuck her into the base of her chest floor, make her just a touch more refined and feminine like you see in that class whenever you compare the two. But again, good pair of cattle.
Tim, looks like we got us a single entry here next. And then we're going to jump into our champion Shorthorn Plus.
Yep, moving right along.
And they're going to be finished on the other side, so we're not going to share our mic as much. Here's our single entry, a Colton. Hot commodity. November heifer. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, as he talks about those, we got our single entry just waiting on our microphone on this side, but that's going to conclude the. There we go.
Back here in the breeding cattle show, really nice single entry. She's long and smooth in her muscle pattern. She's deep-bodied, sound structured heifer that could definitely stand some more competition. Look forward to seeing her back out here in the drive.
Your 2024 Iowa Beef Expo champion market ever coming out of Division 3. That's Ava Noonan. Your reserve also coming out of Division 3, same class, Stella Amthauer. Once again, champion reserve Margaret Evers, champion Ava Noonan, reserve Stella Amthauer.
All right, folks, we got our lineup here just in the center of the ring. You got your class winners here for your champion Shorthorn Plus female, and I think as you work kind of through our show, I thought we kind of went up and down on size-wise a little bit, not being disrespectful, but once they got back out here, they lined up.
Over on the breeding side, Class 63 Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers.
Turn Jay Bradley off there a little bit, and we can take a look. You really like this black and white one, was that first class. You talked to her really well, Tim.
I like her.
I thought that Berg heifer. One right behind her, too. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Claire. Yeah, a little different look, but she's good looking.
But she's got a nice look to her.
Yeah, real sound.
We get into a couple bigger heifers that are really cowy and look pretty nice. I don't know if they're going to have quite enough bells and whistles for these guys, but having said that, they're nice females.
Right.
They might rock, paper, scissors out here on this one a little bit. I think that one is.
You said we're going to rock, paper, scissors? Yeah, you think they could do that?
I think on this out here, I think that one out there is one of their judges, his wheelhouse, and maybe not quite the other one.
How did he describe the head and neck come out of the shoulder of that black and white one? What did he say? I wish we had the replay button. I forget. He had some term to talk about how how the way her neck come up on the top side of her shoulder.
And he likes that. That's his.
He does. He likes a big booty and
freaky neck and that
something
kind of
can make a show steer. Yeah. And Brandon, he likes them things going to make a donor cow.
Yep.
They are debating their differences right now. There's no doubt about that, because if you could probably see on your screen there where you can see them, they do have some size and body conformation differences to look at. But still a good sound set of cattle. Compliments to the two exhibitors that bring out the shorter pluses. Did you say there's 20 classes of Simmentals or 21? I guess I could look. I didn't know. Class 70 would be the 71, 72. So 19 classes of foundations and purebreds. Yep.
Interesting set of pluses here. This black and white one that led us off, again, she's a freak in a lot of different ways, and just her look, her presence that she has up there, it's interesting. And then she draws back to a big body, and she's big-hipped and still handles her hind leg well. Just as cool as she is, there's also some questions on her in my mind in terms of just her shoulder angle, and want to toe her head a little truer there. Anything to me, for me personally, that tight-throated, I always get scared of when we turn them out, what really is there in terms of forerib dimension and things like that. But boy, she gives you a presence that's second to none out here. This one here out of Class 2 that sits in front of us, again, burly built in terms of just density. Her squareness is good. I like her hock. I like her foot and the way in which it lands there as well. I like to change her head shape just a tad and just give her a touch more refined head shape. From there on, though, just in terms of makes sense in her burliness and her stoutness, still able to get and go and handle that well. This one that came right in behind her, she's probably a different one out here. And like Ferris said, for us personally, we like them a little stouter bone and maybe just a little more punch if we're just being honest. But this one you still got to keep in the mix just for a sure quality. That one's lean. That one's depth and smoothness are all very, very good. She's the most female-like in terms of just her head and neck posture, if you will, there. Just got to make that call for us at least. Is she stout enough? Is there enough just bone there for what we like to do? That one's still a very, very good animal. Blue one here, big square in her hip, pretty opened up all the way through. Still good in terms of her lower joints. Just want to relax her in her spine. She wants to fight it and make it a little worse, but she gets just a little tight there in her hip and her loin as she handles it. In our single entry, again, lots of width and substance to that one. Just maybe doesn't blend it in as smooth as you like. And so to me, or I guess really both of us, it's kind of a pick your poison. Try to stay consistent with what we've been doing, though. Again, we like cattle we like in terms of having some dimension, and we still want them flexible. We still want them mobile, and that's where our decisions ends up being today. Young man here out of Class 2 is going to be our champ here in this division. Young lady, the cowboy hat here right here behind him will be reserve.
There we go. Champion to be Logan Knoll with a end game. Reserve will be Claire Nib with a primo. And again, if I'm saying your names wrong, I apologize. Getting into the breeding heifer show. Moving on, Shorthorns, Class 66. Get into some red and run ones now. That'll be interesting. Shorthorn show. We got a couple, got three young ladies out here with some roan females to look at. We got a Guns N' Roses, Arsulu Cool.
Shorthorn.
So yeah, Guns N' Roses and Arsulu Cool, which would be old school. Arsulu would be Ward Bockenhoose out of Columbus, Nebraska. Long time Shorthorn breeders, and then the.
Well, I don't even know what to say here. You're just like, you would know these things inside and out, all these breeders too, would you?
Well,
maybe the older ones.
The older ones. We
I gotcha.
dispersed our Shorthorns in 2008 or 9.
That ain't been that long ago, has it?
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah, 15
doesn't seem
years
like
ago.
it doesn't seem that long
No.
ago when you say the year
No.
to me.
And then the other one is Byland Flash, S&N. That'd be Schrog Nickel.
Sure.
605.
Oh, Schrog Nickel would be that one.
That'd
Yep.
be the last one.
Yep.
Bergs. Byland Flash would be the Byers family out of Ohio.
Byers family out of Ohio. Okay.
Buyer family would be Byland Shorthorns.
Yep.
In it for years, long time breeders.
Yeah, very nice. This is a nice trio, nice pair for sure. These are May heifers.
Yeah. And our Sulu Cool, that'd be old time. Ward hasn't had any for Shorthorns for quite a while.
Yep. All right. They'll be able to roll a little bit. They're not waiting on the mic. That's going to speed us up here just a little bit. We'll get them out here. I'll get their mic on. And
Good place to start in our Shorthorn Heifer show with a logical class winner. She's smooth, she's sound structured, she's got a really nice balance and attractive look from the side. And yeah, look at her, she looks great. One here in second. To me, the decision, I think, is between second and third. The one here in second is the better balanced cattle. She's laid back better in the angle to her shoulder. She's soft-bodied. She's really smooth. She ties her neck high out of the top side of her shoulder. And I think she's a structural improvement over the one right in behind her now. She is flatter when you get in behind her relative to the ones on either side of her. And I think that's where the one in third excels. She's really wide hip. She's stout. She's really bold in her upper rib shape. Just want to redesign the way she uses her rear wheel, but certainly one that has a lot of good things about her.
yeah, that's a good heifer to go ahead and win that class there, Tim. We'd like that one really well. Ferris talked to her well. I thought that was a good way to start a division off. If there's any better than that one, we're going to have a really good show in this purebred shoulder. Should have a pair of them, pair of April heifers coming out here. What about Perfection and Outsider? That'd be the Steck Bull on Outsider. And then Perfection, I do know him, steer sire of Fars.
Yeah.
Now, do you know him well? He's done a really good job.
We've got a couple Perfections out of there, and Outsider will go back to the old Cherry female of Dean Steck. Craig Steck would be.
Heard of that guy before.
That, and then Crystal, she would be married to Dunk.
Crystal, oh yeah, no, Crystal, yeah, right, yep.
Craig's sister.
Yep.
And Dean and Janice.
So that you're talking about the mother to Outsider? Is that what she goes back to? Is that what you're talking about, or what you talking about?
Just the Steck family.
No, that family had red bred that bull.
Cherry family. Cherry cow, I'm pretty sure would be
In that
the mother. Of
probably
the
shows up in that pedigree of Outsider.
Cherry is that female that Crystal showed there. She was a junior.
Is that the one that ain't the one that did Matt Lautner have part of one that he made a big old deal about here a couple years ago? They talked about on some old things that he had or not, or
I don't know. That I couldn't tell you.
Probably not.
I know that cow ended up at. I'm pretty sure she ended up at Dunlap.
Oh yeah.
Eventually, some point in time.
Yep. That guy's had a few different breeds that were very successful.
Yeah, he has. But that Cherry female, she, I'm not going to go out on a limb and say she was undefeated, but I know she won most.
Quite a little
everything.
bit, yep.
She won most everything she was at. I had the chance to. I judged her at the Minnesota State Fair at the open show, and I remember her, she was a good female.
Really nice one, yeah, very, yep,
regular.
right.
Um,
Now, does
back
she
in
go
the
back
day.
to Charisma? Is that a bull they have too? Or what is he? Do you know him? Heard of him?
I've heard of him, but I can't tell you that.
Yep. Kind of not there. You look at, and I do like a lot of the perfections, but you can tell a little difference of breeding cattle versus a little more club calf oriented.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of size wise of these two, not just making a difference there, but
those perfection cattle too. I mean,
they got real
perfections
muscle.
Depends on what you breed them to, what you get. I know.
We're going to leave these two like they stand here and use the young guy here up front. Just the better built heifer. Obviously, advantage in terms of calendar genetics there as well. In terms of her size, I'd like to tone her down personally myself there. But again, a big hip, big bodied one there. Still handles her feet and legs, just a little out there in terms of her age and size for me. Little moderate one here. I think if she's a little better built in terms of her hind leg and the usage of it, I might swap those just for that reason. I think her size fits her just a little better in terms of her age. I like the look of her up front there as well. She's got some hip in her, just not as mobile, not as soft and good in terms of her joints as what that one that leads out ahead of her to begin. Good pair of cattle.
I just like listening to him as he talks about just practicality and keeps it straightforward, like some power.
That's true.
That's good.
But again,
Hey,
you
it's
gotta
kind
know where their end point is. You got to figure out what you're
oh
doing.
yeah,
what
where you want to be to. Hey, like that. We come back with a perfection and an outsider again.
Well, we'll see what it is.
Same duo, a little different.
See how this works.
I think these might be from the same county, if I'm right, because the Snyder's up there in Washington County and Libby Seiko, Washington County. I would imagine could be.
See, these look a little different.
So they might have to compete here at the Beef Expo, go back home and bang along each other all the time. Now that perfection heifer's got a little different look than the other one,
Well,
and I think what you was trying to talk about.
I was going to say, I think it kind of depends on how you breed them and stuff, because I know Schaefer had a perfection heifer he showed last year. His kids did that. I think she was maybe champion at Fort Worth.
Okay, yep.
Calf a year ago, not this year, a year ago. And that one was built a little different. She was a little more angular, she had some stuff to her too, but
right.
Maybe built just a tad bit different. And this
Yep.
heifer here, this redneck roan, she's built a little different that way.
Oh, she is, yeah. She's, I mean, to me, she's very, very maternal in her build. Got a little shape and power to her, but still good. I like this pair of heifers. I think they're both very nice.
Redneck roan baldy for you, Chad.
Oh, you can't have a redneck road baldy, can you? It's star-headed. You gotta get the white on the nose to be a baldy.
All right, we'll see.
What do you think?
We'll see when she turns the corner. I'm with you. All right.
What's a?
Yep, just a star head. Sorry, my bad.
Yep.
Overreacted.
Come around here, them guys trying to get a look. You can tell the way Brandon's going. He hadn't made his mind up yet of which one he likes over the other one. He's just studying as we go. That come right down here in front of us. And I made my mind up on that pass. We'll have to see where they come with on that.
So did I, but we'll see.
We'll see if we match. It is amazing when you get back off cattle, give you a different look, and you get back on top of cattle, it'll look different to you.
We're going to leave these cattle the way they stand. Young man's heifer to my right, really good balance heifer, and she excels when we ask her to move, and that's why she wins the class. Reaches off both ends better with more flexibility. She's high neck, but she could be a little cleaner there in her dewlap, and then relative to the one behind her, she probably gives up some power. The one that's going to be in second, more impressive when you get up over the top of them, more impressive when you get in behind them. I think she might be a little more attractive there on the top side of her neck, kind of about her pole and on her face, but just wants to get a little bit uncoordinated when she goes out of her rear wheel. Could use just a shot more belly relative to our class winner, but one that we like for a lot of reasons.
up on top of her. She got a little stain there to her lower quarter. Maybe didn't show off as well from a color standpoint to the other one, but more, there was more to her. As she come up around that corner, I thought she looked good. So, with Brock Studer, that'd be Jen's son.
Yep, and
Got
Nathan,
Lane
Jen and Nathan.
Johnson. He's been in here before.
Yep.
I think Lane had my gray baldy heifer I like real good. Is that Benton Bender? How do you say that, Levi?
We'll call him Levi. That's a swagger.
Whoa,
Mine's a
we
Slim
grabbed
Shady.
an extra one in here, don't we? Where'd our fourth one come from?
Don't know which one's which. Don't know.
Yeah.
I can look.
So would Brock be the little guy with the hat on? It's a nice breeding heifer. Spotted one. We've got one extra one. I don't know where she belongs. I don't know where we got, but on my program I don't have her. Good dark red heifer. As they get their way working around, the four heifers must be, they probably brought that one February back down here. I bet is what they did. Sager. We must have, they must have some changes they might have made on that there. It would make more sense to have all the Februarys together. Leave them Januarys together. You and a. All right, here as you go. That Studer heifer, current commodity, it comes around there next, and then we got Lane with Slim Shady. Then we should have a Swagger, and then I believe it's Fireball. I believe that is where it would be. As they come around here, this class February heifers, class 69.
Yep. It
Purebred shorthorn heifers.
hasn't updated on.
It hadn't updated on there yet
show
either?
map yet. No,
I got
sorry.
you. Yep.
That's why I was
They're
not
gonna
running
put 'em
away
somewhere.
from
Let's
you.
see if we can read her tag on the back. Something 7. Yep.
87 maybe.
It's 97.
97. I'll go with that
Yep.
too.
I think it would. Max Rosa. Been a few Max Rosa. That's a shorthorn name I sure know.
Max Rose started with, I don't know where it started, but I know the ones that made it really popular would have been Cyclone Trace, John Hagee, Pete
Yeah,
Hunter.
Hagee did. Yep, right. Yep.
Clarion, up at Clarion back
Right,
in the day.
yep.
They had a CYT Max Rosa that did a line of those Max Rosas did really, really, really well
Yeah.
over the years.
Derbyshires down in our country
Derbyshire,
would have
yep,
had that
yep,
one.
yep, yep.
That
Yep.
Jim Bloomberg. She never really won anywhere big, and he used her to win Denver that time.
Yep.
And man, she was a producer.
Yep.
She made lots of national champions.
Yep. So yeah, that's probably. I think
Is
you're
that the
right.
one you're thinking about?
I think that's where it started, and then I think
Yep. And then
John Hagee and Pete.
Oh
those
yeah,
guys
them
bought
guys.
'em
Yeah,
and-
they. Yep.
and they
Yep. I think they.
populated
yeah. Right.
populated that out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember. I think because I want to say, I think they bought that heifer from Mindemans that time. I'd have to say, yeah. Yeah, let's see what they're going to do from a placing. They're going to keep going backwards, keep them rolled in there. Bye. So we got Brock and Lane battling it out here. The spotted heifer, it'd be Brock Studers, the current
Yeah,
commodity.
current commodity, which would probably go back to would be my guess. That's a Sully bred deal. Would be a hot commodity, which would be a K Kim. Kevin Kimmerling out in Beatrice, Nebraska. I had a bunch of them. K Kim.
You're flying right on top of my head.
Yeah. Probably be.
I'm taking your word for it.
I'm spitballing. If it's not right again,
Well,
I'll
yep.
apologize. But that would be my guess.
Spotted heifer, Studers looks like going to win the class.
Yeah, be a good place.
Not a good class of shorthorns. And top pair, there's some debate back and forth. And once you call this spotted up one, she's got plenty to her in terms of down low. I think she's better considerably everywhere else in terms of body shape and softness. She's better. Her agility and usefulness of her joints, she's better. There in her angle of her shoulder in particular, still sets down a little more cushion and comfort off of her rear skeleton and has a nice look to her. Again, for two guys like us, you could maybe stouten her up down low just a shade, and that's where it becomes a little bit of a conversation with the one here in second, but still a very, very good heifer. Love the boldness and the shape of this one here. Good in her head and neck there as well. With that, though, a little more vertical in her knee and her shoulder. Probably doesn't handle her hind leg with the same kind of looseness and comfort as what that one does. I like to lengthen up her hip just ever so slightly as well. But, boy, a neat heifer has got some neat pieces, just not maybe as athletic moving as you'd like to see her. Big square hip and pin on this one. Long reaching in terms of her neck and front end. Maybe not the same body volume we find in those two. A little more just drives that hind leg just a little more upright than you'd like her to, but still a neat kind of a heifer. Then a roan heifer we close with. Got a lot of boldness and shape to her. Just doesn't balance up the same as her classmates. A little more off in her hip and shorter there. Not the same kind of body shape there as well. But 4 nice heifers here in this class.
Sorry about that, about talking over the judge. So anyway,
That's all right. Tim, we got Noel Ernst over here that was commentated on the steer show that breeds steers today to market heifers, and we just visited with him a little bit. That's a really good class there, the Shorthorns, but show there today was good.
It was excellent. Awesome show over there. Yep, as we talked about, a really tough market heifer show, and keys and mains were really good, kind of like they were last year. Every class, just a lot of depth in those, so good Charolais calf. Even a really good Hereford steer come through the ring today, so yeah, it was excellent, top to bottom, just a good show.
Go ahead.
We did miss him. I did not see him. Now you captivated us during that main and Jew show. I knew there was going to be a tough show in there, but we kept looking over there, and I was like, there's lots of classes because it kept on going forever.
It was an awesome show, and again, class for class, there was 2 or 3 in every one of them. You got to those middleweight, 850 to 950, those 2 or 3 classes, they hit it pretty hard, brought the good stuff.
Looked like the silverbacks were good. Looks like the Charolais steers were good.
Yep. That was a real good division too. Just 3 classes there, and the Manning boy won that second class, and just good calf, built good, and good muscle. And those guys, I don't know if you got a chance to listen to them much, but they hit it accurate. They talked those cattle really good, and they were looking for some width and substance, but still had to be able to move good, and they did a great job breaking things down, describing stuff.
Hey, I know Miles good enough, and I did listen to him. There's nobody maintains passion start to finish as good as Miles Tony is.
He did, and that's we were actually talking there, and then like that third class of mains came in, and he just like kicked it up a gear, and he was amped up and fired up and shooting fireworks, and Ryan's like, holy buckets, he's fired up and enthusiastic. So no, it was a good show.
I looked over there a time or two. He's right up on top and like talking their hip and up their shoulder, and he just right on top like he's going to handle them.
He kind of got in his little hog crouch every now and then, and kind of bent down and gave him the eye. But yep, those boys did a really good job.
I knew they would. Yeah, Dylan's a great kid there. I thought Ryan probably teaching him you need to handle him like a sheep.
Yeah.
So get out there.
That's right. It's important to have some back shape.
He wasn't worried about that. He talked with his skull like he was talking. He was talking stoutness. He did, yeah.
How's things going here on the heifer side of the ring? We kind of peeked over a little bit. Looks like you guys having a good show.
Good show.
It's been really, really good. And we've had some nice on the purebred shorthorns come through. This is a good big class, but yeah, we could dissect it all the way through. I mean, the keys and the mains were really good, and I mean several of the mains. The Hereford heifer was exceptional.
So far,
the limb flex heifer was good.
They're good. Don't get me that main Angus of Abby's is a beast.
She's very good.
The
yeah.
maintainer's a beast.
Yep.
But right now, the one just sticks out to me like a brass tack is that Hereford heifer. I mean,
I'm
not saying she's going to win. I don't know, but I bet she's going to make them. She'll be there tomorrow afternoon at some point in time. I would think. Now, again, she might not have a very good night or whatever, but I'm just saying that bitch is pretty good.
Yeah, she looked good.
I'm taking nothing away from
exhibitor-wise, that Cal Pryor had a good. He had a good outing. He brought really good cattle. He got beat a spot or two, but he had two breed winners so far.
Yep. Pryor's good. Yep.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
The thing for us is like sitting over there on that side. We're in our deal, and I didn't, have a heifer program in front of me, but I look over here and see what you guys are doing. You see a class full of black cattle, and they're good, all of them, but you don't know what breed it is. I mean, that's where we're at nowadays. I mean, I was like, wonder if those are limb flexes, wonder if they're semis. I mean, you don't know what they are, but they're high quality.
Yeah, we laugh about that. You go through the limb flexes. Well, even the foundation Red Angus, we're good. But you look at that, I mean, they're in games.
Yeah, they would. I mean, we
they're
had a lot
primos.
of primos, 24 carats, and Conley, no limit, crossed over multiple breeds.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's fun. Fun. So
These guys have been very, very consistent, easy to follow.
Talking a lot.
Brandon likes muscle power moderation. I think Ferris at times kind of likes to lean a little bit longer necked and a little more tricked out, but I mean they see structure well. They've been fun to watch and judge. Or follow them judging. They've done really good.
all right, boys, don't get too far ahead of us. We'll catch up with you here in a couple hours.
Sounds good. Keep them honest. Catch up tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good. Have a good night, guys. Good talk to you. Fun when the cousins come over. Those guys are good dudes, man. They are really good dudes.
It's awesome. And like I say, when you're at Iowa Beef Expo in Iowa, in here, and that's what we talked about, the beauty of two-ring show. You can kind of peek across. You look at some different things,
for sure.
see some things. So, apologize if you got one in here because this is really a good class too. A lot of depth, not a lot of spread. I think they get down to a 2. They're going to have to describe to you what they like and what they're after. But that is class 70.
We're getting the countdown from Margot. Margot's got the countdown going on back here for 117 cows. We're doing good. That's fine, Margot. It's all right. It's not a problem. You're all good.
We are going.
We love our job.
Think about
We're
it.
happy to
They're
be
wanting to
involved.
be,
Thank you very much. It's all good.
Wanting to be some.
Stretch.
All right, let's see what they got. One. Yep, dark red heifer's going to win. Congratulations to her, Ferris Taco.
Over here in the Shorthorn Show, if you want to flip this top pair and discuss the differences with us, I think that's more than acceptable. After some discussion, we elected to use this red one here because she's the stouter, bolder one when you get it over the top of her. She's more impressive when you get in behind her. And then with all that, I think she's the fresher conditioned one. She's a lot cleaner there in her chest. She's a lot more feminine about her neck and throat than the one right in here behind her. Now, while she does have a more maybe attractive use to her kind of her hip than the one behind her when we ask her to go, this one wants to strike the ground just a little bit strange. I think a hoof trimming could do a whole lot of good with this heifer. Hopefully before next time we bring her to the fair we can get that done, because I think that will change our impression of her right there when you see her go, the way she strikes the ground there out of her rear too. And the one right in here behind her excels her in that part. But when we ask this one to go, she kind of wants to duck her head down. She wants to get up in her loin ever so slightly and duck her pins. This one's the bigger bodied heifer. She too is smooth shouldered, but she's not as stout as the one in front of her, and I think she's carrying maybe a body condition score or 2 more than the one in front of her, but certainly one that's nice. And if you want to flip-flop those two, have at it. Nice heifer come third, and we've said this before, but this one fits a lot of ones that we've had kind of third today. They're really nice cattle. Maybe runs out of a little bit of horsepower relative to the ones right in there in 1 and 2. But here's a good heifer. She's a little greener in her condition, I bet you. With some corn and some time, we like that one even more here in about 60 to 90 days. Long-sided, smooth-muscled heifer that comes next. She's deep-bodied. She's got some look from the side. Kind of like the one in front of her. We just wish she had some more of those extras to get her up there, but certainly one that has some quality that we appreciate, has a nice functional hind leg as she leaves the ring. Long-bodied, good-looking heifer that's feeling a little froggy out here that comes next. Smooth-muscled, just need to yank her down in her flank and her center body ever so slightly, but one that's sound structured and flexible, should do good things in the future. And another long-bodied, high-necked one that comes next. She's functional, and the way she looks just needs to be a little softer.
These would be a November and December. Phil's Keepsake and I don't know, CHB.
I don't know who CHB was. It's old Grey Goose.
Sammy Sagar. Is that be like the singer?
Should be, I guess. High View Ace of Diamonds and a Grey Goose.
Class 70, Shorthorn heifers. First place
as they get their work around there, well, I dig them dark red ones like that.
They're pretty.
A good
aren't they?
color, I think
Yeah,
they
that
are
cherry
too.
red,
Oh boy, just that dark, almost like a bloodstone red.
There was a
You can tell we can
bloodstone.
kind of speed her up just a little bit, just not having to, have to share on the microphone.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, that's the only thing I can do. Yeah, it wouldn't. It wouldn't take much to get a lot of people to second that one too. I own. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Just as we think they get cruising along, they have to debate on a close, tight place. They do like they just say they get the flow and the groove and yeah, we got our differences to go and just want to make sure they get every spot right.
Kind of a toss-up for us, but we're going to leave them like they came in here, and just a little more freshness and look and presence to the roan heifer we're going to lead off with, particularly through her head, neck, and chest. And still, when you get in behind these cattle, she still has some base width and something to her. You like to relax her in her shoulder and her knee, she's a little upright there, but still just so much more look and freshness here. Red one here we're going to run in second. She's bold, and she's opened up, and she's really big up high. Just one that's carrying a little more condition, and to me that takes away from her look. And as we get these two on the travel, she wants to duck out of her hip and pins and not handle herself quite as neatly and pleasing from that standpoint like your class winner there. But a good pair of cattle.
Ace and High Diamond. Be a Kate's Farm new deal coming in next. FSF, I don't know. There's a lot of them. Could be a FAR deal. I don't know.
Say that's FAR. Isn't that FARs?
I mean, that FAR stock, that's what
That's-
they go by, but that doesn't necessarily
Can somebody
mean
else grab that prefix, or will they allow that? They do.
Or did have. That one's a pretty good.
I know, like the
that's a good
main end
cow.
Jews won't let you put any prefix that didn't match yours to start with.
Right.
Yep. But a good dark red heifer, September 10th. Yep. And you talked about new deal.
High quality, good balance single entry here that maybe isn't blessed with the hair coat of some of the ones we've seen earlier, but a good cattle in her own right, sound structured, bold and deep in her center body. Got a nice look from the side. Be fun to have her out here with the rest of the lineup here.
Paris goes ahead and makes that short and sweet. She's still going to win the class no matter what she does, and we'll turn right around here and bring our shorthorn heifers to pick our champion shorthorn female here at the 2024.
Placings on Class 71 Shorthorn Breeding Heifers. First place, Sammy Segar. Second to Miles Bockenstedt. Placings for Class 72 single entry in the purebred. And the final class of Shorthorn Breeding Heifers goes to Colton Netawicki.
Shorthorn breeding heifer. Then we're going to get into our last breed of the day with our
Judges Brandon Callis. Ferris Simon will now be selecting your champion in reserve. Purebred Shorthorn Breeding Heifer.
I would imagine we'd have some quality coming out of it. Pretty darn good. So here we go. Yeah, that heifer was way good. That'd be the Caitlin Berg heifer that won that first class. I thought that was an exceptionally nice heifer. Then we get there to Snyder heifer, and that would be the perfection. So we have a dark red heifer to be a outsider. Then a Sullivan bred heifer on the spotted one, a Brock Studers. And then we get into those the bigger heifers. I'm gonna probably have to figure out where we were, but once it really gets back into a nice lineup. I think there's some strength there on the younger heifers. which doesn't mind on maturity and size where they get out there or where they're after. But we have seven class winners out here competing for your champion purebred shorthorn female. We've got, if you're just tuning in, the market side for today has concluded with the market heifers. We're just one ring at this point. We've got a nice heifer crowd here gathered around in here. Lighting, I think, is still very good in here as far as looking around and working. So we've got Brandon Callis and Ferris Simon taking a look at different heifers and kind of studying them up. Ferris will be closer to our end here right now, working his way back. Going to have a little discussion. Got to go ahead and pick up a champion of reserve here in the Shorthorns. I'm sure they'll probably have a little bit of debate to go out here, but yeah, talking where they're at. Maybe they got one to tie into and go. But I think it, yeah. Trying to get, it's dangerous to try to figure out their body language from where I'm at to exactly see where they're at. Look to me like they're talking about the spotted heifer Studers there a fair amount just in terms of look. But we'll see where they're at. We'll let them guys let them talk. And here's Brandon Callis.
Another good set of these shorthorns here all the way through. Not going to talk each one of them. We feel like there's two that start to separate in terms of just their freshness and their build. And of those two, one of them just seems a little harder to make, and she grabs you just a little quicker right off the get-go. And that's the one up front out of Class 1. She'll be our champion here in the shorthorn division. Young guy in the cowboy hat with the spotted one here will be our reserve.
Yeah, I thought as they walked in, I kind of talked that way too. I thought that heifer there that wins was a very, very nice female. Thought the spotted heifer they talked about, but no doubt about it, the Shrag nickel heifer, pretty good, well presented, dang nice.
Yep, I think that was logical. Looked good from here anyway.
I think it did. I thought when they walked in, yeah, as I watched them walk in, I said that it looked like the strength was down there on that far end. So, all right, let's get into some black baldy cattle.
There we go.
Woo.
The drinking game has started. Baldies,
Yeah.
just have a drink with us. Well, we're not drinking, but
if you guys played along at home, it'd be interesting. So, what do we got? We got a copacetic from the sale. How you like that? Copacetic, yeah.
big moves. Something about marrying a broker. Broker Baldy? It's a snip head.
That's all right.
Like what a Baldy.
Hey, big broker fan. Who that? Oh, Kendall Burns. Yeah. Oops. Somebody got wiped out. Ouch. Ouch, I missed it. Palmer Avery. Oh, I think she got kicked upside the head. Ouch, that's got a smart. I think she got connected there. The heifer might have kicked her up in the head. Oh, as she comes across there. Yeah, ow. Well, it looked like she got a knot on top of her head, too. Ouch. Boy, we wish her the best there, Palmer Avery. They're, So these would be May percentage Simmental heifers to get down in here. Well, you know this division here is going to be stout because you come out of the foundations or you come out of the purebred semis. You know, past history has dictated that you're going to be part of the action or in contention when you talk about a top 5 of this show. Anyway, they've all been right in there. Last year, the bankroll heifer of Sarah Sullivan's was our supreme champion heifer of our show here. So, you know, it's going to be powerful. And I think there's 10 classes, I believe, of foundation scimitals. So that I think that was a high selling open heifer of the sale. Very, very nice heifer. I know she sold well there in the sale, the Dwyer sale they put on there for the state foundation show, TK Queen. If some of you watch that show a little bit, we got the Henri heifer there that knocked one of the Palmer out of here, and then we have something about Mary, all black heifer, and a broker heifer here. The Kendall Burns there at I'm going to say Iowa City. They're in Johnson County, Iowa. They do a nice job. Good people. Not that some of the ones ain't, just happen to know her a little bit better than a few of the others out there. They've got some debate. Interesting as they go to you know, figure out how they talk them and break them down. Because one thing about Brandon wants him to be genuine. You can have a little too much, and you could be just a little bit bigger, a little stouter. But you could sure be there. But he breaks them down pretty hard and really studies and he judges and evaluates them. Okay, what do we got? 2-1. Yep. So we will have Emmett Fisher, something about Mary Heifer, win the class.
High quality balance, really attractive female when we get her put together right here, and that's really where we like this heifer quite a bit. Is she as stout as the one right in behind her? No, absolutely not. But I think when we ask her to lead, Brandon and I both agree she does it in much more attractive fashion. She's got reach off both ends of her skeleton. She just kind of blends everything together, a little smoother, a little tidier package. And again, like we just said, young man gets her parked like that. We really like her. Really love the power, love the burliness, love the boldness of this one that comes in too. We're both kind of power guys, if you will. She's so stout in her rib shape. She's so impressive when you get in behind her. For us, when we ask her to go, she kind of just wants to get a little bit discombobulated as she goes. The best way I can describe it is she almost looks round when she moves, kind of maybe gets up in her spine, ducks in her pin set a little bit. But man, what a powerful animal. I think that one will be really, really fun to mate down the road. Certainly a very high quality one to go second. Long, smooth, feminine featured heifer to come next. She's high necked. I think she's smoother shouldered than the one right in front of her, and maybe a longer and smoother in her muscle pattern. Just like to lengthen her hip out just a little bit and give her more intensity there at the ground, but a really nice heifer nonetheless. One here that rounds out the class. I love how long-bodied she is. She's attractive. She's given these young ladies a little bit of a handful, but one that is sound structured, needs a little more days on feed.
As we get there in that, that class we talked about too, and you talked about, just readiness. They're not afraid to break them things down and make sure to get them in terms of true shape and true build to get out there. So do good. But we have a 2, 4, 6, 7 in class 74 about to start. We got another broker, something about Mary, fully loaded, next level. bank on it relentless. So we have Weston Moeller coming in here first here with the black heifer. I don't know if you can pick him up on your screen yet, but he'll be in there. And then quite a baldy heifer coming in here next. She got some stoutness and power to her. Matthews, Danica, Chris. That'll get you a really nice class of again, here in your foundation Simmental show. These would be April, probably 2 classes of April. So we have 2 classes of Aprils. This would be the 18th of April to the 28th is what I'm going to say they probably are. And then we'll get a class from the 15th of April to the 2nd of April, first part of April's out there. So just have been doing one goes high, one goes low as they work their way around the ring to look at. Brandon's studying the hip from behind, and Ferris's are walking around to the front and study the front shoulder. They will just rotate around and put those things in motion and kind of neat how they work. It's been the same every class, where they're at and how they do it. But keeps it interesting. Whoa. We've got Weston. Had his heifer wanted to go for a stroll there. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I wonder why. That because we did have one more head than we did batched up here in there, so a little confusion. First one got away and one tried to get into class earlier.
Must have liked her chances in this class better.
I was going to say that makeup rig must be pretty stout in the next class. No part of that one.
I'm going down in.
Get me out of here.
Get me the hell out of here.
Class 73 percentage Simmental breeding heifers. First place, Emmett Fisher. Second, Kendall Byrne. Third, Maggie Kip. And fourth, Lee Palmer Avery. Currently in the ring, class 74.
2 right there, yep. All right, I think we're caught up here. We're ready to go back into running into motion here. Hopefully Weston kind of goes. His effort wanted to go for a little spiel for him.
I bet there'll be a fairly common theme in this next 10 or 12 classes with something about Mary's, don't you think?
I think sure could
Chad,
be.
I mean, is that he's pretty popular in that semi world right now, isn't he?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, he is. Yep. And they seem to like their body shape too.
Yeah.
His squareness, stoutness, moderation is kind of Brandon sure tied into quite a few of those.
Yep.
But they're good cattle. This Baldy here, this Mac has coming around the corner. That's a nice heifer.
Yep.
She's stouty. I don't know what ear tag that was. But
Fully loaded.
yeah, that's a Woods bull.
Diamond M bull.
Yeah, Mueller has him. Yep.
Double down? No.
He's a Cavanese bull. He is. I don't remember what he is, to be honest with you. He's a Blaze macho on that macho cow on the backside, and I don't remember what he is. We used him quite a little bit, but I never did.
You did?
Yeah, Yep. Yeah, he did a nice job. We got a lot of that sex semen that worked really well, and they had it priced right, and they come out easy.
Good.
I liked him. Had a little bit of attitude with some of them I didn't like as well.
So have you kind of noticed that over the last 4 or 5 years, back when we were having our production sale in the early '80s, up to the tens and that type of stuff? You know, there wasn't hardly any of them things you couldn't break.
Right.
And if you couldn't, they were plumb on man eaters. I mean, you knew it right off the get go.
Right.
Don't you? I think we bred brains out of these things or something. It seems like there's more.
More with
dumb
attitude. Oh yeah.
Or attitudes or dumb. Or do you not think that?
Oh, I think because I mean, you can't get me to be any more excited about Broker. I mean, I love Broker, what he does, and I love those cattle. But boy, that is a real thing.
Yeah.
That you will get.
Yeah.
1 out of 10 of them things that will be hard.
Yep.
They'll all tug hard the first time you tie them up, but they'll be. You got some derivative of those that can be a little bit that way. So, but I don't know. I don't know
why.
why.
Might be me getting older too, and my wool, my try
Tolerations, yeah.
I mean, like you're good enough.
Something
Goodbye.
give a shooter.
Give a shooter.
Nope, I agree with that too. You have less patience, but I do think it's a real thing on some of those. It's a real thing on Broker, and I can't say enough positive about that bull. I mean, he has done us a great job.
And them are good cattle.
They are.
I mean,
yeah, they produce or they generate. I mean, they're good. So we're gonna start getting some pulled out and down.
relentless. Rolling in there.
And some of them bulls work different on different, as far as like half-bloods or purebreds or such.
Oh, yeah. I know just about enough of that Semitole thing to be about half dangerous. We've got a relentless cow at home. She's done really a nice job.
One thing about a relentless, they're good uddered. Their udders and teat size are really good. I mean, they do make it. I mean, that bull's he's done a fabulous job in this deal. So it looks like we got that stout bald. He goes ahead and wins the class. That's something about Mary.
Class heifers here, and the bald face heifer that leads off does so very quickly. Again, you take away the advantage in terms of volume and just stoutness and just her presence, her structural soundness amongst this group kind of propels her that way. More relaxed in her spine, and a couple other ones still handles her hip and hind leg and her feet in an adequate manner. You probably don't want her any more advanced than what she is. She's right there on the edge in terms of that. But I do love just her stoutness and still flexibility. Maybe tilting her down in her tail head ever so slightly, but a good kind of a heifer. I like the future of the heifer we have here next. Just one that's got a nice look about her. I like the way her structure comes together, especially when she wants to cooperate. Just some quality there. Just too much heifer in our mind to get around today in terms of just bulk and dimension and density, but still a very nice female. The red one's intriguing. Boy, at the standstill, there's some neat pieces to tie into her neck, her shape, her boldness of body. She just gets a little tight spine. I like to put her shoulder onto her body a little differently, make it more relaxed, and just make her with a little different reach up front. But boy, that's a neat looking one. That's got a good back leg and a big hip. Just gets a little tight spine and doesn't come together quite as well. If we didn't have to walk them, this one floats up quite a bit because her depth is good, her smoothness is good, her length and prettiness of head is good for us. She needs more bone. I like to see her set down just quite a bit more comfortable. One of the hard heifers to figure out what to do with is the one next, because I think for her size, her boldness is good. She's got some true shape to her. She, too, just gets a little tighter and maybe starts to paddle outside of herself off either end. When you get her on the go, want to make her a little more conservative in that width and just looser. I love the look of this streak face winner. I think time's going to be her best friend. Just today, she comes to me, the flattest and probably narrowest of this crew, but I do love the way she's designed up front. Just needs a little more time and groceries there. Really stout, powerful one here that's got all the middle and the hip you want. Just one that maybe needs more foot to sustain all that. Want to make her more refined and more feminine about her head, neck, and shoulder there, but really good class of cattle.
as we get, boy, that was a good heifer there. I did like
Them
that
were
one as
both
she
good.
come in there. That stout one. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11
Some
head.
about Mary's.
Yep.
There. I bet there'll be a couple in this class too. There's a broker, 24 karat, unleashed. He'd be dead, right? Didn't he pass away?
I think so. I think half blood bull.
Breaker.
Be a full sib to the one that wins our state fair.
Bankroll, another broker, another 24 karat. Yep. Follow me.
Another good stout big class.
There's a bunch of them in
11.
this one.
Yep. 11 of
11
them.
head, right?
Yep. Yeah, and I think you made that call right off the get-go. We get in these foundations, we get in the heat of this. It's going to take us a little bit to migrate our way through this.
Slow up a little bit, and rightly so. I mean, there's some good cattle out here.
There's a lot of good cattle.
You know, that's.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like in this class, I didn't watch them close enough to know if there's a clear-cut winner, but I mean, there's a lot of high-quality, good livestock.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you about this too. And I tell you what, it's kind of that time of the day too when you've been doing it. It's 5 o'clock. These boys have been rolling out here for 9 hours now, and they haven't sat down.
No, they haven't. Yeah.
This is always kind of when they talk about the athletes when it's the fourth quarter and you get to it. And I'm not saying that they haven't ran and exerted tons of energy, but mentally and physically, it is tough. It gets challenging.
I'll take the mental aspect gets you worse than the physical side. But the physical side of something like here, when you got this kind of quality, adrenaline kicks in for you too.
Yep. They're just walking out here. These guys got a couple more hours to go before they're done for the night. And
yeah, I know. We talked about being 8:30. That's still 3 hours, 3.5 hours of judging yet, probably. Seems crazy to think.
And it's not easy. I mean, it's classes of 8s and 10s to go. There's
right.
A lot of sorting to get through, I think, and that goes there. So we had a little downtime. You kind of brought up the Brahman bull giving you a
that blow by, yeah.
So of your years of judging, what's your favorite place that you judged, or favorite event, or not necessarily the best cattle, but the coolest location, or the one that gave you the goosebumps?
There'd be several different ones, but they would be the National Junior Angus Show would have been. That'd have been that'd have to be the highlight.
I would think so.
Growing up as an Angus person, and that's the one I probably got emotional when they got the call for that one.
Yep.
When I stopped and thought about where we've been and how to get to that point, that one was good. In a random side, one of the funner ones I might have had would have been I did Clark County, Ohio. Was a county fair when I was young, and I mean that crowd was amped up. It was like a sporting event. They were into it, and I don't know if I just had them pumped up or what, but it was good.
Yeah, that's
so.
Fun. Yeah.
I don't know, and then just first time at Denver was special. Fort Worth was special. There's a lot of them ones that are really good.
Yeah.
How about yourself? We talked a lot about and I guess I'll let you say before I was thinking it, but
the one that's the near and dear was the Shorthorn Junior National.
Yeah, that's what I thought you would say with Dr. Hunsley. Yeah,
Ritchie. That was
yeah.
just my breed. Working for Doc Hunsley, Dr. Roger Hunsley, and of course just being out there with Dr. Harlan, Dr. Ritchie was just some little dude kind of like you south of Highway 34 to ever have that opportunity.
Sure, right, yeah.
But the one that the big goosebumps was walking down the ramp in the green chips at Louisville.
Right. Yep.
That was the one just because of what Louisville meant and
Right.
and that kind of stuff was cool.
What
so.
about one thing I talk about Louisville? You talk about both sides, but that difference of judging in Broadbent versus Freedom Hall.
Oh shit! No, it's night and day. It's
I know it.
not even,
Which did you like better?
Oh, Freedom Hall.
Freedom Hall, just with there.
By a mile.
Did you just being out there on that? Yeah.
Just Freedom Hall from the nostalgia, and that's where think about that's where the first Chicago was.
Sure.
Chicago was over, and that was Louisville took over for Chicago.
Right.
Go from
Yep.
there. So that's kind of fun. It's kind of fun.
Oh, it is to go down there.
The
yeah.
funnest one, the funnest place to judge was I did Cow Palace a couple times out in San
Sure.
Francisco.
Yep.
Just those Californians and the
Yeah, I did.
wine
And that we had
drinking, and not that I did want to judge, but
Sure.
as soon as I was done, I did. But San Francisco, that was a neat part of the world. That was a fun spot. So.
And the Italian by the name of Torgiani I did out there in Bakersfield, and that was a long time ago too. They were amped up. That was the first show I ever went to. They did basically the same theme, and that had been a lot of years ago, like what OIE does with the light show and the announcement, and brought all the champions back out there, and that was
hyped up and spotlights. And
oh
stuff.
yeah, that was
cool.
Yeah,
that's cool stuff.
Yep. And that had been oh boy, that had probably been early '90s, and I mean that county bring 30,000 back then.
That's
I mean
crazy.
that was kind of back in the day, that was a big deal.
Oh
Huge
my God,
crowd.
still be a big deal today.
But it's just an honor to do any
Oh,
show
yeah.
you get to do, no matter big or small.
Yep, it's fun. Yeah, this is tough out here. This is.
Well, this is a lot of.
And it gets to be this time of night, and these cattle are ready for tie-outs.
This is not a good time of day to be showing.
It's
stock
horrible.
cows.
And I'm not. There's nothing anybody can do about it. It's just.
Oh right.
We
Yep.
got to go through it. I'm
got
not.
to, but yeah.
that
But they're
has
just naturally fidgety and not one to stand.
It's tie-outs, and they've been up all day, and they're scheduled. The cattle schedule off. The kids' schedules are off a little bit.
Yep.
But give these guys credit. They're giving them their due diligence and sorting them. And Ferris is fixing these divots.
Yeah. It's going to be a battle by the time she's over with.
I'll be honest with you. I haven't noticed, but every time has Brandon pulled every class, or has Ferris pulled some?
pretty close. I think Brandon's been pulling everything. Now he will on an end have Ferris grab one or two, but he's pretty well doing all the placing.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
One of my huge pet peeves right there.
What's that?
The show's been going on for 9 hours,
Right.
and you're not sure what side to go on. Sorry, that is just. I don't even know who that
Yeah, they have
person
done
is.
a lot different.
They need to. That's why you come up a few classes ahead of time.
Yeah, to kind of watch what's going on.
And it's on liveauctions.tv, so you can watch.
Yeah, we could. I don't know if we'd straighten you out or not.
Well, no, not us. They can just see it on TV what to do.
Down to 7.
And kind of here at our vantage point, kind of on a 3/4 view, there's some differences.
Yeah, there still is some difference
right
cattle.
over here
Yep.
where we're sitting and kind of viewing out through there.
Right. Got one across there. Yeah, the very first one. Yep. Yep. Was sold in our bread deal. 3, 4, 5. They kind of locked in. I don't know if they would 4. Down to 3.
I kind of like the red ones too. I'm a sucker for a good redhead too. I think those.
Yeah, I
are
like the dark reds.
That dark red. That's a pretty. I think that's a pretty red. I like those mahogany ones that you were talking about. That blood red of them shorthorns, but that's a real pretty red right there.
Yep. Well, you get them 3 down there. You got heart rates of beating too. If somebody wants to be a class winner here at the Beef Expo, and led ahead to win your class in this group, you've sure done some things here too.
So there's Miss Mallory. She's our Expo executive director. Hi, Miss Mallory.
You got some words to say? Would you like to sit up here with us and talk?
Want to come up and say hi to everybody? We got the shore. No, it's not. We've been bragging. Just because we've been hammering on you all day, Margot, doesn't mean we're not going to be nice to Miss Mallory.
Yes.
We are very
Miss
nice.
Mallory would be very pleased with you.
Outside.
Yes.
Nice job.
It has been, now we have been asking quite a few people, everybody we've had positive being down here. What's your thoughts on down here?
I've been super excited to have this event because it's been in the planning for quite a while, and just to hear the good feedback from everybody. I knew the pavilion is very traditional, and there's always going to be that tradition here, but I feel like change is good. And if you can't make it down to this event, please come next year, because I'm hoping we can continue to do this and just see this experience and the atmosphere and just everything that's going on.
We did make the comment we asked earlier today about 2-3 breeds in, asked Brandon Callis what his thoughts were. He's judged both spots. He emphatically just real quickly said, hey, this is lots better. He said lighting's better, surface is better. Square footage, we got bigger space than we did up there, right?
Yes, it is bigger. This ring should be bigger than what we had up at the pavilion.
Yeah, right.
Bigger makeup area, good for the kids. Back behind, the pictures are back behind.
Yes,
So that's
it's
all
been
nice.
a lot. That was one of the main reasons why we wanted to move it over here, was to have a bigger makeup ring. So if the weather was bad, kids could get inside.
Like at 8 degrees this morning.
Yes, for sure. Whenever it is cold, there are obviously a couple things that we have seen this year that we need to address to help with it, but every kid has the opportunity now to go to the backdrop to get their backdrop picture taken, and it's been really good.
Yep, and there's going to be changes. There's always changes, things to improve, and that's why we have them, so you can continue to figure it out.
For sure. And if anybody has any other ideas or suggestions or wants to tell me what we need to do differently, I'd love to hear it.
Yep, that'll be from there. My only, it's not a suggestion, I don't know, we said that, hang on.
Because there's so much type in kind and give and take, and I think there's a lot of give and take, or we think there's a lot of give and take here at this top end. And if you want to sort them a little bit different way, go for it. The Blaze Face heifer wins because we feel like she has the most look of quality when you get in from the side. Even though she doesn't hit the surface just perfect with her hind leg, specifically down there in her pastern, I guess we could probably make her a little more attractive in the way she uses her hock and pastern specifically, and maybe we can make her bigger footed. Everything else about her is more attractive when we ask her to lead. She's higher neck, she's more relaxed in her top line, she's really smooth, and then when we ask her to set up right here, even though maybe the ones right in behind her are swoopy bellied, we think she's adequate enough in her body shape. She's bold rib, really balanced, high quality looking one from the side. Now the one that's here in second, I think in terms of the way she uses her hind leg, it's an improvement over the one that's right in front of her, and it's an improvement over the one behind her too. She's softer at the ground, she's more attractive in the use to her hock, she's bold and deep in her center body, and she's pretty stout pinned. When we ask her to lead though, she wants to duck her head down and her neck down in the middle of her shoulder, kind of push her chest out a little bit, and in that sense, she's less attractive than the one right in front of her when we ask her to lead. Heifer that stands here third, probably like her the most, when she's standing here from this look right here. She's well balanced. She's really good from her chest to her forerib to her flank. She's soft. She's got some power. I'd like to clean her up about her neck and head. And then when we ask her to go, maybe wants to get just a little bit discombobulated, everything kind of working, maybe not in unison. I'm not saying she isn't sound because she is flexible, but relative to the ones in front of her, maybe the least attractive when we ask her to go in that sense. Kudos to this young showman right here, getting him stuck without the show stick. Really impressed with that. You don't see that very often. And here's a heifer. I mean, we might be winning showmanship right here. Deep bodied, she's balanced. She's got a good look from the side. Just need to power this one up to run with those three above her, but certainly one that we appreciate quite a bit. The one that comes next might have the most upside out of anything in this class. She's sound structured, super, super skinny, but even still has some power, has some rib shape, and she's got some depth considering that she's given up big-time condition to some of these ones in front of her. Keep bringing that one to feed bucket. I think you're going to like her a lot more in 60 to 90 days. Bold-bodied one that comes next. She's high neck. She's good-chested. She's good-looking. Like to see her a little stouter at the ground, a little more flexible in the way she goes out of her rear skeleton. Another stout, big-bodied, deep-sided one that comes next. Like to clean her up in her front end a little bit. Another bull-bodied one. She's high neck. She's good looking. She's good chested too. Like to just give her a little more swoop to her underline, maybe a little more punch when we get in behind her. Big stout heifer comes next. Really deep-bodied, really capacious, if you will, practical. Like to clean her up in her chest and the top side of her neck. Give her some more reach out of her rear skeleton. Nice baldy heifer comes next. She's balanced. She's got a nice, attractive look from the side. Just like to beef her up everywhere to get her moved up. A really nice long-sided practical one to round out the class. Like to just give her a little more of the extras to run with some of the other big dogs up front.
Yeah, that's a good class to go through. We'll have a good class here as they bring them in here, and 77, 76. Only 7 in this class would be a little bit easier. So we get.
Looks like it. Yeah, it is. She's pretty. So yeah, so we have Mallory. What is your official title? We've been calling the executive secretary. We're not sure if that's right.
I am the Iowa Beef Expo executive director.
Executive director. We apologize.
It's okay.
But executive director.
Please get it right next time.
We'll work on it.
Hey, I was
write it
calling
down.
you chief fireman because
Chief
you had to
fire-
put the fires out. You're the one in charge of all the fires, so
Yeah.
we'll go back with your title a little better.
Nope, that is true.
No, it's all good. It's running really well from here. It's honored to be here. It's fun working with Margot and her crew with the liveauctions.tv. They've been super nice. It's fun. Chad and I have a blast doing
fun
this.
no matter what we do. But now, what are some plans? Now we were here before, and we're planning this to be to where we're going to stay, right?
That is the plan, and the way it's been going so far is it's the plan to stay here. I know before the event happened, I had a lot of people ask, why are you moving to the Jake? Are you doing construction on the pavilion? Is it going back? And I said, if it goes good, we'll never go back to the pavilion. No offense to the pavilion, because it is very traditional, but like I said, once you see the atmosphere here, this is amazing. And we couldn't have done this without the support of Vermeer. And I really want to put a big shout out to Mark Core, because whenever I contacted him, I was only looking for a couple $1,000 in sponsorships to be able to put towards this. And he said, if we're going to do this, let's go big or go home. And he's like, let me make a couple phone calls, and he did and called me back, and he's like, let's do this. Let's get this moved. Let's make this the event of the Beef Expo.
That's awesome.
Sure is. I think it's just the event, and I think you can't believe anybody that come over here and sit in these chairback seats that we've got and not absolutely just love it. But you talked about one thing you talked about on the offside is that maybe we may move back, get us some showmanship down here.
Yep, so for this first year, I wanted to make sure that this event would work well over here, and showmanship with 4 rings going on, it can get a little busy sometimes, so I wanted to make sure I knew it worked well over in the pavilion, so we left it over there for this year, but please expect it to be over here next year in the Jacobson for the showmanship.
Yep, sounds good. And what about, you talked about tent spots. You got some more tent spots?
Yeah, so luckily, the fairgrounds contacted me probably a month ago before Expo, and normally there's a whole bunch of tents around the sheep barn, and they're still doing construction on the sheep barn, and they told me that I couldn't put tents around there. And that was before they told me the good news, and I was like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do with all these tents?
Yeah,
I have no
right,
idea.
exactly.
Well, then they offered the idea of putting them in the streets north and south of the horse barn, and it actually has turned out really well. And I think people
Oh,
are
and the
going to be
streets are there, yep.
Yeah, I think people are going to be fighting over them next year because they're really prime spots.
Yep. That ends up being a good revenue stream for the expo, right?
Yes, yeah. So we only charge them for the square footage that they have their tent on, and that goes towards paying for the fairgrounds to have this event.
Sure. Yep.
Well, that's excellent. I think the changes have been good. I think they're positive. I think your genetic alley down here on the west end.
And we'll keep taking off better.
Been good. We had
Yep.
Jason Menard stop by a little bit ago. He said it's not quite like the Ohio Avenue of
Beef Expo, right? Yep.
genetics or whatever, that genetic alley or whatever it's called. But he said it's coming. He thought he had really good traffic. I talked to Ken Jakey with G-Bar. He thought it was good and well worth his time. So no, I think that's good. I think change is good.
I think with that, I think once people realize that that's going to be over there and that they can bring their semen tanks in and pick up their semen, and to do that next year I can see so many semen tanks over there of semen getting picked up, them selling it, and I think that's going to continue to grow and be really big.
And especially like on Friday, if that's going to be showmanship, people are in and they're out, and showmanship is that in the afternoon? Is that, I don't even know.
Starts like at noon or so, 11.
It starts at noon, but I mean, if we move it over here, we might play around with the schedule a little bit to allow more time for maybe check-in over there.
I guess what I meant was that'd be more time for that genetic alley to be open, and people can come in and out, and you know, there's not as much getting ready for showmanship. I mean, they don't dress them, you know, it's a no fit, little oil, clean, bring them, you know, so they'd have time to do that. So that might be good for those folks to be able to have a few more.
Now we worked right here this double up heifer, I believe, to win.
Mallory, thanks again for everything.
Last year, percentage Simmental cattle, and we thought, pretty comfortable here grabbing this one to win and this one to go in second. Thought they kind of came in and separated, and then once you really get to studying them, I like this one's build. A little softness at the ground doesn't hurt her. Her body shape and her stoutness from behind is very, very good. Gives you an attractive look as you study her there as well. So a nice kind of a heifer there. I could open her up right there at the forerib right behind her shoulder if you want to really be critical of her, but boy, one that handles herself quite well amongst this group. I love the look and the freshness of this one we're going to run here in second. I love the boldness of her body and the consistency of it from one end to the other. A little more upright in her knee and her shoulder relative to your class winner. Maybe doesn't set down with the same kind of lower joint comfort level as what your class winner does, but boy, a neat, stylish one that we've done a nice job putting together. One here in third, just kind of, again, good fundamental type of cattle. She's got some body. Her length to stride is pretty functional. Just not the bells and whistles of those two. Not as neat-chested, a little frailer bone, if you will. Stout, opened up one that comes next. Just wants to put her shoulder a little too far outside on her body. A little tighter in the way she handles her rear skeleton there. Want to relax her in her spine. A big, high-performing heifer that's got a high neck set and a really big body. I think part of it is she's a little frailer-footed. Part of it, she's just a little scared of the surroundings. Never wants to get comfortable there on the move. The red heifer here, she's got some punch. She's got some boldness to her. I just want to soften her a touch, relax her in her spine ever so slightly there as well. Same thing can go for this motley face one. Really square and opened up from behind. A little tight-topped, a little short step in there as you really get to studying her throughout the class. But again, good class of cattle.
So Mallory didn't leave. She had a couple more things to say real quick. So here's Mallory.
I just want to say I can't do this without my whole crew that's back in the office. I don't know if they were actually listening to this. I think they had it playing on the TVs back there so they could see the show, but I can't do this without them, the whole crew during the sale week and this junior weekend. So I want to say a big thank you to all of them. And if anybody is interested in helping next year, we'll always take the help.
Always take the help. Now we got a shout out there. So if you want to help, you can either come to volunteer to help, or you can go buy a Premier product to keep Premier sponsor to keep us over here in this facility.
Keep it all going, that's for sure.
It doesn't matter how you do it.
Well, this is fun. We've fun. You bet. Thanks, Mallory.
Hey, thank
Appreciate
you for
it.
all
Nice
you
job.
do.
Well done. Good job.
Hey, I didn't touch it.
would lose it if I didn't put it on my finger.
6 more classes of percentage tall heifers before we select the champion percentage female.
How are you?
So we are so we're class 77 March percentage Simmental heifers. We kind of got going. Hopefully, you could follow along in the show of how they were going, because actually, we important to talk about some people here and faces with there. And Mallory does such a great job putting this thing on. I could imagine, just and I talk about the fires you'd have to put out. It just be quite the undertaking to get this many people and coordination and keep everybody going. So we appreciate that. This is a big deal for all of us breeders and cattle showers here in the state of Iowa. Iowa Beef Expo becomes one of the premier events, and I know Iowa State Fair is huge too. But this is one you might talk about the later one, but you always want to do well if you can in this one here. So. Anyway, these guys keep rolling on the way through, just the same as we've been from the start of the day. They roll one way, roll the other, ready to put them things in motion. So Jackson Foss with a double up heifer is going to lead it out here, coming to you right away if we have them in order, which we've been bringing them that way pretty well. So we've got a double up, an alpha. And then we get into a broker, double up, Conley No Limit, 24 karat, Remedy, and then Addison Lehman has a Something About Mary. Again, I'm working away around the side, kind of get them lined up. Taking a look to see what they got, where they're at. You can tell as we get a little further in here, this crowd, even late in the day, still kind of gathers around anticipation and kind of excitement of this division. A lot of good stuff. A lot of you folks, if you have headed out of here, we're glad you're tuning in to watch us see where we're at. We're in class 77, which we still got to February. Couple class Februarys, Januarys, some falls. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have this class and 5 more to get to our champion foundation. So we're about halfway home on our percentage cattle. Kind of going down the line, debating and talking about them as you get get on your screen of them two. You can watch them kind of going through, and Brandon make a point at them. But he'll get ready, and we'll probably get. He'll start pulling some out of here just in a second. Usually, kind of where they get going. We're pretty even there, just kind of on the sires as we go through. I know we talked about that just a little bit, but we got some similarities, but maybe a little more. I'd say in this division we probably had a little bit more change of difference. But here we get the first pull. Brandon's going to start sending some down there. Kind of can track them cattle back up on the line here. Down to 5. Down to 3. Still a lot of debating. 3, 2. Yep, I thought that was really nice.
A lot of sort in this class. It gets challenging down probably really 3-4 down the line, but one thing that was never really discussed or for us was the one that we're going to use to win the class. Now I'm not going to sit here and preach to you that this one is 1,000% Fair Simon's kind, but I do love this one's structure. She's got big old feet, big bones, long and smooth in her muscle pattern. When we get her parked like this, she looks like a show heifer now. Would I like to pull her apart more? Make her more impressive when we get in behind her? Absolutely. And I think that's where the one here in second would excel our class winner. She is stout. She's punchy. She's still pretty good in her shoulder and high neck. And really the biggest struggle we had, and we were just kind of giggling about it, is we've been waiting for this heifer to kind of half cooperate this whole time. We got a little bit of a look on the back side of the ring here a little while ago. And when she does cooperate, I think she's the structure improvement over the ones that are coming next, and she is stout. So that she, for us, or at least for me, she's the logical place to go second, but just kind of lacks some of that smoothness and tidiness of that one that's going to go ahead and win the class. One that comes here in 3 is intriguing. She's balanced. She's really good looking. She's deep-bodied. She's level out of her hip. We'd like to lay her back in the angle of her shoulder, set her back in her knee every so much, and really relative to the ones probably on either side of her, we need to make her bigger footed and improve her foot shape. Definitely need to improve her foot shape if we're going to move her up at all in the class, but really like her depth of body, like her balance, like her look here from the side. Love the power of the one coming next. She is bold, she is stout, and when we get her parked, we like her on the stand. She's got a little bit of a bent rim, need to readjust the way she uses her front skeleton, but if we're using power, this one here is one that we really appreciate quite well. Like the look, like the smoothness of this one here that's coming next. Laid in good at her shoulder. She's long and smooth in her muscle pattern. She's deep-bodied. Just like to beef her up a little bit to run with some of the ones out ahead of her. Good quality stock that comes next, and it's a shame that she's got to go down here, but it's just a really competitive class, and like we said, there's some give and take. She's deep-bodied. She's got some rib shape. Like to lay her back in her shoulder, make her hoof a little bit bigger, but certainly one that we can appreciate. Another big-bodied one that comes next. She's got some power, maybe a little more, we could make her a little more attractive in the way she uses her hind leg. And a long-bodied, good-looking one that rounds out the class. Just need to amp her up a little bit to run with some of the ones up front.
All right, moving right along into our percentage scimitar, where class 78's coming in next. 2-6 head, looks like. Limitless, a broker, primo, Tecumseh. They keep running.
79 should already be in the check-in area.
Our judges are still doing good. They're looking a little slow. They're walking a little slower, but they're doing great.
Final call, class 80 and 81.
Now this is class 78.
Yep.
2, 4,
6 is what I got.
6 is what you got?
Yep.
Light load, just 6 of them.
Now there's a new, so here's a primo and a broker and a limitless private stock. So here would be a new one. Here's a Tecumseh, the 4th one, that big baldy.
Yeah, that would be the hot bowl of Mike's.
That'd be a Trinipol bred deal,
Yeah,
right?
Trinipol, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
TH Lover Boy.
He is very, very popular at this stage. You bet. The private stock would be the copacetic son of Chan Phillips.
Yep.
Let me make one more announcement. I even had a Apple AirTag turned in to me up here, which shouldn't be hard theoretically to figure out whose it is. But I've got an Apple AirTag sitting right here by me if you're missing one. So you might check if you have. It's in a pink cover. It's a pink cover, and looks like it's been on a keychain or something.
That's it. Should we get Miles over here to talk to us? As we get, I hate you. Hopefully, you can't trip and fall. Hey, we're going to bring a special treat for you. We're going to bring Miles Tonius, the market judge over here. We're going to we'll talk some market stuff. We had, can you make it up here without tripping? Watch a big
like
step
that.
there.
That's a big steps. Good. How are you?
Miles,
Good to
my
see you,
friend,
Miles.
how are you?
Awesome. Incredible. Yeah.
We was watching from over there. We was really captivated on a few of them classes, and it was awesome.
Yeah, incredible. I don't even know what else to describe it. I mean, obviously, being in that position to be able to be at the Iowa Beef Expo and to be the show judge, it's one thing to watch it. It's the next thing to be in the middle of it and have to sort it. So, I mean, it was good, and I think felt like we were real comfortable and confident. And, the cattle, I mean, man, there were some of them divisions that were incredible. I mean, it was good.
Stout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So the toughest class you ever judge, and he doesn't even win the breed. I did notice that, didn't I?
Yeah, I did. We talked, and I was telling. That's what I told Dylan. I said, you got to watch what you say sometimes because it's one of them classes like, boy, there's just no way, and then them two come out of that next deal, and I mean, it was like, holy smokes, and that's whenever I told him, I said, whenever they come in and they stop and parked, I said, that's exactly why you got to watch what you say.
Hey, now from here, I caught my eye when them things started walking in there, and I was like, I know there was a good class they talked about with all the names in there, and I seen them come in, it's like, oh man, look at them things.
There's one after another, and I mean, it's you know what? You can't play off like you don't know that there's good families in Iowa and know some of the families.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
we're around it. That's what we do every day.
Because you're in the business.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tough. I mean, you know a lot of them kids, you know a lot of the families, and they work dang hard, and we just continue to kind of put our head down and judge.
Yep. It was good. What about my buddy Dylan? I was so proud that you got him. What a great person.
Yeah.
And excited. How much fun did he have over there?
Well, I'll tell you what. One time we were actually sitting there, and I was so focused on a class that I said, hey, would you go grab my water? And I didn't even realize that he was a little snarly about it. And he come back, and I said, boy, this heifer's real good in this market heifer deal. And he said, well, I ain't even got to look at her yet because I've been your server. So he just said, he would sit there and we get into some of them classes and he'd say, you know what? He goes, I don't even know how to describe that class winner, so you just go ahead and take that mic and do it. But, I mean, I knew right away, and it was Dylan, I was in his wedding and he was in my wedding. And he was very emotional whenever I got the call, but it was super neat to be able to ask him to come. I knew it was a good guy.
I've known him for quite a while, but great person.
Absolutely.
Grab here in this white-headed, split-eared heifer here. Incredible amount of body depth and softness in this female. And then, again, skeletally in this class, I think she handles herself quite well in terms of her foot shape, the way she lands there. The squareness of her hip is good. And there's an element of freshness to her I tend to like as well. If I'm going to critique that heifer any and get on her, I like to change her shoulder angle and knee and just make her just a little longer reaching up front to be more ideal. But, boy, from there back and even her neck set, just a neat one to find here in this particular class. A good solid one here we're going to leave in second. This kind of grows on you. She's broody middle. She's thick-ended. She's got some density to her. Use her hind leg good enough, but just like her classmate that leads ahead of her, want to change her in her knee and her shoulder and park her a little differently there, but a nice kind of cattle. If this one we can make stouter at the ground and stouter in her bone to please us, maybe you move her up a place because, boy, her look, her neck posture is awesome. Her depth of body is good, and she still has enough boldness to her rib cage. Just for me, a little frailer as you really get to studying her in terms of at the surface. I want to see her quite a bit stouter there. I like the length. I like the shape of the heifer that comes next. Just wish she was a little different in her shoulder as well, a little bigger footed as you set down. She wants to jam up in her hip a little bit. Young lady in the green shirt's got one of the more moderate ones that's opened up and really, really dense middle and has some body. Just wants to push out of her front skeleton a little more aggressively than I'd like her to. Want to lean her up and change her there in that shoulder angle. Ball-faced female that closed our class. Still good to have one this good at the end of the class, just a deep class. Her depth of body's good, her length is good, and she's still functional in her stride. Just maybe want to make her more coordinated as she leaves from behind, open her up in her heart and her forerib just a touch as well. But awesome class, neat class of heifers.
If you're hungry or thirsty, the concession stand is closing in 15 minutes. Right back over there in that corner. It's closing in 15 minutes. I need a Dr. Pepper, and I gave you a free T-shirt earlier, so feel free. Joking. Closing in 15 minutes. Placings on
77, presenting Simmental, rated female. First place.
We'll turn Brad Hook down, and Miles, we've been the hot topic we've been talking about to everybody here today and wanting to know is what your thoughts are on the facility over here at the Jacobson Center for folks that hadn't been here.
Yeah, I would say if you've ever been warned to come to the Iowa Beef Expo because it's cold outside, I would dang sure say that that's not a deal that you're going to have to ever worry about again if you want to be a spectator here. I mean, it is beautiful. Vermeer and the Iowa Beef Expo, everybody that pitched in to make this happen, unreal.
Yeah, it is. It was good. We asked Brandon that standing here too what his thoughts were, and he's like, "This is way better to judge."
Yeah, he's been here a couple times
for lighting and just everything. Yeah.
Oh, it is, and I think the exhibitors enjoy it. You know, there's always that
you wouldn't know that, but the makeup ring's huge.
Yeah,
they get in out of the weather, and
it looks big
space to get there. Yeah.
You know, and there's always things that people want to change, but I think ring size and just their comfort out there, everything's good. And you couldn't ask, I mean, as a judge or just a family that's showing cattle and exhibiting. It's the Iowa Beef Expo. Things are going to happen as good as we can absolutely make it happen.
Right. Yep. Yeah, it was. We just thoroughly enjoyed it and thought it was awesome, and everybody positive we've asked has been good. And we had Mallory on here before. And she talked about where we're going to be and go forward with it.
So as Chad and I have been sitting here talking and going through that kind of stuff, to me one of the most amazing signs. We're on the heifer side, of course, and you were on the steer side and doing a nice job. Just how incredibly deep are these classes? Even and no disrespect, so don't if you're out there, don't listen. But even the miniature Herefords, Charlie Wilson's little boy kind of brought them to light last year with that really with Bumblebee, kicked their ass and did all that kind of stuff, and it was a great camp. But just how deep was the silverbacks, the Charolais, the Maines, the Keys?
Over there, it looked like they were
market heifers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were good. I mean, and it's what you'd expect. It's the Iowa Beef Expo. It's the best prospect steer in the country, steer show, market show, heifer show in the country. And, like that mini Hereford, we were just talking about that. And you mentioned that. And you mentioned Charlie's calf last year, and he was certainly good. But if I was Charlie, I'd be figuring out how to buy that champion mini over there today because he might have been just as good as what Charlie. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. And just Return of the Bumblebee. I was a little sad there was only 3 Angus steers. Dylan was too. Angus breeder, and Dylan was a little argumentative when people needed more Angus steers in Iowa. So sounds like there was quite a few more crosses coming though.
We sell bulls in Iowa, maybe.
Yeah, that's right. Illinois. That's right. Yeah, we just cut them all. We got that land of Lincoln. We got that land of Lincoln deal. Yeah.
You put words in your mouth or whatever, but you don't have to comment. But I mean, even like the Hereford steer looked really good, the mini Hereford steer, the Charolais. I mean, don't tip your hand, and you're not going to. I'm not even asking that. But the quality over there is way cool.
Oh yeah, whenever they come out, I mean, it's just like we were talking about that main class, and you get into that situation, and you're like, my gosh, one of these calves is going to be third, one of them's going to be second, one of them's going to be fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and you're like, how, and why? And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm glad they're all here. I'm just not glad they're all in one class,
right,
because they're all deserving.
You start studying just to make sure you're trying to get that. You're trying to then you have to come back and say, I've got to sort these things.
Yeah, I mean, whenever they lined up, I looked over at Dylan and I said, "What do you think?" And he goes, remember, I'm here with you. So you go ahead and just tell us, and then we'll just go from there. And I got your back.
Tell them about some of our classes over here, 4 or 5 deep on the heifer deal. There'll be some heifers that are supreme champion at their county fairs that are 5th, 6th in class, and the steers will be the same way over there.
Well, and the good thing about Iowa, and they're trying to incorporate it more, Wes Keller and the crew there, like around that Monmouth, Galesburg area, and you judge those. They're trying to accommodate like they do in Iowa with these district showdowns. Yeah, the showdown series, and that's made the classes. I mean, it's made it tougher because you can see a lot of them cattle. A lot of families buy to not win the Iowa Beef Expo or to not win the Iowa State Fair, but maybe to win their county and go on to that showdown series.
That puts 100 more steers in contention and 100 more heifers in Iowa. We have 100 county fairs in Iowa, and it puts all of them into contention to go to their district smackdowns. I call them smackdowns, but then to the state smackdown, which is not the Iowa State Fair.
Yep.
You know, so yeah, you gotta go through that. And the same with this heifer deal. It just opens that up to the whole deal. So very cool, man. It is good to have you here in Iowa. Appreciate you coming by. And I'm not trying to run you off. You're more welcome all the time. So it's cool to have you guys here and to do it.
Think though, and you know that too, as good as today is. You know better tomorrow is going to be more amped up.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, you get in the crossbred steers of the Iowa Beef Expo, Iowa State Fair, it doesn't matter. I mean, we like our crossbred cattle.
Yeah, for sure. And so we know that tomorrow's going to be big. Brad Hook's going to take us out to a nice dinner, and I don't remember where. He's told me 30 times, and he says it's the best ever. But we're going to go out there, and we'll cuss and discuss cattle, and we're ready for tomorrow. But I will say before I get off of here, very appreciative of you guys and very appreciative of the Beef Expo allowing us. And it was probably 2010 whenever I was sitting at Chad Holtcamp's house, and we gave reasons until about 11 o'clock at night getting ready to go to Kansas City. And the only thing that he said was, and I remember it, and I do it and justify it, judging in school, judging in life, or whatever it is, and then showing animals, he said, you just got to be better than the other guy. So more exploratory, bigger words you had there. A little
mess
up less the other guy.
Mess up less the other guy when it comes to his eyesight judging
That's
contest.
right, and I'll always remember that. So that that's kind of what we hope to do as well, just judging them.
And I told him my other secret is my KISS method is keep it simple, stupid.
That's
you're
right.
out there.
That's right.
All you got to do is just get the best one to win each class, and then it works its way out.
And it seems like that in this deal too. So thank you.
Challenge of some sort, and the calf we're going to use to win, we like her body shape. We like how bold she is. She's powerful, and with that extra power, we think that she uses her hip and hind leg in a more desirable fashion than the one riding behind her. Now, that's not to say that we couldn't clean this one up in her chest, trim her up in her throat, and that's where I think the one in second excels our class winner. She's a little better chested. She's a little bit fresher about her neck and head. But with that, she's not quite as powerful and just a little more awkward in the way she uses her rear skeleton, but two good high-quality heifers to start the class out. Broody animal here to come in 3. Big feet, big sound legs. She's stout. Wants to get a little coarser about her neck and head. Maybe wants to get a little flatter there in her flank. Just a little plainer in her overall kind relative to those ones right in front of her. But one that I think we go home, turn out, make a cow is one that's going to be really, really fun to breed on. Certainly has a lot of good things about her. The one that we bring next is super feminine. She's attractive up about her neck and head. She's good in her chest. She's deep-bodied. Need to make this one stouter at the ground, give her bigger feet, bigger bones, make her a little more impressive from behind to get her up ahead of those other ones. But one like right here when we get her set up, we appreciate her balance. We appreciate her look from the side. Long, smooth-muscled one that comes next. Even though she's long and smooth-muscled, she's got some rib shape. She's high-necked. Just need to correct her in the way she moves out of her rear skeleton ever so slightly. High-performing one comes after her. She's stout-boned. She's powerful. She's got a lot of performance. Like to just moderate her a little bit, maybe make her more functional in the center portion of her body, but a good heifer nonetheless. These two heifers that come next are similar in type and kind. They're both long-bodied. They both need to be amped up relative to the ones right in front of them. We do think this one here on my right has just a little bit more substance. There's a little bit more to her than the one right behind her. And that's nothing to take away from this one that rounds out the class because she's deep-bodied and certainly a good-looking heifer up through her front end.
percentage Simmentals, class 80. Brenda Bowman was our class winner in 79 with a Limitless daughter. Second was McKenna DeCap with a private stock, Rockin' P private stock daughter. This class we've got 3 percentage females, 3 Januaries. Got a Remedy, a 24 karat, and a double up. So Ferris and Mr. Callis are going to sort through these 3. I think we've picked up the pace just a little bit, not so much of rushing through them. They're doing a great job, but as far as not having to share the mic, so they're moving through these cattle really, really well right now. So. Got this one and 2 more classes. We got 5 head left within this this division. I'll turn around, I think. It looks like we'll have 10 coming back in for our division champion, Simmental percentage division championship run here. We'll have a full ring. These rings are beautiful sized. It works out really, really well. To get in here, 10, 12 head is a nice size. There'll be 20 out here in our division, Simmental Foundation Division Championship. Our 10 firsts and our 10 seconds for the fellas to judge and evaluate. So again, I think these guys are doing a phenomenal job of talking to each other, communicating. They check in with each other and work through it. So here's Brandon.
Good trio of cattle. Feel pretty comfortable with the one that leads off the class. And again, all 3 of these you want to modify somewhere structurally. She just brings the most quality and look and still has the kind of stoutness we like to find in them all in one package here amongst these trio. I like to change her in her shoulder and knee. I like to set her down on her feet a little more comfortably, but good cattle. These next 2 you can go back and forth, and it's a coin flip. Just trying to stay consistent. This one's just a little bolder and stouter, right? Particularly in their center body. You get out through their hip and pins, there's just more heifer there as well. And then with that, her range of motion, her comfort of spine is still very, very good. I just want to change her shoulder. A little bulky and round, of course, about her shoulder. Want to set that in quite a bit better. If you want to change that, that's where this one kind of comes into play. A little thinner neck, a little just a flatter, smoother one all the way through. I want to change her hind leg, want to give her more bone. And for as stout as she is in terms of chest width, I want to back that up and give her more hip and stoutness from behind. So nice trio cattle.
Nice single entry with the big paws and the big sound legs on her. She's deep bodied. She's got some power when you get in behind her and has a nice balanced look from the side. And I'd like to see her out here with some other ones here in a little bit.
another solid trio of cattle here, and the female that leads off the class, again, does so pretty quickly in terms of just her look, her presence, her quality, her posture out here. Love her head and neck. Comes back into awesome rib cage and body shape. Still one is big and square in her pins there as well. Not the littlest one in the world. Again, you could tone her down a touch, but maybe it's more so for me. I want to change her feet. She just doesn't get out maybe as comfortable as ideal. But boy, standing still, that's a killer looking one that's got a lot to offer. One we bring here next in second. Again, love her stoutness up high and her boldness. Just want to refine her off either end. She wants to paddle outside of herself off both ends. Want to make her more conservative in her base width and stay within the framework of her body. The length of this one I like. Again, when she gets this one stopped and set up, Kit Kat's got the right neck set to her there as well. Just want to change her in terms of her joints. Want to change her there at the surface when you really get to studying her. But again, a good solid trio of cattle.
Sorry, we took a little break here. Got to unplug that and push that bottom button. This one right there. Let's hold it. Turns green. Hold this one until it turns green. There you go. Now we're live. All right, we're back at the. We're here for the Champion Foundation Simmental deal. They plucked a good friend of mine out of the stands to come say hi. Chad Reek, good friend of mine from Creston, Iowa, and. He stopped by. He's had a big weekend. He's got a son that was on the Creston wrestling team, a daughter that's playing AAU volleyball, a heifer here tomorrow, steer here tomorrow? No steer.
No, just one cow.
One cow tomorrow. And then what's Holland got? Does she have basketball tomorrow?
No, she's here. Basically, we we decided to show tomorrow so that we could all be here.
Awesome. All right. Well, that's very good.
We've been 4 days of state wrestling and
Yep.
volleyball, running back and forth. Carson's been up here doing IJBBA stuff.
Yep.
and
He's
et
on the
cetera.
board, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
That's awesome.
Fun times and senior year, so it's kind of the last hurrah, I guess, if you will.
Yep. And so with that, so Chad's very comfortable behind the mic. He does a lot, very instrumental in our county fair and the shootout system, and with he owns KSIB radio station there in Creston, and huge supporter of our youth and junior activities. Goes on the road to junior nationals and Simmental junior nationals and Mains and Keys and I think you've had a Charlet or two over the years.
We've shown a few Chars.
Herefords, no Herefords. No Herefords.
Charlets, Keys, usually maintainers. We got a main Angus this year. We're going to get a show tomorrow.
Yep. Because of the wrestling tournament, right?
Wrestling, there was no way we were.
Let me give you the placings on the classes. Judges, if you're ready to roll, just let me know.
Yep.
Placings for Class 79. First place, Brenna Bowman. Second to McKenna DeCap. Third to Luke Steffener. Fourth to Mason Clarahan.
Or not first class, sorry. Class winners and 10.
To Tori Schmidt. Sixth to Levi Else. And seventh to Brooks Clarahan. Also eighth, Caden Teat. That was placings for Class 79. Class 80, first place Colton Metcalf. Second to Cade Hansel. Third to Ava Seek. Single entry Class 81, Belle Nedelicki. And the final class of the day, Class 82, or not of the day, of the breed. First place Kennick Paulson, second to Cole Miller, and third to McLean Warren. And now judges Ferris Simon and Brandon Callis will be selecting your champion percentage breeding Simmental percentage. Champion percentage Simmental breeding heifer.
To listen to them, but they talk. They're smiling now. They're laughing at each other. They're getting ready to talk now. So it looks like.
I think what they know what they're going to do. Usually, I just talked to Miles a little bit off mic here a minute ago, and he was telling me, he says our champions on the steer side, we knew every single time they won. The decisions were on the reserve. I think these guys are probably the same way.
Probably.
Usually it's got one that hits you. So
yeah. Here's Ferris.
Well, what a lineup of cattle. What an immense amount of quality, high presentation, high quality cattle, high quality people out here. In the spirit of trying to keep things moving, I'll keep my comments brief. We did our discussing already. You know, our goal with the cattle that we're using is to keep them good at the ground, keep them stout-footed, stout bone, attractive when they move, and a high quality look from the side, all while maintaining some level of power. And for us, it really kind of narrows it down to 2 or 3 of these. We talked about it. Young lady right here with the red shirt is going to be your champion, and the young man right in front of her is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Very nice. Very nice. I think you probably know that young lady in the red shirt, don't you?
Addison Lehman, she's your champion. That one was raised by John Sullivan. So.
Is that right? Yep. Very cool.
Yep. So there you go. All right. Hey,
sounds good. Hey, thanks for
the good Chad.
The other Chad, thanks.
He knows what he's doing, and I'm just here for fun. All
good
right,
to see you, brother. Thanks for stepping in, man. Good to see you, bud. Hey, good luck tomorrow. Tell Pepper good luck.
Man, was that just an awesome lineup of heifers?
Oh, dude,
or what?
I kind of got to talking while you were
Dylan, come on up
you
here.
were gone. Here comes Dylan. Sorry, Dylan. I wasn't trying to blow you off. Good to see you, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping up here.
Message when I left.
He said, don't let Dylan talk because he said, I want to talk to him. He said, I'm excited for him. So I'm going to give you the mic. I'll let you
Here, we get in here, yes. Dylan Lemonager, associate judge, lead judge on the market side, whatever we're going to say.
Yep. The way, I told Miles. Miles come up to me. He goes, "Hey, there's a smoking heater in here." I'm like, "Well, I wouldn't know. I was over there getting you a water with a spark. What in the heck, you know?" I'm just happy to be here at the Iowa Beef Expo, you know.
Same story he told. Hey, what are your first emotions? What's your thoughts of being out there? This is, you know, we can talk about the ring here and the crowd, and just what were some emotions that went through for you when you got into some of the tough classes?
Well, first of all, excitement. A little bit nervous, obviously, here at the Iowa Beef Expo and Iowa in general. When you come to Iowa, you expect to see quality, and
what you're when you get in the ring and you start seeing that quality come in and you get so excited, you're so pumped up, the adrenaline's pumping. First and foremost, I'm just fortunate to be here and be alongside Miles, somebody I truly respect, somebody I truly admire as a person. Very high quality cow, and I mean, just being along one of your best friends, and it's an unforgettable experience. Really.
Sure, very memorable. Yeah. Not that you guys are laughing it up, but I saw some smiles over there and some chuckles and some turns away, having a good time, having fun with it. Looks like that's awesome. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, when you're one of your best friends and you get to do a show of this caliber, first of all, it's a serious event, but you can't take it too serious. You gotta have fun with it. You gotta interact with the kids. The cattle are what the cattle are. We're gonna pick the ones we like. You might as well have fun and enjoy the moment. It's a very big moment. It's a very real thing. I was just cutting it up with my buddy, really.
I got you. Hey, I did want to go on record so everybody knows that I didn't appreciate you getting me in trouble. We had Miles up here, you got me in trouble, and Miles says, hey, you called Dylan to talk about how glad you were for that. He said, hey, I never called. You got my number. He told me, and I didn't call Miles, but I was like, well, I was more excited for Dylan.
Well, yeah, I mean, Miles, we heard Miles spit game all day, right? I mean, he's unbelievable on the mic. Save some glory for the little guys. That's what it is.
B team.
B team. The B team. That's
Okay,
right.
Let's pick on Miles a little bit because it's kind of I thought a couple times he's going to handle him like sheep. He got so excited talking to me what they were talking. Did you have to pull him back a time or two, or did you
Miles is he's an emotional cat. He's in a high energy, just high octane kind of a guy, and honestly, it's one of the things I think, having brought cattle to a lot of shows and having a lot of cattle at shows. When somebody like Miles or somebody that's in the ring and they're getting up on them and really describing them so these people can see them. Some of these families, some of these are just grandparents and just people that are here to support somebody.
Right.
It's really nice that he can really outline some of those things for some of those families or grandparents or whoever here to support those kids. I enjoy it because I know I know how he is.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. Passion is the right word for it.
You bet. Well, and it costs so much. It doesn't matter if you're in kickball, volleyball, wrestling, whatever it is. We spend a lot of time going up and down, and the kids that come to this thing are passionate about it, and I truly mean this with most sincerity. It's awesome. Our guys are passionate too. On our side, they're into it. They're in tune. I mean, they are studying them the minute they come in, and it is awesome to have you guys on the other side be as passionate as our kids are. I think that is a testament to you guys, and very much appreciated it on my side.
Yeah, passion is the right word. I mean, we do this, we do this every day, and if you're not passionate about it, the emotions would kind of run low, and that's just not who Miles and I are. And I didn't get to see much of Ferris and Brandon today, but knowing who those people are, obviously, obviously,
They knocked it out.
It's so funny, talking about playful banter and having fun. You could kind of catch each other, slinging a little bit of,
talk back and forth.
talk back and forth, and the respect.
Did you join in that?
I didn't get too much, I didn't get too much. There's a funny story. Miles, he's passionate. It's the right word. He gets so amped up. He's just in the zone, and I'm trying not to be his tail, right? Just
Sure.
following around like a lost dog. And the market heifer class that our champion comes out, he hands me the mic before the heifers come in the ring. I'm like, yes, it's one of them. He thought of me. I'm ready. I'm fired up. And that heifer came in the ring, and I thought to myself, Miles, Brad, Brandon, all them guys, listen to Miles. He's just this, unsung hero on the mic, and he is. He's awesome on the mic. And I thought to myself, how am I going to describe this heifer and do her due diligence, the way that Miles does it? And I thought to myself, what I'm going to say? I can't describe this calf the way Miles can. I don't have the adjectives and all the dirty slang that he does, but I'm just going to say something to the effect of, I don't have those words. She wins for fun, move on, because Miles would say it better regardless. That's how much respect and how much fun we have together.
So that's what you said, she wins for fun and move on?
Yeah, just move on. That heifer was special.
Way good.
She was an incredible specimen, there's no doubt.
Hey, market heifers mean something to Iowa.
It does, yeah.
It's its own, you can't go anywhere in the country. Nebraska does a really good job, but it don't quite compare with Iowa.
These market heifer, we just don't roll the ball out on the market heifer deal. I'm gonna cuss just a little bit. This shit's for real over here. This market everything in Iowa means a lot of shit. We got them dudes. I mean, I don't know if you heard of Tracy Gretzky or Wade Rogers,
no.
Kendall Brim, those
Did
guys.
they do some of that?
They do a little bit of that. They
got
love this shit. I mean, there's good dudes everywhere. I'm not saying that, but I mean,
yeah,
man.
but the families buy into it, and they're good cattle. They're not like terminal round, bulgy muscle cattle. They're sound. They're big legged. They're stout. They're just good cattle.
Yeah, first of all, you guys put it correctly. You come, you don't know what you're going to get from a market heifer's perspective anywhere you go and judge. But when you come to Iowa, you take it serious. And those cattle that came to us today were serious cattle. They were seriously good. I didn't realize this. Bradley Hook said it on the mic. I didn't realize that the market heifer didn't get to compete for the top 5 at the Iowa State Fair.
No, she's her separate sale. It's
division.
Her separate division. She makes the sale.
She makes the sale.
Champion and she's not excluded.
Right.
She is just put on the same pedestals as steer.
Okay. I didn't realize that. That's what.
And that one there is its own beast as well. When you get into
though, she comes back against the boys.
Correct.
Both
Yeah.
of them come against the boys.
Correct. Yep. Yeah. And we're excited about that. I mean.
Yeah. And you still got a pile of good.
Oh yeah.
You don't have much tomorrow at all. Just the crossbred.
Oh yeah.
300 head of crossbred steers tomorrow, or 192 or whatever there is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
good.
It's an exciting time to be alive. I promise you that.
Oh yeah. Hey, we do things out of order because me and Tim, we have no structure to what we do, so we just kind of ramble back and forth.
That's okay.
But give us a little bit for the folks that don't. Give us a little more background on Dylan, and you got some shout outs to some special people you want to mention, and some things there. Just give us.
Here, really got a nice trio that sorts up with just some freshness and some quality about them. And yes, it's hard for us to leave one that big-legged. And second, she just isn't correct built is what we find the one that leads off this group. Really neat neck, awesome in terms of her body. I like this one's got some true muscle. You get in behind her, her hips big. There's some shape there, but yet you still can call that one feminine. You still call her flat in terms of her shoulder. She still gets out and handles herself adequately well. For us punchy guys here, add just a touch more bone. Some of y'all probably call us crazy, but that's just where we changed that one just a touch. But a neat heifer here that leads off this class. Heaviness of bone definitely goes to the one here in second. Really big legs. And again, her lower joints work awesome. She wants to fight the system a little bit and down her head, but I really would like to relax her in her spine, make it all come together on the move like it is on the standstill, because at the standstill, that's a stout, burly one that's still got a quality look about her, just a little too elevated in her spine. Want to tone her down in terms of her tail head as well. Really a neat one here that comes next and third, and love the prettiness of her head. And yes, she's a lot like the one that wins the class until we get them into motion. Get them into motion, she's frailer at the ground. She's uncoordinated, particularly in the way she handles those rear two. Really want to change that about her. Maybe we move her up there and make her push that one that wins, but still a quality one, especially there on the standstill in terms of her look and her freshness out here. Body shape's good here. The one here in 4, she's got some hip in her, little tight spine, little turnout up front. Want to change her in 2 in terms of the way she handles her rear leg posture as well. I like the length and comfort here of this one in terms of her body shape and right out of her hip. She wants to close up as she leaves you. She's a little more pronounced and open up in terms of her shoulder and rock forward that blade. And you'd like to change that about her red here. She's got a lot of density and stoutness to her. Just want to assemble it differently. Again, she too, you want to relax up front and make a little different there. And then a little spotted one here. She's just really at a performance disadvantage, really, for the most part. I think she's big and square in her hip for a skinny one. She's got a nice look to her, just needs quite a few more days on feed. Didn't think we could move her anywhere else in a tough class like this. But interesting trio, neat heifer that leads off.
For me, obviously, I would be nowhere without my family and the support and just the overall guidance I've gotten from cousins like Luke and Chuck, my dad, obviously, growing up showing Angus cattle. Currently live just between Lincoln and Springfield, and I wouldn't be where I am without the group at home Mark Gordon, Sheldon Tibbs, that whole crew there, allowing me to do what I want, what we are passionate about. And obviously, first and foremost, wouldn't be anywhere without my wife and kid. Obviously, really, really big into being a girl dad. Big fan of it. Big fan of it.
We got 2 girl dads over there, don't we?
Oh yeah, girl dad's awesome. It is. They just melt your heart,
Little girl?
She'll be 3 at the end of March, and Daddy's girl and thinks I'm cool, and she's the only one in the house that thinks that, so it's a big deal,
Oh, he's got somebody.
Right? My wife or my kid loves me and is really, really, really obsessed. My wife just tolerates me at this point, but it's good. It's really good. I'm very fortunate.
Me and Tim been married for a while, and you're going to call that as fortunate here some years from now.
Yeah, that's right.
That she tolerates you.
Yeah,
No,
it's a balance.
Yep.
She's, I got her down when she wasn't looking, I suppose, right?
Oh, yeah.
I married
Yep.
up. She gave me a beautiful daughter. I'm blessed beyond belief. There's not much I can complain about.
You bet.
This facility is something else. If there was a building like this in Illinois anywhere, it doesn't matter if it was the state fairgrounds or, just any place, this is something to be very proud of. I don't know. This is unbelievable. It's honestly, it's speechless. It makes me speechless because the flow of it works so good. Your makeup ring works so
It's
good.
huge.
This is something you guys should really hang your hat on. This was a very, very, very incredible deal here.
Took a year or two before they allowed us to come over and be in this facility, but we are amped up to be here, and so excited with just our ring size is still bigger.
Yep. What's real?
Sorry, I don't know. I mean, I'm not changing species on it, but you should come in here when they have bringing about 10 8-horse hitches of the Clydes and Belgians, and them big rascals come down through here. I mean, it is really, this is cool. Don't get me, I'm a cow guy. I'm not a horse guy, but at the same token as I like the big drafts, I think them are pretty cool. That shit will send you right up.
And we get here State Fair time. My Kim loves watching the big draft horses. Yep.
What I find really unique about this building is the natural lighting that this thing has is, it wasn't a fluorescent light. You didn't feel like you were kind of staring at shadows or anything throughout the day. The natural light in this building is something that is kind of a unspoken about, value added prop, I think. The natural light on the steer side, I can't speak to the heifer side.
No, them guys talked about that too. And I think just a natural design of it, as the sun kind of slowly fades on you, the natural, the artificial light kicks in and you don't notice a difference.
Beautiful facility.
Yeah.
Beautiful facility. The nostalgia is still over there. It just feels like there's some nostalgia to it. And I've been in that, in that barn. But this is an incredible.
We get a few years in here, we'll have history built in here too.
Oh, for sure.
It will be that. I mean, it's history is only bad if you don't remember it. So if you remember what it was there, and it just make it better.
That's right.
Improve, just like we try to make the cattle better that we show. Yep.
Well, guys, I need to move on. Miles is getting at me, but we're going to eat. I got my nugget and all the things. I got to move on, but I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Dylan, awesome job, man. Appreciate the time. Appreciate you. Good luck tomorrow. We're going to be watching from over here. You doing awesome. Keep up the great work, brother. Appreciate it. Say hi to Rockin' Shore for me, man. Appreciate it. Small world. It's all good. What a nice young man, huh? How about him?
Oh, it was great. Yeah.
I'm taking nothing away from Miles. What a great young man. I mean, how about it?
Miles is Miles, but he is spectacular as well. And take Miles asking Dylan to come, and that's what I think is really neat when you get associate type judge. Somebody comes in and bring somebody with them that may not. At in time, I think Dylan could sure get the chance to come back here and judge the show straight up, but just to be part of it. So cool. A lot of cool moments that go on in here that make it good.
I've had a couple people come by and kind of chat at us and bring it up, and I've had some nice texts and some nice Facebook comments come out. I guess being old. I guess being old is nice because they kind of like our
we go down memory lane and nostalgia a
just
little bit
there,
again,
yep.
you know, and I don't, good or bad, I don't know. I don't know what it's all about, but this is fun. This is a great opportunity for all of us.
Yeah.
Outside of the technology.
It's amazing for being a long day. It don't seem like a long day. It seems like
doesn't.
we're just kind of amped back up, and it's been a ball visiting with several of these different ones to kind of bust it up. And if you got somebody out here showing, you know who it is. You're watching. You're paying attention.
So I'm going to back up as we got into our purebreds. That class 83.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of going back and going over it.
Wilkins Heifer won the class. She was nice.
Brenda Wilkins, great young lady. We've had her with our junior nationals, and she's gone along with her. Know that family really well. That one was badass.
She was good.
That one was and I'm not taking. I mean, there's gonna be more ones coming down through here.
Oh yeah, you're gonna
what
be.
a great way to start that. I mean, a baby May. I mean, that one was like way good.
Yeah,
way good.
Yep.
Moving in here, class 84, we get into them. There's a double up, a general, next level, Hector, relentless, Mr. Pays. Again, some different sires in here out here, Chad, being represented. It's pretty neat.
You know, I think the Cimitals, kudos to them. There's been a lot of different sires in the Cimitol stuff. So we get Alley 104. I've got, hey guys, paying attention. I didn't go. Bristol Gertis would be in the top two out there. My neighbor girl.
Be a neighbor right up the street from you, wouldn't you?
She would be. Yep. Her mom, dad, Eric and Tara. Tara would be the veterinarian up there. She's a dandy. We have a ball up. She got second. Still pretty good. The Iowa Beef Expo to be right up here in the thick of things.
I mean,
congratulations to her. Who's the boy wins that class? Do we know?
I'll show, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you at the ground in terms of foot size and bone. This is kind of what Brandon and I have been after all day. But in terms of quality, this is the one that we land on that we feel like has to win the class. She's really fresh. I think here in 30 to 60 days we'll like her even more. But good-looking heifer. She's sound structured, high-necked, has a balanced, attractive look from the side. And when you get in behind her, she's got some punch too. Now the one where there was some discussion here is between 2 and 3. And young man, if you want to bring your heifer around, we can talk about her too, and you can go ahead and lead your heifer out. The one here in second is big bone. She's bull-bodied. She's stout when you get in behind her. Yes, we need to clean her up in her chest. Yeah, we need to clean her up in her throat, make her more attractive about her head. But we still think that she is the structure improvement out of her rear skeleton relative to the one right in here behind her, and we think she's a lot fresher in her condition as well. Like the punch, like the power, and I like the balanced look of this one that's here in third. She might be laid back further in her knee than the one right here in front of her, but she's carrying a little bit extra bark relative to some of these other ones out here. Like to tone her down in her condition just a little bit, and I think you'll like the way she moves better when we get her trimmed up just a little bit. Long, smooth muscle, deep-sided heifer that comes here second. She's got a feminine look about her head. Just need to amp her up and just kind of intensify her everywhere to get her moved up a spot or two in this class. It was certainly a very nice heifer to go fourth. Pair of baldies that come next, and we know we all love baldies. This one here is deep-bodied. She's bold rib. She's really flat in her shoulder. Like to trim her up in her throat relative to the one right in front of her. Another bold rib one that comes here next. That is long and smooth muscled. Think she's a structure improvement over the one that rounds out the class. No question the one that rounds out the class is stout. She's impressive when you get in behind her. She's bull-bodied. Just like to give her a little more flexibility out of those rear wheels.
As we get concluding there in Class 84, I believe that was Leighton Elmquist to win that class. We'll see if we get an official announcement on that. But very nice heifer. They talked them things in the top trio of heifers would be good. So
We'll be working our way over to Class 85. Looks like we should have 9 heifers in this group. Will be the 18th of March to the 4th of April. Looks like in this this class of purebred heifers. So we've got packing a little bit of different sawdust in there. We should have them coming on down here, I would imagine. But Bryn Davis, I believe, if it's right, with jars. As we bring them heifers in as they come. Looks just kind of like we always did. Going to have a good salad stout. The females coming. Should in there round out our group of heifers. Do we have
placings for Class 84 purebred Simmental heifers? First place, Leighton Elmquist second, Bristol Gertis third,
To Luke Steffener, fourth. To Mikkel Jones, fifth. To Camden Johnson, sixth. Adwin Lewis, and seventh to John Gordon.
That was placings for Class 84 out of 90.
Yeah, let Brad tell you there on them on the placings there in 84, and we got 85 in here, which we got a Remedy, Relentless, Quantum Leap, Entourage, King of Diamonds, Next Level, Pays to Believe, Remedy, and it Pays to Believe again. So still hanging in a really good crowd here for just a long day, and kudos to these judges. I'm not sure they even taken a bathroom break hardly, let alone they can eat on the fly there, but they've been steady and strong and evaluated and not tried to speed up, shortcut, or nothing. Been very, very impressive to watch them work and the effort they're doing. It's just been very, very impressive. They put these cattle in motion for you. And you can watch them have in there. Yep. Here we go to kind of see if you can put some sires in there as they come around. I don't have our screen on to be able to take exactly what they're showing to be able to tell you. I don't want to get you off one or two, but should be solid. Like I said, these are latter part of marches. Bald heifer there is 1, 2, 3, 6. So we've got Time to shine heifer. She looks nice out there, I think. I mean, there's a lot of good ones as they work their way down through here and get ready to peel them off to the. I know a lot of you guys been watching around, but they go through, get a good look at them, and then they'll converse and then start going a direction or two. One thing I always get a kick out, even late in the day here, is you can feel it of, a division where a lot of emphasis is put in here from exhibitors. You can just feel the tension and everybody crowding around and in the makeup ring coming around. And you can see the other ring kind of crowding up around. I think if they pan with that camera, you should be able to see. But everybody's trying to get a look in here, and the competition's fierce, and folks want to do well. So we get our, as we talked about all day, the meeting on the mind. They're talking and discussing and narrowing some things down, and probably talking both ends. It'd be interesting to talk to them guys to see exactly, excuse me, which direction they do go on that. But they'll get pulling down. I seen T-Bone had made it. Yeah, he walked around the backside. He didn't come find you?
No, he wouldn't. He probably said hi to you. He wouldn't say hi to me.
He didn't even say hi to me either.
Oh, there you go.
He just walked around the backside. I thought he was waving to you.
I was down there talking to a couple Okies, couple Jared
gotcha.
Arthurs up here. And
Jared, yeah. I'd seen that.
And family and boys, and so I said hi to them a little bit. Barry Talaki said a little shout out to Barry and Amy. They're nice people. They're good supporters of a junior program as they go through the.
Yes, they are. You bet. Yep. Both as very, very tough competitors, and then still the support side.
There he is. Speak of the devil. There's my son. Hello, T-Bone. How are you, brother?
Good. How about you, sexy?
Sorry about you, man. Did your barber die? Man, you need a haircut, dude. Look at it. It's got some waves on it.
Good evening from the Simmental Show. This is Tyler Loudon checking in with old Pops, just making sure the ranch was all right.
How did he do? Tell us how great a job he did back there you went through. Couldn't find anything he could have done different.
See, I tell you one thing. I'm going to do a little bit of a shameless plug. We're having a April fall-born sale here in a little bit. He did a great job, actually. The cattle look great. They're hairy, full, fat, look awesome. I just did a little bit of the part-time farm work, as he likes to say, for me being down there in Stillwater. I'm just glad to be here with you today, Chad.
It is. Hey, it is a great day to have you, and there's no shame in plugging. It's all
get
good.
you two Okie, one alum and one current Okie staters here.
We're going to sprain our shoulder, patting each other on the back, telling how great each
Saw
one of us
Jared
is.
Arthur down here.
Oh,
you could have rode up with Arthur.
Yeah.
He's over here. He's got a Charger. Said they told him he rented a Charger to come up here, and he said they when they went to the rent car place, instead of driving the dually, said that we put a governor on it at 130. Is that okay?
Yeah. We got Bray here with he was there. Have you met Bray with Cattlemen's Congress?
No, I did not.
He is down there with Mr. Herzog, who great supporter of the youth program, and I know he donated a lot of the money himself for the $25,000-$30,000 for the champion steers at Oklahoma Cattlemen's Congress.
Sweet. Yep. Very good.
As we get down to Class 85, we've got 3 of them, I take it, we've got down to. Kind of lost track.
I just got a text from Mother T-Bone. She says, "Time to come see his mama." I'm assuming. Are you in the office, Mom? Text me back. He's up here at the show ring, so text me if you're down in the office. I'll send him down. He's cleaned up. He looks pretty good. He's a little haircut, but he's all cool. So it's all good. Yep, foundations are all done. Addison Lehman wins it. So T-Bone, good to see you, brother. Yep. Take care.
Hey, did you hear you up there talking to everybody? Did you hear what Ferris said?
Nope, I'm not going to lie. I missed it.
Everybody loves the Baldy.
Everybody, take a drink. Everybody loves a Baldy. This one's not quite full. Here it comes.
good class, but interesting class. Lot to kind of sort and decipher through in your mind in terms of structure and where you're wanting to be. And again, I'll be the first to admit these three, there's something we want to change about each one of them. This one, it's off of her rear wheels just at the ground. I like to square her up. After that, she's the transcended one in this class in terms of just body shape, stoutness, her look, her presence out here. Just grabs you a lot quicker and still keeps it together, I think, fundamentally enough. Laid back better in the shoulder and knee than the one we had right behind her, but yet she just blends everything better than the one we're going to sit here in third. Like I said, we got to square her up off of a rear skeleton, but a nice one leads off. Black one here, just very, very proportional. I love where her spine sets, her rib cage sets in there good. Just everything fits and goes the right way. Just want to make her better in her shoulder and her knee angle to set her back in it to give her a little more reach. Interesting animal here that we bring here in three. She is wild looking up front. Color pattern doesn't hurt a thing. Big hipped and bold rib. Just if she could set down on a bigger foot and a more coordinated skeleton, she makes things that much more interesting in this class as well, because there's an extreme look of quality and presence to that heifer. Female that comes here next, again, love the basics and the design of her. She just gets a shot plainer relative to those top three, maybe just a little frailer at the surface. Long-sided, very extended one here. Plenty skinny, plenty green yet today. Needs more groceries, just needs to open up and be a little stouter all the way through. One that's got some body density that comes next and some hip in her. Just want to make her a little more ideal on her feet and legs and clean her up in her chest floor. Big middle one here, young cowboy brings to us. It's got some punch and some whiff to her. Little plainer there up front too. Want to change the design of her hind leg and her hip and spine. These next two, as we bring them around the corner, again, solid cattle. I think they've got some functional pieces to them. Just need to be a little neater in terms of their look and just more coordinated, more correct in the way in which they go. Soften this one up. That completes our class there as well. So interesting class, interesting trio there up front.
Very cool. Looks like an Oklahoma State reunion over here with all these guys over here. A bunch of orange and shit going on. All good.
Havel, fourth to Shea Wolf, fifth. Tucker Fryermuth, sixth to Katie Miller, seventh to Wiley Sward, eighth to Bryn Davis, and ninth to Chloe Sprague. That was placings for Class 85, purebred Simmental heifers, 86 coming in now.
Here comes another one, Big Ten. These guys, I mean, they just keep coming at them, man, and these are coming in waves.
Yeah, that Bouillard heifer won that last class. I liked her. She was a good heifer.
Yeah. She was.
Keep bringing simmies and simmies and simmies.
On top of semis, on top of semis, man.
Hey, that's why when you can survive, these foundations or purebreds, I mean, it automatically puts you in the driver's seat, puts you in the front end.
Yeah, I mean, when
because
you come through.
last year our Supreme was the foundation, and I think the purebred did not make part of it.
Because she was a baby. Remember
yeah, that little calf,
I mean,
that May
she was,
heifer,
she was a little May, right? I don't remember who had her, but she was cool as could be.
McClure's had her. She was Relentless Roxy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you remember that way better. I remember she was a May. She was cool as can be
Yep.
as a baby May, but man, oh
Yep.
man.
She ended up being reserve, bred and owned in the National Junior Heifer Show.
There you go. Yep.
Only reason I know that is we have it worked out where we have working with the McClure family. We have her at my house, and we just calved her out the other day. She got a beautiful udder. Big fan of
There you
that
go.
female.
There you go. Sweet.
Yep. Which Roxy would be, we talked to Tide Rock here just a second ago, and he had the Quantum Leap Roxy that won the Junior Nationals.
Okay. Yep.
Yep. He was there.
This is a big class. What did we say?
10 of 'em.
in
10
here?
of 'em, yep.
Let's see what kind of. There's another private. So those private stock. I'm not trying to be. There's been several of them, and them are pretty nice cattle. I've kind of noticed.
They're good cattle.
And you
Yeah,
said that
he's
was a copacetic son.
Copacetic son from Chan Phillips.
Yep. Yep.
And I believe I don't know if he goes back to the right to Love Cow. I think maybe, but he was one they showed, but a dang good bull.
Yeah, there's been several of them that come through here. Relentless has shown up again. Here's a couple remedies.
Those remedy cattle can be pretty nice. I've seen several of them.
Yep.
Perseverance.
Oh, I think the remedy cattle. I like the remedy cattle on the purebred stuff. They've dominated really well.
Yeah.
They've done good. They're good. But what I like about Cimitals, we have some repeats, but we have a lot of different sires that give us some top end cattle.
Yep.
So
here's Ty Kitsero. We were stalled by them. Not stalled, that's a lie. We were tie-outs by them in Louisville when we went down to the world's largest jackpot show.
I got you. Kitsero, yep. That Crystal Gale, that'd be, I think that's a red baldy cow. DeWires would have raised 4B. Raised a lot of really good ones. They had one at Griswold's would have won a lot there from a 4B.
It's a Dairy Queen. I recommend that. Our buddy Jay Steenhook's got there's a JS Dairy Queen in here.
And actually a Summer, which would have been the one that would she have been won or reserved at the Expo here and won our state fair.
Yep.
Steenhooks. How about, let's go here, 182, Rachel Clark is a remedy. I don't know that prefix. I was wondering if maybe that wouldn't be the Colorado heifer that sold the Nonas and Nevas. She looks good. Isn't it amazing? We kind of go down through there, and it's like there's several good ones, and you look back up, and it matches.
Yeah, it does, right? Yeah, you go, oh, that one should be pretty good. And guess what? It is.
Matches. Rose Carmen, that'd be Zane Ward. Starting to get some pulling going. What do you got?
So, Justin Peffenbecker would be the breeder of
Pennebaker.
Pennebaker.
That's what I was wondering about. I couldn't
How
get
about that?
Yeah,
How about
Justin
that?
Pennebaker. Yeah.
Goes back
Yeah,
to
that
a
would be
Maglite.
she's a distinction cow, isn't it? A remedy distinction or
yeah,
not?
Harris Distinction 10C is the cow.
There you go.
Yep. How about that?
Yeah, that was I don't know if the story, but Sarah Sullivan buys the distinction out of Paulson's sale, shows her a little bit, sells her back as a bred. They buy her back, flush her to remedy, and here's what they got.
Shut up.
Yeah.
No kidding. There you go.
Done a good job.
Nice job.
Pennebakers would have won. They did got a good set of cattle. They're probably watching, and if they are, shout out to them.
Yep.
Do a good job of raising good cattle. But they won the champion steer at the Denver National Western Stock Show a year ago.
No kidding.
Yep.
Very good.
Yeah, they did. Colorado family did a good job, worked hard.
Yep.
Great
So,
thrill for them. They got a good
it's kinda
heifer here
fun.
that's sure looks the part too.
Thanks for the associations that have this available. They just go online and
I
look
do
them up.
like it. We could have sires to talk about that.
They're pretty methodical. They're working through these cattle pretty good.
Yep. She's like, I don't want to go fourth. Hang on, Tubi. I come here to win a class, and you're pulling me out. I don't like this. Yep. That was McKenna with that private stock. Three. So who do we got in the very, very front?
Can't see that far.
Yep, I'm not sure. Yep, should be number 1. So congratulations, Fennebakers. Clark's did a good job. Good family.
Another competitive class over here as we're kind of starting to get near the end of the day, and we appreciate you guys hanging in there with us. The one that wins the class, and there's some discussion because we love the build of this one that's here in second. We love her skeleton, and we like so much about her, but there's just not enough animal there to get around this one that's going to win this class. This one that wins is big-bodied. She's really powerful. She's really stout. I like how powerful she is about her head, but she's still feminine, big-footed now. When we ask her to move, would we like to make her more relaxed in the way she goes in her spine and just kind of maybe a little more attractive right there? Absolutely, and I think that's where the one in second excels. The one in second is real free and easy on the move. When she goes, she's up-headed, she's laid back in her shoulder, she's really flexible. For how lean she is, I really appreciate how good she is in her center body. She transitions and balances good in her underline. We just need to give this calf some more time on feed, and I wouldn't be, that one would scare me here sometime when the summertime warms up because I really like that one's build. I like her feet. I like her angles. She just needs more time, but a very, very high quality one. The one that's in third in a lot of ways resembles our class winner in terms of just bulkiness and power. She's stout. When you get in behind her, she's bull-bodied. She's got a really stout skull like that one that wins the class. And sometimes, I find myself out here wondering if maybe they're related somehow, but they're all Simmentals, so they're probably all related some way or another. But anyway, this one just gets a little shorter everywhere. She's a little shorter coupled. Maybe wants to swing her hind leg a little bit for us, and that's why we find her in third. But that's a dang nice heifer that goes in third. Really elegant, long, smooth-muscled, attractive heifer to come in fourth. She's high neck. She's really feminine about her her face and her throat latch. Just need to amp her up a little bit. Oh. We'd just like to amp her up just a little bit to get her up there with some of them ones right here in front of her. Really stout, powerful one that comes next. Really impressive when you get in from behind her. Really bold in her body shape. Like to level her up in her hip, just smoothing her out just a little bit in her shoulder, in her chest, and her throat latch, but one that's got a lot of power attributes that we appreciate. Deep-bodied heifer that comes next. She's better hip than the one right in front of her. I like how feminine she is about her jaw. Just like to make her bolder body and stouter when you get in behind her. Deep-bodied heifer that comes in next. She reaches good out of the front end of her skeleton. Like to make her a little more dynamic up front, but certainly one that's practical. Another practical one coming next. It's got some flexibility, got some body shape. Just needs some of those extras to get her further up in the class. And a long-sided one to round out the class. That certainly has some pieces we like. She's deep-bodied. Maybe just make her a little stouter to move her up.
Good class. Good class.
Timmy, isn't that fun when a Baldy wins like that? It's amazing. Way good. Hey, we got a little smaller class here. Looks like we should just have 5 in this class. As we get them coming down in here, what do we got?
86 purebred Simmental breeding heifers. First place, Rachel Clark. Second to the
Hey, we got a Matt Dillon. I've never seen that one before. KBHR Matt Dillon.
The what?
Kim and myself are big Gunsmoke fans, so we see
Yeah.
Matt Dillon. We're a big fan of that.
There you
That's
go.
all good.
There you go. Yep.
Now entering the ring, class 87 of 91 classes.
Sorry for the yawn. It's been a long day. It's getting there.
Let's get there. Well, it's amazing. We seem like we've just picked up speed here pretty fast once we got not sharing the microphone.
Yeah, we have.
Because I don't think they've really changed their pace as far as judging. I just think we just saved a lot of time just on sharing that microphone.
I give these guys credit. I don't think either one of them sat down at all today, taking a break.
Sure. I don't even know if they did. They take a break at all?
I don't even think they did.
I don't think they did. I said that just a bit ago there. I didn't think they did, but they're rolling through. As they get coming around, they're going to be right here in front of us so we can get kind of a bird's eye view.
Haley Dodge leading the way. Got a Sam, something about Mary. Next level, copacetic. Next level, Matt Dillon. That's cool.
So a Sullivan, a couple Steenhooks, and not sure about the first. Start to get a little bit of pull, they'll get rolling right through this here.
They got 3 of them down, then there was 2.
Yep, down to 2.
A couple more. They're trying to decide what they're going to do here, so.
Got some gives and takes. They got them.
They got them. Roll around. There's Judge Callis.
This one, big in her upper hip as well. Just hit us a little plainer up front, not quite as neat to look at, and then want to fix her there at the top of her crest as well. Maybe set her down on her hind leg just a little differently, but one that's got a lot of cow feature to her in terms of body mass there as well. Long-sided one here that's got some look to her, just gets up in her spine and pretty narrow off either end. And then the one we close with, she's probably got more skeletal width and punch than the one we set right ahead of her. Just want to see her a little more collected in her stride, more correct there, and then fresher in terms of her condition as you study her through her chest and lower shoulder. Good class of cattle.
Placings in Class 87, purebred Simmental breeding heifers first place. Derek Klingman, second to Jaylee Zyka, third to Lauren Bayer, fourth to Haley Dodge, and fifth to Kinsey Craver. That was placings for Class 87 purebred Simmental heifers.
Class 87, again, at home, if you want your the placings in here, go to the IJBBA website, scroll down to the yellow box in the middle, and it pulls up under Showman app. When they list them, it'll be once they update the class, the The first one is first, second one is second, third one is third. So you can go there and look and see, go back and review the first 87 classes of the day. We're winding down. We're down to the 88, 90 last 4 classes of the day, probably 12, 15 head left, and so we're getting there. So coming in here, we've got a Relentless Daughter, a Dynamo, Remedy, Bold Venture, Double Up, Quantum Leap, and Something About Mary. Be 7 entries in this class. These will be February's. Nice set of heifers out here. Got a red baldy, a couple baldies out here. Nice class of females. Give a shout out to our 2 judges. These fellas have done a nice job all day. They've had fun. They've kept it snappy. They picked up the pace a little bit here now that they don't have to share the mic as often. And but these guys have had a good run today. They've outside looking in. Their smiles. They've discussed the cattle. They've talked about them. There hasn't been a pitcher catcher that doesn't appear to be any shake-offs of no, you're wrong type thing. No, I don't think they. Like Chad and I, we've done a lot of judging contests together and go on them. And Chad and I don't like them exactly the same, but we are the part that we are exactly alike on. We like good quality cattle, and like we said earlier, they come in different sizes, come in different shapes. There's good big ones, there's good little ones, and as long as you keep them good, and by good is quality. Quality cattle always win. Depends on the size and where they come from. And I think these guys have done a great job keeping
great.
quality
Yeah,
there.
do. Yeah.
I mean,
And consistent in what they're after.
I really think so. They a couple of the smaller breeds, they've kind of no tangents, and I'm not saying they went on a tangent, but they kind of shifted toward their really favorite type things, which is, and Ferrison, he likes them crane necked ones. He likes them pogo stick long neck devils, and which is all cool. There's nothing wrong with them at all. But having said that, but when it still comes back to them, they bring him back in and bring him down to earth really fast.
I think that young lady started the walk before they were ready to go.
That's all right. She was ready to roll. Keep rocking, girl. This way. Atta girl. Been doing it the same way all day. She's excited. She's ready to get home. She got homework to do probably. She's ready to get home. Oh. How about a red baldy? What's a red baldy do for you, Chad?
Oh, way good.
Way good? Yep.
Yep.
And a cute little girl on that one too.
That looks good.
Clarabelle Clark. Oh my.
Is that who that is?
Yep.
Yep.
What a cute little girl.
Another real good class in this group here again too.
Yeah, we're down a few on numbers, but at the same token, I mean, they are still really good. There's a double up out here that looks really good. There's one in front of her. What's that one? A Bold Venture.
I got to root for that one though.
Which one?
The Bold Venture.
Okay. Oh, well, sure. I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
Well, sure. Why wouldn't we? Yeah.
Heck yeah, we would.
Yeah, well, it's
Look
a
at
baldy,
that.
and it's a
Happened to have
baldy.
white on the face. How'd that happen?
How'd that happen? My goodness, you think somebody would breed for that kind of stuff? Sorry, I wasn't even being a smart aleck. I didn't even get to
We
the
haven't
dot.
seen Bold Venture all today either, have we?
So LKCC, that's Larry Kirsten's.
Larry, or I don't know about that, but it'd be a Canadian bred bull. He is bred in Canada. He was reserved to Remedy at Oklahoma City here a few years ago.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't even see the prefix on that one, brother.
Oh, yeah, that's all right. Coming down here, studied his red baldy for you. Down to 3.
Yep, Bold Venture is a Pilgrim Sun. On the bottom side is the old Crystal Voltage, is a high voltage cow on the top side.
Right.
Yep, I'll be damned. Very cool.
All righty.
Nice, logical place to start, and a pretty good little beef animal here to win this class. Deep-bodied, sound-structured, very nicely balanced animal. And I think for me and Brandon, she wins this class quite handily and is a logical place to start. Now, that's nothing to take away from the one that's here in 2. This one's got a lot of quality. She's good balance. She's got some depth of body. Like to stouten her up at the ground a little bit, maybe give her some of those extras that one right in front of her has, but nonetheless, a very good, nice animal goes second. Real practical heifer that comes in 3. She's bold rib. She's got some punch when you get in behind her. She's definitely the more flexible one when we compare 3 and 4, even though she's fighting to halter and wants to roll up in her back a little bit. When we kind of let her go and let her loose, we like her the way she moves better than the one here that follows her. Like the bone, like the skull shape and the stoutness of this one that comes next. She's got some foot. Just need to correct the way she uses her rear wheels to move her up in the class, but certainly a nice heifer that's got some attractiveness, especially there in her chest, there about her neck and her head like we talked about. Real burly one that comes here next. She's stout-skulled, she's powerful, she's really bold and powerful in her center body. She's really impressive when we get behind. We need to redesign the way she is in her front end a little bit, set her shoulder on her better, clean her up there in her throat latch. Long, smooth muscled one that comes next. She's more attractive than the one that's in front of her. Just need to amp her up a little bit more to move her up. And a nice long-bodied, bold-ribbed one here that we'd like to just improve off both ends of her skeleton.
Placings for Class 88 purebred Simmental heifers. First place, Carly Spear. Second to Abby Hotz. Third to Emery Pearson. Fourth to Clarabelle Clark. Fifth to Samantha Steinbron. Sixth to Alex Steinbron. Seventh to Savannah Moeller. Once again, that was placings for Class 88. We've got 3 classes left before your champion purebred Simmental is selected. If you're wondering tomorrow what it looks like, going to be a little lighter day. 21 heifers, 17 steers, so plus the grand drive. So I'm going to guess that we're going to be out of here at pretty good time. Once again, 21 heifers, 17 steers. Only 91 today.
lot of numbers in the Simmental thing, but I mean, the numbers are in this thing are good, but I mean the top end of these ones are way good. Look way, way good.
So we have, yeah. Optimizer. Hooray. We haven't had that one. Double up and copacetic again. Oofta.
I'm not going to put words in these guys' mouth, and I'll wait till the bitter end, but we'll see what happens. We might have found a contender for tomorrow.
Oh, baby. They're kind of giggling to one another, too.
Just my humble opinion, but what do I know?
Yeah.
I don't know nothing.
Working our way down. I think they said there's like 3 classes left here for the show. On our Simmental's here this evening.
This one and 2 more.
Where's she at? Yeah. Where's our numbers? How many left?
Oh, hell, I can count. Count 5, 8.
Hey, it's past
13.
Take my shoes off.
13.
As we get there, starting to
8.
make some pulls out through
8
here.
in.
A little smaller class. I'm sure they'll get flying through here in a little bit. Two, wonder which one they want to use to win.
Well, I have not argued with them at all today, at all. I'm good with whatever they do, but if they miss this one, we go to supper, we might have to talk.
2-1.
They did it. Ooh,
Let's
they found her.
see what Brandon's got to say.
Cowboy wins again. Nice heifer here. He brings back in a foot, dimensional, flexible, good looking, stout made, right rig and condition. Good bovine here leads off this class. Heifer we're going to run here in second. Just comes the tries to get the closest to that one that leads off just from the rest of the class. This one's probably just got a little more quality than the next one, fits things together better, a little more look, a little more shoulder angle that we like about her. Obviously, she runs into a buzzsaw in this class and can't jump up into the first spot, but I like her quality and presence a little better than her contemporaries we have left. The black and white one here, good in terms of her body shape. Just want to open that one up off either end, particularly out of her hip and pins, though. Set her down just a little more comfortably. Like to see her moving just a little differently if she quit fighting things. A big bodied one here that's got some boldness to her. A little tight top, a little plainer up front, a little frailer herself there. Then the one that closes our class here, lots of length, lots of extension, real attractive net sec to this one, but with that, a little more vertical in her knee and her shoulder. Probably just don't have the body shape of our contemporaries as well. So solid class, neat individual here leads off.
Placings for Class 89, purebred Simmental breeding heifers, first place.
Some of these genetics, when you go through and a lot of these moms and sires don't win, have never even had leather hung on their head, right? Okay.
shows up a lot in them. It goes back to Mercedes-Benz. Like we talked in the main deal, Mercedes-Benz. They come up, and it might not be the first generation, but there are 2 or 3 back, and
Show back in
sometimes
there,
there'll
yep.
be 2 or 3 times lined up in there, and that's just good cattle. That's just where it's at. So that one of Chaos, congratulations. That's a nice cow. That's a way nice cow. Couple reds and a red and a black one out here. We've got a Quantum
Yeah.
Leap, a Broker, and
These are,
something about Mary.
Yeah, Novembers and Decembers.
Yep.
You know, you talk about that, you know, knowing a few cow sites. If we had a few more, I wonder how many of them would be on Broker daughters, you know, or how many of the, you know, those sires we like be on the back side of them. You know, like the Broker's back on Relentless or Relentless back on Broker. You know, that's a cross that works really well is so here.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, we're down to our next last class, 90. I think 91's our last class for the day.
Yep.
As we get through this, we've got this class and one more, another class of, this will be winter heifers, and then we got a class of
Then the class of
seniors, yearlings.
September, October's, all October's and one senior, or September.
Yep. And what a great day. I mean, we've gone through 91. You and I've kind of sat on our hind ends and watched this, Chad. We haven't had to walk around a lot, but again, a shout out to our 2 judges out here. I think they've done a phenomenal job all day.
Yeah,
I mean,
high class.
They've had their head down, and I mean, they've ground and ground and ground. Tomorrow won't be easy. I mean, they've got.
Oh, Angus will be good.
Angus will be
good.
a pile of
Yep.
Angus and a pile of commercial cattle, you know.
Yep.
That's the one thing I have noticed, and we'll talk about that tomorrow when we get started on this thing. It was used to be you come to the Beef Expo or the Iowa State Fair or whatever, and it was, wow, let's say, I don't know, I got a pretty good insert breed here, but that commercial thing will be tough as nails. And I'm not even looking at them. And it hadn't, but these breeds have come around and have their low percentage shows coming into it. Foundation Red Angus, Maintainer, Main Angus, Slim Flexes, da-da-da-da-da. That's really sucked the power out of the commercial. Those are good commercial cattle. Don't get me wrong. There'll be the commercial heifers tomorrow will be in the hunt. I'm not going to lie about that. But here we go.
Nice heifer to start this next to last class here in the Simmental show. Good balance, good structured, and she excels the remaining class when we ask her to move. She's long and smooth in her muscle pattern while still being powerful when you get in behind her. It's a nice heifer, and we'll bring her out here a little later. For us, and for me in particular, I think the decision more was here between 2 and 3. You got cattle that are different, their type and kind, and they bring different attributes to the table. The stouter heifer that's going to be second, I think she's the sounder one of the 2. While maybe not extremely attractive in the way she uses her hind legs, she's certainly more flexible. She's really impressive when you get in behind her and really bold and powerful in her rib shape. Now, if you said you wanted one that's smoother and her shoulder smoother and longer and her muscle pattern and balances up better when we ask them to stop, that's the heifer in 3. I think she does all those things, but she's the one that gets a little frailer at the ground, a little more rigid off both ends in the way she moves. And for us, that's why we have her here in 3.
Placings for Class 90, purebred Simmental breeding heifers. First place, Kyle Andresen. Second to Reagan Grow, and third to Colby Bailey. Next class in is the one we've been looking for all day long.
Class of 5. Remember what's 5, Chad. This is it. Well, here's the class of something about Mary's.
Is that what all of them are?
4 out of the 5. There is the.
Oh, and pay the price.
Pay the price, and the rest are something about Mary's.
Yeah. Well, the pay the price is going to have to be first or fifth because she's going to look out of place.
I was going to say, yep, for sure.
Boy, good class of senior yearlings, and this breed, you know, a lot of them had just like one senior yearling or 2, but it's nice to see a whole class division here these September, Octobers. I just don't know why we can't ever get guys show some of them, but we don't never see that many of them in here showed. I guess Paulson had a good one in the foundation. She was nice.
She was way nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
She
thought
was
that
way
was a good
nice.
heifer.
Yep.
She's had some success and done some well.
I tell you what,
It's been a fun day. We'll have it's a great, phenomenal show. They're going to get done a good hour quicker than I thought they was going to.
Yeah. I give these kids credit too. These senior yearlings are in nice shape too. A lot of times they come in there and especially in that Simmental, they can get a little chesty, a little plainer headed, a little plainer fronted.
They're fresh.
I give these exhibitors credit. They've got these senior yearlings, I think, and I'll be honest with you, pretty nice rig look like.
Yeah, they do. Look way good. Yep. Yep.
So tomorrow on the other ring, the fellas have the crossbred steers. That on the other hand is big. That's be tons of power in that thing tomorrow. Don't you imagine?
Yeah, that'd be some heat there. Major heat. They
That'd
thought they seen some heat in the Keys and Mains. They wait till the
yeah.
across.
I mean, and they'll be good, and those cattle will stack up, and they'll be there too.
Oh yeah.
But that deal tomorrow will be way tough, and then. On our side, we'll have Angus. We'll have a big Angus group, big Angus charge come through.
Angus last few years have been salty.
Yeah.
God, they've been good.
Yeah.
And the highs and lows, you see some of these are usually right there. Consideration top 5. We talked about that. The Angus will probably be a spot or two. Have a spot.
They should, wouldn't you think?
Chance.
Yeah.
So, they did. I don't think they had 1 to 5 last time, but they were always right there in consideration. And a few years before that, they won it quite a bit.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I know Ferris, he does a lot of steers and kind of clubby stuff in California. Does he have a breed of heifer that he kind of hangs with? Or I'm just curious. I don't know.
He makes some heifers. I wouldn't know if he had...
I don't know if he's got a
I
flavor.
think he had or sold a Simmental heifer. It was good here a few years back.
Yeah.
Out of there.
I know we've seen Brandon.
Brandon for sure is a Simmental enthusiast.
Yep, I was going to say we've...
he's got John the Baptist, a club calf bull.
Yep.
He does like making some of those in that part of the world.
Yep. We've sure seen Brandon at some... he's been in the Maine Key Junior National a time or two. We've sure seen him at the Simmental thing a time or two when we've gone, So, his kids are into that.
He pretty well shows
those
it
simmies and stuff, so... But I think these guys are very open-minded just because they're enthusiasts. I don't think they are... That is the breed that's going to win. I don't mean that at all.
No. They appreciate quality.
They appreciate quality. Yeah,
they
whatever
appreciate
breed,
quality.
whatever
matter.
paper they have on them. I think they're all very open to looking at them. I just.
Yeah, you talk about Ferris, as far as being maybe making more steers, but he's a cattle breeder.
Well, yeah, right. And I wasn't trying to pigeonhole him. Yeah.
I know he wasn't, but I just. Sometimes you think, I think when some people label they're a steer guy or not, but he's actually, he's a breeder and he makes those things.
Yep.
And I like the way he thinks and enjoy visiting with him, in scenarios there about what he does.
Yep. And I don't mean to, and I wasn't trying to pigeonhole at all.
You did.
And I know, but at the same token, it does kind of upset me a little bit. Oh, here they go.
I think a nice way to end here in these classes. Again, a good set of them all the way through, but I think these two start to separate in terms of just a little more look and extension and freshness and correctness up front. And then when we ask these two to lead, there's just a softer footed one here that leads off that lands with just a touch more length and consistency in the way in which she moves. She's also probably the bigger hip and more powerful one, but yet she's still pretty little up there in terms of her head and her neck when you study her there. If you want to relax her I'd relax her in her spine ever so slightly, but to me that's a wash between the two. She uses her lower joints better. Standing still, the fresh, good-looking one is a young lady here in second. Love the body dimension. Still love the muscle type on this one.
one as well. For me, she gets elevated in her spine. She's short in her stride, a little tight in terms of her feet and the way she lands there. The other heifer here, we run here in third, really, really big middle, high volume type of a female. It's got some spread up high there as well. Starts to, that condition kind of affects her in the way she moves, starts to push out of her front skeleton, maybe doesn't land as securely and athletically as you'd love her to off of a rear skeleton, but gives you a balanced look there on the standstill. Here's one here that may have an advantage in terms of just looseness of movement, and the one right ahead of her, but she still wants to keep her hind leg underneath her and tuck under just a touch more, a little plainer, more general in terms of her look. Long-sided one here just becomes kind of the green skinny one of the group and doesn't have quite the skeletal width, not quite the balance and look and presence as we find in those cattle ahead of them, but a nice class to conclude with.
That was a good class. I think Brandon Ainford's done a great job describing these cattle all day. I think they've
Yeah, did a great
we've
job.
said that several times, and I bet I truly mean it. So this
And
will be good. Here
I
comes
do think you like this heifer good here coming out here,
I
didn't
like
you?
this one a lot.
Yeah, I think the top end of these Semitos are elite.
I'm not saying she wins. I'm not saying
No,
that. I just
she's
think
very, very high
that
quality. I get what
she's
you're
a
saying.
way. I think that one is fairly cool, fairly legit.
Yeah.
Will be selecting your champion in reserve purebred Simmental breeding heifer Rain.
Sitting here watching them walk in, these are all fairly burly coming through here, Chad.
They are. They got some stuff to them. Impressive lineup one more time.
Yeah, there's there 9 out here, I think, right? We have 9 class winners.
I think so.
Yeah, I think there's 4 or 5 out here that come to. I mean, that's a nice lineup of 9 heifers, and the reserve seconds within their classes are very, very nice too. But I mean, I think this lineup of heifers is pretty jam up, man. They're pretty nice.
Kind of gets suspenseful. I kind of get caught up in watching. Kind of got a vested interest in a couple spots here, Tim. So I kind of get a little bit kind of wound up and excited.
Oh, and one should, yeah. I mean, it's. Fun to watch, yeah.
Get
nice,
the meeting of the
nice
minds,
setup.
and now they talk, and they start down there because there's several, like you talked about, several options all the way through here to get to. There's no doubt when you get the one that comes out of this division, she's going to have.
She'll be there tomorrow.
A chance to play a little bit.
She's going to play tomorrow at some point in time, whichever one it is.
I was going to say,
whichever one it is.
Yeah, because if you're going to, with the choices you've got here, if you you're going to love what you find.
Yeah, if these 9, if you can't find one in here that's going to play tomorrow, we might as well not. I mean, and again, I'm not saying can win. I'm just saying there's 4 or 5 out here that are good. That it's they got a chance, I would think.
she'd get.
Body shape, her fresh.
Get back up there, just park.
Into Simmental cattle, at least in terms of hip shape, body shape, freshness of look and shoulder, and still have the flexibility she does. Nice youthful one that came next. I like her neck set, pretty good in terms of her running gear. Just wanted to make her more dimensional in her body. In terms of her forerib and her hip and the bone there. Again, a pair of them here that come out of these next two classes have got some stoutness, they've got some dimension, they've got some wolfiness to them there, just not quite right in terms of their rear leg and their feet and the way in which they handle it. Big flexible one here, we wanted to set back in her shoulder and make a little different here. Another one that's probably in heavy contention here is the bald face one that came next. Again, just the way she moves, the way she covers her track and goes is very, very good. Love her foot shape and the quality of her feet. Still one that has some hip dimension, really good in terms of her belly shape. You're going to get on her, at least for Ferris and I, you open her up in the top part of her skeleton. She gets just a little narrower up there if you really want to get down to it. But if she's good enough there for you, that's a big-time player because her depth of body is awesome. The usage of her legs is very, very comfortable in the way in which she does things out here. Again, nice one here that came out next. Got the punch, got the stoutness, got the rib cage. The look is still good. Still sets her feet and legs down in an adequate manner there and got some extra hoof and bone to go along with it. The one that came behind that one, another one that's, again, boldness is good. We liked her freshness in that class. Again, flexibility in that class was good. Maybe not quite the outstanding looking pieces we find in some of these cattle ahead of them. And then one that's really the definition of power and substance and width and still keeps it flexible as this one back here. Just want to modify her out of her hip, maybe clean her up and make her just a little neater in terms of the crest of her neck and make her a shot more feminine as you get and go. We think there's a standout in terms of a winner. We can debate the two that we decide back for reserve, but this one's a little more of our speed. He brought a bunch of bullets to do battle with. This one here is going to be the champion here in our Simmental division.
Well, I was going to say he wasn't showing his hand very good there. He's pretty nonchalant about describing that one, but yeah, that one.
Did you study that second place in that class again? Neat to look at. Pretty sound amongst that group that was in there, just not the same league of quality. I'll be honest, it comes down to the baby up front and this baldy in here. We like to stick with the power and dimension. That's why we're going to go with the baby up front to be the reserve.
That's pretty cool, man. That's where it is. I mean, them two, those were good effort. Two I had in the deal, so congratulations, Chad. You had something to do with 2 out of the 3 it was, so congratulations. Good day. Hey, great day.
For your 2024 Iowa Beef Expo champ.
Dig right in. We'll be back for the Angus. Check back in, liveauctions.tv. Text your buddies, text your friends. Come back in here. Great shout out. Awesome job by our guys today, Chad. It's always a pleasure, brother. See you in the morning.
We'll see you in the morning.
Sounds great.
Good.
All right, bye.